Hashtag chapter 1. She was abandoned by the Gu family. Ugh. Her throat was tightly gripped, and Dina helplessly clung to the railing of the deck. Help, someone, save her. Today was supposed to be the night before her engagement party, with her fiancé waiting inside the cruise ship cabin. After a few rounds of drinks, her younger sister, Verity, called her out, only to try and kill her. The feeling of suffocation spread over her, and her pale, jade-like face flushed with blood. Her bright, lively eyes stared at her sister in disbelief. How could you dare? Verity, slightly tipsy, tightened her grip even more. Her sharp nails dug into the skin like needles, and a cruel smile curled her lips. Why wouldn't I? Brother Yuanyu is mine. Why should you take him away? An engagement? On what grounds? Verity liked Jacob? Dina's heart trembled, she had never noticed. Calm down, if you do this. Kalbam and Jalen won't let you go. She struggled to utter these threatening words, her frail body bending like a bow, teetering on the edge of the deck. Mentioning their parents was only worse. Hearing Dina's words, Verity laughed as if hearing a huge joke. What, didn't you know? Argyle secretly did a paternity test. You're not the Gu family's lady. What? Dina's pupils dilated in shock. Thinking about this, Verity became even more enraged, squeezing out 20 years of pent-up resentment through clenched teeth. I'm the illegitimate daughter, and what are you? A mystery, a bastard child with dirty blood. No one knows who your real father is. You took everything that belonged to me. You deserve to die. Deserve to die. No, it wasn't true. In endless shock, Dina couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Plunk. A brief sensation of weightlessness followed by icy cold seawater engulfing her completely. Help. Save. She desperately thrashed, but the cruise ship's waves kept crashing over her. With a sense of satisfaction, Verity, standing higher up, seemed to panic suddenly. Help. Help. Sister fell into the sea. She acted so convincingly, even shedding a tear. Deep underwater, as if guided by a giant hand, Dina continued sinking, deeper and deeper. Relax, I won't mistreat you. Janice's clear voice was like an enchantment cast by a sorcerer. His strong scent enveloped her, his powerful hands restraining her waist, swallowing her whimpers. Their passionate entanglement left the heavy juniper fragrance from his body lingering clearly. All these memories flashed by like fleeting moments before death. Miss, you're awake? The dream shattered, and Dina abruptly woke up, opening her eyes to see a strange face, a dark-skinned woman with a gaunt face, her unruly hair held back by a plastic hair clip. Who are you? Instinctively afraid, she quickly curled into the corner of the bed, eyeing the woman warily like a frightened hedgehog. Don't be scared, miss, the woman smiled awkwardly. You fainted on the shallow beach of our village. My husband found you while he was out at sea and brought you back. She wasn't dead? From the woman's every move, Dina sensed her simplicity and honesty. She was dazed, her memory blank after falling into the sea. Seeing her delicate features and striking beauty, the woman became even more cautious, carefully holding a jade pendant. We wanted to take you to the hospital, but apart from this, we found nothing else on you. In the woman's rough, deeply lined palm lay a phoenix-carved pendant, its jade quality translucent. This was indeed hers, given to her by Jacob after their intimate night. Tears welled up in Dina's eyes as she gingerly picked up the pendant. At the engagement party, she encountered an accident. Surely Yuanyu would be worried about her disappearance? At that moment, the room's bulky, old-fashioned TV was broadcasting a news interview. Luxury cars lined up, flowers adorned the venue, and she saw Verity holding Jacob's hand, wearing a white gown, smiling radiantly. What we're witnessing now is the engagement ceremony between the Gu family heiress and the Liu Yuan group, uniting two families. How could this be? Dina's face turned deathly pale as the screen cut to an interview with her father. Edric, there were rumors that the person engaged to the only son of Liu Yuan group was your eldest daughter. Why did your youngest daughter attend the engagement ceremony? This question hit right at the heart of Dina's distress. Unconsciously, she clutched the jade pendant tightly. But on the TV, her father retorted angrily, nonsense. The Gu family has always had only one child, and that is Nellie. Thud. It felt like a string within her snapped. Verity's words echoed in her ears again, you are not the Gu family's lady. While drums beat joyfully on TV, Dina felt an icy chill run through her body. It was certain now, she had been abandoned by the Gu family, and her fiancé, Jacob, no longer wanted her. Chapter 2, Mama, you finally came. 5 years later. At the Imperial Capital International Airport, a young woman in a black trench coat with a pair of dark sunglasses perched on her delicate nose stood out. Her long, waterfall-like hair cascaded down her back, creating a strikingly sweet yet cool scene in the terminal. She paid no attention to the gazes of passers-by, keeping her head down as she stared at her phone. The message on the screen made her lips curl into a smile. The air in the capital city felt filled with good fortune for her return. It was a message from her assistant, who said that the DPHH free radical clearance efficiency had reached 97.12%. Years of painstaking research finally bore fruit. Her accidental discovery of the fern breakwater's effect on inhibiting free radical growth might very well usher in a new era of women's anti-aging products. As she exited the terminal, sunlight spilled like stardust around her. Buried in thought, Fallon suddenly looked up and saw the most prominent billboard right away. On the screen, an advertisement rolled, featuring a woman in a pure white wedding dress cradling a dove. She shone brightly against the snow, her image fading into twilight when the jewelry brand's logo appeared, overshadowing everything else. Endorser, Verity. The advertisement was stunning, but all Fallon saw was the yacht from that fateful night and the deranged murderer. Over these years, without Fallon as a thorn in her side, Verity, the cherished pearl of the Gu family, had become a sensation. Thinking she had long since reconciled with her past, standing there under the fragmented sunlight brought waves of icy despair. Abandoned by everyone, Argyle, Colbeather, Jacob. For what seemed like half a minute in hell, a swarm of black-suited bodyguards flooded the airport. Excuse me, everyone. Our Raheem has lost something important. We ask for your cooperation in stopping here while we check. An elderly man explained, his silver hair hinting at his once elegant demeanor. Passengers were trapped inside the airport, murmuring complaints, but none dared speak out against the imposing guards. Losing something was no reason to impose their will over regular people. They weren't the police after all. Fallon kept her phone in her pocket, unafraid of these thugs, intending to be the voice of resistance. However, another group emerged from the airport, sneering disdainfully. Who do you belong to, daring to block Ainsley's path? The two groups met, with Fallon standing right at the exit. Just then, someone rushed forward, knocking her off balance. Her sunglasses slipped off, revealing her glare at the bulky assistant. Then came a gasp. Fallon, you're not dead? Fallon turned around. It was none other than Verity from the billboard. She was dressed head to toe in this season's high fashion, her pale face resembling a freshly peeled lychee, radiant and soft. Seeing Fallon, Verity recoiled as if encountering a ghost, her hands trembling coldly. Enemies meet face to face especially fiercely. Fallon stared at Verity intently, never expecting her first encounter upon return would not be a lucrative offer but this ill-omened presence. Surprised? Not happy I'm alive? Fallon slowly got up, brushing off her coat with a disdainful look, like a cat eyeing its prey. Her inherent arrogance remained undiminished from those days. Still so annoying. Verity's expression froze, her next words dripping with venom. What a cheap life it is. My dear sister, I live with a purpose. To uncover the truth and send certain people to rot in prison. Fallon's eyes gleamed with icy determination. Verity sucked in a breath, feeling as though her Achilles heel had been hit. Why wasn't Fallon dead? Why? If looks could kill, Fallon would have been torn apart countless times already. But what difference did it make if she lived? Everything was set in stone. Fallon was nothing now. Stop inflating yourself, you pest. Who says you're my sister? Tension escalated. Glancing at the towering guards, malice welled up in Verity. Your Raheem lost something? I bet she stole it. Let me help you find it. With a nod, the hulking assistant lunged at Fallon, joined by others accompanying Verity. Stop it. Let go of me. Overwhelmed, there was a tear as buttons flew off her coat, leaving her clad only in a thin undershirt. Her slender arms and waist revealed an almost perfect figure. Gasps rose from the crowd. Guards gaped at her impeccable physique. Appreciating the beauty, Fallon quickly pulled her clothes tight as another attacker approached. Caught off guard earlier, she wasn't about to let anyone get the upper hand again. Her seemingly delicate fists tightened, landing a fierce punch on Yates's face and executing a beautiful shoulder throw on another. The situation reversed dramatically. Gu Yenshin's hate grew exponentially. Damn Fallon, after 5 years, she still possessed seductive charm and some fighting skills. Strip her. Tear it off. Fueled by resentment, Verity ordered. If they liked watching, let them feast their eyes. The assistant struggled up, the elderly man frowned, checking his phone. Apologies, Tasha, our Raheem invited you. The commotion stopped. Verity's plan faltered. Arrogantly questioning, old fool, looking for items means respect, don't be ungrateful. Remembering her elegant demeanor from banquets, the elder found Verity's behavior outside appalling. He bowed courteously, I'm just Mr. Fadi's butler. Please apologize to this lady, and thank you from the Oshia group. Every word polite yet potent. Oshia group, Mr. Fadi. Simple introductions, yet they evoked awe and fear among all in the imperial capital. Even Gu Patriarch would feel inadequate in the Fadi family's presence. Her. Verity, sweating profusely, stuttered in panic. How could she be so foolish? Missing the Fadi family emblem on the guards' collars, she risked dire consequences. She should be relieved. The elder showed no interest, politely gesturing, the car waits outside. Ms. Gu, you must be exhausted from travel. They were the ones to pick her up. After this brief skirmish, Fallon's scattered hair clung to her flushed cheeks, casting frosty glances toward Verity. Meeting eyes, Verity cursed inwardly. Fallon being alive was one thing, but why was she honored by the Fadi family? She was supposed to be a disgraced nobody. The old man, adept at reading people, caught Fallon's subtle cues. He commanded the guards, "We haven't found what the young master lost. Please cooperate with the search." Swift karma. Controlled by the Foddy family, Verity, unable to resist, bit through her humiliation and removed her coat. "Thank you." Satisfied, Fallon stepped out of the circle of guards. Her proud silhouette, like a noble peacock, struck awe and fear. Fallon. Verity's eyes bled red, glaring until Fallon vanished. Her mind raced. How could Fallon become a guest of the powerful Foddy family? It defied comprehension. Fallon had walked far away, and by the roadside, the Foddy family's fleet of cars waited. Someone pulled open the door to the passenger seat for her. She bent down and got in, and immediately a small bundle of joy burrowed into her arms, exclaiming in a cheerful baby voice full of excitement, "Mama, you finally came." Fallon had already walked away. By the roadside, someone from the Foddy family's convoy pulled open the passenger door for her. She ducked to get in, and immediately, a small child snuggled into her arms, exclaiming joyfully, "Mama, you're finally here." Please note, given the context provided in the original document which revolves around Fallon and her encounters at the airport, it appears there may be a discrepancy or shift in scene that could benefit from clarification. The introduction of the Foddy family here is likely meant to be consistent with the previously mentioned O'Shea group, Mr. Foddy, but it might refer to a different branch or aspect of the Foddy family. Additionally, the appearance of a child calling Fallon Mama suggests a new element in the storyline. If this is indeed a continuation, it introduces a significant development. Please confirm if this aligns with your intended narrative flow. For the translation itself, the edited version reads naturally and accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, maintaining consistency in terminology and style. Chapter 3, It Belongs to Me. This year, Fadidal Milk Baby turned 4. He was tiny in every way, small head, petite body, slender limbs, resembling a doll-like figure of a human. Fallon held him in her arms, savoring the milky scent that exuded from him while fondly stroking his head. "Bar, did you miss me? Did you eat well and sleep obediently these past 2 days?" Ira lifted his head. His bright eyes twinkled like stars, and his long, curled lashes framed them beautifully. He pouted and cooed, "Of course, Uncle is so mean, he wouldn't let me have chocolates. Our little one must have suffered. Too much chocolate can turn our clever baby into a silly little one," she said, pinching his soft, cue-elastic face. There was no trace of her previous fierce demeanor at the airport. I don't want to be a silly little one." Ira clung to her even tighter. "Kalbami, don't trick me." "How could I? I'm just telling the truth." The mother and son chatted incessantly as the car drove steadily out of the airport. Fallon looked out the window, noting the changes in the city after 5 years of absence. The capital had transformed, becoming more modernized. She wondered how her parents were faring and what had become of Jacob. "Ainsley, should we go to the company first or head home?" The driver's words pulled Fallon back to the present. Recalling the elder's help at the airport, Fallon held Ira's hand and asked, "Can you wait for Mommy for a bit? I need to handle some work." Since Xiao Ouo placed great importance on the research of free radicals, signing the contract promptly upon her return would show respect. With a small, Ira leaned against her. "Kalbami goes to earn money to buy big cars for Bar." "Yes, exactly." Ira's understanding made Fallon adore him even more. With such a sweet and considerate child by her side, losing everything else seemed insignificant. The Xiao Ouo Group headquarters was located in the heart of the bustling CBD of the capital city. The towering building, with its sleek glass exterior reflecting the blue sky, appeared as if it existed in another world. After presenting her documents, Fallon was escorted by a secretary to the 33rd floor. The spacious corridor was carpeted in fine wool, with world-renowned paintings lining the walls and a faint floral fragrance permeating the air. At the door to the president's office, the secretary knocked. "Mr. Foddy, Ainsley has arrived." "No meeting," came a cold reply through the door. Fallon was taken aback. Didn't the Xiao Ouo Group email her from abroad, inviting her back to participate in the project development? And now the Rahim refused to meet her right at the door? Embarrassed, the secretary knocked again cautiously. It's Ainsley from West, not that other Ainsley." Surprised, Fallon looked at the secretary, who explained in a hushed voice only they could hear, "Sorry, there's this C-list actress who's been disturbing us trying to get an endorsement. Boss mistook you for her." A C-list actress surnamed Gu, that must refer to Verity. Fallon couldn't help but laugh. After a few seconds, the cold voice inside changed tone, "Come in." The secretary gently pushed open the door, revealing an office dominated by shades of gray and black. The vast room was sparsely furnished, just a desk, file cabinets, a fabric sofa, and a small round table. Seated in a black suit with a white shirt, the office's owner didn't even look up from his paperwork, simply uttering one word, "Sit." Facing a stranger, awkwardness was unavoidable. His silence made Fallon feel uncomfortable as she fidgeted on the plush sofa. All she could hear was the rustling of pages turning, like a gentle breeze rustling leaves. Unsure of what to do, she started observing her surroundings. The most striking thing about Mr. Foddy was his youth. He looked no more than 28. His hands were beautiful, slender, strong, and pale. The perfectly tailored black and white attire gave him an exceptionally clean and almost ethereal appearance. Stretching her neck, she glanced at his face. Unlike the opulence typical of businessmen, his sharp jawline and prominent features, especially highlighted by wire-rimmed glasses, made him appear deep and sculpted. Just as Fallon curiously observed, Nolan suddenly looked up. In an instant, his deep brown eyes, though expressionless, exuded an icy chill that felt like a sudden grip on her heart. Caught staring, Fallon hastily looked away, feeling like a thief caught red-handed. Facing her, Osiris remained calm, closing the document and placing it on the corner of his desk before walking over to her. Standing before her, Fallon felt an intense pressure. This exceptional gentleman was not only handsome but also exceptionally tall, towering over her like a formidable sword. Hello. 5 years of hardship had tempered her. Though initially nervous, she quickly adapted, politely extending her hand. Osiris first glanced at her half-open jacket, furrowing his brow before turning his gaze to her hand. After a brief hesitation, he gave a light shake. The employment contract is ready. Please review and sign it. Preferably finalize it tomorrow. He placed a black pen on the small round table along with the documents, keeping his explanations short and direct. Picking up the pen, Fallon carefully reviewed the documents and signed her name. Thinking back to the elderly man at the airport, she noted a certain harmony between him and Mr. Foddy, strict professionalism. Looking forward to working together. Collecting one copy, Fallon stepped back. Osiris retreated slightly. Let me escort you. The process went smoothly. Her prepared scientific materials remained untouched. Although somewhat surreal, it saved time. However, as they reached the office door, they encountered a petite girl in a floral dress holding a glass bottle. Upon seeing her, Osiris's demeanor darkened further. The secretary explained hurriedly, Miss Roxanne has been waiting for you, insisting on delivering something to you. Faden Yun, hearing that the subsidiary will soon go public, I folded 999 stars, wishing you good fortune. Iona quickly offered the bottle, her voice sweet and eyes sparkling. Fallon noticed the pendant around the girl's neck, a phoenix-shaped jade identical to hers. Both noticed it simultaneously. Suddenly, Osiris's face darkened, and he grabbed the girl's wrist almost interrogatively. Where did you get that pendant? Startled, the young girl trembled. It's mine, always has been. Osiris's pupils widened. This jade pendant was lost 5 years ago, a family heirloom of the Foddy clan. Lost during that stormy night. Aya had vanished without a trace, and despite searching for 5 years, nothing. Only because of a report at the airport indicating a clue, did they dispatch someone to investigate. It's you. He murmured, pulling the girl into an embrace, his cold demeanor transforming into tenderness and cherish. You were right here all along, yet I searched for you for so long. Note, the text contains multiple characters named Gu, which can create confusion in English translation. If any character names need adjustment, please provide guidance. Chapter 4, Get Out. Never come back. The scene unfolded like a dramatic episode of a romantic drama, leaving Dina in a difficult position. She had only come to work, why should she be forced to witness this public display of affection? Mr. Foddy, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Dina politely excused herself. Osiris acted as if he hadn't heard her, finding his long-lost treasure, he wasn't willing to let go for even a moment. Realizing this, Dina quietly retreated with grace. However, on her way out of the Show-O group, she increasingly felt that the pendant was remarkably similar to hers. Ever since being rescued from the fishing village, she had worn it as a protective amulet, instinctively touching it now. Her pendant was gone. How could it be missing? She had wished for a safe journey right before boarding the plane. Upon returning to the car, Ira was watching The Octonauts on a tablet handed by the driver. Dina searched everywhere but couldn't find the jade pendant. Where could it have been lost? Seated in the car, she tried to remember while little August swung his legs, mimicking the show's songs. Still, the driver asked, Ainsley, what are you looking for? Images of Osiris's joy upon seeing the jade pendant flashed before her eyes. Shaking her head, perhaps there were multiple identical pendants, and she had merely misplaced hers due to carelessness. Nothing, let's head back to the apartment. The capital city was always shrouded in a foggy mist. The high-rise building was impeccably clean, with slippers at the door and food on the dining table, creating an unmistakable sense of warmth and homeliness that filled Dina with inexplicable joy. But when she approached the dining table, she found a note. I'm on a business trip. Love you. Written by her eldest brother, the message immediately dampened Dina's spirits. She had hoped to catch up over drinks, but it seemed she had expected too much. After all, he had already made time to pick up and care for the child, no small feat given his busy schedule. Jet-lagged, Dina succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep from dusk until dawn. Kalbami, wake up, wake up. Fat little August was already awake, tugging at her arms, pinching her ears, and playfully blocking her nose. Kalbami is so sleepy, Dina mumbled half asleep, turning over and hugging the little one close. Kalbami, I'm hungry, little August whispered in her ear. Startled awake, Dina sat up abruptly, her eyes still bloodshot, but her mind clear. What do you want to eat? Kalbami will make it for you. Breakfast was steak and toast, accompanied by a glass of milk. Though Osiris had urged her to return to show O group promptly, Dina had another essential matter to attend to after being away for 5 years. She dressed Ira neatly in a formal suit and gave him a bouquet, making him look like a ring bearer at a wedding. Kalbami, where are we going? Ira asked repeatedly on the drive. Dina didn't answer until they arrived at a villa. Kneeling down, she earnestly instructed, when we go inside, call the elders grandpa and grandma, and the younger ones aunt and uncle, understood? Ira replied uncertainly, who are they? It wasn't surprising Ira lacked such knowledge. He had lived abroad most of his life, knowing only Kalbami and uncle, without any other relatives. They're the people who raised me. Dina pressed the doorbell, her eyes clouded with emotion. Though they had disowned her and she wasn't a biological daughter of the Gu family, the 20 years of nurturing deserved recognition. Soon, the servant recognized Dina and exclaimed in astonishment, young miss, you didn't die? Hello, Aunt Ivy. Waiting outside the iron gate, the servant rushed back into the villa to report, Sir, Tasha, young miss is back. After a half-hour wait, Aunt Ivy returned, guiding Dina into the house. In the living room, the aged Gu parents, Verity glaring daggers, and Jacob looked shocked. Seeing the stack of documents and photos on the coffee table, Dina sensed something was amiss. Those photos included images of her, Ira, and scenes from her life abroad. Embarrassed, Zoe glanced at Dina and then at the child beside her, hesitantly asking, Odessa, is this your child? After 5 years, Zoe's hair was grayer, her eyes red from crying. Despite not being a biological daughter, Dina had always been close to her. Raised from infancy, the bond between them transcended blood relations. Nudging Ira, he bowed respectfully, Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Uncle. His politeness received no response from the Gu family, only a furious outburst from Gu Argyle, who slammed the table, demanding, where did this child come from? The sudden noise startled Ira. Noticing Verity's triumphant smirk, Dina realized that during her wait outside, Verity must have prepared a smear campaign against her. She hadn't come here for reprimands or to plead for acceptance into the Gu family. Glancing at Jacob, she placed the gift on the table. Whose child this is, none of your business. Before our engagement, I was pushed off the cruise ship by your beloved daughter Verity. This debt, I will reclaim. Fadis. Before Dina finished, Verity stood up, tearing dramatically, Jalen, see? I told you she has ill intentions, trying to cause trouble. Verity had compiled extensive materials portraying Dina as a mistress with an illegitimate child, now tied to Show O group. Naturally, Gu Argyle believed Verity, who was his biological daughter. Kalbirover, Dina had wandered abroad for years, returning suddenly with a child, which raised suspicions about her motives. How could I have misjudged you? I thought you were a well-behaved girl, but you've disgraced us and defamed Nellie. Red-faced and shouting, Gu Argyle pushed aside Zoe's attempts to calm him. Fadidal August clung to Dina, eyes wide with fear. Knowing her words would fall on deaf ears, Dina hugged the child tightly. Believe what you will. I won't return. This visit marks the end. As she took Ira's hand, Verity interrupted, Sister, you're cutting ties with the family? Your parents are old, can you be so heartless? All these preparations, just to prevent her return, utterly disgusting. Coldly, Dina stepped out, the gift box flying behind her as Gu Argyle bellowed, We have no daughter as disgraceful as you. Get out. Never come back. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone and structure. Let me know if you need further assistance. Chapter 5, Can We Talk? Her steps faltered, showing no immediate reaction, but it was little Ira who turned around and glared back. Dina had thought that this visit to the Gu family would give her closure, but she didn't expect to feel so emotionally overwhelmed again. Kalbami, they're all bad. The little one, noticing Dina's dejection, mimicked how she used to comfort him as a child, patting her gently. Seeing his endearing gesture, Dina felt a stirring in her heart and leaned down close to the small bundle of joy. It's okay, as long as I have you, I own the whole world. What did it matter to her now what the Gu family thought? Since being cast aside by them 5 years ago, Dina decided never to concern herself with them again. Fortunately, at that time, her biological parents came to her rescue, otherwise, she wouldn't know how much hardship she might have endured. After a day of rest, it was already the next morning when she headed for Oshi Group. Wearing a white floral blouse paired with flared trousers and black high heels, Dina looked elegant yet professional. Arriving at Oshi Tower spiritedly, she found someone waiting outside the main entrance. It was Jacob, standing in the cold wind, occasionally rubbing his hands. They had met hastily yesterday, and seeing him today face to face, Dina noted he had changed very little from 5 years ago. His hair fell 2 inches above his brows, with thick eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes that made him look much younger and energetic than his actual age of 30. Dina subconsciously slowed her pace and stopped before Jacob. You're looking for me? Her voice was steady, betraying no ripple of emotion inside her. Once upon a time, she had deeply loved Jacob, but after learning he had married Verity on TV, her heart turned to ashes from that moment on. Facing the old friend, Jacob took 2 urgent steps forward, trying to grasp her. Odessa, listen to my explanation. At first, they said they'd get married and then find you because the appearance had to be maintained, so I... Without a second thought, Dina sidestepped, displaying a measure of caution on her face. I don't want to know. No matter what excuses they gave, during those 3 months while she recovered in the fishing village, who had ever come looking for her? Desperately going to the police station to inquire about missing persons, she discovered that they hadn't even filed a report. The whole family rejoiced, assuming she was dead, without holding a funeral. Jacob's hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure where to put it, for he genuinely wanted to apologize to Dina. Yet, Dina remained indifferent, walking past him. Don't come looking for me in the future. I've severed ties with the Gu family, let alone you. A faint whiff of fragrance passed through the air, making Jacob's heart wrench painfully. Growing up together with Dina, memories of their sweet times flashed through his mind like fragments of a movie. To benefit his family and maintain appearances, he chose to marry Verity. Time had changed everything. The person he loved was now a complete stranger. He didn't want this, he couldn't bear to let go. Odessa. Jacob rushed forward, abruptly grabbing her hand. Give me one more chance. Even if we can't be husband and wife, can we at least be friends? Trying to pull away, Dina found his fingers clamped down like iron. Stubbornly, he pleaded, Odessa, can we talk? Let go. Dina was angry and frustrated, unable to free herself. She only had hate for the Gu family and Jacob. There was no room for any sentiment or friendship between them. Odessa. As Jacob begged, another deep voice intervened. Is our senior consultant here to fall in love or to work on products? Both turned to see a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the small plaza. An assistant opened the door, revealing a man with an upright posture, dressed in formal attire down to his polished leather shoes. He fastened the button on his suit jacket as he stepped out, exuding an aristocratic charm that could grace the silver screen. Stunned momentarily, Dina clarified while still held by Jacob, Mr. Foddy, you misunderstand. I have no relationship with him. If possible, please contact legal affairs. Dina didn't want to leave a bad impression on her first day at the company. But Jacob, defensive like a territorial animal, retorted angrily to Osiris, who are you to interfere in my business with Odessa? Osiris frowned slightly, his hawk-like eyes narrowing. You sure have some nerve. Daring to challenge him right under his nose. Dina wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Steadily striding over, Osiris seized her other hand, asserting his claim. She's the scientist I hired for $1,000,000 salary. Got it? Standing almost equal in height over Dina, both men locked eyes, seemingly sparks flying between them. Looking at Osiris's face, Jacob suddenly recalled the documents presented by Verity before old Gu. Was this man indeed the leader of the Foddy family and its youngest heir, Osiris? Boss Foddy? Realizing this, Jacob's confidence waned, and he loosened his grip on Dina. Come. Osiris pulled Dina into Oshi building. Despite his title of Chief Technology Officer, his wrists were surprisingly slender, leaving space even when wrapping around hers. Dina hadn't expected Osiris's interference, watching his broad back feeling a mix of safety and embarrassment. Sorry, Mr. Foddy. You've been inconvenienced. Knowing it's a trouble, stay away from such people in the future, Osiris remarked, stopping suddenly. Following his steps closely, Dina bumped into his back unexpectedly when he halted. The pleasant scent of juniper, familiar yet oddly comforting, wafted from him. As Dina prepared to apologize, Osiris released her hand. Suddenly, a clear, joyful voice rang through the lobby. Brother Hamza, good morning. Recognizing the voice, Dina rubbed her forehead, seeing the timid girl from yesterday greet Osiris with a bright, innocent smile, throwing herself into his embrace. Around her neck dangled a jade phoenix pendant, glowing and warm. This translation maintains the original tone, structure, and narrative style of the text, ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 6, Crying Children Get Candy. Why are you back at the company again? Didn't we agree to have dinner tonight? Osiris's towering figure stood in stark contrast to the petite girl beside him. Melinda had never felt more like a woman who needed protection and support, embodying the saying, a delicate little bird. She silently took 2 steps back, not wanting to be a third wheel when others had a moment of affection that made her envious. With Savannah in her life, she had never thought about getting married, things would just take their natural course. Melinda entered the elevator first and was assigned to the office by HR, where she worked on organizing documents until 10 o'clock. The research on free radicals was a new project under OSHA Group, and she needed to submit a proposal to the upper management. Being the first to arrive in the conference room, she adjusted the projector and stood in front of the screen, waiting nearly 20 minutes for the various senior executives from SHIOU to gradually arrive, including Osiris. He was still dressed in his black suit paired with a pristine white shirt, sitting composedly as ever, exuding an aloof and distant demeanor. Unconsciously, Melinda glanced at him a couple of times before clearing her throat. What you see here is the structure of free radicals in our bodies. Free radicals can also be referred to as reactive oxygen species, which cause damage to the body and accelerate aging. They arise from excess metabolic products in the body and may also be caused by poor lifestyle habits. Our developed DPHH can effectively eliminate and inhibit these free radicals. She spoke confidently in front of the screen, explaining clearly with self-assurance, her eyes steady and focused, radiating an indescribable charm. After concluding her presentation, applause filled the room. Melinda glanced at Osiris, noticing the faint upward curve of his lips, though he still looked impassive. Unable to decipher the CEO's thoughts, she withdrew her gaze and bowed. When the room quieted down, Osiris lifted his long, elegant fingers. You can proceed to the research lab now. I want to see results for the summer collection. Was this approval for the proposal? Melinda left the conference room with her tablet, only to unexpectedly bump into a curious girl waiting outside, peering in. The girl seemed fond of fresh and simple outfits, wearing a pink dress, pulling at its hem, with her hair tied up in twin buns and adorned with ribbons. She hastily stepped back, her soft voice tinged with nervousness. Why, hello. Melinda smiled back, turned around, and walked away, but couldn't help wondering about the girl's behavior. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, her actions seemed those of someone inexperienced and naive, like a child leaving the protective care of her parents for the first time. Before she had taken more than a few steps, the girl caught up. I'm Iona, Osiris's fiancée. Your presentation earlier was really impressive. Oh, thank you, replied Melinda as she slowly entered the office and started packing her things into her bag. Her workplace was not here but at the suburban research base. Notebooks, files, water bottle, charger, she methodically packed them away. Iona placed her milk tea on the desk, behaving submissively and eager to please. If I were as competent as you, it would be wonderful if I could assist Hamza in his work. Melinda paused, glancing at the cup of milk tea, puzzled. It's for you, Iona said, smiling innocently with pearl-like teeth. Melinda remained frozen, reflecting on how she might have been similarly naive and sweet if she hadn't experienced her near-death 5 years ago. Back then, she had believed in human goodness without a hint of cynicism. Recalling this, Melinda looked from the milk tea to Iona's radiant face and finally to the phoenix jade pendant hanging from her neck. A wave of emotion swept over her. I have a pendant just like yours, but I accidentally lost it. Finished speaking, she lowered her gaze and resumed working, unaware that upon hearing her words, Iona's pupils contracted sharply, and she quickly clutched the pendant. Why you too? Her voice trembled softly, feeling the cool jade in her palm. And when did you lose it? On a flight, just a few days ago. Melinda zipped up her bag, double-checking for any missed items. To her, the incident seemed trivial, but Iona felt as if needles pricked her back. The jade pendant she possessed had been found on the plane. So, this expert before her was the original owner? This jade was a family heirloom of the Fadi family. According to legend, it was passed down from an imperial concubine in the Qing dynasty, holding immense significance. Iona recognized the jade, so she had kept it for herself. But she couldn't understand why Osiris, who used to be cold toward her, had suddenly changed his attitude all because of the jade. Anxious and uneasy, Iona watched intently as Melinda gathered her belongings. At that moment, Iona, looking like a frightened rabbit, stared at Melinda defensively, her eyes welling with tears. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Melinda was utterly confused. What was going on? Just as Melinda was perplexed, a tall figure rushed into the room and pulled Iona into his arms without hesitation, his piercing gaze landing on Melinda as if ready to kill. What did you do to Kaylee? Melinda was thoroughly bewildered, feeling like misfortune had befallen her out of nowhere. Confronted with Osiris's chilling glare, she had no idea what was happening since Iona seemed to be having some sort of mental breakdown. Amidst the tension, Iona clung tightly to Osiris's suit jacket, her teary eyes displaying vulnerability. Hamza, I don't like her, I don't. How could this woman be the owner of the jade? And now she was close to Hamza. Iona was terrified that Osiris might discover her lies. Terrified that this woman would steal Osiris's favor. Looking like a frightened rabbit, she elicited pity. But Osiris remained unmoved, his fingers brushing against the jade pendant on her neck. He addressed Melinda in a low voice. Are you not leaving yet? Yes, I am. Melinda slung her bag over her shoulder, giving Iona one last glance. I can't confront, but I can avoid, right? Crying children get candy after all. She was speechless at the bizarre situation. As Melinda left, Iona's heart calmed somewhat, her fingers gripping Osiris's clothes tightly. She feared that letting go might mean losing the love and protection she had struggled so hard to gain. It's all right, don't be scared, Osiris gently patted her shoulder. 5 years ago, I promised to take responsibility for you. I won't let anyone bully you. If you don't like her, she won't appear before you again. 5 years ago? What happened 5 years ago? Not only was Iona not comforted, but she felt even more guilty. There must be something between Osiris and that expert that she didn't know about. Chapter 7, I'll hand over her ashes to you. Dina left the Usha group and headed to the outskirts by car to meet her assistant, Jeannie. Seeing her stern expression, Jeannie approached her, examining from all angles. Sister Odessa, what happened? Who upset you? Let me teach them a lesson. Despite being petite, Jeannie's posture suggested she was ready for a brawl. The girl was 2 years younger than Dina, with a straightforward and boisterous personality. Would you hit your Rahim? Dina recalled how Osiris had protected his girlfriend in the office, and her anger still hadn't subsided. Loving one's girlfriend was fine, but he couldn't be so blind to right and wrong, could he? Iona was strange too. How had she bullied Dina? She started crying after just a few words. If she loved to cry so much, maybe she should go home and suck her pacifier. Before Jeannie could mock her further, Dina had already opened the door of the research lab. We have a tough task ahead. Let's get to work. This is about our research team's reputation. Returning to the country with great fanfare, she needed achievements to justify her 5-year dedication and her mentor's expectations. With the nanny hired by her eldest brother looking after Ira, she wasn't worried about anyone caring for her child. Thus, she immersed herself fully in work for over a week. Jeannie couldn't keep up and asked for leave, leaving only Dina and 2 security guards in the vast, empty lab. Meanwhile, at Liu family mansion. The opulent mansion had an airy living room where Verity sat restlessly, growing more anxious as the night deepened. Have you confirmed it? Before the phone even rang, she answered hastily. She's definitely there, right? Get inside somehow. I don't want her leaving alive. Did Dina think she could escape this time? 5 years ago, Dina not dying prevented Verity from marrying Jacob in her place. Now that Dina had returned, Verity feared she might uncover something incriminating, leading to her own downfall. So, Dina had to die. Who said they could leave alive? Drunken Jacob entered without warning, stumbling into the house before collapsing on the sofa. Startled, Verity quickly ended the call. Maintaining her composure, she walked up to him and complained, "Why did you come home drunk again? Look at the time. Have you been avoiding me?" Annoyed, Jacob shoved her away. What's wrong with drinking? Every business deal involves alcohol. Isn't it the same for you with investors? Unlike you, I didn't let my ambiguous photos become a laughingstock. Verity sensed the anger and sarcasm in his voice. Jacob, what do you mean? Performing for the crowd, understand that. I wanted fame, and I asked you to help me achieve it. Did you? Her intention was to provoke him, but instead, Jacob stood up unsteadily and roared, "That's right. I've been thinking about her. If not for your family forcing me, I never would have married you." A thunderclap echoed outside as the room fell silent like after a bomb had landed. Verity stared at the flushed Jacob, unable to believe what she'd heard. You didn't want to marry me? Did this man know what she had done to become his wife? Drenched in blood, she had won back the Gu family's favor, becoming the legitimate heir and gaining a strong backing to stand beside him. But she didn't realize Jacob's feelings. Back then, he was confused and moved on after Dina's death, burying his emotions deep within. However, when Dina reappeared, he realized he had never forgotten her. Time had not healed the wounds. Divorce. With his temples throbbing, Jacob's mind was unusually clear. Staring at Verity, he enunciated each word clearly. I want to divorce you. Ah. Verity screamed hysterically, pounding on Jacob with her fists. Do you have a conscience? I've been married to you for 5 years. You still think of that bitch? I'm your wife. Jacob grabbed her hands as she continued to rant. Want a divorce? Not happening. You miss her? Fine. I'll hand over her ashes to you, happy? What ashes? Jacob, now sober, nearly crushed Verity's hand. What have you done to her? He had always revisited that fateful night. The story of Dina falling into the sea was solely Verity's version. After Dina returned, Verity had specifically dug up negative stories about her to present to the elder Gus. This made Jacob suspect her intentions. Hearing her venomous words now, he felt an immediate alarm. Verity, realizing she had slipped, paled and avoided his gaze. So what if I cursed her? You're married and still thinking of other women. What right do you have to blame me? Logically, Jacob had overstepped. Loosening his grip, he ascended the stairs in a daze. Think about the divorce. Fuming, Verity deleted the call record and clutched her phone, her hatred intensifying. Just wait. After tonight, Dina would disappear forever. At Usha Group's brightly lit president's office, another recipient of the call besides Verity. Osiris had no set working hours. His discipline was legendary. He often worked overtime, sometimes even pulling all-nighters. When the phone rang, he habitually put it on speaker while reviewing documents, only to be startled by the frantic voice. President Fadi. Bad news. Harmful gases have leaked in the Free Radical Research Lab, and Ainsley is still inside. Chapter 8, Are You Jailandi? Dina's circadian rhythm was in disarray. She remained steadfast at her post, adjusting the ratio of potentilla extract to water and dipropylene glycol, feeling inexplicably dizzy. Not taking it seriously, she matched the concentration to its optimal ratio and proceeded to add Centella Asiatica as well as essence. Watching the calendar on the desk thinning with each passing day, she knew time was running out. Shexo paid her a high salary to work here, and she was determined to deliver satisfactory results. But despite her best efforts, after drinking a cup of coffee, the dizziness only became more intense. Absent-mindedly looking up, she noticed smoke spreading beyond the glass wall. Ainsley. Where are you? Ainsley, hurry up. The security guard's voice echoed through the vast research lab. Dina guessed that there might be a fire, but since the smoke alarm hadn't gone off, it must be a gas leak. Harmful substances were inevitable in any research, and her experiment produced hydrogen sulfide, a flammable gas that is highly irritating and lethal when concentrated enough. Even with this thought flashing through her mind, she still remembered to save the data on the computer. I'm over here. She soaked a towel and covered her mouth and nose before rushing out of the lab. But the hydrogen sulfide had already silently infiltrated her lungs, weakening her legs after only a few steps. She fell to the ground. White smoke mixed with carbon dioxide enveloped her, and once again, fear of death crept into her heart. She couldn't die. She didn't want to die. There were so many things left to do, and Fat Little Twantuan was waiting for her to come home. With sheer willpower, Dina crawled bit by bit, through the corridor and into the spacious lobby. Seeing the door within reach, her energy reserves were nearly depleted. In her blurred consciousness, she seemed to see a tall figure running towards her. Instinctively reaching out, it felt like the cruise ship before her engagement party, where she had fallen into the sea. You, save me. Back then, how much she wished someone could pull her out of the water, and hoped it would be Freddy. How was she? Hydrogen sulfide poisoning, lung infection. How did this accident happen? An employee ordered takeout last night, which contained a suspect. Mr. Foddy, we are investigating. Dina felt someone carrying her, the pleasant scent of juniper surrounding her nose. Hearing muffled conversations, when she opened her eyes again, she was lying on a hospital bed. The glaring white ceiling, and her throat felt as if sand was lodged in it. Just waking up, she couldn't help but cough. A glass of water appeared before her. Janice's slender fingers holding the glass made a delightful sight. After coughing for a while, Dina struggled to sit up against the headboard, took the water cup, drank half a cup of lukewarm water, but the burning pain didn't lessen. Looking at Nolan's dark face, she tried to speak but pointed at her throat, indicating she was mute for now. Osiris's lips curled slightly before straightening out. In a formal tone, he said, the doctor said you'll recover after some rest. This counts as a workplace injury, so your medical bills have been taken care of, and you'll receive paid leave. Dina waved her hand, though Osiris's words were comforting, they weren't what she cared about. Osiris's deep brown eyes were icy, like a soothing announcer, the cause of the accident is still under investigation, likely intentional, and not related to you. Intentional. Dina nodded gently, her gaze dimming. Having just returned from abroad, someone couldn't wait to try and kill her. No rush. Her older brother was investigating the details of the cruise ship incident. It shouldn't be long before everything comes to light. By staying low, it led certain people to believe she was helpless. Lost in thought, Osiris adjusted his shirt cuffs. I'm going back to the company. Contact my secretary if you need anything. High-profile promotion of new products coupled with casualties before release could cause severe economic losses and public pressure for Shex O. It appeared that the safety of the research room needed more attention. Osiris planned to assign a bodyguard to Dina. Walking out of the ward, he encountered a little ball running down the corridor, crashing into his leg. Ouch. The little guy's sudden impact made him unsteady, but Osiris stood firm. The small child tumbled backward and landed on the tiled floor. Fat Little Twantuan, slow down. The doctor said Sister Odessa is fine, no need to panic. Fat Little Fish caught up and lifted Savannah. The little boy rubbed his head, his big black eyes looking up at Osiris. Staring at each other, big and small. The little one tilted his head, glancing at the ward behind Osiris, eyebrows furrowing and then smoothing. This person came out of Mom's ward, and even got there earlier than him. Daring to guess, he blinked innocently, asking in a babyish voice, "Are you Daddy? Jalendy?" Osiris was momentarily confused. He just felt that this kid looked very familiar, as if seen somewhere before. Standing nearby, Fat Little Fish almost collapsed upon seeing Osiris, quickly picking up Savannah. Don't just go recognizing people randomly. Holding on to Savannah, Fat Little Fish managed a strained smile. Mr. Foddy, don't take it personally. This is Sister Odessa's child, named Fat Little Twantuan, 4 years old. To think Dina already had a child, he couldn't tell. Osiris usually remained cold toward everyone but couldn't resist feeling closer to this little rice dumpling. Bending down, he stared closely at the little bundle. Don't you have a father? Savannah was upset, lifting his head and pouting. Of course I do, many people want to be Twantuan's daddy. If you like my mommy, I can allow fair competition. Cauldroning light streamed in from the window, coating them both in a golden glow, like a warm family painting. Chapter 9, You must take responsibility for my mama. Fair competition? Osiris raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips. Of course. My mama is beautiful and amazing, there are so many people who like her. Fat Little Jeffrey stretched out his little arms as far as they would go, speaking with firm conviction. Osiris stared at Axel's rosy little face, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He did not press further. Uncle has a girlfriend. Your mother and I are just colleagues. Fat Little Jeffrey was taken aback, blinking his big eyes. Oh. He lowered his head, thinking seriously for a moment, then lifted his small head again. Uncle hasn't gotten the little book yet with your girlfriend, right? The little book? Marriage? How do you know? Osiris wasn't sure where his patience came from as he continued talking with the child. Because Mama said, people with the little book wear rings. Osiris paused, looking down at his own fingers. Your girlfriend isn't as amazing as my mama. Fat little Jeffrey puffed out his tiny chest proudly. Don't cry when you miss out. Osiris couldn't help but laugh. Lara's hair seemed to stand on end as she quickly pulled Axel back into her embrace, pressing his head down and bowing deeply to Nolan. I'm sorry, Mr. Foddy. Kids say things without thinking. Good heavens. Will I see Sister Man alive today? On one side, Lara's heart was pounding while Osiris calmly withdrew his gaze. Just a kid. He gave some instructions regarding Dina and then left. Axel watched Osiris's retreating figure and suddenly let go of Lara's hand, running after him. Lara inwardly screamed as she saw the chubby little hand grabbing onto Osiris's sleeve. High-end tailored suits cost a fortune. The chubby little hand tugged and pulled harder. Uncle, my mama got injured at work. You must take responsibility for her. Axel's big, watery eyes looked at Osiris pitifully as he clenched his fists in anxiety. Take responsibility? Osiris glanced at his watch, then crouched down to look eye to eye with the little boy. Don't worry, the company will compensate your mother. In the hospital room. Dina was lost in thought. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked over. Jeffrey came, What she saw included not only Jeffrey and Lara but also a tall figure. Lara made a desperate expression and sliced her finger across her throat. Mr. Foddy? Why is this man back? With her son? Osiris's faint smile was barely visible on his face. Your son dragged me here to discuss compensation. Dina's expression twitched, as if someone had fed her a fly. She widened her eyes. This little rascal actually tricked her. Jeffrey, come here, let Mama hug you. Standing at Osiris's feet, Axel looked up at Dina, pouting. Mama is scary. Learning to be coquettish with strangers now? Dina felt exasperated by the kid's behavior. She signaled to Lara, who promptly handed her son to her. Knowing his mother was hurt, Jeffrey didn't move recklessly, just batting his eyes innocently at Osiris. Dina hurried to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Foddy. I apologize for the disturbance. Osiris shook his head, his thin lips parting slightly. Paid leave and compensation will be provided by the company. You should focus on getting well now. Man up. Uncle must take responsibility. Axel chirped in his childish voice. Osiris paused mid-step and turned his head. All right. Bye-bye, Uncle. And Thanazu waved his small arms and blew kisses. Just as Osiris reached the stairs, he heard Dina roar. Axel, you little rascal. The little guy shrank his neck. Mama, I'm sorry. Dina's smile faded, poking his forehead gently. How can you talk to strangers like that? It's impolite. Jeffrey nuzzled against her, pouting. What does Mama think of Uncle Foddy? Uncle Foddy? He matches up to Mama, especially since he's just as handsome as me. Axel's big, bright eyes sparkled, his little hands cupping Dina's cheeks. Fadak my daddy. Dina froze, all her anger turned into tenderness. Jeffrey had always lacked paternal love, thus craving it even more. She hugged her soft little body tightly, patting his back, feeling guilty. Jeffrey, Osiris is not your daddy, but Mama promises to help you find your daddy. Jeffrey blinked, hugging her even tighter. Mama is sick, Jeffrey hugs. Mama won't be in pain. The chubby hand rubbed her soft hair, acting all grown up. Dina kissed his cheek. Rest assured, Mama won't be in pain. Colby and son stayed together like that until the little one fell asleep. Lara laid Axel on the sofa beside them, and Dina watched him lovingly, her gentle gaze turning bitter. For 5 years, she and Jeffrey depended on each other through thick and thin, hardships that she would never forget. To protect Jeffrey, she wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to harm her. No one would escape her wrath. At the Liu family manor. I understand. If anything else happens, contact me immediately. After hanging up the phone, Jacob's forehead veins bulged as he clutched his phone tightly. A fist slammed onto the table, scattering papers and scaring the servants into bowing their heads. His hand braced against the desk as he leaned back, grinding his teeth. Call Verity to my office. Yes, sir. Verity was shopping with a friend when she received the call, feeling a bit excited at first. But when she returned to the Liu mansion and timidly entered the study, the atmosphere was suffocating. Dina is in trouble. Jacob's voice was icy. Her heart tightened, and she subconsciously gripped her purse, her voice trembling. How would I know? Do you have anything to do with what happened to Dina? Jacob struggled to suppress his rage, his voice laced with a heavy threat. He had never lost control like this before, envy and hatred burned within him. What does her mishap have to do with me? Jacob suddenly stood up, grabbed Verity's collar, and slammed her against the wall. Do you think I don't know your schemes? His tone was chillingly cold, almost venomous. Verity trembled uncontrollably. Jacob's expression looked like he wanted to tear her apart. I said no, and it's no. Jacob, I am your wife. You're siding with outsiders. Accusing me unjustly. Verity's face turned red with anger, tears threatening to spill as she rushed to hit him. Wife? Janice laughed bitterly. I'll have the lawyer draft a divorce agreement. Jacob, have no wife like you. With those words, Jacob stormed out, leaving Verity crumpled on the floor in a miserable heap. Mixed emotions of resentment, hate, and jealousy flooded her mind. Verity's eyes turned sinister, glaring at the floor. Why should Dina get such favor from Jacob? She would kill her. Tear her apart into pieces. Translation completed. #### Chapter 10, If only there was an uncle to protect Kalbami. The next day. Fallon just woke up, and the first thing she saw was a white ceiling. Are you awake, Lansu? How are you feeling? A gentle male voice rang in her ear, causing Fallon to startle. Indeed, she saw a familiar face. Jacob, why are you here? Jacob furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern. I heard you were sick, so I wanted to come and stay by your side. Upon learning about her injury, Jacob had immediately found out which hospital and ward she was in. Fallon lowered her gaze, hiding her emotions as she coldly replied, I have hands and feet of my own, I don't need anyone to keep me company. But you're a patient now, Lansu. Please don't be so stubborn. I said, I don't need you. Fallon shot him a cold glance. His insincere tone made her feel sick. Jacob's face stiffened, the distance and coldness from the person before him threw him into a panic. Please, give me a chance to explain. Explain? Explain how well you've been living these past few years in Imperial City. Fallon's sarcastic words struck hard. She tried to get out of bed but suddenly felt a grip on her wrist. She glared at him coldly. What are you doing? Lansu, my heart has always belonged to you. Jacob's eyes revealed his suffering. Just say the word, and I'll divorce Nellie immediately. Fallon frowned, trying to shake off his hand but to no avail. Whether or not you divorce is none of my business. Don't use me as an excuse. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Her patience had reached its limit. Hearing such nauseating words early in the morning was unbearable. Jacob still wanted to say more, but Fallon wasn't interested. I told you, I don't want to see you. Get lost. Each word hit Jacob like a hammer to his chest. Reluctantly, he left. As the elevator door opened, Horace came out with Bar, chatting merrily. Upon seeing Jacob, he quickly turned somber and left with Bar. Inside the room, Fallon's dark mood vanished as soon as she saw Bar's smiling face. She leaned down, close to the child, and gently sniffed. The little guy smelled of milk, a scent that comforted her the most over the past 5 years. However, why did it take you so long to come, brother? Am I not worth much as a sister? Horace adjusted his glasses, his presence imposing even though he tried to hide it. Don't talk nonsense. I went to find a school for Bar yesterday, and I only received the news late last night. So that was it. Fallon smiled and pinched her precious son's ear. How was the school, Bar? Did Uncle find a good one for you? The little boy tilted his head and nodded obediently. It's so much fun, Mommy. The teacher taught us to dance too. Really? Can you show Mommy? Sure. Fat little Bar giggled and wiggled, hopping around like a lively little treasure. The atmosphere in the room warmed up instantly until Lara brought breakfast. Bar eagerly waddled over. Thanks for all your efforts, brother. Fallon looked at Horace gratefully. Over the past 5 years, if not for this brother taking care of her son, she wouldn't have dared to close her eyes. Upon returning to Imperial City, since Bar wasn't old enough, Horace had found the best preschool for him, allowing Bar to adapt before starting elementary school directly. Brother, any progress on the cruise incident from back then? On the night of her engagement to Jacob, Fallon had been pushed off the cruise by Verity, falling into the sea. For 3 years, she suffered immensely, wandering with Bar, only to be recognized by her birth parents in the 4th year. During those nights, she often woke up screaming from nightmares, almost drowning again and again in that ocean. Horace's expression turned grim. He shook his head. I've already sent people. I will inform you as soon as there's any news. For half a year, they had secretly investigated, but there had been no progress. Fallon felt heavy-hearted. The cruise accident had been meticulously covered up, especially given it occurred at night. It was as if an invisible hand blocked all clues from reaching her. Perhaps others were involved in this murder plot. Brother, Fallon composed herself, looking at him seriously, since we can't find the murderer yet, I'll act according to my own plan. Horace frowned. Be careful and remember, brother is always here. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay. Fallon nodded, her expression calm. I must establish a foothold in Osha no matter what. Horace's gaze softened with pity. She had been working non-stop in the lab, forcing her to check into the hospital. Currently, Verity desired the Osha endorsement the most. Once Fallon succeeded in developing the new product, the endorsement issue would be resolved. I'll check out tomorrow. Time didn't wait for anyone, she had to race against time. Her current situation was perilous, a single misstep could mean destruction. Fallon clenched her fists. Anyone who bullied us will pay double. Her tone was calm, but the icy determination in her eyes showed her resolve. The next day, Fallon checked out with Horace's help. "Are you sure you're okay?" Horace asked worriedly. Fallon winked at him. "Brother, I know you're concerned, but don't worry." "But for Bar, I won't take unnecessary risks." Relieved, Horace nodded. "If anything happens, contact me anytime." "Got it." On the way back, Fallon received a call from Laura, informing her that the new lab setup was complete and ready for further experiments. Fallon immediately headed over. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the lab where staff were cleaning. Laura ran out wearing a lab coat, her eyes tearing up as she called out to Fallon. Aside from the first day, Laura had been handling everything alone. Despite her carefree personality, seeing Fallon return healthy reassured her greatly. "Don't cry." Fallon patted her head gently. "These past days have been tough on you, Laura." "I'm not afraid of hard work." Laura shook her head. "Have something to eat first." Seeing her pale complexion and lack of energy, Fallon packed 2 meals and handed them to her. "I bought some porridge. Have some to fill your stomach." "Thanks." Laura took the meal and sat down, eating slowly. "Oh, Laura, have the lab equipment been moved?" "They've already been transported, sister. These past days, the workload has been immense. You didn't need to come here." Fallon smiled. "No problem. Besides, I'd be bored otherwise. Just don't exhaust yourself. You can rest easy, sister." "I'm fine." After finishing her meal, Fallon changed into her lab coat. Her eyes became serious as she picked up a test tube to resume the DPHH research. Success was imperative. Another whole night passed. Fallon watched the gradually separating liquid in the test tube, her dry lips finally curving into a smile. She carefully held it, her bloodshot eyes glued to it. As long as the separated liquid didn't revert, she'd succeed. However, after a few seconds, the liquid inside transformed into another color. A tiny error meant failure. Fallon frowned, staring at the remaining small amount of liquid. Irritation surged within her. Ping! The test tube dropped to the floor. Fadiquid splattered everywhere, ruining the once pristine glass. Fallon sighed. She shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. However, her disappointment only lingered for a short while. Fallon quickly regained her spirits, took off her white lab coat, and glanced at the time. It was just after 6 in the morning. It was time to prepare to take Ira to school. She had promised the little one that on the first day after her discharge from the hospital, she would personally take him to school. After tidying up the laboratory equipment, Fallon grabbed her wallet and headed for the door. A cool breeze blew past, causing her to involuntarily pull her neck inward. Back home, the nanny had just finished changing Ira into his school uniform when she heard the door opening. The little guy immediately turned and rushed towards her. "Kalbimi, Kalbimi." The little boy called out with a sweet voice, clinging to her waist, cooing. Fallon squatted down and affectionately rubbed his soft, short hair. "You need to be good at school today, no mischievousness, okay? Kalbimi, don't worry. I'll study hard, get into a big school, and then go traveling with you." "Okay, mommy is waiting." Fallon held the little boy's hand as they got out of the car and walked to the school gate. Suddenly, Ira tugged on her hand, his little face scrunched up. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Fat little August looked up at her with large, black eyes sparkling. "Kalbimi, I dreamed about you last night." What kind of dream?" Fallon stopped walking, listening patiently. There was still some time before class started. "I dreamed that mommy was taken away by bad guys. I wanted to save mommy, but the bad guys were too strong, and I couldn't beat them." Fallon paused for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. She bent down and pinched his cheeks gently. "Silly, mommy will protect herself. It would be nice if there was daddy to protect mommy, like that uncle." Fat little August pointed to the other side. Following his finger, Fallon saw a Maybach slowly driving into view in the distance. Her gaze flickered. Wasn't that Osiris's car? Note, the translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, ensuring natural flow and continuity. Chapter 11, Truly Pampered Indeed. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to cover her face. But it was already too late. The car window lowered, revealing the sharp features of a handsome man with piercing, deep-set eyes. "It's Uncle Fadi." Fat little Bar exclaimed excitedly and sprinted over. Dina tried to stop him but didn't have the time. She watched as the little boy hugged Osiris's leg, lifting his head with an innocent, radiant smile. "Uncle Fadi." The little one's voice held a touch of surprise and excitement. Osiris's lips curved into a smile, and he bent down to pinch the child's cheek. Although he had no children of his own, he didn't dislike kids, especially this little one who always gave him an inexplicable feeling. Dina stood there, watching the two, a strange yet harmonious scene that felt almost familial. This odd sensation made her shudder, and she quickly regained her composure. "President Fadi." Dina stepped forward, maintaining professionalism as she pulled her son back. Was it really necessary for him to cling so much to a stranger? Had Bar missed fatherly affection that much? Fadi Sechan's gaze subtly swept over her before he spoke calmly. taking the child to school? Yes, Dina glanced at the time. Sorry, President Fadi, but my child will be late for school. I must go. With that, she gestured for Bar to hurry. As they walked, Dina could still feel someone watching her from behind. Turning around instinctively, she saw Osiris still standing there. She raised an eyebrow. What was he looking at? Osiris wasn't sure himself. He wasn't particularly interested in Dina, but watching her interact with her son made him pay more attention subconsciously. Noticing her glance, he realized it might seem inappropriate and nodded before entering his car. Little did she know, upon returning to the company, Dina met Osiris again. He had just left a meeting, followed by several capable assistants, his eyes exuding professional authority. How is the research progressing? Despite the few days she spent in the hospital, although Lara helped keep an eye on things, progress was slower without her direct supervision. To be honest, Dina admitted, it's a few days behind schedule, but it's still within control. I can show you the finished product within 3 days. Osiris nodded. Waiting 3 days was manageable. Do you have any plans for the product's future? Yes, I plan to invite overseas peers for collaboration to expand the product's reach. Dina had extensive connections abroad, cultivated over years of hard work. Encouraged by his silence, she continued, Bush's biggest competitor now is Huasheng. They've also hired world-class technical teams. We need to outdo them. So, besides the quality and effects of the product, we should emphasize its promotion heavily. At least make people remember the new product's name at first sight. Osiris seemed satisfied with her suggestions. What else do you have in mind? Instead of answering directly, a flash of something crossed Dina's clear eyes. Once the research is complete, I'd like to ask President Fadi for a favor. Osiris stared at her without immediate response, his eyes unreadable, deep and dark. Dina grew uneasy. Would he refuse? After a long pause, Osiris's deep black eyes narrowed slightly, and his thin lips parted to say, agreed. Really? Dina was surprised by how easily he agreed. Osiris only replied coolly, do your part well, Busha never fails to reward talent. Standing in place, Dina watched as Nolan walked away. Over the next 3 days, she immersed herself entirely in the lab. Finally, DPHH was successfully developed. Looking at the essence filled with bubbles in the flask under the light, she felt happy despite the delay. DPHH was an anti-aging skincare product, her forte. When she finally carried the sample to Osiris's office, she heard a melodic female voice inside. Pausing mid-knock, she guessed he was probably with his girlfriend. Should she interrupt? That wouldn't be polite, right? And Osiris seemed to be somewhat love-struck, easily swayed by whispers from Qingshu and Roxanne last time. As she hesitated, the door opened from the inside. A girl in a light blue dress walked out, with a ponytail and a pretty bow, brimming with youthful energy. Seeing Dina, she clearly froze, her eyes briefly showing a flicker of fear. Hello Miss Roxanne, I'm here to show President Fadi the sample. Dina waved the bottle in her hand, wanting to finish her task and leave quickly. She didn't want to upset this petite wife again. Yes, Qingshu and Roxanne responded and then turned to Osiris. Hamza. She gripped the doorknob, her soft voice tinged with panic, seemingly afraid of seeing her again. Dina found this odd. Why did Miss Roxanne react so strangely every time they met? Wanting to get through the process, she said to the hesitant Qingshu and Roxanne, if you're interested, why don't you stay and listen? Clearly uncomfortable with her alone with Osiris, even for work purposes, Qingshu and Roxanne surprisingly blinked happily. Really? Can I stay? Will it disturb you? Her doubtful gaze landed on Osiris, full of hope. She vaguely remembered her Hamza brother disliked having outsiders during business discussions. Previously, Qingshu and Roxanne couldn't even enter his office. Recalling the night 5 years ago, Osiris relented, it's fine, come in. Sure, President Fadi. Dina, uninterested in further small talk, stepped into the office first. Qingshu and Roxanne followed, sitting on a sofa laden with luxurious desserts, all recent internet hits. Remembering Bar's longing for these snacks, which were hard to get even through proxies, Dina saw them all now spread before Qingshu and Roxanne for her picking. Truly, the plot of a CEO romance novel come to life. Osiris was indeed very pampering. ####Chapter 12, Reunion at the Restaurant. Fallon moved her gaze back and placed the sample on the table. Mr. Fadi, this is the final DPHH. She paused, then nodded respectfully, please take a look. Osiris's eyes slightly narrowed as he reached out to pick up the bottle of essence. Not bad, efficient work. Janice's deep, resonant voice sounded. Fallon breathed a sigh of relief, thank you for your praise, Mr. Fadi. Before she could continue explaining, Iona suddenly walked over, grabbing Osiris's arm with her petite hand. Hamza, I want to see it too. Her voice was sweet and almost impossible to refuse. Fallon couldn't help but think in her heart, truly a rich miss. Kaylee, go back first, Osiris calmly pulled his arm away, though his face remained aloof, his tone had softened significantly. Fallon sighed inwardly, every move has its counter. Iona was reluctant but didn't say anything more, pouting as she left. No sooner had she gone than Osiris handed a document to Fallon. This project is under your responsibility. Fallon glanced down at it, it was about the subsequent promotion of the new product. What does Mr. Foddy mean? Fallon was a bit lost. The contract doesn't require me to do these things. With your status as a top researcher, you are undoubtedly our best golden nameplate. Of course, your salary will be doubled. With this, Fallon couldn't refuse. To get her on board, Usha had spent a lot, and double the salary was an astronomical sum. Who would turn down money? Fallon immediately accepted the documents. The speed at which her attitude changed brought a faint smile to Osiris's face, but he still reminded her in a stern voice, however, as compensation, I hope you can deliver results within a short period. Results within a short period? Osiris looked at the documents in Fallon's hands. After DPHH testing, it will be directly launched. As my Usha consultant, I don't want to hear any negative comments about you from anyone. His tone was serious and somewhat commanding. Fallon pursed her lips and agreed. Osiris's lips curled satisfactorily, then instructed, you've worked hard these days. You can leave early. Okay, Fallon replied. Walking into the parking lot, Fallon realized that Osiris was actually helping her. Although she had some achievements abroad, her domestic recognition was still not high enough. Osiris was preparing to help boost her visibility. Reflecting on this, she wasn't sure what to feel. As Fallon was pondering, her phone rang abruptly. Seeing the caller ID, she answered. Hello? Eldest brother. Lansu, are you done with work? Yes, Fallon fastened her seatbelt and applied lipstick in front of the mirror, of course. Horace's voice was gentle, allowing Fallon to relax completely. So, dinner together tonight? Sure, why would I reject a free meal from my brother? Fallon smiled. I've sent you the location via WeChat. Ending the call, Fallon picked up Ira and drove toward the destination. The restaurant Horace booked was at the Imperial Hotel. Imperial Hotel was one of the top hotels in the capital, reportedly part of the Foddy Group's assets. After entering the lobby, Fallon took the elevator to the 5th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. Fallon casually scanned her surroundings and froze when she saw Osiris and Iona. Her lips twitched involuntarily. How can I keep bumping into them everywhere? Osiris also noticed her. His gaze fell on Ira, his lips twitching slightly. Across from him, Iona was stunned, her fair face twisting momentarily. Why was Fallon here too? And who was the child in front of her? Something familiar about those features. Suspicion flashed across her face but was quickly hidden. Fallon didn't notice, just nodding in greeting before leading Ira to a nearby seat. Order whatever you like. Osiris pushed the menu towards Iona. Iona snapped back to her usual compliant self, thank you, Brother Hamza. Her voice was sweet and coquettish. Fallon watched their intimate interaction and felt an inexplicable resistance rise up in her chest. Hate the stench of lovey-dovey couples. Miss, for two. A server approached with a smile. There's another person on the way. These words fell directly into Osiris's ears, making him subconsciously wonder if it was Ira's father. Okay. The server meticulously arranged 3 sets of utensils and poured her a glass of water. She lifted the cup and sipped. Warm liquid soothed her throat, easing much of her fatigue. The server even squatted down to ask if Ira wanted juice, but the little one insisted on drinking water like his mom. Looking out the window, neon lights were visible. Tonight's weather was beautiful, stars sparse, the moon flawless. Fallon raised her head, looking at the starry sky and suddenly felt a twinge of loneliness. Are you alone, miss? A clear, pleasant voice interrupted Fallon's thoughts. Turning around, she saw a handsome young man standing beside her, dressed casually in a button-up shirt and jeans. This is your son. Pretty cute. Before she could speak, Nolan pinched Ira's cheek, startling the child who stared at him with wide eyes. Janice raised an eyebrow, looks like the kid has some spirit. Fallon instantly felt annoyed. Janice's frivolous attitude suggested he wasn't serious. Regardless of whether he was good or not, he shouldn't touch her son without permission. Sir, you hurt my son. Fallon spoke calmly, her phoenix-like eyes coldly staring at Nolan as if trying to kill him with a glance. Well, looks like temper is inherited, Nolan provocatively curled his lips, but I like it. He even winked at Fallon. Fallon frowned, displeased with Nolan. How did such a ruffian make it into the Imperial Hotel? Under the warm light, Fallon's delicate face seemed ethereal. To Nolan, her frown was merely a woman's tactic. He eyed her lecherously, you're very pretty. How about joining me, and I'll help ease the burden of raising a child. As he spoke, his hand reached toward her chin. Since he wasn't polite, Fallon didn't have to hold back. She grabbed his finger and twisted it backward. Ouch. Pain appeared on Nolan's face, veins popping up on his hand. Let go. Let go. Fallon huffed, not loosening her grip. Janice's forehead broke into a sweat from pain. Get lost. Timing was perfect. Fallon released him and wiped her hands with a napkin from the table. You, Janice clutched his reddened fingers, furious. You, a second-hand woman with a child, dare to act tough. I'm doing you a favor by chatting you up. This triggered her. Fallon sneered internally. Next moment, driven by anger, Nolan swung his fist at her forehead. Unable to dodge, she thought it was inevitable. However, the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she saw a long arm between them, stopping the punch. Osiris held Nolan's wrist, his eyes flashing with coldness. Sir, don't you think you're being too excessive? Chapter 13, An Old Acquaintance. Who the hell are you? Janice turned and glared at him angrily. Unrelated people, scram now or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Osiris's face remained calm, showing no extra emotion. That line should be directed at you. Janice's facial muscles twitched, a vicious look crossing his eyes. Damn it, I'm telling you, today I must teach this arrogant woman a lesson. With that, he started struggling. Osiris furrowed his brow but did not move an inch. Scram. Nobody saw what Osiris did, but Nolan immediately let out a painful howl. Ah, it hurts. Diners around them stopped eating and looked over curiously. Janice fell to the ground in a sorry state, one of his ankles swelling up with blood trickling down. Dina watched this scene, surprise appearing in her eyes. My foot. Janice cried out a few times as two other men rushed over to help him up, clearly flustered. You dared to hit me. Do you know who I am? He glared fiercely at Osiris, gaining confidence from his friends. His voice grew louder than before. Do you? Osiris asked back, curious. I'm Adamar Han, a student at Imperial Military University. My father is Adamar Mingbo. Try provoking me if you dare. Hearing this, Osiris raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're Adamar Mingbo's son. Osiris's tone lifted slightly. I wondered who you were. Do you know my dad? Adamar Han paused, then laughed arrogantly. Since you know him, just kneel and apologize to me right now, and I promise I'll let you off. Dina also understood why this man was so arrogant. The Adamar family was an upper-middle-class legal dynasty in the capital. Adamar Mingbo had considerable status in the legal world. Such a figure could indeed dominate a certain sphere. Adamar Han narrowed his eyes, leering at Dina. Besides, if you submit to me, I can guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about in the capital. Is that so? Dina didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. Of course, just spend one night with me, and I'll ensure you and your kid can do anything in the Empire. Adamar Han couldn't resist swallowing hard, eager to pounce on her. You dare. A male voice resounded loudly from behind the crowd. Uncle. Before anyone could react, Parker climbed into Horace's arms, hugging his neck and asking in a childlike voice, why did you come so late? Horace bent down and lifted him up, kissing his chubby cheek. Traffic was bad. Uncle brought you some treats. As he spoke, Horace magically pulled out a box of chocolates from his pocket. Wow. Long live Uncle. Parker happily nibbled on Horace's cheeks. Horace smiled, letting the child play on his face. Uncle, there was an ugly brute bullying Kalbami just now. Parker pointed at Adamar Han after turning his head. Adamar Han's face changed instantly as he glared fiercely at Parker. You little brat, who are you calling an ugly brute? Before he could finish speaking, Dina slapped him across the face. The crisp sound echoed, and Adamar Han's right cheek quickly turned red and swollen. Dina glared angrily. How dare anyone insult her child? Bitch, you actually dared to hit me. Adamar Han roared. Do you believe I can make your life miserable if I tell my dad? So, Adamar Mingbo has such power? Horace laughed coldly, his handsome face clouding over, emanating a chilling aura. Every word carried menacing intent. Adamar Han was frightened, stepping back involuntarily. Who are you? The tall, slender man with rimless glasses and dressed in pure black bespoke attire exuded exceptional grace. Tell your father I, Dev Lu, would like to chat over tea. Hearing those words, Adamar Han's legs gave way. Fluent Law Minister Dev Lu, a terrifying existence in the capital, even Adamar Mingbo mentioned him respectfully. So it's you. Adamar Han ran out of the restaurant trembling, but before leaving, he managed to muster some bravado. We will see each other again, wait for it. Watching him flee, Parker made a funny face. Uncle, this person is really annoying. The little boy wrinkled his nose. Don't worry, Uncle will deal with him. Horace's face regained its usual gentleness. Yeah. Parker suddenly shifted his gaze to Osiris's face and extended his small hand, saying in a childish voice, this uncle saved Kalbami and me just now. Before Dina could respond, Horace's pupils constricted. Hamza. Osiris raised his eyes, meeting a familiar face. Horace. They shook hands, both smiling. Dina was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at this scene, not understanding what was happening. But one thing was clear, Osiris knew her brother, and their relationship was extraordinary. Horace was always gentle and steady, not to mention the usually cold corporate executive. Yet now, they both had radiant smiles. After exchanging pleasantries, Osiris glanced over his shoulder. We'll catch up later. Following his gaze, Horace saw Iona sitting alone nearby, looking somewhat uneasy. On a date? Osiris remained silent, implicitly agreeing. Horace understood, patting Osiris's shoulder. Enjoy your time together. Let's meet another day. After Horace sat down, all the dishes were served. Surrounding diners resumed their activities as if the small incident never happened. Brother, you know CEO Fadi? CEO Fadi? So, you returned to China and joined Hamza's company. Horace sat down, folding his hands on his knees. What a coincidence. Seeing her puzzled expression, Horace explained slowly. He and Osiris were old acquaintances, having known each other since childhood, with a deep friendship. As long as he bullies you, tell your big brother, and I'll make him lose his entire business in Europe. Horace smiled, lips curling. Dina also curved her lips. Though it was a metaphor, he truly could do it. Judicial Minister Dev Lu, a well-known figure in the capital, was known for his strict work ethic and undefeated record. By the way, Odessa, I found something related to the cruise ship incident from years ago. Dina froze. The feeling of suffocation when pushed into the sea resurfaced. She struggled to control her emotions. Any progress? Yes. Horace nodded. That cruise ship was bought by a businessman surnamed Hua 5 years after your incident. Your family had some trade dealings with him. Upon hearing this, Dina's eyes gleamed. I'll continue investigating and update you when I have more. She pondered for a moment, replying calmly, I understand. Horace frowned, looking at her, unable to speak fully, feeling heartache. This was Dina's unresolved issue, a scar buried deep within her. Even if she appeared calm, it couldn't hide the profound pain and embarrassment within. Chapter 14, Is Kalbami thinking of Uncle Fadi? Dottie. Horace, worried she might be upset, wanted to say something. I'm fine, Melinda replied with a smile. It's good that there's news, and this lab incident is also a great opportunity. I'll find ways to investigate it myself. All right. Let me know if you need anything. When Melinda first had her trouble, Horace had already noticed the person behind the scenes. He had offered to give the Gu family a lesson, but Melinda refused. A minor conflict wouldn't solve anything and could easily alert them. She needed to gather all evidence step by step to completely bring down Verity. On the other side, Osiris glanced over at Melinda from time to time. She was Horace's sister, that did surprise him. Brother Hamza? Are you listening to me? Iona asked, biting her lip. Her hands under the table were tightly clenched. What did you say? Osiris finally noticed her. Forget it. Iona's smile was strained. So, Ainsley is Lawyer Dev's sister? Yes. Janice nodded, confirming it based on how Anthony called Horace. He had known for a while that the Dev family had a missing sister they had searched for many years. But he hadn't expected it to be her. Where had Melinda been all these years? And why did she suddenly return? Osiris pondered, unaware of Iona's rising emotions across from him. She clutched her necklace tightly, feeling a mix of envy and fear. Melinda actually had Horace as a backing force. Would it be easy for her to get close to Osiris then? No way. Iona clenched her teeth and glanced at her necklace. She mustn't let Melinda ruin her plan. Not even Melinda. In the evening. After dinner, Melinda returned home, holding Isidore gently. Her mind kept wandering back to the incident when Verity pushed her into the sea. That ship was eventually bought by someone surnamed Hua, and the Gu family reconnected with them. Could this event be related to the Hua family? Regardless, she needed to find this person surnamed Hua to get answers. Kalbimi. Isidore blinked his bright eyes, looking up at her. Why aren't you talking? I wasn't. Melinda snapped out of her thoughts, pinching his chubby cheeks. Are you tired today? Not at all, Isidore shook his head, wrapping his little arms around her neck. Is mommy unhappy? No. Lying. The little one pouted. Kalbami is tricking baby. Melinda couldn't help but laugh. I'm not sad, I was just thinking about work. The little one seemed to understand, then suddenly said, Is mommy thinking of Uncle Fadi? Cough, Melinda nearly choked. This kid had quite an imagination. Uncle Fadi protects mommy. Uncle Fadi is handsome. The little one tilted his head, gazing at her with adoring eyes. A handsome person like him would make a great daddy. Osiris is my Rahim, don't talk nonsense, Melinda ruffled his hair. Besides, didn't you see Uncle Fadi's girlfriend? Isidore looked displeased, burying himself in her chest and muttering that he disliked that auntie. Melinda chuckled yet felt somewhat amused and helpless. However, mentioning Osiris reminded her of the project meeting they had planned for the day after tomorrow. If successful, DPHH's promotion would definitely reach new heights. 5 days later. Melinda studied through the materials given by Osiris thoroughly. Sitting inside Osiris's car, she felt the intense pressure exuded by the CEO and couldn't help but feel nervous. Relax, Melinda. How prepared are you? Osiris asked lazily. Mr. Fadi, rest assured. I fully understood the details regarding the collaboration with the Colby family. Osiris smiled faintly. Do you think there are any issues with the proposal? Startled for a moment, Melinda quickly reacted, realizing Osiris wanted her input. With her current status as an advisor, she couldn't afford to be careless. The proposal balances sincerity and efficiency. Nothing seems off. Collaborating on makeup will attract young women, finding regular people for product reviews, giving away gaming merchandise, and collaborating with influencers, all great strategies. It can boost consumption and enhance customer loyalty for Osha. Osiris raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Melinda felt a shiver run down her spine, swallowing hard with a sheepish smile. What's wrong? Did she say something incorrect? Seemed unlikely. Osiris averted his gaze. You're spot on. This oppressive vibe from a domineering CEO was too much. Osiris spoke calmly, if you encounter any difficulties at their company, don't hesitate to ask me for help. Got it, Melinda nodded. They stopped at the base of Colby family's building. This was the chosen partner for Osha. Melinda followed Osiris into the elevator. Upon entering the conference room, Isaiah stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. President Colby, President Fadi has arrived. The assistant knocked. Isaiah turned, smiling exaggeratedly, arms wide open. Welcome, welcome. It's an honor to have President Fadi here personally. Osiris approached, shaking hands briefly. Thank you, President Colby. He introduced Melinda, this is our technical advisor. Melinda gave a polite nod. Hello, President Colby. Oh. Isaiah narrowed his eyes, studying Melinda with interest. Not bad. Truly outstanding choices you make, President Fadi. Osiris's eyebrows twitched, detecting the hidden innuendo. In the past, despite disdain for dirty tricks, he'd always maintained boundaries to avoid misunderstandings. But this time, his expression deepened slightly. Let's discuss the specifics of our collaboration now, President Colby. All right, all right. Though agreeing verbally, Isaiah's eyes still lingered on Melinda. Beautiful women were no rarity, but one with such refined beauty and elegant demeanor was indeed rare. If everything is fine, we can sign the contract now, Osiris gestured, and Melinda placed the pre-prepared document before them. This can wait, Isaiah forced a smile, pressing his palm on the contract. Coldness flashed in Osiris's eyes. Does President Colby have reservations? Not exactly. Isaiah didn't notice Osiris's change in demeanor, still focused on Melinda. He poured himself a glass of wine, casually saying, I've heard your focus has shifted elsewhere recently, so we should consider. As the top-tier game company in the capital, Colby family aimed to promote IP through this collaboration. Seeing his indecisiveness, Melinda grew impatient. Either agree or not. Why the procrastination? She slid the proposal towards him. President Colby, I believe you will agree. Her tone was firm, surprising Isaiah. Ainsley, so confident? Of course, she smirked. Osha's capabilities are evident. Even though the recent focus isn't on makeup, it hasn't weakened our strength. On the contrary, its reputation in the industry has only grown stronger. And, President Colby, you must have compelling reasons to choose Osha. #### Chapter 15, The Child in Trouble. Oh. Isaiah met her gaze. Her determined eyes seemed to have already seen through his thoughts. Before coming here, Dina had investigated the Colby Corporation. This multinational conglomerate was involved in a wide range of products. Especially mobile games, which were one of its pillar products. In recent years, with the rapid development of PC games, Colby Corporation gradually fell behind, and Isaiah felt a growing sense of crisis. He wanted to turn the tide with this cooperation but was also worried about being at a disadvantage. Dina looked at Isaiah's hesitant expression and smiled. I guess President Colby is waiting for a comeback opportunity. So, this cooperation is the only bet, Dina said slowly, tapping the proposal document with her finger. As soon as she finished speaking, Isaiah laughed heartily. Ainsley put it well. I do hope we win with our cooperation with Oshi. Not just hope, we will definitely win. Dina insisted, with absolute confidence. Isaiah's eyes flashed with interest but then returned to normal. Dina continued, President Colby, please review the proposal carefully. If you are satisfied, we can sign the contract. Isaiah's low laughter rang in her ears. I trust you. He handed the contract to Osiris, saying, sign it, President Fadi. Osiris quickly signed his name, appreciating Dina's speech earlier. Where did President Fadi find such an advisor? Isaiah smiled, now looking at Dina not just for her beauty. I wish to hire her for my company. Talk when you can make that happen. Osiris capped his pen and stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. Isaiah immediately raised his shoulders in surrender. You're still as stubborn, can't even take a joke. Pleasant cooperation. Osiris extended his right hand without answering. Isaiah smiled back and shook hands. Pleasant cooperation. Dina stood aside, listening to their conversation and heaving a secret sigh of relief. Back in the car. As soon as Dina sat down, Osiris suddenly said, your performance just now was excellent. Thank you, President Fadi. Dina smiled professionally. It's my duty. Osiris pressed his thin lips together, his eyes deepening slightly. Her abilities seemed even better than he had imagined. His phone suddenly vibrated. Dina glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Hello? Is this the parent of student Ira? The teacher on the other end sounded anxious. August fainted during class and is now at the City Central Hospital. Dina's face turned pale. I'll be there right away. Please take care of August. After hanging up, she grabbed her bag. President Fadi, please take me to the hospital. August is at the city central hospital. Okay. Osiris turned to the driver, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get there as fast as possible. Yes. The driver nodded and turned the steering wheel around immediately. What happened to the child? Halfway there, Osiris asked. Dina didn't respond, but her expression grew worse. By the time they reached the hospital, August was out of danger. Seeing the quiet little figure on the bed, Dina breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes turning red. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Ainsley, I'm really sorry, the teacher beside her said guiltily. I should have paid more attention to the child's condition. It's not your fault. Dina wiped away her tears. She had done her best by getting the child to the hospital as soon as possible. Sitting by the bed, Dina gently caressed August's chubby little face, gazing at his innocent sleeping expression. Her heart ached. No one knew how she had lived the past 5 years or how she had given birth to this child under such desperate circumstances. Because of her weak constitution and severe trauma, August wasn't as healthy as other children from the start and even developed myocarditis. A picture of the lively little boy flashed in Osiris's mind, and he felt a pang of sympathy. He took some tissues from the bedside table and offered them to her. Here. Dina turned in surprise, seeing the concern in his eyes. A soft spot in her heart melted. She sniffled. Thank you. Osiris remained silent until she calmed down. Has Ira had myocarditis since childhood? Yes. Dina lowered her eyes, her voice muffled. August didn't get enough nutrition as a child and had to move around with me. I've delayed his health. As she blamed herself, her resentment toward the Gu family and Jacob, who abandoned her, intensified. She hated her former self for being too weak and naive. Her fingers dug into her palm as turmoil raged in her heart. Suddenly, August opened his eyes slowly. Seeing Mom, he grinned widely. Kalbimi. Dina quickly wiped away her sadness and stroked the little guy's face. August, are you feeling okay? Fat little August blinked his big round eyes, shook his head, and touched the corner of her eye. Kalbimi, don't cry. August doesn't hurt. Dina's tears spilled over. Don't cry. August frowned, sighing like a little adult. Kalbimi, we agreed to be strong. Seeing you like this makes me sad. His words made Dina burst into laughter despite her tears. She lifted her sleeve to wipe her eyes and feign strength, lifting her chin. All right, I won't cry. Our August is the best. Yeah, August is the best, and Mommy is too. Good boy. The warm interaction between mother and son brought a smile to Osiris's lips. He felt a rare warmth. After the nurse finished the 4-drip, Osiris had the driver finish all the procedures. Looking at the sleeping little face, Dina quietly closed the door and bowed to Nolan in gratitude. Thank you, President Fadi. Reflecting on how absurd it was that she had ordered her Rahim to drive her to the hospital while worrying about August. Given Osiris's status, him not getting angry was already merciful. No problem. With a few taps on his phone, Dina received a notification that the company had granted her special permission to take care of the child. President Fadi. Dina didn't know what to say. Hadn't returned to the country for a long time, had domestic capitalists become so kind? Or was it because she was Horace's sister? Before she could think more, the driver had already stopped the car in front of her. Osiris bent to enter the car. No need to thank me, take good care of the child. A breeze blew, and Dina momentarily felt that the sharp and aloof aura surrounding him dissipated somewhat. This translation maintains the original structure and style of the text, ensuring fluency and naturalness while keeping the story coherent with previous content. Chapter 16, Setting a Trap. Elsewhere. Under the meticulous care of the hospital, Parkerin was discharged after just a few days of recuperation. On the way home, the little one chattered away in the back seat about how excited he was to return to school. He propped his chubby cheeks with his small hands, gazing at her expectantly as he softly called out, Kalbimi, can I go to school tomorrow? Yes. Fallon smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Tuanchuan was overjoyed and began boasting, great. Teacher Tao will be able to eat properly again when I'm back. Fallon couldn't help but chuckle. After they arrived home, she played with him for a while before urging him to take a bath and get ready for bed. The child nodded obediently but paused just before entering the bathroom. He suddenly tugged at her hand and said earnestly, Kalbimi, Uncle Fadi bought me treats at the hospital. You should thank him. Of course, Fallon teased, rubbing his little nose. Our Tuanchuan knows gratitude, you're Mommy's good baby. If only Uncle Fadi were Jailandi Tuanchuan, then Mommy wouldn't have to say thanks, the little one commented innocently. Startled by this, Fallon was momentarily speechless when the child added, Kalbimi, good night kiss. She leaned down and kissed him, noticing the innocent black eyes watching her intently. This little guy had learned to change the subject. Tuanchuan grinned, thank you, Kalbimi. Then, the little legs followed the nanny into the bathroom with a soft click of the door shutting behind them. Fallon returned to her room where the computer screen was still lit up. She reviewed the text on it repeatedly, ensuring everything was perfect. Tomorrow would be DPHH's launch day. She couldn't afford any mistakes. The next morning around 7 o'clock. A luxury car stopped in front of Kalbai Hotel. A tall man in a dark suit, looking aloof, pushed open the door and stepped out. His lean and graceful figure exuded nobility and sophistication. As he walked into the lobby, photographers swarmed around him. However, amidst responding to their questions, he caught sight of Fallon in a corner. Dressed in a pale purple knee-length evening gown that revealed her delicate collarbone and slender calves, Fallon looked elegant and enchanting. She seemed deeply focused, oblivious to the approaching man. "How are the preparations?" Osiris spoke up. Fallon lifted her head upon hearing his voice. For an instant, there was a flash of admiration in his eyes, while she merely smiled softly. "Everything is almost ready. Don't worry, I won't embarrass us," she assured him. To her, DPHH felt like her own creation, and she took every detail seriously. Osiris glanced at his watch. "It's about time. There are many media representatives today, so no need to be nervous." Fallon nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the venue was filled with guests and reporters eagerly waiting for the event to start. Being introduced by the host, Fallon walked onto the stage with a gentle smile. "Welcome to OSHA's new product launch amid your busy schedules." After a brief introduction, the press conference officially began. "Let me introduce this product first," she started. Watching the poised woman on stage, Osiris relaxed against his chair, fingers absently caressing each other. DPHH primarily targets the reduction of free radical oxidation. As Fallon spoke in her sweet voice, all spotlights focused on her. There are plenty of skincare products on the market claiming to reduce free radicals, but their effectiveness, as you might have noticed, is virtually non-existent. Free radicals accumulate inside the body, damaging cell membranes, particularly harming mitochondria and endoplasmic reticulum, ultimately leading to cellular aging and death. Our DPHH addresses this core issue. Her expert presentation elevated the tone of the event. Guests listened intently, and journalists bombarded her with questions, which she patiently answered. The press conference lasted an hour and a half, ending with thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone present was awed by her expertise and commanding presence. Osiris watched her from the audience quietly. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like countless stars, reflecting her clean and professional demeanor. Approaching him after descending the stage, Fallon asked, "How did I do, President Fadi?" "Very impressive." Osiris's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of admiration. Fallon smiled faintly. "So, what was the matter you wanted me to agree to initially?" he inquired curiously. Surprised by his memory and willingness to bring it up, Fallon hesitated for a moment before replying slowly. Back at the GU residence. Watching the live broadcast of the radiant Fallon, Verity gnashed her teeth in frustration. That wretched Fallon managed to create anti-aging serum? Not only as a consultant for OSHA. Cursed hussy. Verity spat hatefully, feeling infuriated. Why should Fallon get such opportunities easily? Despite trying multiple times, even a simple endorsement deal was out of her reach. Yet Fallon secured a multi-million-dollar project effortlessly. Feeling increasingly jealous and angry, she wished she could tear apart Fallon's smug face right now. "You can't let this go, Nellie," Xiaowan whispered beside her. They were both minor actresses struggling in the entertainment industry, and she knew all about the Gu family affairs. With venomous eyes, Verity replied, "I cannot allow her to take my opportunities." Suddenly, Xiaowan waved at Verity with excitement. "Nellie, look at this news." Initially irritated, Verity snatched the phone once she saw the headline. OSHA auditions for celebrity endorsers? Isn't this heaven sent? Eyes gleaming with greedy malice, Verity smiled wickedly. If she became the spokesperson for OSHA, what significance would a mere consultant hold? In the CEO's office of OSHA Group, Osiris sat in his executive chair, sipping coffee with his head lowered. Dark, thick lashes hid his deep gaze. "President, the mentioned Verity has passed the preliminary round," reported his secretary. Dismissed," he muttered after taking a sip of coffee. "Yes, sir." As the secretary left, the spacious office fell silent. Finishing his coffee leisurely, Osiris opened the chat with Fallon on his phone. "The promise I made to you can proceed." This translation preserves the original paragraph structure and line breaks, maintaining the story's flow and coherence. It accurately translates the characters' names using pinyin, e.g., Melinda as Fallon, ensuring a natural and fluent English version free of grammatical errors while keeping the original tone and style intact. Chapter 17, A Humorous Fiasco. "Thank you, President Fadi." Osiris's eyebrows arched slightly when he saw her message. His sharp, hawk-like black eyes narrowed. Fallon asked him to allow Bet to pass the initial screening. He knew the latter well. She was excessively pampered by her family and thought everything could be controlled within her hands. She had relentlessly pursued becoming the spokesperson for OSHA, which caused Osiris to detest hearing her name. Yet, he still agreed. He was even a little curious about what Fallon intended to do. After a long pause, he parted his thin lips and typed out a few words lightly, "Mind the company's image." On the day of the interview. Bet got out of a white BMW, wearing a black lace dress that highlighted her allure and sensuality. Paired with high heels, she shone even more brightly. She walked towards Osha in 7-inch stilettos. Seeing this, the front desk staff hurriedly stopped her. Sorry, we're only interviewing spokespeople candidates today. Please schedule another appointment. Look carefully. I'm here for the interview. Bet gave an annoyed glance, took off her sunglasses, and arrogantly threw her preliminary report to the receptionist. The receptionist paused, surprised that this woman's demeanor suggested she might not pass the initial screening. Nevertheless, she halted, bowed respectfully, and wrote down her name on the registration list. Then handed the interview badge to Bet. Glancing at it, Bet smiled triumphantly and walked towards the elevator with her head held high. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, she noticed a familiar figure. It was Fallon, who was looking down at her phone while holding a stack of documents. Their eyes met, and Fallon merely glanced at her coldly. Then she stepped into the elevator. In the confined space, Bet scrutinized Fallon again. A most common professional outfit, making her look so plain compared to herself. Bet sneered, shaking her interview badge proudly. Humph, Fallon, even if you're the technical advisor of OSHA, how can you still be better than me? She was supremely confident, believing she was already the OSHA spokesperson. Fallon gave her a cold look but chose not to respond. Thinking she was afraid, Bet curled her lip disdainfully. Not daring to speak isn't a skill. Wait until I become the OSHA spokesperson, then watch your tears flow. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Fallon stepped out, with Bet closely following. As they passed each other, Bet intentionally pushed Fallon hard. With a bang, the documents scattered all over the floor. Fallon's gaze turned severe, and she quickly grabbed Betty's wrist as she stepped back, in one smooth motion. Ah! Bet cried out, sprawling on the ground, utterly embarrassed. Surrounding employees looked over, and Fallon gazed down at her with a mocking expression. Stop playing your petty games. She turned and walked away. Bet stood up, her eyes blazing with anger as she watched Fallon's retreating figure. What was there for Fallon to be arrogant about? Once she became the spokesperson, she would show everyone who laughed last. She angrily stomped her foot and limped towards the interview room. In the hallway were accomplished models and celebrities, whom Bet automatically put herself in the same category with. Finally, her name was called. Bet. She stood firm, chest puffed out, and smiled. She had just checked online. The OSHA interviewer was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, who she felt sure she could easily handle. Knock knock knock. Tapping thrice on the door, Bet entered. Inside was a bright and spacious conference room. At the moment, people were seated along both sides of the oval table, sitting upright with an imposing presence. Betty's pupils contracted as her eyes shifted to the center of the room, nearly stumbling from shock. Fallon, why was she here? Fallon noticed her gaze and smirked half-heartedly. Bet froze, her fingertips turning cold, unsure of what to do. That position was the chief interviewer. Fallon crossed her arms, looking down at her with a sinister smile. Welcome to OSHA's interview. Clutching her jaw, Betty's face grew pale and blank. All the prepared lines vanished from her mind. In the glaring spotlight, she wished the earth could swallow her whole. Bet forced a hideous smile. I have finished introducing myself. I know you're nervous. Fallon interrupted her, her tone lazy yet exuding authority and dominance. But don't worry. Since you chose to participate in OSHA's spokesperson interview, you should be prepared. Her tone brooked no argument, sending a shiver down Betty's spine, infuriating yet unable to refuse. Explain the principle of peptide lightning fine lines. Stunned, Betty's mind whirled around the sentence. How would she know this? Fallon chuckled. Don't know? What about kojic acid? Betty's face flushed with shame and embarrassment. Fallon, you're bullying me. Bet snapped in humiliation. She should have known. Fallon was deliberately targeting her, humiliating her. Otherwise, why would she need to know about peptides? Fallon smiled. Can't take it? These are some basic skincare ingredients that OSHA specializes in. You don't even know these and want to be a spokesperson? Bet gritted her teeth. What do you really want? Ainsley. I'm just testing your professional knowledge as part of my duty as the main interviewer. Evidently, your interview is very unsatisfactory. She spoke calmly, while Betty's face grew darker by the second. Bet, I hope you've learned your lesson. Don't make the same mistake as 5 years ago. Before the words faded, Bet shivered violently, losing all color in her face, heart racing. She indeed knew everything. Almost sprinting back to her car, Bet gasped, wiping cold sweat from her forehead, fear creeping through her body. Fallon's words echoed in her mind like a curse. Pausing, Bet grabbed her phone and dialed a number. Back home. Fallon leaned tiredly on the sofa. She dialed Horace's number. Brother, it's ready on my end. I understand. I'll have someone monitor Betty's movements, came the steady voice from the receiver, offering her reassurance. Hanging up, she closed her eyes and lay on the sofa. From Betty's reaction, her conjecture was undoubtedly correct. 5 years ago, Bet pushing her off the boat had accomplices involved. Finding any clues would be the breakthrough. She would not let go once found. She would make Bet pay. Note, names such as Osiris, Fallon, Bet, and Horus are kept in pinyin form as instructed. Chapter 18, Celebration Banquet. The next day. Dina had barely arrived at the company when she was summoned to Osiris's office. Upon entering, she saw him holding a phone with one hand, his eyes lowered, and his handsome face exuding a stern demeanor. President Fadi, Dina greeted respectfully, her peripheral vision stealing a glance at the documents on his desk, which appeared to be a report. Osiris looked up as she entered, his eyebrows slightly raised, then flipped his phone over on the desk. How did the interviews go? Did you find a suitable spokesperson? Osiris asked casually. But Dina instinctively straightened up, blinking her eyes rapidly, just one who was satisfactory. Osiris seemed to be thinking, oh? Her name is Fadi Yang. Though she's a new rising star, she has an excellent understanding of our product and showed a very positive attitude. Dina paused intentionally, observing Osiris's reaction. Sure enough, she noticed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. She smiled faintly and continued, Fadi Yang answered all the professional questions fluently. Her appearance also aligns with our simple yet high-quality concept, and I believe President Fadi would be satisfied. She added, Kalbirover, she has great potential in the acting industry. Once her influence grows, it will significantly boost our profits for Ausch's. Osiris's eyes revealed admiration. He had investigated the backgrounds of the interviewees, and Fadi Yang was indeed his top choice. Dina's discernment and expertise were showing only a fraction of her capabilities. Take a look at this. Osiris gestured for her to sit down and pushed the report toward her. Dina flipped through the report hesitantly. When she saw the upward trend line on the chart, she froze momentarily. Your research on DPHH was very successful, Osiris's tone softened. DPHH had recently been launched to tremendous acclaim, quickly ranking among the top 3 skincare products on various shopping platforms. Its sales far exceeded those of other anti-aging skincare products, capturing 60% of the market in just under 2 weeks, significantly boosting Ausch's stock. Dina knew DPHH would succeed, but its rapid success still exceeded her expectations. Indeed, Ausch's influence could not be underestimated. Thank you, President Fadi, for trusting me, she said sincerely. Osiris smiled lightly, I just trusted my judgment. And one more thing, Osiris interlaced his hands, the cooperation with the Colby Corporation is going smoothly. There's a celebration banquet tonight, and Isaiah specifically requested your attendance. I understand, Dina nodded. After a moment of silence, Osiris spoke again, Ainsley's arrival truly honors the Fadi Corporation. Thank you, President Fadi, it was purely coincidental, Dina replied modestly. The explosive success of DPHH and the Colby Corporation partnership made her feel incredibly fortunate. Leaving the office, several colleagues gathered around to congratulate her on the product's success. In the Fadi Corporation, developing a successful product was like adding a golden feather to one's cap. For a newcomer like Dina, achieving 2 such successes was akin to being haloed in glory. She humbly exchanged pleasantries with everyone. That evening, standing before her closet, Dina felt a bit stumped. She had rarely socialized while focusing on her scientific research, and her entire wardrobe lacked a single decent evening gown. She couldn't afford to show up improperly, offending Osiris might cost her the job. Knock knock. Just as she debated faking illness to avoid the event, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Looking at the video doorbell, Dina was surprised to see Osiris's assistant. She opened the door with some surprise. Einar Dev? Dev Fan stood respectfully and handed her a bag with both hands. From President Fadi. Dina furrowed her brow. From Osiris? It's a custom-made dress he specially ordered. He said not to be late for the celebration banquet. She hesitated briefly but accepted the bag. Thank you. You're welcome, Dev Fan smiled and turned to leave. Dina opened the bag and found 2 elegant dresses inside, their colors and styles perfectly matching her taste. The dresses were indeed impressive. Osiris had prepared a dress for her, which left her quite surprised. He probably wanted to ensure she wouldn't tarnish the company's image. Dressed impeccably, Dina took her bag and headed downstairs. At the Luxiong Hotel, she approached the room Osiris had indicated and knocked on the door. Upon seeing her, a trace of astonishment flashed across Osiris's eyes. Dina wore a pearl pink evening gown with a rose embroidered on the chest, lace details on the shoulders, and diamond earrings. Her hair was styled elegantly, giving her an ethereal beauty like a water lily. She felt nervous because traffic had delayed her, making her the last to arrive. Isaiah glanced at her, smiling approvingly. Not bad. Not mentioning your technical expertise, Isaiah praised generously, everyone thought you were a celebrity. Thank you, Mr. Colby, Dina responded modestly. Sitting at the outermost seat, she caught Zhu Kaylee's unfriendly gaze. Zhu Kaylee, in a pale yellow velvet gown with exquisite makeup, sat like a doll but gave Dina unwelcoming looks. Dina chose to ignore her. All present, Isaiah raised his glass, let's celebrate this successful partnership. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone clinked glasses and drank, except for Zhu Kaylee, whose glass held orange juice. Especially Ainsley, Isaiah's attention returned to her. Your contribution has been immense. I've never seen someone as talented and beautiful as Ainsley. If not for President Foddy's reluctance, we'd have hired you long ago, he teased, finishing his glass of red wine. Thank you, Mr. Colby, for your trust in Aushes and in me, Dina followed suit. The conversation soon centered on DPHH, and everyone vied to praise Dina. She became the focal point of the banquet, leaving Zhu Kaylee feeling completely ignored. Turning to Osiris, she caught a fleeting glimpse of gentleness on his face, causing her to clench her fists tightly by her side. She had insisted on attending the banquet, yet witnessing Dina's prominence filled her with displeasure. Why was she always outshone by her? Zhu Kaylee's emotions were mixed. 3 rounds into the celebration, Dina felt slightly tipsy and excused herself to get some fresh air. A short distance from the banquet hall was an open-air balcony. Stepping outside, the cool breeze cleared her mind as she leaned against the railing, her gaze drifting towards the distant riverbank. Night fell, and the city lights sparkled brilliantly, the scenery mesmerizing and dreamlike. Returning to the capital, she had established a foothold. Everything was progressing smoothly, and she had taken the first step toward the cruise ship matter. Dina clenched the railing tighter, lost in thought. Are you alright? A deep, pleasant male voice interrupted her reverie. Translation continues as needed. Chapter 19, Is it her? Dina abruptly turned her head and was startled. A man stood 5 meters away, wearing a white shirt paired with black dress pants. His handsome figure radiated an aura of nobility. President Foddy. Dina stopped in her tracks. It's fine, I just came out for some air, Osiris said casually. Don't be stiff, be at ease. Dina nodded. The gown, does it fit well? Osiris gazed ahead, his tone light as if he were chatting idly, showing no particular emotion. Dina looked down. Yes, it fits very well. President Foddy has excellent taste. Osiris remained silent. The gown hadn't been specially chosen by him. The company had a reserve wardrobe from which he had instructed his assistant to pick one randomly. Yet, it looked exceptionally good on her. Since there's nothing much, don't stay outside too long. As Osiris spoke, he adjusted his cuff. A sudden gust of wind blew past as he turned to leave. The familiar scent caused his expression to abruptly change. This smell. It was almost identical to that night 5 years ago. Ainsley. Osiris paused, his deep gaze fixated on her face. 5 years ago, did you go to Colbilon Island? That night had happened on Colbilon Island. Since then, Osiris had been haunted by a certain woman. Dina hesitated for half a second, shaking her head. What place is that? Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Osiris felt unsatisfied. From the moment he first saw Dina, she seemed oddly familiar. And she left the capital exactly 5 years ago. So many moments had made him suspect. Could she possibly be Ren Xian? Just as he was about to ask again, something soft pressed against him. I thought something happened to you. What are you doing here? Iona whispered softly, clinging tightly to him. Her jade pendant hung prominently in front of her chest. Osiris instantly regained his composure. I'm fine, just came out to clear my head from the alcohol. This pendant was left behind by him that night. With it now in Iona's possession, this meant it couldn't possibly have anything to do with Dina. Thus, despite all the illusions leading him to desire closer proximity to Dina, it was only Iona who he truly needed to find. Why was he wasting time with Dina instead of mending things with her? He lifted his head, regaining his usual cold indifference. That place is where Kaylee and I first met. I've always wanted to revisit it. The scenery is nice. Ainsley can also bring August to see. Upon hearing this, Iona felt guilty, pretending to cling sweetly to his arm. Ren Xian, we shouldn't keep the people from Colby Corporation waiting. Yes, let's go back. Osiris's eyes held a smile as he turned to leave with her. Only after they had fully departed did Iona's tense nerves finally relax. She had noticed Osiris and Dina talking and even discussing 5 years ago. Iona grew increasingly suspicious. Had Osiris and Dina known each other before? And what was this, Colbilon Island? No, she needed to find out more about this to avoid any future slip-ups. Meanwhile, Dina stood on the balcony watching them leave, completely dumbfounded. What kind of drama was this? Why did she always end up being fed dog food wherever she went? After the alcohol wore off, she returned to the dining table, where the banquet was nearing its end. Osiris and Isaiah toasted, clinked cups, and dispersed. Looking at the message sent by her nanny via her phone, she watched a video of August reciting classical poetry earnestly. A slight smile tugged at her lips. Ainsley. Just as she was about to hail a taxi, Isaiah appeared behind her with a smile. Ainsley, tonight's dinner was delightful. I hope we can continue our cooperation in the future. Isaiah extended his hand in farewell. Dina hesitated for a second before extending her right hand. Certainly. Seeing her lack of resistance, Isaiah raised an eyebrow and asked, would you like me to give you a ride? Dina shook her head, no, thank you. Just then, her phone buzzed. She showed him the ride-hailing app page. The taxi is almost here. Isaiah nodded, looking regretful. Then please take care. Yes, goodbye, Mr. Colby. Watching her enter the taxi, Isaiah stared thoughtfully as her figure disappeared down the road. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove up, and Isaiah tapped the driver's seat. Follow the taxi in front. Dina sat in the back seat, gazing out at the retreating cityscape, feeling a wave of bitterness. Colbilon Island. How could she not have been there? It was a place she would never forget. It was there that she and Jacob. When she woke up the next day, she found herself alone in bed. Only the disarray on the bed reminded her that last night hadn't been a dream. The jade pendant left on her bedside served as a talisman she kept for many years until it was lost during a flight. Initially reluctant to lose it, knowing it was a gift from Jacob made her give up searching for it. Later, through this connection, they quickly became engaged. Then came the incident where she was pushed into the sea by Verity, rescued by villagers, and gave birth to August. The only thing Dina ever thanked Jacob for was August. As for the harm he caused her, she closed her eyes, trying hard to suppress her resentment. Kalbimi. August's childlike voice pulled her back to reality. Opening her eyes, she straightened her emotions and bent down to touch his chubby cheeks. Why did you come downstairs to greet Kalbimi, baby? Stepping out of the taxi, she saw August squatting on the ground waiting for her. She hurried over. August looked up, grinning at her. I want to protect mommy. Kalbimi might be scared walking upstairs alone at night. His chubby little face invited a kiss. Thank you, August. Colby and son embraced, enjoying the warmth and happiness of the moment. On the roadside, Isaiah rolled down the window and smiled lightly at the scene, his slender fingers circling on his knee. She actually has a son. His assistant glanced at him in the rearview mirror. He had never seen Isaiah follow a woman home out of concern for her safety. Now discovering she had a child must have stung. Intriguing, I'm more curious about you. Before Yates could console him, Isaiah casually commented and closed the window. Sir, should we investigate Ainsley? The assistant's words made Isaiah narrow his eyes and glance back at him. I don't like interfering in other people's lives. Yes, sir. With that, the car started again and left the neighborhood. Isaiah lowered his eyes, pulling a gold-threaded pendant from his pocket. Opening it revealed a photo of a gentle, serene face. His long fingers caressed the woman's image, and he smiled faintly. Yen Yen, how wonderful it would be if she really were you. Chapter 20, The Utmost Hypocrisy. The next morning, at dawn, Melinda was awakened by the ringing of her phone. Still groggy, she hit the answer button before even opening her mouth and heard her father's furious roar through the receiver. Your mother fell and got injured. If you have any conscience left, come see her. Fell and got injured? Melinda snapped to attention almost immediately. She didn't think much of the Gu family, but her adoptive mother had treated her well from a young age. If there were still any warm feelings in her heart, it would be for her adoptive mother. You unfeeling child. Are you even listening? Her father's shouting came again, and Melinda sneered coldly. Conscience? When had they cared about conscience when she was expelled from the Gu family home? Just as she was about to hang up, an image of her adoptive mother's gentle face flashed across her mind. Although she was an adopted daughter, her adoptive mother had treated her like her own daughter. If not for Verity, perhaps she wouldn't have turned out this way. Thinking of this, Melinda sighed deeply, picked up the phone once more, and said, I understand. From the other side, her father roared, you better get here quickly. Melinda hung up the phone, tidied up, and prepared to leave. As soon as she went downstairs, she ran into the nanny coming out of the dining room holding Bar. Kalbimi, where are you going? To visit a patient. Melinda didn't want to bring the little one along, but Bar insisted on coming with her no matter what. After some back and forth, Melinda glanced at the time and gave in. All right, but stay close to me and don't speak unless necessary. Okay, Kalbimi. Bar was obediently adorable. But just as the car stopped outside the Gu family's door, Bar wrinkled his little nose, pouted unhappily, and lay down on Melinda's lap. Kalbimi, these people are bad. Why are we here again? Melinda stroked his soft hair, as if talking to him and herself alike. Yeah, we won't come here again. They got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the living room. Immediately, a tense atmosphere enveloped them. Scanning the living room, she saw 3 people sitting on the sofa, her adoptive grandparents and Verity. Melinda, you finally came. Even before Melinda could respond, Verity took charge, criticizing her for being disrespectful, impolite, and unfeeling. Ha! Melinda scoffed, retorting, wasn't I told that I wasn't part of the Gu family? Besides, given what you've done, it's impressive that I came this once. How dare you talk to us like that, Melinda? Her father stood up angrily, we raised you this big, and now you're answering back. Jalen. Verity pulled at her father's arm, saying sweetly, calm down, why stoop to her level? She then shot a meaningful look at her father, which Melinda caught. Sure enough, inviting her here wasn't done with good intentions. Ignoring them, she approached her adoptive mother, who was bandaged and seated on the sofa. Are you all right? A hint of embarrassment flickered across her adoptive mother's face before she replied cautiously, I'm fine, just hurt my bones. Finishing her sentence, her adoptive mother looked at the servant. Get something to drink for Dottie, and... She glanced at Bar, get some snacks for the child. The servant nodded and left. Melinda observed her adoptive mother's changes closely and understood everything. Bar clenched his fists tightly, glaring indignantly at his grandmother, but did not touch the imported pastries he loved so much. Why aren't you eating? They're all imported pastries. Verity remarked, hiding her disdain poorly. I don't want to eat the things of bad people. The child made a silly face at Verity, infuriating her. Verity seethed but barely restrained herself from arguing. Just so you know, Dottie. After some hesitation, her adoptive mother finally spoke. Melinda knew their real purpose was about to unfold. With an indifferent gaze, she looked over without responding. We heard you're now a consultant at Shaw. Could you possibly find an opportunity for Nellie as a spokesperson? So, this is why you waited for me here. Raising an eyebrow, Melinda smiled sarcastically at her adoptive mother. Verity didn't get selected because she isn't competent. Those last 4 words were said resolutely, angering Verity. Her adoptive mother quickly held her back. Seeing how influential you are at Shaw, can you please help your sister? Her adoptive mother's eyes welled with tears, pleading. That moment made Melinda realize any remaining warmth toward them had vanished completely. Apparently, her adoptive mother's gentleness towards her was only to pave the way for their biological daughter. There's nothing I can do, nor any reason I should help her. Letting her become a spokesperson would tarnish our company's reputation. Her father slapped the coffee table, standing up. Since you're unwilling to help your sister, don't blame me for forgetting any kinship. Melinda looked at her father's enraged face and laughed brightly, word by deliberate word. I remember you said I should never come back. Do we still have kinship? You. Her father choked, turning to glare at her adoptive mother. What did you expect from this ungrateful wolf? Her adoptive mother bit her lip, tears pooling in her eyes. Melinda remained unmoved. Her last string of hope for the Gu family had snapped. From now on, everything about the Gu family has nothing to do with me. In the future, nobody should use this name to make me return. So be it. Her father shouted, losing all patience. Now that you're successful, you've turned unrecognizable. Melinda laughed bitterly. What are you laughing at? At that moment, Melinda suddenly realized that Nolan she once adored as her father was truly ugly. 5 years ago, when I fell into the sea and disappeared, did you ever search for me? Mentioning this, her father's face darkened, turning red and purple. The doctor said if we couldn't find you, you'd surely be dead. How could we abandon you? Ha! Melinda mocked. Within days, you pushed my fiancé to marry Verity. To you, I was always a tool for a marriage alliance. Her words left them speechless. When you call me unrecognizable, where were you while I suffered outside? You were too busy paving the way for your biological daughter. Tears glistened in Melinda's eyes but didn't fall. Her adoptive mother opened her mouth but couldn't utter a sound, eventually sobbing quietly, Dottie. Melinda closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Don't call me, I'm no longer your Dottie. With that, she pulled Bar and left. She knew that no explanation would change anything. Even if she could help, she wouldn't. Walking far away, Melinda released Bar's hand, squatted down, and hugged him tightly. Kalbami, are we going home? The little one blinked his bright black eyes and asked innocently, completely unafraid. Melinda nodded, yes, home. Our own home. Meanwhile, seeing Melinda leave, Verity almost cried. She never thought Melinda would stand up to her parents like this. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, her phone rang. Recognizing the caller ID, Verity grabbed the phone eagerly and pressed the answer button quickly. Yes? Is this Simeon? Chapter 21, You actually have an illegitimate child? A deep, magnetic male voice came through the phone. Though it wasn't on speaker, it was clear enough for both Mr. and Ariana to hear. Verity slightly froze before Nolan on the phone continued. 7:30 p.m., I've booked a spot at Night Charm. I hope Ainsley will honor me with your presence. Verity screamed excitedly, thank you, Simeon, I'll definitely be there on time. After hanging up, Verity couldn't wait to run over to the sofa and happily told her parents. Kalbami, Simeon invited me to a dinner. Hearing this name, Mr. and Ariana exchanged glances. Edric cleared his throat first. Is this Simeon reliable regarding what happened back then? Of course, Verity said confidently. Simeon is definitely on my side. Saying this, she couldn't help but show a proud expression. Before the elderly couple could speak again, Verity turned and went upstairs. As night fell and the city lights flickered on, a silver-gray Bentley stopped in front of Night Charm. The window rolled down, revealing Dougie sitting in the driver's seat, smoking. His handsome profile exuded a unique charm characteristic of mature men. With his long fingers holding the cigarette, he spotted a slender figure emerging from the hotel foyer amid puffs of smoke. His gaze locked onto her. Dougie stubbed out the cigarette and opened the door to greet her. Simeon. Verity wore a black V-neck dress that accentuated her heavily made-up face even more seductively. She walked gracefully and spoke sweetly in front of Nolan. Thank you for inviting me, Simeon. Dougie glanced at her with a half-smile. He then looked around. Where's Ainsley's car? Oh, the bumper was just scratched, so it's at the 4S shop for maintenance. It might not be ready anytime soon, Verity replied coyly, then asked, Simeon, where are we dining? I've booked a private room. They walked into the private room. Dougie got straight to the point. Dina is back? Yes. Hearing this name, Verity's face turned sour. She ruined my interview and even threatened me about the incident 5 years ago. Simeon. Verity looked at him pitifully, appealing. Her beautiful almond eyes glistened with anticipation. You're on my side, right? A trace of sarcasm flashed in Dougie's indifferent eyes. His thin lips curved upward slightly, but his tone remained calm. It depends on how you behave. Verity was stunned. Did Dina get hired by Osheng? Dougie continued. Verity nodded dumbfoundedly. Janice chuckled coldly and tossed her a backup phone. Use this to contact me. Verity exclaimed in surprise. For me? Or for who else? Dougie gave her a sideways glance, making Verity feel embarrassed, hurriedly suppressing her smile. You stay low-key for now and keep away from Dina. Though these words were a bit odd, Verity still nodded. The next morning. When Dina woke up, Ira was already awake. He sat drawing by the table and, seeing her wake up, immediately abandoned his pen and climbed into her arms. Mama, you're oversleeping. The sun has risen high already. Pfft. Dina laughed and kissed her son's tender forehead. Baby, Mommy had a dream last night. What kind of dream? Ira was very curious. Dina smiled mysteriously. I dreamed we played among the clouds. Really? Ira's eyes widened. Mama, you're awesome. Dina affectionately ruffled his hair. Kalbami won't lie to you. During breakfast, Ira suddenly said, Mama, I want to eat egg tarts. Okay, let me buy some for you now. Dina touched her son's fluffy head and stood up. But Ira held onto her pant leg. Mama, can I go with you? Of course, Mama will buy egg tarts and bring them back to you. So, Dina held his hand and left together. Ira hopped along happily, grinning like a sneaky cat. Dina carried a food bag in one hand while holding her son's hand with the other, maintaining a close bond. Just as they reached the elevator in the mall, Ira suddenly broke free and ran ahead. What's happening? Dina followed confusedly and saw a familiar figure around the corner. Osiris? He was dressed in a suit with his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and a sparkling wristwatch adorned his wrist. Janice's eyebrows were finely arched, his nose bridge prominent, and his features deeply chiseled, giving off a sculpted and sharply defined look. He exuded an imposing air of royalty. Before she could comment on why he looked like he was still in business mode even in the mall, Ira had already grabbed his finger. Uncle Fadi. What a coincidence. Osiris lowered his gaze to the little one, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. After a few seconds, he smiled faintly and leaned down to touch the child's head. Are you here to play too? With Mama to buy egg tarts, Ira nodded earnestly. President Fadi. Dina approached, quickly pulling the little one into her arms. President Fadi, you're also shopping? She gave a forced smile. Osiris nodded, yes. Ira blinked between his mother and Osiris, then asked Nolan, Uncle Fadi, are you here with your girlfriend? Dina's heart skipped a beat. This kid really doesn't know when to stop talking. She instinctively raised her eyes and met Nolan's deep, unreadable gaze. Dina's heart tightened. August, don't talk nonsense. Just a child, Osiris didn't seem to mind. However, the kid wouldn't give up, secretly batting his eyelashes at Nolan. Uncle Fadi, if you're lonely, come shopping with us and Mama. August will take care of you. Dina nearly choked on laughter. Osiris was momentarily taken aback. Then he raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. Ainsley's son is quite well-mannered. Dina chuckled awkwardly. Osiris glanced at his watch, then said calmly, I have matters today, maybe we can meet another day? Sure. Ira happily agreed as Dina pulled him away. Goodbye, Uncle Fadi. Dina's heart clenched tightly. Fat little devil, almost dug another hole for her to jump into? Humph, August is good, Mama isn't allowed to be mad at August. Halfway through their walk, the little one suddenly started acting cute. Seeing those twinkling starry eyes, Dina shook her head helplessly. She really couldn't handle him sometimes. Osiris watched the duo leave, a slight smile curving his lips. Just as he prepared to leave, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Brother Yun, you actually have an illegitimate child outside? #### Chapter 22, A Sudden Visit. Osiris turned around and saw Ezekiel's curious face. Janice was wearing a light-colored hoodie and jeans, with wavy chestnut brown hair that contrasted sharply with Osiris's darker skin tone. Ezekiel continued to hold his milk tea, watching as Abrielle and her son left. Is she your sister-in-law? She really is an otherworldly beauty. Ezekiel had worked with countless beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but Abrielle's icy demeanor was truly one of a kind. What are you babbling about? Osiris frowned. Ezekiel shrugged innocently. Are you still going to hide it from your brother? That little guy looks like a miniature version of you. He had noticed this side of the street as soon as he came out of the milk tea shop. When he saw Ira, he thought he had traveled back to his childhood. They looked extremely similar, except Osiris had always been serious while Ira was much cuter. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Osiris's ear. Brother Yun, you and Iona were indeed just putting on a show, right? Osiris surprisingly didn't get angry, his eyes narrowed slightly. You mean that kid looks like me? Not just like, he's almost identical, Ezekiel said confidently. Unless his biological father looks like you, There's no reason for him to resemble you so much. Osiris pursed his lips, staring thoughtfully at the direction where Abrielle and her son had disappeared. After a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes becoming deeper. Don't say anything more in front of Kaylee, Osiris walked ahead, adding casually, or I'll have you blacklisted in the entertainment industry. Ezekiel raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Would you really do that? Osiris stopped abruptly and turned to look at him, his tone serious. Want to find out? Ezekiel pouted. Alright, I got it. Brother Yun, did you really start something real with Iona? Ezekiel asked again. Shut up. Alright, I'll shut up. Osiris glanced at him again. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. The two entered the elevator side by side. On the other side, Abrielle sat in the dessert shop, visibly relieved. Who could understand family dynamics? She hadn't expected to run into her Rahim while shopping with her son on a weekend. However, when she went close to pick up Ira, she caught that familiar scent of juniper again. It brought back memories of that night, when Nolan murmured beside her. Apart from the jade pendant, it was this lingering fragrance that stuck in her memory. Osiris. Abrielle murmured softly. Kalbami, what's wrong with Uncle Fadi? The little boy tilted his head, puzzled by his mother's reaction. Abrielle shook her head, smiling as she pinched his chubby cheeks. Nothing's wrong, August. Go choose whatever you like to eat. Kalbami will buy them all for you as a reward for your first month of good behavior in class. Yeah. The little boy agreed obediently. On the way back home, Abrielle remained silent. The little boy with his big, bright eyes didn't disturb her, letting her immerse herself in her thoughts. What was this feeling of discord? Abrielle pressed the brake pedal, stopping steadily at a crossroad. 5 years ago, after that night ended, Abrielle had passed out due to the effects of the drug. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself changed into fresh clothes, with no signs of impropriety on her body. If it weren't for the disheveled bed, she would have thought that the tumultuous events of that night were just a dream. When she picked up the jade pendant on the bedside table, Jacob entered with breakfast, apologizing repeatedly for his impulsiveness. That's when they got engaged. But Jacob differed greatly from Nolan in her memory. Abrielle tried to convince herself that the drug had clouded her senses. She constantly hypnotized herself that way, until Jacob kissed her, making her heart race as if it would leap out of her throat. It was her first love. But then, shortly after she vanished, Jacob married Verity. Only then did Abrielle realize she was just another piece in his chess game. She hated men, despised the person who drugged her that night, and resented her family for turning a blind eye to her plight. That evening, Abrielle had a lazy day. When she woke up, it was nearly 12 o'clock. She rubbed her sore neck and went downstairs. Tasha, you're awake? Auntie Fadi greeted respectfully. Abrielle nodded, not seeing the little boy anywhere. Where's August? Mr. Fadi picked him up early in the morning, saying you needed some rest this weekend, Auntie Fadi explained, setting the lunch on the table. Abrielle made a touch-to-cry expression. Her eldest brother truly understood her. After lunch, Abrielle felt a bit bored. For years, her life revolved around work in August, and she forgot what leisure time should be spent on. She curled up on the sofa, idly scrolling through her phone. DPHH's reputation remained high. The luxury brand endorsement was confirmed and promoted. At that moment, she thought she'd rather spend her time in the lab. Just as she pondered this, she heard the doorbell ring. She quickly ran over and peered through the peephole, spotting a black car. Standing by the side of the door was Osiris's driver. She hurriedly opened the door. A tall, imposing figure appeared before her eyes. Abrielle froze. Why was he here? Recalling her speculations from the night before, Abrielle felt a surge of mixed emotions. President Fadi, is there something you need? Abrielle forced herself to suppress her complex feelings, speaking in a calm voice. Osiris's phoenix-like eyes stared deeply at her without a word. Abrielle felt guilty under his gaze and stepped inside. Since you're already at my doorstep, President Fadi, please come in and sit. Osiris's eyes gleamed faintly. Seeing him standing still, Abrielle couldn't help but speak up, President Fadi. With her words, Osiris finally strode in. The living room had a circular sofa covered with a plush blanket, looking soft and comfortable. Next to it were rows of green plants. Osiris scanned the room before sitting down. Abrielle went to the kitchen to brew him a cup of tea, then sat opposite him. Osiris glanced at her. Ainsley, have we met somewhere before? His direct gaze made Abrielle uneasy. President Fadi invited me to work as a consultant at Shah. Wasn't that our first meeting? Osiris's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint passing through them. I was just asking casually, nothing else. Despite his polite yet distant demeanor, Abrielle felt something odd about his attitude. Such interaction made her uncomfortable. She lowered her eyes to hide the dimness in her gaze. President Fadi came to my home. Is there something specific you need? Surely not just to ask such a nonsensical question. Osiris put down his cup, his gaze sharp. I'm here to formally invite you to join Shah. He glanced at the driver, who promptly produced a contract and gently pushed it towards Abrielle on the coffee table. Chapter 23, was it his overreaction? The contract stated that Melinda was to be hired as the technical director of Oshii, with full authority over the laboratory. All expenses for the lab will be covered by Oshii, Nolan said slowly. Once new products are developed, there will be bonus funds. Melinda was stunned. She looked at the sum on the contract, 4 million in total. Her fingers trembled as she gripped the document, then raised her head to meet his dark, profound eyes. I need to consider this. Ainsley, what do you need to consider? Osiris seemed to have anticipated her hesitation and folded his hands on his knees. This is a win-win situation. If Ainsley joins us, Oshii's future will surely be smooth sailing. Melinda closed the contract and met his gaze unflinchingly. I'll give you my decision after I've considered it. Osiris nodded. I hope Ainsley can make your decision promptly. I understand. Melinda stood up to see him off. Mr. Foddy, please take your time leaving. Watching Osiris depart, Melinda also got dressed and went downstairs. Homeha Villa District. Horace examined the contract and smiled warmly at her. The contract is fine. It seems that Hamza offers good benefits to his employees. Yes, Melinda nodded. But I don't want too much attention. Too many responsibilities might make it hard to leave. Her return to the capital city with Bar was solely for finding evidence from the past. Once everything was settled, she planned to leave the capital with the child, returning to her biological parents' side to live out her days. But now, she had extended an olive branch. Melinda hesitated. As a technical consultant, she could just serve the technical department, remain a guest at Oshii, and easily leave when needed. The position of technical director would mean establishing roots at Oshii. The salary and benefits were attractive, promising a better life for Bar. Hence her hesitation. Do you worry about this? Horace gently patted her head. Melinda pressed her lips together without a word. Horace held her hand, his voice softening. Don't worry. As long as you help Oshii develop new products and ensure quality, your treatment will be even better than long-time employees. And, Horace paused, pain flickering in his eyes. You have your elder brother here. Go do what you love. Before the Dev family found her, Melinda had always been alone, like a tough blade of grass enduring wind and rain. Now, finally, she had someone to rely on. How could he not be moved by this? Melinda looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. I'm not entirely joining Oshii for the investigation, she whispered. I truly enjoy doing research. Hearing this, Horace wiped away her tears with a smile. I understand. You're a good girl. No matter what you do, your elder brother will be with you. His warm, dry hand brought a sense of calm. Noticing her distress, little Bar hurried over, saying in his sweet childish voice, Kalbami, don't cry. Bar is a big boy. Bar can take care of himself. He immediately hugged Melinda's neck and rubbed his cheek affectionately against hers. Melinda stroked the little one's head, feeling content. Elsewhere. In the president's office of Oshii. Osiris stared at the milk bottle on his desk, deep in thought. Sir, should we send this for genetic testing? The assistant asked respectfully. Osiris had grabbed the bottle when Melinda went to brew tea. Yesterday, Ezekiel's words had left him confused. Bar resembled him, and Melinda carried a familiar scent. You. Knock knock. Before he could finish, a knock interrupted him. Osiris glanced at Yates, who understood and waited until he put the milk bottle in a drawer before opening the door. Are you busy, Hamza? Iona entered, wearing a pink pearl dress, looking elegant and delicate. Not really, Osiris shook his head, relaxing slightly. Try my favorite small cake. Iona smiled sweetly, opening the box beside him. The moment he caught the jasmine fragrance from her, surprise flashed across his face. Did you change your perfume? No, Iona lifted her wrist to sniff it. I've been using this for a long time. She playfully waved it in front of him. Do you like it, Hamza? His thoughts drifted back to that night. That jasmine scent. If Iona had used it for a long time, did that mean his suspicion about Melinda? Complex emotions intertwined within him as he grabbed her wrist. Let me. Startled by the sudden touch, Iona couldn't hide her joy. This was the first time Osiris had initiated physical contact with her. Sure, she blushed. Oh, by the way, for your birthday party, do you want to invite any friends? Osiris looked up at her. Iona tapped her chin thoughtfully. Why not invite everyone from the company? They've all been so nice to me, and sometimes I trouble them. Osiris thought for a moment and then smiled lightly. Whatever you decide. Alright, I'll go out now. Don't work too hard, Hamza. Iona smiled coyly, pointing at the cake. Eat all of it, okay? Okay. As the door closed, Osiris's eyes dimmed. He opened the drawer where the milk bottle lay quietly. With a self-deprecating smirk, he handed it to Yates. Throw it away. Startled but cautious, Yates remained silent. Yes, sir. The CEO personally invited Melinda to join in order to obtain Gubar's DNA. Why abandon it now? Even Yates felt a bit disappointed, especially since the child looked so much like the CEO. Especially standing together, they looked more like father and son. Reluctantly, Yates threw the bottle away. Alone in the office, Osiris massaged his temples, exhaling deeply. Was it his recent workload and stress getting to him? The jade pendant Iona held was proof enough that the woman that night was her. There was no need to doubt others. Osiris rubbed his forehead and dialed the intercom. Fadi Fan. President. Kaylee's birthday party cannot have any mistakes. Invite all the prominent figures in the capital. Yes, President. Osiris sighed, trying to clear his mind. He must have been working too much. Chapter 24, A Luxurious Birthday Banquet. The phone had just hung up. Her mobile phone suddenly vibrated. A message from Dina appeared. Mr. Fadi, I've thought it over. I can officially start work tomorrow. Seeing the ongoing typing on her screen, Osiris couldn't help but smile slightly. The gloom from earlier dissipated considerably. Welcome you to join Oshi officially. Regardless of everything, Dina's abilities were evident. Her joining would indeed be a good thing for the company. After some consideration, Nolan sent the invitation he had prepared over. My girlfriend's birthday banquet, welcome to join us. Upon seeing this message, Dina halted her well-prepared pleasantries mid-tap. Iona's birthday banquet? Why invite her? Perplexed, she blurted out her thoughts instinctively. Horace raised an interested eyebrow upon hearing the name. The Roxanne family's heiress birthday banquet? You also know about it? Hamza cares quite a bit about this fiancé. Horace opened his phone and pulled out the digital invitation. It seems like they invited all the elites of the capital city. At this, Dina was taken aback by the grandeur of the arrangement. She sighed and quickly typed out a response on her keyboard. Okay, thank you for inviting me, Mr. Fadi. On the day of the birthday banquet. The banquet hall was decorated luxuriously, with opulent curtains and chandeliers exuding an aura of wealth. Flowers and green plants adorned the entrance, matching the hostess perfectly. Here is my invitation, Dina said as she stepped forward. The doorman respectfully accepted it and gestured for her to enter. Dina nodded in acknowledgement. Entering the main hall, the lavish interiors and distinguished guests truly gave her a glimpse into high society. Dina shrugged and joined a group of colleagues standing in a corner. Our Rahim is quite generous, a female colleague remarked while gently swirling her wine glass. The CEO's wife's birthday celebration has cost a fortune, almost everyone in the company is invited. Yeah. Other colleagues echoed their agreement. Dina sipped her champagne and merely smiled. You guys are calling her the CEO's wife already, someone teased. The female colleague raised an eyebrow and indicated a photo on her phone. Iona, wearing a puffy princess dress, beamed radiantly. She's been pampered like a little kid by Mr. Fadi. Another colleague, who wore glasses, shook her head disapprovingly. But I remember before, Mr. Fadi treated Iona as if they were worlds apart. She narrowed her eyes, shifting her gaze toward Dina. It only became sweet after Sister Man arrived. In an instant, Dina found herself in the spotlight. She blinked innocently, wondering how she ended up here. Sister Man, do you know something about this? Tell us. Dina regretted coming over. She tugged at the corners of her mouth. I'm not sure. But indeed, that day, their attitude had completely shifted right in front of her. As if they had seen something. Dina excused herself to the restroom, still lost in thought about the forgotten moment. Forget it, it's not important anyway. Musing to herself, Dina turned a corner and nearly bumped into someone. Sorry. She hurriedly stepped back and bowed slightly. It's Ainsley. Isaiah smiled. Hearing the familiar voice, Dina looked up, relieved. They exchanged pleasantries, and Isaiah glanced at his watch. Still some time until it starts. If you're alone, would you care to chat? With nothing else to do, Dina agreed. They moved to the dessert area, discussing skincare products amiably. Isaiah gazed at Dina's faintly fragrant hair, his lips curving upward. Ainsley is a rare talent. If Oshi's treatment doesn't satisfy you, you could join our Colby Corporation. Before Dina could respond sarcastically, a familiar scent of pine abruptly appeared beside them. President Colby, are you trying to poach our employee? Dina turned around to see Osiris approaching, holding a glass of wine. He was dressed in a tailored suit with gold-threaded cuffs and a tastefully placed lapel pin. His gaze swept over her briefly before turning to Isaiah. The latter chuckled and clinked glasses. Which company wouldn't covet talent? Isaiah leaned closer to Dina. Ainsley is your company's technical consultant. If we offered better conditions. She is our technical department head. Before Isaiah could finish, Osiris spoke, his cold eyes carrying a subtle threat. Feeling helpless, Dina sighed. Why couldn't she get a moment of peace? I'll go to the restroom. You two continue chatting. Osiris nodded and watched her leave. Only when she turned away did Osiris shift his gaze. Isaiah noticed and laughed. Didn't expect Mr. Fadi to be so protective. She's our employee, control yourself. Osiris took a sip of champagne, warning him in a casual tone. Isaiah smiled faintly. Just an employee? Yet, why does it seem like Mr. Fadi treats her differently? For a moment, Osiris's expression darkened. Their gazes met, and Isaiah's eyes gleamed mischievously. I said, she's just an employee of Oshi. Leaving those words hanging, Osiris turned and left. Isaiah watched his retreating figure, finishing his champagne with a chuckle. Interesting. When the lights dimmed outside, Dina emerged from the restroom. Guests gathered in the center of the venue, and a spotlight illuminated the main stage. Soft music played as Iona gracefully walked up in high heels. She wore a puff-sleeve evening gown encrusted with diamonds, her cherubic face looking impossibly delicate. Calba striking was the diamond-studded crown on her head, visibly priceless. Many people murmured below, envying her wealth. Dina slipped into the crowd and picked up a piece of mousse cake from a nearby table. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Iona's fair cheeks displayed adorable dimples as she blinked. After delivering her welcoming speech, Iona suddenly blushed. She turned to look at Osiris standing quietly to the side. Finally, I want to thank my fiancé, Hamza, for giving me such a wonderful surprise. The crowd cheered. Iona bit her lip, her face flushing all the way to her ears. Dina ate her cake, planning to leave once the event concluded. She really didn't want to stay longer. Just as she prepared to retreat, a large hand landed on her shoulder. Turning back, confusion turned into revulsion when she saw Jacob's face. She frowned deeply, slapping his hand away. It's really you, Odessa. I thought I'd mistaken you. Jacob's eyes sparkled with excitement, staring at her face like a predator. Dina felt nauseous, her gaze icy cold. If there's nothing, I'll leave. Stepping back, she was barely able to move before his grip tightened around her wrist. The warmth against her skin made her stomach churn. Will you listen to me, Odessa? Let go. Dina struggled, but couldn't break free. Jacob drew even closer, almost trapping her. Odessa, I'm getting divorced from Bet. Can you forgive me? Translation completed according to your instructions. Chapter 25, Did her heart soften? Let go. If you don't release me, I will call for help. Dina glared coldly at Jacob. Janice's eyes were red-rimmed, his expression hurt, like a large dog that had been abandoned, pleading for its owner's forgiveness. For a moment, Dina felt her heart soften. But just for a moment. Because in that brief instant of softness, she was reminded of the howling sea breeze, the salty seawater filling her nostrils and mouth, and the bone-chilling cold. She almost died. But Jacob? Newly married, he seemed to be living in bliss. Regardless of his reasons for betraying her, once betrayal happened, there was no turning back. No exceptions. Dina forcefully pulled her hand away from Jacob's grip. I'm sorry, but you are already married, and it's not appropriate for us to be entangled. Dina turned to leave, while Jacob hesitantly followed. Odessa, I know you're still angry with me. I looked for you, I really did. The Gu family said you were dead, but I didn't believe them. I searched for you for months, but can everyone live their entire lives waiting for an uncertain possibility? Dina paused in her steps. His words were truly revolting. She felt like she was going to vomit up the pastries she had eaten earlier. When did she ever force Jacob to remain unmarried for her sake? And if she died, who benefited the most? Verity. Jacob wasn't a 3-year-old child, he should have understood this simple logic. He just didn't want to think about it. Jacob, I'm telling you this one last time, don't follow me. We have no relationship anymore. Dina's tone was icy. I don't want to get involved in any mess. If you feel guilty, stay away from me. With that, Dina walked away without looking back. Jacob let his arms fall to his sides, and he chuckled bitterly, his gaze downcast. Didn't he deserve this? Having lost Dina, he was now pathetically begging for forgiveness. Sir, are you okay? A waiter passed by with a tray of drinks, noticing Jacob's dispirited appearance, and asked. Jacob shook his head, grabbed a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Then came the second glass, the third. One glass after another slid into his stomach, burning hot, yet none could match the ache in his heart. Outside the restaurant. Dina rubbed her arms, waiting for the driver she had just hailed via her phone. This was a wealthy area where ordinary cars couldn't enter easily. It was rare for someone to accept her request, and the driver was particularly far away. Dina regretted not snatching Jacob's coat before rushing out. She lowered her head self-mockingly. Dina despised her momentary softness. Even if Jacob hadn't colluded with the Gu family back then, they would still be in the same league. Miss, are you Miss Dina? A stranger's voice came from behind her. Dina turned warily. A waiter smiled awkwardly. Your friend might be drunk and is asking for you loudly. Would you come with me to see him? He's already disturbing the other guests. Dina knew instantly it was Jacob, getting drunk and making a scene. She didn't want to bother, but as she thought about it, she remembered signing the contract with Osiris and becoming his technical director. Although Zhu Kaylee's birthday party was somewhat private, many influential people were here. If Jacob made a scene, it could tarnish her reputation and draw unwanted attention to herself. Sighing inwardly, Dina decided to settle things with Jacob once and for all since the car wouldn't arrive anytime soon. She nodded, I'll come with you. Thank you. The waiter led Dina to a private room where 2 waiters were taking care of the already drunken Jacob. Odessa, Odessa. Believe me. I didn't want you to die, I searched for you. I really did. Ainsley, do you need some privacy? Waiters in such high-end places were always perceptive. Dina sighed, nodding slightly. They left the room, reminding her, if you need anything, we'll be nearby. As they left the room, the waiters couldn't help but chatter. Who would have thought Zhu Kaylee's party would have such drama? That's probably Osher Group's new technical director. The other person seems to be a celebrity's husband. So exciting. Inside the room, Dina walked to Jacob, helping him lie down on the bed. Just as she prepared to pour him a cup of warm water, Jacob grabbed her waist. Odessa, is it you? Holding the cup, Dina hesitated whether to pour the water over his head to sober him up. Odessa, I miss you so much. When I saw you, I decided to divorce Verity. She mistreated you, didn't she? Just forgive me, and I won't let her off either. Jacob, you're drunk. I'm not. Despite the alcohol on his breath, he insisted, I'm not drunk. I just missed you terribly. People often speak the truth when drunk. Dina felt an unusual pang of emotion. Did Jacob really miss her? Dina didn't think he was lying. Back then, everything happened suddenly. The Liu family had already spread the news of their marriage to the Su family's daughter. Verity wanted her dead. Her parents might have known what was happening but chose to remain silent to protect their daughter. What about Jacob? What role did he play in all of this? A fiancé whose girlfriend suddenly fell into the sea on the eve of their wedding. Or a groom whose bride was replaced right before the announcement. Knowing how genuine Jacob's feelings for her were, his inaction afterward was especially hateful. Yet, his supposed actions or inactions did not benefit him at all. He was a mere casualty caught in the chaos, forced to be part of the wrongdoings. No one cared about his helplessness and grief, much like herself and Verity. It was understandable that Jacob would break down. Dina would never develop feelings for him again. But at least, the child was his. She could let Gubar live believing the lie that she had no father, but some things were unchangeable. Jacob, please sober up. Dina squatted down, her tone less harsh than before. There's no future between us, but divorcing would be beneficial for you. The Gu family, she wouldn't let them off easily. If Jacob remained entangled with them, she might not be able to extricate him later. Chapter 26, I will not forgive you. Now, if Tadeo wanted to leave Sheila, he would be spared when Dina retaliated against them in the future. It would be as though Tadeo had not been part of it, out of consideration for Savannah. What? Tadeo was clearly still not reacting. He lifted his head, looking at Dina in confusion. You've forgiven me. Dina did not respond. You've forgiven me, Odessa? He began to rejoice on his own, a smile blooming on his face. I knew you would forgive me. No, I haven't. Before Dina could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tadeo who rose unsteadily and hugged her tightly. Caught off guard, Dina stomped hard on his foot. Tadeo gasped but did not release her. Eyes wide, she felt the room spin suddenly. Before she could react, she was already pressed onto the bed by Tadeo. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, creating an extremely intimate atmosphere, at least in Tadeo's eyes. Dina's breathing became increasingly rapid. The last time, she had also been pinned down like this by a man. But something wasn't right. Tadeo didn't have the familiar scent she recognized, all that lingered around him was a revolting stench of alcohol. Tadeo, are you crazy? Dina did not wish to tangle with Tadeo any further. The last trace of pity vanished when he pushed her onto the bed. Hadn't he been so easily swayed by Verity back then? Odessa, you still have feelings for me. Let me see your heart. Tadeo murmured, one hand restraining her wrists while the other reached toward her chest. Tadeo. With Dina's scream, the door flew open. A familiar pine scent filled her nostrils. The weight pressing on her disappeared instantly, and before she could react, Tadeo was already being pulled away from her. Are you alright? Osiris's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Slowly shaking her head, Dina looked at Nolan who seemed to have descended from the heavens. The tall and robust figure before her seemed to overlap with someone in her memory. The same scent, the same silhouette, even little Tuan bore some resemblance to this man. Could it be? No way. While Dina's mind was still processing everything, Osiris confirmed her condition and stood up. On the side, Tadeo struggled to rise from the floor, cursing. What is going on? Odessa, did you find someone new so soon? A punch landed on Tadeo's face, sending him crashing back down. Odessa. Horace walked in slowly, helped Dina to her feet, and draped his jacket over her. Did he hurt you when you were alone? No, he didn't get the chance. President Fadi intervened just in time. Osiris had his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, dragging Tadeo off the ground with a look that seemed to drip with water. Hamza, thank you for saving Odessa. The party was my arrangement, and all guests were invited by me. This incident falls on me, and it is I who should apologize to Ainsley. 15 minutes earlier. Osiris accompanied Iona through the crowd. Yet inexplicably, he thought of Dina's face. He wondered if she would enjoy the setting. Images of Dina flashed involuntarily in his mind, but he couldn't spot her anywhere in the room. Hamza, what are you looking for? Iona held onto Osiris's arm, pouting slightly. Osiris didn't retract his attention as she expected. For some reason, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Hamza. Iona tightened her grip on his arm. Osiris turned back, smiling. Nothing. Really? But you don't look well. Are you too tired? Iona bit her lip, looking upset. How about we go back early? Today is your birthday, and you're the host here. We will end whenever you want. Even as he said this, Osiris pulled aside a waiter passing by with drinks. He took 2 glasses of wine from the tray, offering one to Iona and casually asked, "Have you seen Ainsley?" "Miss Dina?" Osiris paused mid-motion with his glass. She had actually been seen. Did she leave early? I didn't see her when I wanted to talk to her just now. So she had left wisely. Iona thought to herself. Probably realizing she couldn't compete with her today, she must have left. Just as she wished. Unbeknownst to her, the waiter quickly responded, "A guest was looking for Ainsley, and she has been gone for a while." Osiris nodded, placing the empty glass back on the tray. He led Iona to her friends, who immediately surrounded her. "Kaylee, you look so beautiful today. You arranged such a grand birthday party. The engagement banquet must be even more spectacular. How did you manage to snag a young, capable, handsome man like President Fadi? Share your secrets with us." Iona blushed, covering her mouth and giggling coyly. "There are no secrets, I just got lucky. Besides, Hamza." Turning her head, Iona realized Osiris was already gone. Startled, she searched around but found no trace of him. "He must have gone to get your favorite food. Kaylee, tell us how you got together with President Fadi." Iona forced a smile, finding it difficult to escape. She absent-mindedly recounted her history with Osiris. Meanwhile, in the room, Tadeo sat miserably in a chair, still tipsy. Horace stood protectively behind Dina, casting cold glances at the mess around them. "Odessa, let me take you home." "Deal with this first," Osiris added. "If I hadn't arrived on time, your sister might have suffered unimaginable harm. Rest assured, I won't let him off. You need time to gather evidence." Osiris smiled faintly. "She works for our company, and I guarantee the safety of all employees. We'll wait outside for you or send her home later with my driver." Note, names like Gu, Lu, and others are pinyin-based transcriptions and should be kept consistent throughout the translation. ##### Chapter 27, Doubting Him. "Horace, wait for me for a moment." Horace conceded. He knew Freddie well, Nolan who had betrayed Melinda in the past and might even be the father of her child. After Melinda gave birth, she never revealed to Horace who the father was. With his remarkable investigative skills in the legal field, Horace could easily uncover someone's history. This included Melinda's child. All evidence pointed towards Freddie. Despite Ira having no resemblance to him, Freddie remained the prime suspect. And now, he had a chance to verify it. Horace would not let anyone who harmed his sister go unpunished, even if it was his best friend. Melinda returned to the birthday party with Osiris by her side. No matter where she went, Osiris was always close behind, causing her plan to find a quiet corner to fall through. After all, wherever Osiris went, people followed, as if he carried a spotlight. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Melinda stepped back half a pace, glaring at Osiris and said, "Mr. Fadi, distance makes the heart grow fonder." Osiris raised an eyebrow, remaining indifferent. Melinda continued, "When you keep staring at me, I feel like I'm still working overtime." Ish doesn't advocate for overtime. Pausing briefly, Osiris added, "If you insist, I can pay you overtime." Melinda was puzzled. Wasn't that the exact opposite of what she meant? It was like talking to a wall. Annoyed, she turned her head away, gazing blankly at the desserts on the banquet table. In the dim corner, her silhouette overlapped with the woman in Osiris's memories. He took a step forward, closing in on her. "Not again? Mr. Fadi, please be reminded, you already have a fiancé. Fraternizing too closely with company employees may cause a bad impression." Ignoring her words, Osiris stubbornly moved closer. Trapped between the wall and him, Melinda felt suffocated. The smell of pine needles flooded her senses, dragging her back to that night she wished to forget. It couldn't be him. Was she fooling herself? She was certain. It couldn't be him. "Have you really never been to Calberland Island?" Osiris urgently sought an answer from her. His eyes were eager, like a scholar thirsting for knowledge or a wolf ready to pounce on its prey. For a moment, Melinda's heart stopped. But she quickly regained her composure. Meeting his gaze unflinchingly, she said firmly, "I've never been there, Mr. Fadi. Do you often send employees to your and Miss Roxanne's romantic getaway? Perhaps our next team-building event should be scheduled there." She lied, but each word sounded sincere and resolute. Still, Osiris detected her falsehood. He regretted discarding the milk bottle that day, otherwise, he could have confronted her with the truth about visiting Calberland Island and their one-night encounter. But finally, he released her. Everything required evidence. 5 years ago, he had once forced someone into a confession. Now, he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Melinda raised an eyebrow. "Is Mr. Fadi worried about expenses?" "Not at all." Osiris replied with a thin smile. "Once Director Gu develops a new essence formula, I'll take the entire R&D department to Calberland Island on a cruise. I'll thank you on their behalf, Mr. Foddy. You're welcome. Osiris fixed his gaze on Melinda, contemplating aloud, I enjoy revisiting places. Do you share the same feeling, Ainsley? Me? Faden Yun, what are you doing here? Iona jogged over, shattering the intimate atmosphere. However, Melinda hadn't enjoyed it anyway. A married man flirting with another woman was despicable behavior. She didn't want to enable such actions, especially not with her own Rahim. Ainsley, Iona clung to Osiris's hand tighter, almost hiding behind him, as if Melinda were a terrifying monster. Melinda smiled, Mr. Foddy, looks like you have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Wait. Before Melinda could walk 2 steps, Osiris called her back. I promised Lawyer Dev to look after you until he returns. I'll stay inside the venue, she countered. Iona chimed in, Sister Gu seems mature and reliable. Everyone inside is trustworthy, nothing will happen. Faden Yun, isn't she just an employee? Why are you so concerned about her? Iona stamped her foot playfully, do you like someone else, Faden Yun? If so, then. Osiris paused, not stopping Melinda but not letting her leave either. He consoled Iona, don't think too much. Enough. Did she have to stay and witness their lovey-dovey scenes? Feeling like a thorn in her side, Melinda saw Horace emerge from the room just as she turned around. Instantly, she felt relieved. She hurried over to Horace, breathing a sigh of relief, Big brother, you're finally out. Seeing her state, Horace glanced at Osiris beside them and nodded with a smile. Did Hamza bully you? Need me to get him into trouble? No. Melinda sighed heavily, as if lifeless. I can't handle their PDA anymore. Let's go back, I wonder if August can sleep alone. All right. Horace led Melinda away from the venue. Iona finally breathed a sigh of relief. My dad wants to talk about our wedding plans. Shall we go find him? Iona asked Osiris cautiously, feeling increasingly guilty. Foddies could not last forever, but before they were exposed, she needed to make things irreversible. Sure. Osiris followed Iona to the lounge area, where her elderly father waited. Mr. Foddy. Seeing Osiris enter, Roxanne's father eagerly greeted him. Uncle. Osiris shook hands with Roxanne's father, smiling lightly, no need for formalities, call me Hamza. Fine. My daughter has genuine feelings for you. Since you two are in love, why don't we set a wedding date? #### end of chapter. #### chapter 28, the red birthmark. How is Freddie? In the car. Melinda tossed her high heels onto the back seat and leaned back in her seat, looking drowsy. Horace's lips curved into a fond smile. Though his sister wasn't behaving properly, he merely reached out to adjust her seat for her. I took some photos and contacted his wife. She picked him up. Verity? Her expression must have been priceless. And knowing that Freddie had drunk himself into a stupor because of her rejection would have made it even more dramatic. Melinda almost regretted not witnessing it herself. If you want me to be a witness, we have enough evidence to sue him. I can serve as your lawyer. If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, I can pretend nothing happened, and you can still use the evidence to negotiate with him for personal gain in the future. True to form, her eldest brother was impressive. He had already laid out 2 paths for her in such a short time. He really was drunk, Melinda said flatly. Drunkards lack the capacity to act rationally. Horace's voice was steady, as if he were delivering a mundane lecture. Since he harbored ill intentions, it shows he wasn't completely drunk. I advise you not to feel sorry for him. And you should reconsider what happened back then. Melinda knew what Horace was referring to. Just hearing the first sentence felt like being struck by lightning. Drunkards lack rational capacity, right? Yet, the one who was dead drunk that night was clearly Freddie. He apologized when he entered her room, saying he didn't remember anything from the previous night. Because of that, he was willing to take responsibility for her. But Horace shattered everything she had believed in just with those few words. Melinda hugged her knees and curled up in the passenger seat, remaining silent for a long time. Eventually, she found her voice. It's all in the past. Are you sure? Horace said half-jokingly. If Bar's biological father is wealthy, he could provide a substantial child support payment. Brother, please don't make it sound like we're short on money. Just because she complained about finances a few times, did Horace have to tease her about it now? In truth, money isn't the issue. But don't you want to know whether Bar is actually Freddie's child? Doesn't matter. Melinda shook her head, sounding weary. Bar is my child, and that's enough. Back when she was at her lowest, Bar appeared in her life. His birth nearly cost her half her life. Initially, she thought she should hate this child. After all, he caused her so much pain, both during that fateful night and the agonizing labor. But when she turned around and saw little Bar's face, she felt a sudden sense of peace. She wasn't a part of the Gu family. There might not be any blood relatives left in this world, so Bar became her only confirmed family member. Until she was brought back by the Dev family, she and Bar relied on each other for survival. I've seen the legal texts in your study. Melinda said gravely, if we ask for child support, we risk losing custody. With me as your elder brother, there's no case we can't win. That's not the point. Melinda interrupted Horace angrily. Bar isn't an object to be fought over, he's a person. How can someone who has never been part of Bar's life treat him like a possession? It's unfair to him, and I won't let him face this. I respect your decision. Horace softened his tone. I'm wrong. When his sister returned to the Dev family, she was like a small hedgehog. She didn't know how to handle kindness, always overly cautious, except in front of Bar where she could open up her heart. Sometimes, they couldn't tell whether it was Melinda protecting Bar or Bar protecting his mother. He's quite a man, but you shouldn't protect him too much. Horace's words were lost in the rumbling of the car engine. Under the flickering lights, Melinda slowly nodded. Meanwhile, in another car. Why didn't you agree to Argyle's arrangement? Iona leaned against Osiris's shoulder, sounding aggrieved, like a princess demanding justice from her prince. You're still young. Osiris seemed distracted. Getting married too early has its downsides. The company is at a critical stage, and I can't spare the time. Floyd's invitation was straightforward, to pressure them into marriage. They hadn't even advanced their relationship further, yet they couldn't hide their true intentions anymore. Their greed made Osiris suspicious. Was this all a setup? Someone might know about that night 5 years ago and had set him up intentionally. But the wedding date can be negotiated, can't it? Iona sighed reluctantly. I don't want to stay your fiancé forever. I want to be your wife. Usha Group was indeed thriving. Her father wanted to leverage her to gain Usha's support. However, Iona's feelings for Osiris were genuine, evident from her loyalty over the years. Now, he dismissed her with the excuse of her age. No way. Why did this happen? Hadn't she gotten the jade pendant? It must be because of Melinda. Why did she have to appear? This wouldn't do. She couldn't leave Usha in the short term, so she needed to act towards Osiris. The car slowly pulled up to Iona's residence. We're here. Osiris spoke, feeling the weight of her leaning on his shoulder. At some point, she had fallen asleep. The driver hesitantly asked, shall we inform the staff to help Miss Roxanne back? No need. 2 steps away, he didn't want to involve others unnecessarily. Wait for me here. Carrying Iona bridal style, he entered the villa. The servants, surprised yet well-trained, led them to the bedroom. Osiris placed Iona on the bed and prepared to leave when she suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Hamza. She murmured sleepily, appearing innocent and vulnerable, endearing to behold. Her fingers awkwardly undid the buttons on her princess gown, revealing more skin. Understanding the principle of look not at what is improper, Osiris stood up to leave but, in a flash, noticed something amiss. He didn't see the familiar red birthmark. Chapter 29, On What Grounds? Impossible. Osiris could not forget that night. The petite and adorable woman had pleaded meekly under him. Colbian light did not infiltrate the room. He couldn't see the woman's face clearly, only vaguely discerning her outline. And the streak of bright red on her pale skin. However, the Iona before him didn't have that birthmark. It seemed Osiris's gaze was too obvious, making Iona subconsciously tighten her grip on her hand. She swallowed and then walked step by step toward Osiris. Hamza, I. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath fragrant and her eyes alluring. I won't regret it, I just want to marry you sooner. Osiris's mind was no longer on Iona. Even if she stood naked before him now, he only felt that the Iona before him, from start to finish, was a poor-performing clown. But why did Iona have his jade pendant? That was something he left with the woman he spent a wild night with. Had Iona really been to Colby Roland Island? Kaylee. Iona tried calling out to Osiris, grabbing his hand to place it over her chest. Yet Osiris silently withdrew his hand. He took a step back and stared coldly at Iona. Iona shuddered from Osiris's gaze. This was the same look he used to give her when he detested her. Why now? Could he have discovered her impersonation of Dina? No, impossible. Dina was just an ordinary woman. Even if she said something, would Osiris believe her so easily? Kaylee. Osiris's voice was low, unreadable. A lady should respect herself more. You're not drunk, I'm going back. Osiris turned away without a second glance, leaving Iona standing there forlornly. He suddenly thought about the milk bottle he threw away, feeling a pang in his heart. Originally, recognizing Iona as the woman from 5 years ago, he had no reason to suspect Ira was his child. Now, was he to get Ira's DNA again? Too risky. Colby Rover, Dina never mentioned anything about the father of the child. If it was all his misunderstanding scared her away, it would be counterproductive. After some time, Iona abruptly picked up a cup and smashed it against the wall. The shards scattered on the floor, startling the servants in the villa. They rushed in, pounding on the door. Miss. Miss. Is everything all right? Do you need help? Miss? Go away. Iona roared, silencing them instantly. Was this her moment of failure? On what grounds? She had already gained Osiris's favor. Why would it end like this? What exactly happened on Colby Roland Island 5 years ago? Did Osiris love her or that broken jade pendant? Jade pendant, yes, jade pendant. As long as the jade pendant was still in her possession, Osiris wouldn't completely abandon her. Staring at the fragments on the ground, Iona's innocent expression vanished, replaced only by cunning and ruthlessness. At the Liu family residence, Verity helped Jacob onto the sofa. She hadn't received an invitation to Iona's birthday party today. In fact, she knew nothing about it. And before he left, when she asked him where he was going, Jacob evaded the question, unwilling to tell her. Now, the answer was clear. Divorce, right? Jacob. Verity leaned close to Jacob, gritting her teeth. He wasn't fully conscious, but he wasn't entirely unaware either. He opened his eyes, looking at the woman before him. Her outline was blurred, swaying gracefully. Jacob's lips curled slightly, a rare moment of relaxation. You hit me, yet you asked for my forgiveness. Verity froze, patting Jacob's face. Do you know who I am? Yes. Odessa, forgive me. Verity stepped back, her eyes filled with jealousy. What? Again, it was that bitch Dina. Why did she come back? To humiliate her or snatch Jacob away? Jacob, open your eyes. Verity gripped Jacob's collar fiercely. Open your eyes and look at me. I'm not Dina, I'm your wife. Are you telling me you're cheating? Initially, Verity married Jacob for revenge. Dina. A stray who came out of nowhere and usurped her position for years. Though she was a bastard child, she had Gu family blood running through her veins. She couldn't accept how easily Dina obtained everything. So she decided to act. She pushed Dina off the boat and slowly reclaimed everything she once had, including Jacob. It wasn't love, but 5 years of marriage had made Jacob a dependable husband, never letting her suffer. Over time, Verity genuinely developed feelings for Nolan before her. But now, the woman who should have died in the sea was back. Was she going to take everything she now possessed? On what grounds? All these things belonged to her. Gu. Nelly? Jacob finally saw the person before him clearly, his expression turning cold, losing the vulnerability he had shown earlier. He pushed Verity away and staggered up from the sofa. Why are you here? Another cold interrogation. Verity, accustomed to being treated royally, straightened her posture and replied with a sneer. You were drunk at Miss Roxanne's birthday party, so I brought you back. Jacob nodded without a word. Where is Odessa? She left you there alone. Why do you care? Left? Jacob felt a hollow ache in his heart. Again, she left. Back then, he failed to hold on to her. Now, it was the same. How do you feel about the divorce? Jacob lifted his head, having regained his composure. If not for the unnatural flush on his face, no one would guess he was drunk. Verity took a deep breath, tugging at her hair helplessly, then put on a pitiful expression. You, since she came back, you've been acting strangely. There's something wrong between us, but we can face it together. You, are you even listening to me? Chapter 30, The Plan. You shouldn't do this to me. I don't want a divorce. The Gu family and the Liu family still have so many business dealings, we see each other often. If we really break it off completely, it won't be good for you either, right? Verity took a step forward and hugged Jacob's waist. You, can't we talk things through properly? Why do we have to get divorced? You know I can't live without you. Seeing Verity's tear-streaked face, Jacob's heart softened somewhat. She tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. For a moment, Jacob was stunned, not pushing her away but instead being half-led, half-dragged onto the bed by her. The night was filled with amorous haze. When the deep snores of Nolan beside her steadied, Verity's expression finally turned cold again. She picked up Jacob's phone and entered her birthday. The phone didn't unlock. When did he change the password? Jacob had been a model husband. No matter his intentions, his actions were impeccable, from setting his phone password as her birthday to using her photo as wallpaper. But now, Verity couldn't open Jacob's phone. A shadow fell over her heart as a series of numbers surfaced in her mind. Verity grimly entered Dina's birthday, and the phone unlocked. On the screen was no longer herself but Dina's revolting face. Intruder. Verity muttered under her breath but then thought of something. She found Dina's contact and sent a message. Sorry about today. Verity had heard what happened at the banquet earlier. While no one explicitly said who Jacob had flirted with, from his drunken words just now, it was definitely Dina. This time, she would make Dina lose everything. Didn't she act high and mighty, mocking her as if she were someone important? Now, Verity would make Dina experience the same humiliation and ensure she never lifted her head again. Her message seemed to sink into the sea like a stone, much like the messages Jacob had once sent to Dina 5 years ago. She had severed ties so cleanly. She must be playing some hard-to-get game. Unwilling to give up, Verity sent another message. I admit my mistake, one last time, let's at least end things on a decent note. Verity stared stubbornly at her phone until her eyes ached, only to receive a tersely worded reply. Verity, you agree? We ended things well, no need for a last meeting. Verity almost crushed her phone in anger. What nonsense. Wasn't even something she wanted out of her reach? Was she mocking her? Verity took a deep breath, barely maintaining her composure. Considering our past relationship, one last time, you choose the place and time, I'll be there. Meanwhile, Dina scrutinized the message on her phone, finding it peculiar. Suddenly, a small head nestled into her arm, rubbing affectionately against her. Kalbami, sleep, put down the phone. Okay, I know. As Dina turned off her phone, Ira climbed onto her, his big eyes staring directly at her. For a brief moment, Dina felt a flicker of disorientation. Previously unnoticed, she suddenly realized that Ira bore a resemblance to Osiris. No, she must be imagining things. Dina stroked Ira's head gently. Kalbami will sleep with August. Go back to your blanket and wait for mommy. Is mommy sad? Ira clung to Dina's neck. Kalbami shouldn't be sad. If any bad uncles bully mommy, August will chase them away. So don't be scared, I'm here. He has grown up. Dina couldn't stop laughing at his protective gesture. She patted Ira's back. August, thank you for protecting mommy. Now mommy has a task for you. Ready? August is ready. To bed, sleep. Yes, sir. Ira sprang from her lap and trotted to the bed, hugging his favorite doll while looking back eagerly at his mom. Amused, Dina met his gaze, getting up to follow him when she noticed her phone had fallen on the floor. It was still that same message. Dina pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. Beneath the OSHA building's cafe, see you tomorrow noon. After sending the message, she turned off her phone and tossed it onto the sofa, focusing all her attention on comforting her little boy. Ira fell asleep quickly. He was already overdue for bed, staying up late only to wait for her. Good boy. Looking at Ira's peaceful sleeping face, Dina recalled the days they had relied solely on each other. Back then, Ira would pat her shoulder, comforting her not to be sad. She made a silent vow. Even if Jacob was August's father, she would never let him know about August or allow him any chance to take August away from her. August was hers, not anyone else's pawn. Next morning, Jacob woke up from his hangover. With a pounding headache, he sat up, noticing the disarray on the bed and the faint red marks on Verity's body next to him. Clearly, they were his doing. Jacob caught his breath. You're awake? Verity's voice sounded soft and weak, like a red rose. At this moment, however, it failed to stir any tenderness or affection in Jacob, rather, he felt nauseous. What did you do? Verity's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you talking about, you? I asked, what did you do? Verity's eyes lowered sadly, unable to express her grievances. You were drunk last night. I came to bring you home, but, you were very strong when drunk, and I couldn't escape. Verity covered her face, hiding her true feelings. And in bed, you kept calling Dina's name. So I knew you hadn't forgotten her. Part truth, part lies, most convincing. Kalbirover, in such situations, men with even a hint of conscience would instinctively feel guilty. Jacob was no exception. Although he didn't believe he'd done anything bestial, the evidence was undeniable, and he couldn't ignore it. Sorry. #### Chapter 31, the paid episode. You're treating her this way even when you're about to divorce? Jacob seemed genuinely sad. Verity's fingertips dug into her palm, and she managed a forced smile. She put on an understanding demeanor, then spoke with a bitter laugh. Do we really have to divorce? You know that I only married you because it was unavoidable at the time. Over the years, I've tried my best to make it up to you. Now Dottie is back, and I need to compensate her. Jacob's tone was calm but left no room for argument. Verity appeared resigned as she nodded and carefully asked, can we at least wait until the month after next? Until our anniversary before we divorce. I prefer a story that has a proper beginning and end. Jacob felt guilty, seeing Verity agree to the divorce. He couldn't bring himself to ask for anything else. He nodded, his expression softening. All right. Jacob picked up his phone from the side, glanced at the message, and froze. Melinda had inexplicably sent him a message. Jacob's mood soared like fireworks exploding in the sky, instantly reaching its peak. Full of anticipation, he replied to Melinda with a yes, only to find Verity leaning close to his face. Almost instinctively, Jacob turned off his phone screen. Verity instantly looked hurt. Are you still hiding things from me? Do you think I don't know who invited you out? Of course, Verity knew all too well. It was she who had sent the invitation to Melinda and edited the messages on Jacob's phone. Now that they were confirmed to meet, she could step back and let them be. But she wouldn't let Jacob grow suspicious so easily. Verity put on a disappointed expression and said with a bitter laugh, you're still going to meet her, aren't you? Nelly. Even the devil doesn't strike while someone is smiling. Kalbirover, he wasn't sure of the true circumstances surrounding their past. All he knew was that last night, he had violated Verity, despite no longer loving her. Thus, he felt guilty. I will give you more of our shared assets in the divorce agreement, Jacob added softly, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Verity got up from the bed, her steps slow and unsteady as she moved to the adjacent room. She played a snippet of sobbing audio and looked at herself in the mirror, grinning smugly. After hearing the footsteps stop outside, she finally left the house. Only when the villa door closed did Verity laugh aloud. Not loving her anymore? She would let him taste what it felt like to be trapped by someone he didn't love. Her things would never fall into others' hands, even if they were destroyed. Jose. Verity took out the phone given to her by Jose and dialed his number. I told you not to contact me unless necessary. People call only when there's something important, Verity laughed. I want you to hire 2 private detectives for me. Can you arrange some photos? Downstairs at Oshie Group. Melinda had been busy in the R&D department all morning and realized it was already noon when her colleague remarked on how hungry she must be. Her irregular eating habits had conditioned her to have a low appetite. She craved food but could barely eat enough to satiate herself. However, today she had a date and wouldn't have left her research otherwise. A colleague passing by enthusiastically asked, Sister Man, should I get you some lunch? The cafeteria has good food today. These colleagues were used to her hectic schedule. She never demanded overtime from her team but worked tirelessly herself. Everyone admired her dedication and eagerly awaited her results. Melinda smiled and shook her head. No need, I'll go downstairs for lunch today. This comment caused silence around her. Finally, someone spoke up, Sister Man, it's unusual for you to leave the lab. Is Sister Man on a date? Which lucky man captured her heart? Curious, so curious, I wish I could follow Sister Man and see. Melinda was taken aback by their enthusiasm. Lab members were mostly young and naturally curious. She laughed awkwardly and waved them off, just meeting a friend. You should all rest too. When I come back, we'll continue the calculations and aim to finish the data today. The lab erupted in moans of protest as Melinda left. Just as she exited, Osiris entered, his assistant carrying a pile of takeout, clearly delivering employee benefits. Long live President Foddy. Someone shouted, followed by waves of cheers. Osiris didn't respond but looked around, surprised not to see Melinda's usual hard-working figure. Where's Genevieve? Genevieve just went down for lunch. She seems to have a date with a friend. We thought she didn't have any friends. Friends? Osiris disliked prying into employees' personal lives. He nodded and instructed, we'll have afternoon tea later, remember to save a portion for your minister. Everyone has been working hard recently. Without Melinda around, Osiris lost interest in staying. As he turned to leave, Iona ran towards him. His expression changed slightly, and his assistant stepped forward. Miss Roxanne. Faden Yun. Iona's eyes were red-rimmed, looking pitiful like an injured rabbit. I was drunk yesterday, maybe I did something wrong. Are you mad at me? Can I apologize? What happened? The curiosity among the R&D staff flared up again. What exactly happened yesterday? The cake was so delicious, I didn't see anything. I don't know either, but I saw President Foddy storm off backstage. Don't talk nonsense, I saw Miss Roxanne get into President Foddy's car afterward. It seems the rest is behind a paywall. Osiris frowned. He didn't know where Iona got the jade pendant or her intentions, which is why he hadn't exposed her lie. Chapter 32, Chaos Ensues. But now it seemed the woman was getting too bold. Osiris's eyes turned cold, and he stepped out of the lab. Hamza. Iona hurriedly followed him. I know I was wrong. I've already discussed with Jalen today. We can postpone the wedding date, everything else is also negotiable. There's no need. You want to cancel our engagement? Iona bit her lower lip, appearing quite aggrieved. Osiris glanced coldly at Iona, reverting to his usual indifferent demeanor. The special assistant beside him was taken aback. Why had Mr. Foddy's heart changed so suddenly? The passion he once showed toward Miss Roxanne seemed like a fleeting fire that could just vanish. It was very strange. Hamza, I don't know what misunderstanding has come between us. If possible, can we have lunch at the restaurant downstairs? If you really feel I'm not worth forgiving, then I will reduce the number of times I appear in front of you in the future. Osiris stared at Iona, as if trying to judge the sincerity of her words. After a long while, Osiris curved his lips into an ambiguous smile. All right. Taya saw Jacob pacing restlessly by his car, holding a bouquet of flowers when she came downstairs. Upon spotting Taya, he quickly approached and handed her all the flowers. Lancy, thank you for being willing to see me. Indeed, it was Jacob who had invited her. Taya felt a wave of relief. The clouds from last night started to dissipate. It seemed she had overreacted last night. Don't say these things at the company entrance, Taya said coolly, leading Jacob to the prearranged restaurant. They arrived too late, so they only had the option of sitting in the hall. Although Taya thought Jacob might be acting crazy, it was easier to handle this situation inside a restaurant than outside the company door. One last meal. Sitting down, Taya went straight to the point. Last night you were drunk, and there were some things I told you that you didn't listen to. Yes, I know it was my fault last night. There were still traces of makeup on Jacob's face today, clearly intended to cover up the bruises from Osiris's punches. However, it wasn't very effective. Taya stared at his face and sighed. I won't dwell on whose fault it was. You said last night that you're divorcing Sheila? Jacob nodded repeatedly. Divorce is a good thing, Taya said solemnly. She's more complicated than you think. If you don't divorce her, she might destroy you in the future. Sheila was like a parasitic flower living off others. Taya had investigated Sheila's mother. She had once been the star attraction at a nightclub, where many men willingly offered their lives, wealth, and fame for her. She used this money to transform herself into an icon, attracting even more men. Gu Argyle was one of them. Later, after becoming pregnant due to health reasons, she couldn't abort. After giving birth to Sheila, she lost her allure. To her, this child was a burden rather than family. In retaliation, she taught Sheila all her skills. In such an environment, Sheila inevitably grew up as a sophisticated, selfish individual. For anyone who could potentially cause trouble for Sheila, they became her means of survival. Now, Taya planned to create problems for her. Her only remaining source would be Jacob. To express gratitude for the other half of Bar's genes contributed by Jacob. Taya thought to herself that if he continued to be ungrateful, she wouldn't bother persuading him further. Good advice couldn't save a doomed soul. Jacob paused, seemingly puzzled by Taya's meaning. After a moment, he asked hesitantly, was Warner involved in what happened back then? Were they the ones who harmed you? So where did you go for those 5 years? Jacob slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Do you know how much I searched for you, yet you wouldn't give me a single message? How did you survive? How have you been? I wanted to know everything. Even if it was because you cared about the Gu family, if you had contacted me, I would have left them and saved you. Jacob's expression shifted, noticing his overly loud behavior, and he sat back dejectedly. I will divorce Sheila. I also wish to start anew with you. That's unnecessary. Taya closed her eyes. Our feelings aren't strong enough to recover after a 5-year separation in just a few days. What I've said is finished. I hope we won't meet again in the future. Wait. Jacob suddenly called out to Taya. You say that 5 years weren't deep enough. I disagree. On Kalbra Island back then, I promised to take responsibility for you, and I'll keep that promise. Lancy, give me some time to investigate what happened back then. Taya shook off Jacob's hand but felt a gaze fall upon her. Turning around in surprise, she met Osiris's eyes. How coincidental could life get? Getting tangled up with her ex-boyfriend and running into her Rahim, especially after he had just rescued her from her ex-boyfriend yesterday. Of course, this wasn't a coincidence. When Iona came to the company earlier, she saw Jacob lingering downstairs. Knowing what happened at her birthday party yesterday, she spoke to him kindly and learned they had plans to meet at a restaurant today. Thus, she wanted Osiris to accompany her here, hoping to show him how another man adored Taya. She never expected that Taya had indeed been to Kalbra Island. She was the woman Osiris had been searching for all along. Iona hugged Osiris's arm and said softly, Hamza, what a coincidence. Ainsley has also been to Kalbra Island. And the timing is similar to ours. Perhaps we even encountered each other back then. Osiris remained silent. He released Iona's hand and walked briskly to Taya, pulling her away from Jacob. Jacob's expression darkened immediately, smirking coldly, Mr. Fadi, we meet again. Coincidence, though I didn't expect Ino Chu to be someone who forgets easily, still bearing the marks of your own punishment. I don't need Ino Chu to teach me a lesson. Stop arguing. Taya screamed silently in her head, growing impatient. Chapter 33, he got into a fight. Enough. Seeing that people around had started taking photos, Melinda interrupted their conversation with great patience. One was her immediate superior, and the other was her ex-boyfriend, as well as the father of her child. No matter whom Melinda helped, this mess would only get worse. Melinda sighed and fixed her gaze on both men before speaking up with gritted teeth. President Fadi, I am very sorry for disturbing your lunch. She bowed slightly, attempting to slip away quickly. But Osiris didn't let go of her arm. For a moment, all three were stuck in place again. I've heard many stories about President Fadi, passing through countless beauties without touching any. I never thought that President Fadi would be the type who has a fiancé but still makes a move on employees. Faced with Jacob's provocation, Osiris's face remained unmoved. He turned his head and stared at Jacob coldly. You're not as good as Ino Chu, who already has a wife but still touches other women. If you have such filthy hands, should we report it to the police on Inochu's behalf? Hamza. Iona hadn't anticipated things escalating this far. She moved step by step from the door toward the trio. Melinda felt like her headache had doubled. Another person? Could she ever extricate herself from this chaos? Melinda sighed. Ever since she came to O'Shea, she seemed to make up for all the sighs she hadn't taken in recent years. Iona subtly pulled Osiris's hand off Melinda's arm. Don't make a scene here, many are O'Shea's employees who might start gossiping. This young lady actually made sense. Melinda thought, glancing at Iona with a hint of gratitude. Whoever came to her aid, for whatever reason, was a good person in her eyes. Yet, why wouldn't Iona meet her gaze? I still have something to deal with in the lab. Just as Melinda began speaking, her phone rang inconveniently on the table. Everyone looked at it momentarily. Melinda's lips twitched as she picked up the unfamiliar number. Whoever it was, even if it was a harassing call, it could be a way out of this terrifying situation. Melinda took the call and stepped outside, only to freeze after a few steps. What did you say? Her voice faltered as dizziness overcame her. Why must everything happen in one day? Ms. Gu, I understand how you feel, but can you come to school as soon as possible? The parents of the other kid are already here, and we're trying our best to avoid contact between them and little August. And, fighting is a serious issue in our kindergarten. If little August intentionally hurt the other kid, we will consider expulsion. No way. Melinda's tone was resolute. August would never fight for no reason. He's gentle, even when bullied, he doesn't retaliate easily. August's temperament had formed during Melinda's difficult days. Even after returning to the Dev family, he maintained his cautious demeanor. It was only recently that he acted more like a normal child. Such a August couldn't possibly start a fight easily. Melinda couldn't believe it. I understand your feelings, every parent refuses to believe their child could do wrong. But please. I'll be there right now, Melinda interrupted. Tamara, I hope you don't falsely accuse my August until the truth is uncovered. Otherwise, you may end up facing legal action. She hung up, took a deep breath, straightened her expression, and walked back to Osiris. I need to take leave this afternoon. It wasn't a request or an application but a direct demand. Osiris knew that refusing would likely lead to her resignation. To mothers, children always came first. Recalling the boy's innocent look, Osiris suddenly had an idea. Since it's urgent, I'll drive you. No need for President Fadi's unnecessary courtesies. Jacob interjected without knowing what happened. Dottie, I'll drive you wherever you're going. Initially, Melinda intended to reject Osiris, but hearing Jacob's offer changed her mind. Taking a taxi would likely lead to Jacob following. She didn't want him to know about August. Otherwise, he might use August to morally coerce her into reconciling. But a broken mirror, even carefully glued together, would always have cracks. Jacob just didn't understand. Ignoring Jacob, Melinda turned to Osiris and took a deep breath. Then, I'd bother President Fadi? Dottie. Jacob tried to follow but they had already left the restaurant. Frustrated, he heard a voice behind him. Ino Chu, being a backup, isn't pleasant, is it? Iona comforted, someone as good as Ino Chu, it's her fault for not appreciating you. Jacob had no particular relationship with Iona previously but found her annoying now. Miss Roxanne, you don't know Dottie better than me. Only if Miss Roxanne controlled her man better, none of this would have happened. You. Jacob insulted Iona, venting some frustration. Glancing at her angered face, he left the restaurant. Iona felt helpless. Osiris didn't even spare her a glance when leaving with Melinda. Was she really so insignificant to him? It'll be fine, don't worry. In the car, Osiris comforted Melinda. There's chocolate in the glove compartment. It might help calm you down. I'm fine, Melinda said stubbornly, turning her face to the window while her mind raced. Don't lie. Your child means everything to you. Last time he was sent to the hospital, your legs almost gave way. This time, you're even more agitated. How can you not be nervous? Chapter 34, Unreasonable Tangle. Though his tone was curt, Fallon still detected the concern in Osiris's voice. Perhaps it was just her imagination. But she always felt safer when riding in Osiris's car. She turned her head and nodded gently. Thank you, Mr. Fadi. You're welcome, part of employee benefits, he replied. Finally, Fallon laughed with ease. Does Mr. Fadi treat all employees this well? Osiris did not reply. He treated Fallon well partly because she genuinely elevated Shaw's skincare products. Additionally, he suspected that Fallon might be the woman from back then. Of course, one can't always think so deeply. Even without these preconditions, he would have chosen to send Fallon to the kindergarten, solely because of her. The luxury car stopped steadily at the kindergarten gate. After thanking him, Fallon opened the door. As she was about to get out, Osiris reminded her, "You go ahead, I will arrive shortly." "No need, you've already done enough by bringing me here." Pausing, Fallon added, "After all, it's my child, I shouldn't rely on your help too much." "All right." Osiris didn't refuse. "Then I'll wait outside for you." Fallon, her mind focused on Ira, had no heart for further debate. She hurriedly nodded and quickly walked towards the office. Even before knocking, she could hear the argument inside. "My son has been beaten up like this, the kindergarten should bear some responsibility. Who is the parent of that unruly child? Are they too scared to show up? I'm telling you, both the kindergarten and the irresponsible parent must give my child a reasonable compensation. Otherwise, prepare to face exposure. Is the situation really that serious?" Fallon felt her heartbeat skip a beat. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the office door open instead of knocking. As she entered, all eyes were on her. The teacher who helped send Ira to the hospital earlier recognized her and greeted, "Are you Ira's parent? You're finally here. Did work delay you?" "Delayed?" Fallon scoffed, "I didn't stop for a moment after you called me, and the other parent was already there during the call. Seems like it's the kindergarten's fault. This wasn't the first time Fallon doubted the kindergarten's responsibility. It's a private kindergarten where most children come from affluent families. Initially, Horace mentioned helping, but Fallon told him not to inform the teachers due to his reputation, which could lead to numerous legal troubles. If Ira got targeted as a result, that wouldn't be good. Yet ironically, Ira ended up receiving biased treatment from the teachers. The teacher beside her awkwardly smiled while Fallon looked over at Tamara. "Where's August?" Before Tamara could respond, another mother snidely said, "So you're Ira's parent. Did you rush over from the outskirts? This kindergarten seems to get worse each day, accepting just anyone. Some people try desperately to fit in, yet their children's social status remains unchanged." Running from the kindergarten entrance, Fallon's hair was somewhat disheveled. Plus, wearing her lab coat under her overcoat, she looked odd. Aya in front clearly mistook her for a struggling parent trying to afford this school. Regardless, even if she did struggle financially but wanted the best education for her child, how was that wrong? Should such children be bullied? Fallon coldly glanced at the woman. "Did August hit your child?" "Yes," the woman said haughtily, while no one beside her chimed in, "It's true, wild parents raise wild kids. Since you're here, let's discuss compensation and next steps to avoid more trouble." "Hold on," Fallon noted how everyone was skirting the main issue. Frowning, an ominous feeling crept over her. "I want to see both children first before discussing anything." Being Horace's sister and having reviewed many of his notes during recovery, Dev never opposed teaching her how to protect herself and August. Thus, Fallon wouldn't be easily misled. Ignoring her, Nolan continued, "Your child is fine, currently in class. Ms. Gu, our main concern is compensation and resolving this matter." Cutting him off, Fallon stated, "If August did hit someone, I accept any form of compensation, but if not, do you know what that constitutes? Besides, regardless of the truth, I want to hear what the children say." Aya sneered, "Children lie. My August never lies." Turning, she noticed the woman avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, she smiled knowingly. "It's you who might be lying." "Enough." Janice shielded his wife, looking down at Fallon condescendingly. "We asked you here to resolve this, not to listen to baseless accusations. Are you being unreasonable? I never knew seeing my child could be seen as unreasonable." Taking a deep breath, she turned to Tamara. "Are you sure August is in class?" Thinking she finally conceded, Tamara nodded, "Yes, just sent." Before she finished, Fallon left the office. For a moment, Tamara was stunned, then her face paled. The other parents reacted immediately, chasing after Fallon, but it was too late. Reaching the classroom, Fallon found no sign of Ira. Chapter 35, Conflict. "Excuse me." Facing a group of children, Melinda softened her tone. She knocked on the door and looked at the puzzled teacher, smiling gently. Earlier, Tamara said Parker was in class. Did he get too naughty and skip class? "No," replied the teacher, who was unaware of what had happened. Patiently explaining, she continued, "Parker was taken away by Tamara during the midday break and hasn't returned yet." During the break? Melinda felt a vain throb on her forehead. She knew the teacher in front of her was likely innocent but still asked patiently, "He didn't even come back for lunch?" "Not at all." The teacher added, "We kept a meal for him." "Are you Parker's parent?" "If you want to find Parker, you should ask Tamara." "Do you know why Parker was taken away?" "I know." Before the teacher could respond, a child raised their hand high, eager to tell Melinda. The teacher was about to quieten them down, but Melinda interrupted, "Teacher, being your age, you must have children yourself. You can understand how worried we parents are." The teacher hesitated but allowed the girl to stand up. "Auntie, Parker was taken out because he fought with Benicio. They fought fiercely, Parker hit his head on the desk and got a big bump." Melinda's heart skipped a beat. Parker was injured. Why would Tamara insist that Parker had hit someone else? Considering Parker already had myocarditis, any mishap now could be fatal. When Tamara and Benicio's parents finally arrived, they realized something was terribly wrong. "Ms. Gu, I forgot, Tuantu was sent to the infirmary. Let me take you there." "We shouldn't disturb the other children in the classroom," explained Tamara weakly. But Melinda didn't want to disturb the children either. However, as she turned around, she overheard some kids whispering. "So Parker really shares his mom's surname. It seems Benicio was right. Oh. Poor Parker, without a dad nearby." "Hush, my mom says fatherless kids are illegitimate." Benicio also said that. Melinda froze, turning back in disbelief to look at the whispering children. The teacher quickly intervened, "Enough. Don't gossip about others' families. It's disrespectful. Apologize to Ms. Gu immediately." "But they're not wrong," remarked Benicio's mother, squeezing next to Melinda. "Who knows whose illegitimate child yours is? Maybe it's from some man's private life." Melinda's eyes flickered with anger. Grabbing Benicio's mother by the hair, she slammed her to the ground, causing chaos. Having worked physical labor for months, Melinda was strong. Despite struggling, Benicio's mother couldn't break free. Lowering her voice, Melinda said, "I won't strike because it might corrupt the children. But if you keep talking nonsense, I won't be so patient. Got it?" Benicio's mother nodded frantically, and only then did Melinda let go. Turning to Tamara, frozen in shock, she demanded, "Take me to see Tuantu, or..." "Right this way," gulped Tamara, realizing she had offended someone formidable. Some parents were wealthy and influential, whom she couldn't afford to upset. She had thought an unconnected parent like Melinda would be easy to handle, but clearly, Melinda was willing to do anything for her child, more terrifying than those powerful parents. Melinda was led to another classroom door. Glancing at Tamara, she sneered, "This is your so-called infirmary? A lie needs 100 more to cover it." Sweat trickled down Tamara's face as she stammered, "The infirmary was busy, so, here." Melinda ignored her lies and pushed the door open, only to see a horrifying scene. A chubby kid sat astride Parker, staring down menacingly. Fat little Parker struggled, hitting feebly while turning red from lack of breath. "Call me." Spotting Melinda, Parker suddenly found strength and punched Benicio. "Bastard, little bitch, you dare hit me," shrieked Benicio's mother, rushing forward but blocked by Melinda slamming the door shut. In 2 strides, Melinda pulled Benicio off Parker and hugged her son tightly. His forehead was swollen and bruised, undoubtedly from fighting in this room. How could frail Parker match a pampered, hefty Benicio? Yet, trying to console her, Parker waved his tiny fists. "Call me, I'm a brave boy who can protect you. My dear." Tears streamed uncontrollably from Melinda's eyes, breaking down before her son. "Call me, don't cry. I'm good. I protected mommy, it doesn't hurt at all." "You." Melinda wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Carrying Parker outside, she was blocked by Benicio's father. While Benicio's mother tended to Benicio, having played the villain earlier, Benicio's father stepped up. "Hold it. Everyone saw your kid hit someone. You think you can just leave? Are you blind or brainless? Your fat son was pummeling mine just now. Now you turn around and accuse my kid?" Melinda's face turned cold. Though she wanted to reason with these people, Parker's health came first. She needed to rush him to the hospital. "For the last time, move aside. Who knows what you'll do? If you run, where will we find you?" Note, the translated text retains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original input to ensure the flow and pacing remain consistent with the author's intent. Chapter 36, Tensions Rise. Seeing the escalating tensions, Tamara hurriedly spoke to ease the awkward situation. "Ms. Gu, I understand how you feel. If you truly understood how I feel, you wouldn't be blocking me from taking my child to the hospital. If anything happens to him, can your kindergarten take responsibility for it? Our kindergarten has a teacher in the medical room who can temporarily handle Isidorita's injuries. Whether or not we need to go to the hospital should be discussed by both parents." It was clear they assumed she had no significant background and that if she ran away, she wouldn't come back. Dina knew that if she left now, they definitely wouldn't let her go, and things might get even more complicated. To avoid further delay, Dina nodded and headed toward the office. Noticing they weren't following, she turned around and said, "Why aren't you following? Are you waiting for me to change my mind?" They rushed to catch up with Dina. Upon arriving at the office, Dina requested that Tamara have the school nurse join them to examine the children's injuries. When the doctor arrived, Tamara was about to welcome her, but Dina interrupted, "Doctor, could you please check the children's injuries as soon as possible?" "Tamara, didn't you say you had something to discuss with us?" "Don't keep it hidden," Dina pressed. Tamara's plan fell through. She glanced at Dina and sighed, "Well, regardless of what conflict these 2 children have, fighting is never right." But the children in the classroom said that it wasn't one hitting the other but rather a fight. "And I'd like to ask which child started it." "What's there to ask?" Booker pounded on the table angrily, "Isn't it obvious enough? Our son Ebert has such a good temper, it must be your illegitimate kid who struck first." "An illegitimate kid? Is that something a parent should say?" Dina coldly retorted. "I think it's because you often say such things in front of him that he mimics your behavior in kindergarten. As the saying goes, children grow up watching their parents' backs. Your child seems to be nothing but a hooligan." "What did you say?" Seeing Booker about to lunge, Dina warned, "So, after this punch, it won't be considered a fight but a case of you looking for trouble. Don't think that just scaring us with a few words will make us afraid. Tamara already said that it was your son, Tuantu, who hit our Ebert. Aren't you going to believe the teacher? How trustworthy is she really?" Pausing, Dina asked, "Doctor, how are the children?" "This child is fine, all external injuries," the doctor pointed at Ebert, "applying some bruise medicine will do. Even without it, it'll heal in 2 to 3 days. As for this child, it's best to have a hospital checkup to ensure there's no concussion due to the collision." Dina's eyelids twitched. She looked at the trio and said, "Well, can I take my child to the hospital now?" Without waiting for their reply, she stood up with the child, ignoring their attempts to stop her. Madeline fumed, "Don't think you're an expert in law. My husband is the head of the legal department in a major company. If you step out of this door, the next time we meet will be in court." Dina inwardly sneered but ignored the ranting Madeline and walked straight towards the door. Just as she opened it, she bumped into Osiris. "You." "Relax," Osiris calmly said. "The ambulance has arrived. I've arranged for my assistant to accompany the child. Horace will be here shortly. Let's resolve the issue first." Rest assured, my people will watch over the child, nothing will happen. With that, Osiris's assistant entered, carrying Tuantu to the doctor's side. Dina wanted to follow but felt Osiris squeeze her hand. You're needed here. She understood. If she left, all blame would squarely fall on Tuantu. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face them. 10 minutes earlier. Osiris was waiting outside the kindergarten when a teacher ran over, mentioning the parents were fighting inside. Initially, she thought of asking if he had come with Dina to mediate, but knowing Dina wasn't impulsive, if she acted, it must be because Tuantu was hurt. So, he promptly arranged for the hospital and ambulance and called Horace, who agreed to arrive in half an hour. Having settled everything, he entered the kindergarten to find Dina. Little did he expect to encounter familiar faces. Madeline, feeling justified, took an unyielding stance. Now you can't find an excuse to leave, can you? You're just afraid of facing us in court. Booker pulled at his wife's sleeve, pale-faced, but she shook him off. At first, we only asked for compensation, but now you also need to pay for medical fees, mental distress fees, and ensure that little brat drops out of kindergarten. Such kids are troublemakers. Even Tamara found Madeline's demands excessive. Preparing to interject, he saw Dina sit down, smiling. All right, we can indeed talk about compensation now. I remember the school claimed 24-hour audio and video surveillance without blind spots. Why don't we review the footage to see what happened? Tamara, looking embarrassed, quickly said, getting access to the footage requires authorization, which I don't have. Who does then? Dina's tone was calm but forceful. The principal, or the police? Forget it, Booker suddenly intervened, drenched in cold sweat. No need for the police, it's just children playing and roughhousing. There's no need to escalate this. Once your child gets better, let's have them shake hands and make peace. Before Dina could respond, Madeline protested. Why make peace so easily? Husband, why are we letting them off? Shut up. Booker barked. You shut up. You. That's enough, Dina insisted. Let's review the footage. Chapter 37, Dismissal. What permissions are required? Osiris also chimed in, tell me. Within 1 hour, any permission you need will be granted. If the surveillance in the kindergarten is damaged, your liability could be even greater. Osiris looked thoughtfully at Booker. I heard this gentleman is the head of the legal department and should understand this better than I do. It's just a kindergarten surveillance system. What permissions would it possibly require? They had already viewed the footage and knew they were in the wrong. Just because Benicio had some minor injuries, they had locked Ira and him together as retribution and tried to extort money from Melinda. Now, they least wanted the surveillance footage reviewed. Madeline finally felt a bit scared but still maintained her arrogance thinking about her husband's position. My husband certainly knows, he's the head of the legal department at Usha Group. If you don't want to be bankrupt, then accept our settlement privately. Otherwise. Usha Group? Melinda turned to look at Osiris with a disappointed expression. Osiris's lips twitched. Recruiting such people into the company was not entirely his doing. Having such individuals in Usha was a loss for the company. Janice couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up hurriedly, interrupting his wife. No, this is indeed our fault. What compensation does the child need? All medical expenses will be covered, and besides that, we will provide a 10,000 yuan compensation for emotional distress. We hope this can make up for our mistake. Are you crazy? Madeline screamed. You're giving them money? Argyle, why? Why should I apologize to that bastard? Osiris sneered, truly, when the roof beam is crooked, the lower ones will follow. Offering 10,000 yuan right away, director he must be earning quite well at Usha. Booker wished he could kneel before his wife and son. He hastily put on a flattering smile. President Foddy, my wife doesn't understand, and my son is young. They offended Ainsley. I apologize here on their behalf. If the compensation offered earlier isn't enough, we can discuss further. Who cares about their money? Melinda suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and said slowly, check the surveillance. Whoever is at fault should take responsibility. President Foddy. Booker didn't know why Melinda was connected to Osiris. If he had known earlier, they should have let Melinda leave without delay. Booker wanted to slap himself. They should have just let her go. Why stop her? Check. Osiris's words were few. Tamara understood the situation and hurriedly said, since you decided to check, I'll take a risk and show you the surveillance. While watching the footage, Melinda's breathing was tight. In the surveillance, Benicio threw Ira's pencil case against the door in front of everyone. Ira tried to reach it by standing on a table, but Benicio deliberately pulled away the chair beside him. Standing high, Ira shook with fear while Benicio laughed mockingly. A fatherless kid. Your mother must be a slut too. Don't let this little slut down. Laughing arrogantly and smugly, when Benicio insulted Melinda, Ira leaped and jumped onto him. But quickly, Benicio reacted, punching Ira in the face. Ira's head hit the edge of the table, but Benicio wouldn't stop. After that, they wrestled until Tamara intervened and took them away. Called Ira infuriatingly. In between, Benicio returned to the classroom to eat lunch, boasting proudly to the classmates around him. My parents will be here soon. But I'll make that little slut bow down and beg for mercy. You wait and see, neither she nor her mother will escape. After the surveillance ended, all that remained in Melinda's eyes was coldness. She stared at the two people in front of her and smiled faintly. So this is what you call my August making the first move? Do you live in ancient times if you think my August and I should kneel and kowtow to you? Booker breathed heavily, looking nervously at Osiris, who seemed unperturbed. He wasn't sure whether he should explain or not. Sorry, I'm late. The office door was knocked again. Horace hadn't taken off his suit yet and now added a coat, standing tall at the doorway. Booker looked at him in disbelief. Lawyer Dev? Oh. You recognize me? Horace and Booker graduated from the same university. Horace was once an outstanding graduate often praised by professors. After graduation, he was exceptionally hired and became a legend in the legal field. Initially, Booker desperately wanted to meet him, but now that they had met, his heart sank. Why are you here? I heard my nephew assaulted someone and wanted to see what happened. Horace walked beside Melinda, placed his hand on her shoulder, and nodded at Osiris. Did you see the surveillance? Yes, they insulted verbally first and then physically. Right, we should report it to the police, Horace nodded. Refuse any settlement. Are you the child's uncle? Booker felt like the sky was falling. What kind of person did they offend? Wasn't Melinda supposed to be an unwanted woman? How was she related to Osiris and Horace? What background did she have? The kindergarten teachers showed no ethics, violating the terms of their contract. I think I will consider demanding compensation from the administration. The child has been sent to the hospital. Horace nodded softly. I know you're worried. Go see the child. I'll handle this for you. Thank you, brother. There's no need for that. Let me know if anything happens. With Horace handling things, there would be no good ending for the other party, and Ira would not take the blame. Melinda sighed in relief, preparing to leave. Osiris followed behind her, turning at the door to look coldly at Booker. Go to HR tomorrow to process your resignation. Don't make HR come after you if you wish to stay in business. Booker slumped in his chair, still unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. President Foddy, I don't know how to thank you. Translation completed as requested. The English translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent language and preserving the storyline's coherence. Chapter 38, Work First. If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and research a new product. It would be just in time for the season change, catching other skincare products off guard with a time difference. Osiris's words resonated deeply with Melinda's thoughts. She had been worrying about how to refuse if Osiris made any unreasonable demands. But dealing with work-related matters was relatively easy. They arrived at the hospital soon after. Melinda took a deep breath and entered Ayusha's ward with a relaxed expression. Nurse sister, can you give the injection gently? My mom will give you candies when she arrives. I'll make you a rose with my fingers, so please don't use too much force. Ayusha's clumsy attempts to amuse the nurses with his fingers brought laughter from the nurses and eased Melinda's heart. She walked into the ward and smiled lightly. Ronald, I told you, as a man, how can you be afraid of injections? At that moment, the little man was slightly embarrassed. Ayusha's face turned red instantly. He hadn't expected Melinda to walk in while he was being playful with the nurse. He hid under the blanket bit by bit. Can't see me, can't see me. I see you. Melinda chuckled and pulled Ayush out from under the blanket, tucking him in and pinching his little arm. Thank you, she said to the nurse. Kalbami, it's not that I'm scared of injections, I wanted to wait for you to be here with me. Okay. Melinda did not undermine the little man's dignity but instead cooperated. Fat little man, now that mommy is here, can we have the injection nicely? Yes. Though he agreed verbally, tears welled up in Ayusha's eyes as the needle pierced his skin. Does it hurt a lot? Not at all, not at all. Naughty child. Melinda held Ayush close, her heart aching. Classmates bullied you for so long, why didn't you tell me? Didn't I tell you? Kalbami has been busy, I didn't want to bother you. But he insulted you, and he's bad, so Ronald wants to hit him. For a moment, Melinda was speechless. She knew why Ayush was bullied. Keeping Horace's identity hidden was one reason, but another reason was that she had always told him that his father went very far away, and they could still grow up happily without him. However, while Ayush understood this, other children might not. Had it been right to let him live in this potentially harmful lie? For once, Melinda doubted herself. Yet, she also knew that Ayush was her flesh and blood, having experienced tough times together. No one in the world loved him more than she did. Even Jacoban couldn't match her love. Melinda. Osiris suddenly interrupted their intimate moment. Melinda looked up at him, puzzled. He shook his phone slightly. There's a small issue in the lab, they can't calculate the correct data and need your help. She seemed to recall mentioning calculating the correct data within today. However, she had laid down the major framework already, they only needed to verify it, which should not require her presence. Kalbi Rover, Ayush had just been bullied and needed her support more than these adults. Melinda held Ayush tighter. Mr. Foddy, I promised to launch the new product this month. If they can't calculate it today, perhaps let them work an early shift tomorrow. The company has its rules. Then consider me absent today. Melinda needed money, but compared to Ayush, nothing mattered more. Call me, it's okay, I can stay alone in the hospital. Ayush sensed the tension between them and pulled at Melinda's clothes, his face serious. Kalbami has work to do, and Ronald can take care of himself. No. Melinda was firm. Osiris softened his tone. I can look after him until his checkup and infusion are done, then bring him back to the company to find you. It was a tempting offer. But Melinda felt Osiris was lying. After some thought, she raised her head. Mr. Foddy, can you bring my computer over? I can calculate the data here. Company secrets. It looks like you're free, so you can watch me to ensure I don't leak any secrets. Melinda interrupted him earnestly. Now Osiris found no reason to refuse. The hospital presented a good opportunity. To get Ayush's DNA, he needed concrete evidence. But first, he had to separate Melinda from him. Given her current protective stance, it wasn't the best time to act. One step at a time. Osiris nodded, agreeing to her request. He arranged for her computer to be brought over. The sound of typing filled the ward. By the time Ayush finished his infusion, Melinda had calculated the correct data. She looked up to find Osiris staring at her motionlessly. Mr. Foddy. Melinda paused. Is there something wrong? Nothing. Osiris turned away, confirming that Melinda was indeed the woman he met on Kolbilan Island. But why wouldn't she admit it? Data is complete. Melinda closed her laptop and handed it back to him. You can check it again. Osiris accepted it and glanced over the data. Suddenly, he heard Ayush softly calling. Looking up, he saw Melinda removing the 4-line. Why didn't you wait for the nurse? The bag was empty. Melinda lifted the needle, with a trace of blood on it. If the nurse doesn't come in time, air might enter, and even Mr. Foddy's people can't monitor and 4-tube constantly. Melinda lifted Ayush from the bed. It's quitting time. Can I take the child home now? Yeah, you've worked hard today. You can have 2 days off. I'll return to the company after arranging his transfer. Naturally, Melinda wouldn't reject a well-earned break. She gathered their belongings and declined Osiris's offer to drive them home. Descending the stairs, Horace was waiting beside the car. Is Ronald okay? He's fine, just a minor injury. They gave him antibiotics just now. Translation ends here. Chapter 39, The Test Report. It's fine then. Horace let out a sigh of relief, opening the back door of the car. Dina got into the car with Ira and asked casually, how did things go at the school? The troublemaking parents have agreed to compensation and a public apology at the kindergarten. As for Tamara and the kindergarten, I've drafted a complaint letter. August's case is not an isolated incident. Once we find out how many other children have been treated similarly, I will join forces with other parents to report the kindergarten. If everything goes as planned, it should be shut down. Horace sounded relaxed. Such a case with solid evidence was a trivial matter for him, a renowned lawyer. Dina chuckled and patted Ira on the head. My little August really made a big contribution today. Made a contribution? Yes, you were very brave today, protecting Kalbami and other kids who might get bullied. You're a big hero, August. Upon hearing this, Ira finally broke into a genuine smile. He laughed heartily. Yes, August is a big hero, but Kalbami is a big fool. Horace couldn't help but chuckle softly. Dina looked flustered for a moment and quickly asked, why am I a big fool? You promised to protect yourself, but you were still careless and hurt yourself, Ira replied. Hurt myself? Horace picked up on the key point in Ira's words. Dina tried to brush off the topic by laughing it off. No, just a small cut when I was helping August with the needle earlier. Nothing to worry about. Glancing at Ira beside her, Dina was inwardly surprised. Truly carrying Dev family blood, his observance skills were astonishing even at such a young age. Perhaps he would become a lawyer like Horace someday. However, Dina wasn't actually clumsy. She had done it intentionally. After Osiris left her house last time, August's frequently used baby bottle went missing. When she asked August if he forgot it at the kindergarten, August swore that he hadn't misplaced it and was sad about losing it for days. Knowing her child well, Dina believed he would never lie or be careless. Thus, the only suspicious person who visited her home was Osiris. What could he possibly want with the baby bottle? At the time, Dina didn't understand, but when Osiris questioned her about the Kalbaralan Island incident again, she began to suspect. What if he was Nolan from that night? But with Iona involved, it was hard to come up with a plausible explanation. Yet today, Osiris's urgency in getting the data without any hindrance made Dina suspect that he was trying to get her out of the way to obtain Ira's DNA. So during the needle removal, she carefully wiped August's blood off using alcohol swabs and pricked her own arm, adding her blood instead. If the timing was right, Osiris's test results should be available now. Are the results accurate? Absolutely accurate. The doctor, who provided the report, spoke firmly. This hospital is partly funded by you, so you should know all equipment here is state-of-the-art. Errors are unlikely. And verifying DNA is straightforward, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Osiris stared at the result on the report, dumbfounded. No parental relationship. How could this be? If the child isn't his, then whose is it? You've seen the kid. He looks a lot like you. Dr. Corbin, a longtime friend of Osiris, wore an exasperated expression. You're old enough to know coincidences exist. This much of a coincidence? In this vast world, people can look alike easily. Kalbirover, the child is still young. Who knows if he'll look like you when he grows up? The result won't be wrong unless your sample was. Sample wrong? Osiris thought about what happened in the ward. Dina removed the needle from Ira and took everything, including the empty drink bottle. So he had no choice but to use the blood on the needle for the DNA test. Sample. Could it be? A bizarre idea formed in Osiris's mind. What tests did August undergo? Just some EEG, ECG, and blood draw. The blood sample. Corbin, looking horrified, hurriedly stopped Osiris. Wait, hospitals aren't lawless zones, and I'm not a vigilante. There's no way I can give you the blood sample, and I don't have the capability to do so either. Even if you declare the hospital bankrupt and make everyone leave, the blood samples would be destroyed immediately. Osiris's intentions were truly unsettling. Corbin knew Osiris's character. While some businesses operated in gray areas, Osiris stayed away from them. Now, he wanted to obtain a child's DNA through unconventional means? Corbin couldn't help but ask curiously, the child has a mother. Would she not know who the father is? Even if she doesn't know, wouldn't you? Those words struck a chord with Osiris. Wasn't he trying to confirm this question, thus obtaining the DNA? But, forget it. Maybe he was mistaken after all. Leaving. Yeah. Corbin waved goodbye to Osiris. As he turned, another thought crossed his mind. Oh right, I haven't given you the child's report yet. I'll have someone send it to your company in a couple of days. All right. Back home. Dina patted the sleeping Ira. Today had been a thrilling day. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, she tiptoed out of the room. Horace was waiting in the living room. Noticing her arrival, he gestured for her to sit opposite him. Elder brother, what do you need to say to me so seriously? Do you know whose child August is? Jacob's. Dina closed her eyes, showing resistance. That night had been a nightmare for her. After waking up, Jacob was the first person she saw. Are you sure? Note, this translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 40, Who it is doesn't matter. Melinda wasn't entirely sure. She had doubted the truth. After all, if Jacob had confessed right away that it was him acting irresponsibly, whether because of drunkenness or mistakenly eating something, he didn't avoid the issue. Such a person, why would he leave her with a jade pendant? And told her to find him through the jade pendant. Melinda had shown her jade pendant to Jacob before, but he showed no reaction at all. But everything has passed. Big brother, I don't want to dwell on this matter. Melinda sighed and turned to say, I've already said it, whoever Bar's father is, he is just my child. Horace knew about Melinda's past. That night was too painful for Melinda. He was holding a paternity test report. The last time in the room, he got Jacob's blood sample and sent it along with Ira's sample for a paternity test. However, the results showed no relation between the two. Ira was definitely not Jacob's child. But Horace was still hesitating whether to tell Melinda about this matter. It's about Bar, isn't it? Melinda sharply sensed Horace's hesitation. Horace was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, I always said you should learn from me to become a lawyer. We have the genes for it in our family. I don't like being a lawyer, I prefer research. Melinda shook her head and sighed. Just because I know you well, I can tell you're different from usual. Whatever you do is fine. Horace comforted, if I told you Bar is not Jacob's child, how would you feel? Melinda had been prepared mentally, but when the truth was revealed, she felt incredibly heavy-hearted. It was as if her long-held belief lost all its meaning in an instant. Bar's father isn't Jacob, and Nolan that night wasn't Jacob either. Who could it be? Melinda actually had an answer in her heart. But she couldn't confirm it and dared not to. Melinda took a deep breath and continued, Don't tell anyone. To whom could I tell? Amnon Fadi. Horace fell silent for a while. Melinda's reminder carried a special meaning. Horace and Osiris were childhood friends. Now, Melinda knew Osiris had suspicions and was gradually verifying them. She had tampered with Ira's DNA already, and now was the time to get Osiris to drop his suspicions. If Horace accidentally disclosed that Ira was not Jacob's child, it would reignite his doubts. The child is Big brother. Melinda suddenly stood up. I said it doesn't matter whose child it is. Why should you care so much about what I don't? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Horace's face. He didn't care who Bar's father was. He only cared about Melinda. That night, Melinda had been violated. He wanted this person to pay, no matter who he was. But Horace, used to being calm, forgot that bringing up that night hurt Melinda over and over again. And Ira was her redemption. Sorry. Horace lowered his head guiltily, speaking softly, I won't ask you this question again. In the future, Ira will be our dev family's child. I've spoken to the kindergarten, you can take the child there for an interview tomorrow. Horace paused, then added, rest assured, this kindergarten was established by one of my previous clients. Bar won't be bullied again. Sorry. My attitude just now was bad. Don't worry. When kids are involved, everyone acts this way. Remember when Kalbim and Jalen learned of your experience? They wanted to fight the Gu family. After searching for their precious daughter for so many years, they found her living in a leaky basement. When Mr. and Isabel saw Melinda, the usually gentle couple nearly wanted to go and demand justice from the Gu family. It was Melinda and Horace who stopped them. Melinda said revenge should be taken by herself. She always kept her word. We are all here for you. Just remember that. Thank you. After sending off Horace, Melinda felt drained of all energy. She collapsed on the sofa, thinking about Nolan who pressed against her. If Osiris knew the truth, would he take Bar away from her? Yet, he already had Iona. Her thoughts wandered wildly, and she dozed off. When she woke up, a furry little head had joined her side. A small blanket draped over her and Ira couldn't cover both of them, so Ira curled up in her arms. Melinda's heart melted at the sight. She pinched Ira's little nose and asked softly, Bar, why did you sleep here? Kalbami will catch a cold without the blanket. Bar covers the blanket for Kalbami. Smart boy. Melinda laughed and lifted Ira up, let's have breakfast and visit the new kindergarten later. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Ira clung to Melinda's neck, pouting. I want to stay home with Mommy. Please don't send me to kindergarten. No. Melinda frowned, kids need to study hard to protect Mommy when they grow up. But if Bar behaves, Mommy can take you to see your favorite movie tonight. And I'll buy you a big bucket of popcorn. Kalbami, I'm a real tough guy, I'm not doing it for the popcorn, I mainly love going to school. Such a smooth talker. Melinda poured a cup of milk for Ira and prepared some toast when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Melinda's heart skipped a beat. She turned off the stove and opened the door, seeing Verity standing outside. She glared at her and said coldly, why are you here? She didn't recall giving Verity her address. And what good intentions could a fox come with? Sister. Verity looked at her with an ambiguous smile. Haven't I also never congratulated you on your housewarming? Not necessary. Be less heartless. I really have something to talk about. Seeing Melinda about to close the door, Verity quickly said, is sister trying to hide someone else's husband? Is that why you won't open the door? Is my man hidden inside? Verity's voice wasn't low, and the hallway was spacious, others might hear. Though Melinda knew nothing needed explaining, she also knew rumors were terrifying. Chapter 41, Cooperation. She didn't care much for herself, but if Ronald was labeled as a bastard again, Fallon would never allow it. She feared she might not be able to control herself and use some illegal methods to deal with Verity. She took a deep breath and barely suppressed her anger. Fallon opened the door and let Verity in. Verity strutted in like a victorious rooster, surveying the room before settling her gaze on Ayush. It was as if she had discovered something extraordinary, and she scrutinized Ayush, finally saying smugly, so that's why you didn't want me to come in, sister, because you have a child. Well, is this kid Jacob's? No. Fallon raised her voice sharply. She knew Verity cared deeply about being branded as an illegitimate child, wanting the same stigma for Ayush. Ronald, come inside. Kalbami, she's a bad person. I'll drive her away for you. Rarely disobedient, Ayush ran to Verity and began pounding her fists on Verity's legs. Verity smirked, easily pulling Ayush away. He doesn't look much like you. So, whose brat is this? Fallon's face darkened, her tone icy. Watch your mouth. If you don't want your tongue, I can help you with that. Verity's expression turned inscrutable. Why? What right did Fallon have to still dare defy her? Verity crouched down, reaching out toward Ayush, but suddenly a glass shattered on the floor in front of her. Glass shards sliced across her face, causing her to scream as she saw Fallon already holding Ayush. The glass cup was clearly thrown by her. Fallon carried Ayush back into the room, assuring him multiple times that he wouldn't be bullied. Then she left the room to face Verity. So, what are you here for? You couldn't have been so kind as to bring me a housewarming gift. Fallon, what are you doing? A scratch marred Verity's face. This was her most prized possession, it was all she had left. Fallon sneered. If you dare come near Ronald again, I swear I'll ruin not just your face, but also your relationship with the Gu family. You. Verity, furious and distorted, soon calmed down, recalling what Iona told her yesterday. Don't underestimate Fallon. She has weaknesses. The stronger she acts, the more vulnerable she may be. Yesterday, Verity met Iona after receiving photos taken by a private detective. But she also noticed Iona trailing behind the detective. Iona said with a smile, your private detective isn't very experienced. Anyone who has been photographed should have spotted him. Who are you? I think we might share a common enemy. Fallon? Yes. Uninvited, Iona sat opposite Verity. Verity recognized her from a recent banquet where she chased after Osiris. It must be Iona. Iona wasn't hopeful about Verity. Just a model dismissed by Oshia Group, what could she possibly do? Could she have come to the wrong person? Iona doubted internally. But outwardly, she adhered to the principle of leaving people a way out. Looks like she stole your man too. Verity's lips almost twitched in triumph. She thought Iona was just another lady, but it seemed their situations were similar. Already married and can't even keep hold of her own man? You aren't any different. I'm not, Iona replied disdainfully. I've seen the photos you've taken. Some angles do show Fallon and Inochu in close proximity, but have you considered what these photos will achieve? Before Verity could respond, Iona continued, you obviously haven't thought it through. Those photos will only make Lou feel that you doubt him and hired someone to spy on him, which will double his disgust for you. In fact, out of disgust, he might give up on you and pursue Fallon instead. True to form, Verity clenched her fists tightly. She took a deep breath and asked, if that's the case, wouldn't it benefit you? Why did you come to me? Benefit? Iona sneered. Osiris never backs down when he wants something. He doesn't retreat because others desire the same thing. In other words, if Inochu pressures Fallon too much, it might trigger Hamza's protective instincts. I don't want that, so I don't want you to release those photos, understood? Verity found it incomprehensible that Iona would undo all her efforts. Of course, she wasn't pleased. Her obvious discontent led Iona to question once again whether this useless woman could be of any use. Or maybe you shouldn't reveal the photos yet. You could threaten Fallon to resign from Oshia or leave town. We could work together, mutually beneficial. Besides, I can offer you additional benefits. Think carefully, what's the best choice? Additional benefits? Verity's eyes lit up. Iona was Osiris's fiancée and thus had significant influence at Oshia. Verity's greed was no longer hidden. If I help you, can I be the spokesperson for all Oshia products? Iona sized up Verity, scoffing inwardly. Such a small request was laughable. For someone like Verity, becoming a spokesperson would likely keep her awake in joy at night. Iona nodded. Sure, once Fallon is gone, I will be the lady of Oshia Group. Choosing a spokesperson will be my decision. Alright, I'll help you. Tell me what I should do. Threaten Fallon. See if she knows how to retreat when faced with adversity. Remember, she has a child. Child? Chapter 42, Interview. Verity took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. She stared at Abrielle in front of her, forcing herself to appear calm as she spoke. Abrielle, don't think that just because you're back, you can easily take away what belongs to me. I'll make you see the consequences. Abrielle sneered coldly, do you really think I care for anything you have? A man? Jacob's heart was never truly grasped by Verity. Although she currently had no feelings for Jacob, this didn't mean he would be swayed by her. A love filled with ulterior motives could hardly be called love. Sadly, Verity might never understand this. She was stubbornly trying to snatch what she thought was hers. Abrielle no longer found Verity detestable, instead, she pitted and mocked her like a clown. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, Abrielle looked at the disheveled Verity, chin slightly raised. So, with such minor injuries, are you planning to lie on the floor and extort money from me? Or did you come here today to stage an incident, hoping to become Oshia Group spokesperson? Too bad, the role has already been filled, leaving you no chance. At times, she felt she should thank Verity. If not for her stupidity and stubbornness, she might still harbor a tiny bit of gratitude toward the Gu family. After all, they had raised her until now. But seeing how the Gu family sheltered Verity made Abrielle feel they were better off in hell, fitting for the depths of despair she experienced. Abrielle. I'm not deaf. Abrielle raised an eyebrow, continuing, August is young, so we chose soundproof materials during the renovation. If you wanted the neighbors to hear, you've missed your mark. Verity gnashed her teeth but remembered the real matter at hand. She pulled out several photos from her bag and slapped them on the table. Abrielle glanced at them and sneered. Child's play. Indeed, she had found it odd when Jacob suddenly proposed a final farewell. Now, it was clear Verity was behind the scenes, aiming to take these photos. But what use could they have? Shaking her head, Abrielle asked with genuine curiosity, I want to know, do you plan to use these photos to threaten me or Jacob? If it's the latter, aren't you afraid he might seize the opportunity to divorce you? And if it's the former, sorry, the photos are too amateurish to threaten me effectively. Are you sure about that? Verity's face darkened instantly. She'd heard similar words from Iona before. Was Abrielle insulting her intelligence along with Iona? Verity continued, everyone knows Jacob is a married man. Whether these photos are real or fake, you, Ainsley, having a private meal with a married man, being the technology minister of Oshia Group, don't you lack any sense of propriety? Interesting. Based on Verity's usual temper, she would have already attacked. Did someone guide her from behind? Glancing at the clock, little time remained before Ira's interview. Standing up, she cut to the chase, let me tell you one thing, you deleted the chat records, not recalled them. I have the complete conversation. Who initiated it and why I agreed should be crystal clear to you. If you wish to expose these photos, please do. I want to see whether your lies stand firm after public opinion, or if truth prevails. She grabbed Verity's clothes, pushing her out of the room with distaste. Abrielle, what do you mean? Are you not responsible for taking another woman's husband? You treat me like this, Abrielle. Verity yelled outside. Relieved, Abrielle listened to the noise. This was the real Verity. Her earlier demeanor had surprised her. Kalbami, why are you still spacing out? Ira tugged at Abrielle's finger. We need to go to kindergarten, Mommy, and then to the amusement park. When did the cinema turn into an amusement park? Amused, Abrielle handed over a slice of toast to Ira and walked to the door, checking through the peephole to ensure Verity was far enough away before exhaling deeply. After breakfast, Abrielle took Ira to the new kindergarten for her interview. It was among the best in the city. The children here, whether in terms of background, upbringing, learning ability, or character, were the cream of the crop. Consequently, entering the kindergarten wasn't a mere formality. They indeed needed to pass written tests and interviews. Moreover, parents were also evaluated, their work, achievements, and economic status thoroughly checked. This rare occasion made Abrielle nervous. Kalbami, are you feeling unwell? No, Abrielle breathed deeply. Would you like Mommy to accompany you? No need. Ira held the hand of the teacher. Helplessly, Abrielle followed two other teachers into the adjacent office. Ms. Gu, you don't need to be nervous. We might ask some intrusive questions, but we hope you're prepared. Okay. Ira's father, did he leave, or is he in a place where he cannot return? Abrielle's heart skipped a beat. How direct. She knew the correctness of this answer determined whether Ira could enter the kindergarten. Still alive. The dean of this kindergarten seemed foolish yet wealthy, willing to do anything. Abrielle feared saying the child's father was deceased might lead to him being found later, which would be disastrous. Then, may we inquire why you chose to separate, given that marriage becomes a compromise after having a child? I don't believe compromise is a good choice, especially for someone meant to spend a lifetime together. Note, the provided translation adheres to the original text structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 43, A Rare Rest. We decided to break up simply because we didn't want to continue being together anymore. Though Dina was making this up off the cuff, her words were earnest and even moved some people. They realized their questions had become intrusive, but Dina was still patiently answering them. It would be inappropriate to press further. The next set of questions revolved around where Dina worked, her salary, and her hobbies at home. Soon after, the examiner led Ira into the office. He leaned in toward the interviewer, whispering, "This kid scored a perfect score this time. His IQ is probably way beyond just 5 years old." Really? Is the kindergarten about to produce a little prodigy? The recruiter couldn't stop smiling. He needed to secure Ira for the school right away. Ms. Gu, your son has an exceptionally high aptitude. I believe admission shouldn't be a problem. After reviewing the documents, we will send you a notification, and then you can register him at the kindergarten with that notice. Also, I know about the incident at his previous kindergarten. This is indeed a very serious matter, but I assure you that nothing like it will happen here. Dina wasn't about to bite on such a big promise so readily. She hesitated, nodded, and left the kindergarten under the watchful eyes of all the teachers. As soon as she got in the car, Dina started complaining. Why did things go so smoothly today? Is it because my baby is too amazing? Mama, Ira said seriously, I overachieved today, so I want rewards, lots of rewards. Rewards? Dina chuckled helplessly. No matter how much he knew, what mattered was that Ira was happy. Okay, you can have rewards today. You can choose whatever you want. With a grand gesture, Dina gave Ira complete freedom. He ran off like a gust of wind and returned pushing a cart filled with snacks. Before, he'd cried for days because of toothache. Dina teased, so many snacks, aren't you afraid your teeth will get worse again? Nope. Ira thumped his chest confidently. If I eat this much, I'll do better on the next test. I want to be Mama's little genius. Mama doesn't need you to be a little genius. Dina laughed and pinched his nose. I didn't say I wouldn't buy them for you, there's no need to be so excited. All of these are mine. Ira cheered, and Dina sighed, inspecting the shopping cart. Snacks, toys, everything. But why did Ira pull down items that were clearly on top? Dina frowned and pulled him out of the cart. August, you know good boys don't lie. Ira's eyes darted around guiltily. She knew her son well, he was lying. Dina, feeling irked, deliberately put on a stern face. If you lie, I won't pay for any of these. Seeing that Dina was really upset, Ira's eyes welled up. Pretending to be pitiful won't work. Unless you tell the truth, I might consider forgiving you. Ira hung his head, looking aggrieved. I just didn't say everything, which doesn't count as lying. What did you say? It's fine, he's a sensible child, you don't need to be so harsh. Suddenly, Osiris's voice came from behind Dina. Her skin prickled as she turned around, surprised by Osiris's sudden appearance. Though they were in the same city, weren't they seeing each other too often now? Since he couldn't reach the higher shelves, I helped him. During your vacation, I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't tell you. Uncle Fadi. Ira ran over and hugged Osiris's leg. Mama is scary, please comfort me, Uncle Fadi. Fat little rascal turning to others for comfort. Dina rolled her eyes but felt relieved. She thought for a moment that something else might have happened. Come on, August, the movie is starting soon. Can Uncle Fadi come with us? Sure. No. Osiris and Dina spoke simultaneously, giving opposite answers. They exchanged glances, and finally, Dina reluctantly said, Uncle Fadi is a busy person. We don't want to disturb his work. I'm on leave today. Could a company president take a day off so casually? Dina doubted it. And why wasn't Iona with him? Didn't she usually go everywhere with Osiris? Kalbami, let Uncle Fadi come with us. Didn't you say gratitude makes a good child? You haven't thanked Uncle Fadi yet for last time. Shouldn't we invite him to the movie? Dina. Darn it, Ira made a lot of sense. Yesterday, Osiris helped take Ira to the hospital. Regardless of the reason, he genuinely helped her. Today, even unexpectedly, he still fetched items for Ira from the high shelves. If she continued refusing, it would seem too ungrateful. Although Dina didn't understand why she should be kind to her Rahim, she couldn't resist Ira's pleading look. She sighed and agreed to invite Osiris to the movie. But if we can't get tickets, Mr. Fadi, you should. What movie are you watching? Osiris interrupted Dina, turning to Ira. Adventures of Big Piggy and Fat Little Piggy. Noted. Osiris quickly walked ahead, stepping aside to make a phone call. When Dina and Ira finished putting the items in the car, he approached them slowly. He waved his phone and said expressionlessly, Hall 3. But we bought tickets for Hall 2. The hall was changed temporarily. You'll see when we get there. Chapter 44, The Perks of Being Wealthy. At the cinema, Dina finally understood why the movie theater had changed halls at the last minute. Osiris had quietly arranged for a private screening. To avoid disrupting other audience members' viewing experience, he specifically chose an empty hall and urgently transferred the film Ira had been eagerly awaiting from another location. Kolbine really did make one act without restraint. Dina thought to herself absent-mindedly. Only Ira was engrossed in the animated movie. Dina turned her head and saw Ira happily munching on a super large bucket of popcorn. On his other side sat Osiris. The two exchanged glances across Ira, silently understanding each other. Dina stood up first, whispering into Ira's ear, Kalbami will go to the bathroom, I'll be back soon. Wait here nicely. Okay. Ira's eyes were glued to the big screen. At least he wouldn't wander off. She left the cinema first. A couple of minutes later, Osiris also walked out. The corridor outside the cinema was empty. The two exchanged glances. Finally, Dina spoke first, Mr. Fadi, this can't be just a coincidence, can it? Not exactly, Osiris admitted frankly. He had heard earlier that Dina was taking Ira for a kindergarten interview. Due to work commitments, he couldn't leave immediately. After they finished their shopping at the supermarket, Osiris followed them almost unconsciously. Actually, he didn't know what he intended to do by following them. However, when he saw Ira struggling to reach items on higher shelves, he instinctively reached out to help. Why? Dina asked, puzzled. Mr. Fadi, I thought we only had a simple superior-subordinate relationship. It's not necessary for you to leave work to accompany me shopping. And even if you need personal time, you could visit your fiancé instead of me. Iona's way of thinking sometimes baffled Dina. For example, why did she turn into a screaming chicken whenever she saw her? Dina couldn't figure it out, but her ears certainly suffered. So, she decided to keep her distance from such bizarre people, farther, much farther. Especially now, she needed to distance herself from Osiris too. Why do you always mention her? Osiris said irritably. After the previous incident, he had taken a cold approach with Iona. One reason was that he disliked people who lied to him. Another reason was that he detested her clingy nature. His earlier gentleness mostly stemmed from guilt, which had since turned into anger. In short, he had no patience left for Iona. Dina nearly burst into laughter at Osiris's frustration. Why bring up his fiancé so often? Only Osiris would say something like that. According to her brother, he wasn't an irresponsible person. So, why? Suddenly, Dina recalled their eye contact earlier. For a moment, she thought that if they were a family of 3, it might not be so bad. No, terrible thoughts. She shook her head to dispel the idea. Clearing her throat, she kept her face composed. Mr. Fadi, after the movie, let me treat you to dinner. Would that clear the debts between us? Sure. It's a deal. Dina nodded and was about to return to the screening room when her phone rang inconveniently. She answered it. The caller introduced themselves, the same kindergarten they visited that afternoon. Can we register tomorrow? Sorry, Ms. Gu, but I'm afraid admission isn't possible. Aya on the other end sounded regretful. Although little August is very talented and well-behaved, due to other reasons, we can't process your application yet. I have some information about other kindergartens. Would you like it? Not admitted. Dina clenched her phone tightly. If not because of Ira, then it must be her own fault. Initially, she thought she could take care of August alone. Is it because of my marital status? Before the caller could reply, Dina added quickly, I assure you that August isn't an illegitimate child of any wealthy family. Your assurance may not be sufficient, the caller replied hesitantly. Following this, there were muffled sounds over the phone. Then, the voice grew quieter. Ms. Gu, the following advice is just for your benefit. Please don't record this conversation. I understand. If you can handle the public opinion issues online, August's admission should still have a chance. Public opinion issues? Dina frowned, agreeing. A single parent shouldn't affect the admission review, right? Yes, single parents are common and won't affect anything. However, negative online comments might lead other parents to object to your child's presence, making it difficult for us to proceed. Understood. I'll handle it. Dina hung up, feeling drained as she crouched down. Cold sweat soaked through her back, fear still gripping her. For a moment, she feared she might have dragged August down. But it hadn't happened. Public opinion, yes, public opinion. With trembling fingers, she opened Weibo. Verity's name topped the trending list, followed by several related entries. Hashtag top star's marriage breaks down, allegedly due to third-party hashtag. Hashtag third-party identified as top star's sister hashtag. Hashtag brother-in-law couldn't resist hashtag. Hashtag pregnant wife encounters tea-lady hashtag. What was all this nonsense? A chaotic mess. Dina frowned, finding it hard to get useful information from these absurd entries. She clicked on the first trending topic, a video seemingly from a live stream. On screen, Verity had red-rimmed eyes, staring blankly as if she had been crying for hours. Dina scoffed. Vibrant in the morning, downtrodden in the afternoon? She never realized how talented Verity was as an actress before. Except, Dina had intentionally exposed the wound left by the broken cup on Verity's face. What's happening? Front row seats please. Is this the famous top star? Never heard of her. Hello everyone. Whether you've heard of me or not, I'm sorry to occupy public resources, but I don't know what else to do. Here's the report from today's hospital checkup. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45, Fadis. A large report was placed in front of the screen. Fallon could understand the data on it. Verity was pregnant. Fallon frowned deeply. She remembered that among the countless text messages Jacob had sent her, one of them stated that he had never touched Verity. Then whose child could she be carrying? No. Fallon suddenly felt she had been naive. If Jacob were truly as chaste as he claimed, he would have already exploded in rage. He wouldn't have let such videos spread online. I just got a checkup today and confirmed the pregnancy, but I also received some photos. Verity placed the incriminating photos one by one in front of the camera. The chat exploded predictably. What nonsense, they're already kissing. The guy really doesn't know self-control, having such a beautiful wife at home, yet he still cheats. Obviously, it's the woman who intentionally seduced him, right? Fallon watched the arguments in the comments and clenched her phone tightly. This move was clever. Verity was indeed smart. It seemed she had underestimated her. How could she forget that Verity was always best at playing the victim? This person in the photo is my older sister. She fell into the water and went missing before finally being found after so long, but now she wants to take everything from me. Verity sobbed while covering her face. I know she must have had a hard time living outside all these years, but what did I do wrong? Why must she push me to give up everything? She even decided the fate of my endorsement contract with just one word. I haven't worked for a long time. I think my sister must hate me, so. Fallon couldn't bear to watch any longer. Verity's words could turn black into white. Fallon sneered. If she liked using public opinion against her, she could do the same. Hold on, Osiris interrupted, sensing what Fallon wanted to do. I think we should clean up those photos on the internet first. Afterwards, sue them for slander. It might not produce immediate results, but you've always been above board. Being too close to the situation made it hard to see clearly. Fallon wanted to fight fire with fire because she was the victim. Standing outside the conflict, Osiris remained calmer. He had heard the whole story standing next to Fallon. Fallon took a deep breath and nodded. I'll tell my brother and draft a legal notice shortly. Okay. Osiris paused, adding, I'll help you clean up those images online. Don't go through so much trouble. If negative impacts arise, OSHA will suffer the most. The company's PR department isn't there just for show. After sending the notice personally, I'll send another one in OSHA's name. Osiris spoke resolutely. Suddenly, Fallon felt all her panic vanish. All right. Back at the cinema, Anthony was still engrossed in the cartoon. They rapidly typed on their phones, and within an hour, when the movie ended, 3 posts appeared simultaneously on social media, dominating the top spot on the trending list. Hashtag OSHA denial hashtag. OSHA Group, our endorsements are always chosen through fair competition. We've never heard of executives changing decisions arbitrarily. Given Ainsley participated in the endorsement selection, we release her interview video to prove the truth. OSHA Group, regarding the defamatory claims against our technical director, Fallon, we've drafted a legal notice and will file a lawsuit. The subpoena will soon reach Ainsley. Fallon, those who lie will choke on 1,000 needles. Legal notice image. Comments erupted instantly. What's happening? OSHA's official account, which rarely posts, has finally moved. Usually, they don't even promote their own products via the official account, but now they're posting twice to support an employee. OSHA is really tough. Just now, I doubted how a sister could be so bad, but now it seems like they were misleading us all along. If this level of performance secured her the endorsement, I could be OSHA's spokesperson too. Public opinion shifted almost instantly. Verity was furious, watching the comments criticizing her. She had no idea where to start defending herself. Are you stupid? Verity's phone rang suddenly. Upon answering, she heard Iona yelling. I told you to threaten Fallon not to release those photos. Now we have nothing left to bargain with. What do you plan to do? Verity was already seething. You say it so easily. Why don't you go and threaten that unyielding bitch, Fallon? Iona had never been scolded so harshly and couldn't respond. Their conversation fell into a deadlock. Now what? Just let her gloat? Iona scoffed. Why should she gloat? The photos have been removed, and public opinion is overwhelmingly in her favor. Miss Roxanne, can you handle this? During Iona's birthday, OSHA remained quiet. Iona hadn't cared since she assumed it was tradition. But now, OSHA posted twice for Fallon. What makes her so special? I'll find a way, but you need to stop acting recklessly. While Verity and Iona panicked, Fallon and Osiris were dining at a high-end restaurant with Anthony. Can't believe this matter was settled so quickly. Innocent people have nothing to fear. Osiris skillfully cut the steak on his plate, then divided it between Fallon and Anthony. I only expedited things a little. Did it impact the company at all? Of course not. Osiris smiled. If it did, Horace can represent OSHA in court. Fallon paused, then relaxed. How could she forget Osiris and Horace were childhood friends? His actions might well be arranged by Horace. Chapter 46 Uncle or Uncle. Melinda couldn't quite tell whether she should feel relieved or something else. She picked up the steak on her plate and placed it on Gubar's plate. Melinda gently patted Gubar's head and said, Don't call him Uncle Fadi anymore, just call him Uncle from now on. Uncle? Osiris's expression changed. He did not want to be this little guy's uncle at all. Osiris hadn't fully trusted the results of the DNA test. After all, the needles seemed to be left behind by Melinda intentionally, and whose DNA was on it was still unknown. There was nothing else in the room that could verify the DNA. Just because he can embrace you, does that mean it's true? Call be over. This morning, Gubar's previous test report had been sent to OSHA Group. With Melinda absent, the special assistant took the liberty to put everything in his office. After reviewing Gubar's data, although the blood type was entirely consistent, much of the data did not match. It was evident that someone tampered with it. If this was done by Melinda, then it could only represent one thing. She didn't want him to reunite with the child. But why? Did he look like an irresponsible jerk? Osiris was puzzled. No. Gubar refused Melinda's suggestion before she even finished speaking. Osiris watched Gubar devouring food, unexpectedly. The little kid's cheeks were bulging, and he mumbled, Uncles are uncles, and uncles are uncles. They're different. Where's the difference? An uncle can marry mom, but an uncle cannot. Melinda's face instantly turned red. What nonsense was this child spouting? Her lips twitched as she looked up at Osiris, embarrassed. He's just talking gibberish, don't mind him, President Fadi, it's what kids say. I don't mind. Not mind? What kind of man is this? All crows are black. At this moment, Melinda's stereotypical view of men hit its peak. He obviously already had a fiancé, so what was he even saying here? Melinda laughed coldly and continued, You may not mind, but your fiancé might not agree. It will be cancelled sooner or later. Roxanne family's desire for climbing high was clear, but why should he lower the high branch for them just because they wanted to climb? Did Roxanne family deserve it? Iona who lies constantly. Osiris just wanted to quickly figure out what happened between Melinda and her, and why the jade pendant ended up in her hands. Since it's going to be cancelled, Mr. Fadi should also wait until after cancellation before pursuing others, otherwise it would be unfair to your fiancé. Melinda's expression was serious, though she spoke about others' affairs, it seemed like she was talking about herself. Osiris shrugged and asked, Does Ainsley consider an employer's attitude towards love when picking a job? To be honest, I have no interest in office romance, so to make things easier, I do indeed care about my Raheem's behavior. After all, I don't want my work half done and forced to switch jobs. Don't worry, OSHA isn't that easy to go bankrupt. Gubar didn't understand what they were talking about, only feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Yes, the world truly needs this great hero, Bar, to save it. Gubar struggled to split the fish fillet in his plate into two halves, giving one half to Melinda and the other to Osiris. He smiled proudly and said, Kalbim, uncle, don't argue, let's get along well. Melinda cooled down a lot. She rubbed Gubar's head and whispered, I'm not angry, let's hurry up and eat. Today, bar was so amazing, let's go back home and open your gifts. Yes. Hearing the word gifts, Gubar's eyes lit up, and he buried his head to finish eating. Melinda barely ate and was already full. Her eyes were soft as if they could drip water. It was obvious that Gubar almost occupied half of her life. Anyone wanting to take Gubar away from her would likely be left battered and bruised. Including me? Osiris thought to himself. He suddenly opened his mouth, I think. Don't let Bar hear those words, Melinda interrupted. He knows nothing, and I don't want him to think too much. Sorry. Tomorrow, I'll go to the kindergarten again to register Bar, and then I can return to work normally. Thanks, Mr. Fadi. Melinda protected her cub like a bird. Once sensing any intention good or bad from outsiders regarding Gubar, she would shield him under her wing. It was indeed impulsive of him. Osiris thought. After Gubar was full, Osiris proposed sending them home. However, Melinda didn't want to complicate things further. She came to seek revenge, not to stir trouble. The matter of Verity wasn't resolved yet, and she didn't want to drag in another Iona. So she quickly declined. I think it's unnecessary, Mr. Fadi has been busy all day. We can just take a taxi. There's no need to be formal with me. Osiris shook his head, an employee like you, who brings enormous revenue to the company, deserves all the help I can give. Since Melinda feared he would take Gubar away, it was better to simplify things, making her believe he was treating her just as any other employee. This should count as an employee benefit, so there's no need to be nervous or scared. How come I never knew Alshish's employee benefits were this good? Osiris smiled, Alshisha always puts employees and customers first. There are many things you don't know, besides, Bar is tired. Seeing his state, Melinda eventually softened. Troubling you, Mr. Fadi? Not at all, saying it often is truly troublesome. Melinda laughed lightly and didn't argue further. However, Gubar opened his eyes after getting in the car. He looked around, hugged Melinda's neck, and said, this car is so big, bigger than Uncle's car. Is Uncle Fadi more impressive than Uncle? What does the size of the car have to do with being impressive? Melinda really didn't know what went on in Gubar's mind. She tapped his cheek, continuing, I told you to call him Uncle. Bar isn't listening to Mommy, right? No, Uncle Fadi said it's fine to call him Uncle. Note asterisk please continue providing chapters if there are more, ensuring consistency and coherence throughout the story. Hashtag chapter 47, gift. He said it wasn't necessary, so it isn't? Melinda glanced at Osiris through the rearview mirror. He showed no reaction. Why? Ira, counting on her fingers, said, because your friend said that if Mama doesn't have Baba to accompany her, she would feel very, very lonely. What does loneliness mean? I don't quite understand, but I think it means that if Mama doesn't have Baba, she might get bullied. I don't want Mama to be bullied, so I need to find a Baba for Mama. So, it's for me? Melinda felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. She had thought Ira wanted a father because she was often bullied at school and needed someone to stand up for her. But it turned out, it was all for her sake. She reached out to embrace Ira and whispered, I don't need you to find a dad, having you is enough. As long as August is by my side, Mama won't feel lonely. But I go to school during the day. I also work during the day. Ira's eyes twinkled, and she suddenly smiled. But when Mama goes to work, you are always with Uncle Fadi, right? There's a word for it. Riji Xingqin. Yes. Osiris. Melinda said angrily, what exactly are you teaching him? Sorry. Although Osiris apologized, he didn't seem remorseful at all. Melinda wanted to patiently explain to Ira that Riji Xingqin, gradual affection, doesn't apply in an office setting. But then again, being only in kindergarten, how could she possibly understand such a complicated concept? Melinda scratched her head throughout the journey, trying to make Ira give up the idea of finding a dad. The car finally stopped at Melinda's apartment building. Osiris said, let's take the things out first. It's cold outside, don't let the child wait for you. Okay. Melinda complied and got out of the car, not forgetting to warn Ira, don't say anything about finding a dad anymore, do you hear me? Ira nodded solemnly, but after Melinda got out of the car, she leaned toward Osiris and whispered, Uncle Fadi. What? Do you really want to become my daddy? Ira looked serious. Osiris pretended to consider it seriously for a while before nodding. Of course, she's so adorable. In that case, I'll tell you what Mama likes most. Guaranteed to hit the mark. Interesting. Osiris looked through the glass at the woman outside who was busy moving things out of the car. If this were indeed his daughter, found by the Dev family at some point. In those unknown days, Melinda, a frail woman, had been raising her child alone for a long time. This was something he owed them. Alright, what does she like? Mama loves shiny things. Ira said seriously, she used to love white and the color of water, but after I was born, she stopped liking it. If it rains, Mama won't go out. Osiris paused, puzzled. Is your mother afraid of water? Yeah, Ira said without hesitation. We're not allowed to fill the bathtub at home, and there's no tub either. When we go to the swimming pool, she always makes Uncle take me. What happened to her? Osiris couldn't understand. That night, he clearly saw Melinda coming out of the bathroom, where there was a private hot spring. Kalbami, come down, it's time to go home. Melinda's voice called from outside the car. Uncle Fadi, we'll talk about the rest later. Osiris waved as they left. After a moment, he remembered something, got out of the car, and handed a box to Ira. Mr. Fadi, you. It's for the child. Osiris said firmly. I do like kids, and he's very well behaved. Consider it a reward. Melinda sighed and nodded. All right. It was already a great gift that Osiris didn't persist. Exhausted, Melinda climbed upstairs and collapsed onto the sofa. Ira eagerly unwrapped the gifts she brought back. Finally, she reached for the box Osiris gave her. Opening the box, inside was a necklace made entirely of dazzling diamonds, exquisite like a piece of art. How beautiful. Even though Ira didn't fully understand beauty yet, even she couldn't help but exclaim over the necklace. She tried it on herself for a moment. The necklace was too long and too large, it wasn't for her at all. Pouting, Ira looked at Melinda, who was scrolling through her phone. Obviously meant for Mama. Her uncle had said that anyone who gives Mama a gift is a good person and must like Mama. Ira walked over to Melinda and draped the necklace around her neck, adjusting it. It fit perfectly. Really suits Mama. Kalbami, so pretty. Ira gave a big thumbs up, lavishing praise on Melinda. Melinda, unaware of what Ira held, thought it was a toy from the supermarket. Playing house? Melinda sat up properly. Any gift August gives to Kalbami is the prettiest gift in the world. As she spoke, she touched her neck. The weight was wrong. Plastic and faux diamonds wouldn't be this heavy. Hurriedly, she took off the necklace, stunned for a moment. She had seen this necklace before. A special edition from an international luxury brand's artist collection. A few years ago, it was auctioned off by a mysterious billionaire and disappeared. But now, it was around her neck. Melinda was starting to lose track of reality. Before Ira could escape, Melinda grabbed her. Where did you get this necklace? Melinda seemed to have figured it out already. It definitely wasn't from the supermarket, and Ira wouldn't steal it. So, the only possibility was Osiris giving it to her. It's a gift from Uncle Fadi. A gift for you? Melinda couldn't help but laugh. A boy so young, what use would he have for such a gift? Clearly, Osiris knew she wouldn't accept it directly, so he had Ira pass it along. Does Uncle Fadi like Kalbami? Ira blinked innocently. So he gave Mama such a beautiful gift. No. Melinda shook her head. Gifts aren't given just because someone likes another person, and you don't have to accept every gift. I will return it. Chapter 48, Half Understanding. Ira seemed to understand yet not fully grasp the situation. Dina, however, had already dialed Osiris's phone number. Osiris had anticipated this. He held a bag in his hand containing Ira's naturally curly hair. This time, he would ensure there were no mistakes. Dina, what exactly are you hiding? Mr. Fadi, did you make a mistake with the gift you gave August? The necklace? Osiris chuckled lightly. No, do you like it? It was such an exquisite necklace that Dina found it hard to say she didn't like it. But just because she liked it, should she accept it? Dina didn't think so. It's too valuable, I can't accept it. You can. No one could be more deserving of this necklace than Dina. The necklace was bought at an auction 2 years ago. He had originally intended to buy a birthday gift for his mother. However, upon seeing the necklace, he couldn't help but think of that woman from that night. For her, he knew he must have been irresponsible. It was only right to compensate her somehow. As if fate guided his hand, Osiris bid an astronomical price for the necklace. At Iona's last birthday, he had also planned to give her this necklace as a gift. However, Iona had deceived him. Fortunately, now the gift had returned to its rightful owner. If you like it, keep it. This isn't from me, but from August. But. There's no but about it, Osiris interrupted Dina. I said the gift is from August. If you really want to return it to me, you'll need to see if August agrees first. Dina turned to look at Ira, who was eyeing the necklace protectively. Dina sighed, unsure of what to say. Looks like August disagrees with returning it. Osiris laughed again. Then keep it well, don't let your child's heartfelt gesture go to waste. With that, Osiris hung up the phone and placed the hair into the compartment in front of his car. The paternity test could wait. Kalbami, receiving the gift means you can't be angry anymore. Dina almost laughed out loud at Ira's words. Receiving a gift doesn't mean she couldn't be upset anymore. Still, she couldn't bear to disappoint Ira. Alright, it's bedtime now. But I haven't played enough yet. No playing. Kalbami, you're being deliberate. Liu family residence. When Jacob returned, his entire body radiated anger. He slammed the door shut, frightening Verity into silence. After a moment, she finally regained her composure and cautiously got up from the sofa to approach Jacob. Honey, why are you back so late? Did something happen at the company today? Before she could finish speaking, Jacob grabbed her by the neck. Her face instantly turned red as she struggled, digging her nails into his hand, trying to force him to release her. However, Jacob showed no mercy towards Verity, tightening his grip until she couldn't even utter a plea for mercy. Only then did he reluctantly let go. Slap. A slap landed on Verity's face, causing her to stumble and fall onto the nearby sofa. What? What did you do that for? Bitch. Jacob had received a message from Dina on his phone. The content was simple, a full record of their chat. It was clear who had tampered with things. No wonder Verity hadn't stopped him that day. He had thought she had changed and started to accept his request for divorce. He had even prepared to transfer half of his shares to her as compensation for their divorce. But he never imagined that everything she did that morning had been an act. Now, Dina must think he and Verity were accomplices. Meet me at the Civil Affairs office at 8 tomorrow morning. Jacob spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Verity pulled herself up from the sofa, her previous innocent facade gone. Divorce? Jacob, are you sure you want a divorce? Or what? Jacob stared at Verity, his eyes filled with disgust. I've never loved you, don't you know that? You shamelessly took your sister's man. Back when Liza had that accident, it likely had something to do with you too, right? If you don't agree, I'll investigate past events. Past events? Verity found it ironic. If Dina hated her so much and couldn't find anything, how could Jacob uncover any truth? Jacob, you can divorce me, but I have conditions. I want all the shares in Lou Group. Not just one business under Lou Group, but all of them. If Jacob agreed, it would be equivalent to handing over the entire Lou Group. Unless he was insane, Jacob couldn't imagine any scenario where he'd agree to her demands. Are you crazy? Of course not. Verity no longer pretended before Jacob. She smiled coldly. Even if I did tamper with things back then, you have no evidence. What Dina couldn't find, you won't either. Jacob glared angrily at Verity, but she showed no fear. Since they had already torn off their masks, why care about pretenses? I'm pregnant with your child. Even if the chat records are fake, the photos are real. There's no surveillance, so no one knows if there were any improper actions. If we divorce, the fault will be yours. Do you think you'll get any benefits? It's impossible. Not only that, I'll continue spreading those photos. People who don't know the truth will curse Dina. You love her, don't you? Do you want her to ruin her reputation? Looking at Verity, Jacob felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Verity had always presented herself as an innocent girl next door. When she initially accused Dina of pushing her, Jacob didn't believe her. But Verity cried bitterly, blaming herself for not stopping Dina from falling. Later, she became mentally unstable and saw many psychologists. Eventually, she cut her wrists in her room, claiming it was penance for Dina's fall. That's when Jacob finally believed her. Under family pressure, Jacob married Verity. He felt he owed her, and after marriage, he hadn't touched her at all. Chapter 49, You Don't Love Her. As for the money. It had always been that whenever Verity asked for an amount, he would give it to her without question. What happened in the end? Everything was an act by Verity. She harmed Dina and tried to take everything from her, so she set up this situation to make him feel guilty. Every detail was meticulously planned. Jacob lowered his voice and said, What do you really want? You can't divorce me. Verity paused, then continued, or, you could give me all the shares. If you can't make a choice, I'll expose all the photos. Verity smiled. How about it, Jacob? Do you really want Dina to be happy? If you do, you'd better listen to me. You damn woman. Jacob glared at Verity with clenched teeth. The other party was not afraid at all and continued. Do you pity her? I've been married to you for so many years, did you think I had it easy? Do you know what your parents say about me every time we go back to the old house? They call me a hen that can't lay eggs. You don't know, because they wouldn't say that in front of their precious son. After marrying Jacob, Verity's life wasn't without its troubles. She was a rising star, yet Jacob never offered any help with her career. The Gu family was busy clinging to the Lu's wealth. The Lu family had never been satisfied with Verity being an illegitimate child, let alone her career, which made it impossible for her to hold her head high in the Lu family. The Gu family pressured her to have a child to secure her position in Jacob's heart. The Lu family also urged her to have a child, to leave an heir for them. But Jacob remained indifferent, leaving Verity to face everything alone. But what did it matter? She refused to divorce Jacob. Mutual torment, but only torturing herself. What did that count for? Are you scared now? Verity sneered sarcastically, I don't think you like her that much either, since you can't even meet this one demand. Verity, don't go too far. I'm going too far? Verity laughed as if hearing the biggest joke in the world, nearly crying from laughter. I don't think I've done anything excessive. Rather, you. Verity coldly said, treating me like this, don't you think you're the most excessive one? Bear the child. Jacob spoke coldly, leave it for the Lu family, I'll give you the shares, and after that, get out of my sight forever. Verity curled her lips into a sneer, you might not be willing to let go when the time comes. Jacob, I won't let you go, and I won't let her go either. Get out. Jacob suddenly lashed out, dragging Verity towards the door. He knew it. Even if he was drunk, he wouldn't have touched Verity. Calbus likely, this was also orchestrated by Verity. But no matter who did it, during their marriage, Jacob couldn't let a pregnant woman leave empty-handed. He sat on the ground, almost collapsing. Jacob stared at the screen and sent messages to Dina. She's pregnant, I have to wait until she gives birth before I can divorce her. Odessa, I'm sorry, I will divorce her, definitely. Can you wait for me, can you give me another chance? Please. The messages sank into silence one after another. Jacob felt his heart sink along with them. He brought this upon himself. Initially, he shouldn't have let Verity know he went to find Dina. Otherwise, they might have already divorced. After leaving home, Verity didn't return to the Gu residence. She disliked the Gu family. She wasn't Zoe's child. Her father hadn't given her mother legitimacy before, and now he just saw her as a cash cow. If she returned now in such a pathetic state, she would receive blame, not concern. And they wouldn't offer any useful advice while berating her. Why go back to such a place? Verity wandered aimlessly until she thought of a good destination. She smiled and hurried forward. Miss, someone has come to visit you. When Iona was about to rest, the maid suddenly knocked on the door. She opened the door impatiently, frowning. Who is it? She didn't say, but she looks a bit disheveled. Who would come at such a late hour? Iona descended the stairs impatiently and recognized Verity standing at the door. Her face was swollen, and there were red marks on her neck from being strangled. Truly pitiful. Iona raised an eyebrow. Bring her in and have her take a bath and change clothes. Yes. Verity finally found a refuge. She was treated like a vagrant by the servants, helped to change clothes, and then taken to Iona's study. Iona gently swirled the red wine in her glass, a mocking smile playing on her lips. I told you before, exposing those photos would only harm you, not benefit you. But I didn't know you got pregnant too, quite a useful weapon. Verity snatched the wine glass from Iona and drank it all in one gulp. Iona's face twisted for a moment before Verity interrupted her. I'm not pregnant. She gritted her teeth. I just faked the report. Now everyone thinks I'm pregnant. Iona raised an eyebrow. So, are you planning to actually get pregnant? Need me to find a man for you? She sized up Verity with a scornful look. I doubt you need it. You should be better at seducing men than I am, right? Of course. Verity wasn't someone who could be manipulated easily by Iona. If I had gotten lucky enough to stick with President Fadi, I wouldn't have ended up like you, being robbed by a woman with a child. Iona's face turned cold. One more word, and I'll throw you out. Then I'll tell President Fadi that everything was your idea. Whether he believes it or not, it will make him suspicious of you. You don't want to break your innocent image, do you? Two people with ulterior motives couldn't form an unbreakable alliance. Iona looked down on Verity, and Verity similarly despised Iona's arrogance. Once Dina was dealt with, they would part ways immediately. Why did you come to see me? Don't worry, Jacob won't divorce me. I just wanted to ask what we should do next. Chapter 50, Love at First Sight. Oh, you're so sure of your standing in his heart? As if a sore spot had been touched, Verity gritted her teeth and said, do you want to help me or not? Don't forget, you also need Melinda to die soon so that you can reunite with your President Fadi, right? Affected by an unexpected Melinda, Verity really didn't know what right Iona had to mock her. Iona's expression darkened as she began, all right, do you know why Jacob is so devoted to Melinda? Was it because of love at first sight? Verity shook her head. Not love at first sight. Then what was it? Jacob once had a one-night stand with Melinda. He said he was drunk, so he ended up with Melinda in a hotel. Then he felt he owed Melinda something, and has always been willingly controlled by her. Drunk? Iona seemed to suddenly understand something. Her eyes brightened as she asked, the place where both of them were caught in the heat of passion, was it on Colby Lawn Island? She has a child. Is that child Jacob's? Verity was startled by her demeanor and nodded hesitantly. Yes, indeed it was on Colby Lawn Island. I was there too. And about the child, I don't know whose it is, but when I mentioned Jacob, she seemed particularly nervous. Maybe it is Jacob's. That made sense. Iona finally understood everything. No wonder Osiris treated her so cautiously back then. Turned out it wasn't because of any deep feelings for her, it was simply guilt making him feel sorry for her. Sometimes, sympathy can be a potent weapon, depending on how well you use it. What's wrong with you? You look like you just figured something out. I have indeed figured out something, Iona replied with a cold laugh. Melinda. Since you refuse to acknowledge your relationship with Osiris, don't blame me. Iona smiled coldly, causing even Verity to shudder. What's going on? You don't need to worry about that now. Iona said, you just need to help me with one thing. What is it? Get Jacob to meet me, I need to talk to him. Verity nodded uncertainly and added, all right, but only if you let me stay here temporarily. Iona glanced at Verity disdainfully but reluctantly agreed. The next morning, Ira woke up very early, dressed herself in new clothes, and spent a long time getting ready before tiptoeing over to the stove. When Melinda woke up, she saw Ira trying hard to put toast into the pan and hurriedly rushed over to turn off the stove. She patted her chest in relief, silently repeating to herself to not get angry, then smiled at Ira. Were you trying to surprise Colbin this morning? No. Ira answered quickly, surprising Melinda. Not? Then why did you wake up so early and dress so cutely? Do you know you're going to kindergarten today and wanted to attract girls' attention? Not at all, Colbin, how shallow. Oh no, she's becoming shallow in her daughter's eyes. Melinda chuckled at the precocious Ira and teased, alright, Colbin admits she's shallow. So tell me, why are you dressing so nicely? Kids who look good are more likely to be adopted from the orphanage, aren't they? Melinda froze. What did she mean? She had indeed thought about sending Ira to an orphanage before. Back then, she could barely take care of herself, and it was cruel to see her child suffer. But when she brought Ira to the orphanage's door, she witnessed a couple leaving their child there. The child screamed and clung desperately to their parents, who cut through the clothes and left without looking back. How pitiful. If even biological parents couldn't love their children, how could they expect strangers to? Melinda hugged Ira and turned away. She thought Ira was too young to remember that moment. Now it seemed Ira remembered. Colbin never wanted to send you to an orphanage, just to kindergarten. I know. Ira grinned brightly. The orphanage is where Colbin finds a new mom for kids, but now, August is helping Colbin find a new dad. So, if I dress prettily, Uncle Foddy will. Uncle Foddy? Melinda homed in on the key point in Ira's words. Why was Osiris involved again? What exactly did he say to Ira? Do you still keep in touch with Uncle Foddy? No, we didn't exchange contact information, and he hasn't messaged or called me. Melinda. Isn't that saying everything? This kid is smart, learning diplomacy at such a young age. Let me see. Melinda took the watch from Ira and found a conversation with Osiris. What does your mom have planned for today? Colbin says she's taking me to kindergarten. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Don't tell your mom, I'll wait for you downstairs. Melinda sneered after reading it. He certainly knew how to win over the little one first. But why was Osiris so interested in her? She admitted she was charming but didn't like being a third party. We're not going to kindergarten today. Melinda casually said, we'll play at home. Your uncle will come over later. For once, Ira looked unsure. After a moment, she reached for her watch. Such important news must be told to Uncle Foddy immediately. Otherwise, how could he wait outside all day? Colbin, my watch, my watch. Oh, they have a new model. I'll ask your uncle to buy you a new one. You can give this one to Colbin, okay? A new model? This one is already the latest. Colbin, you're sly. For hiding things from Colbin. Melinda raised an eyebrow and continued, alright, go sit at the table and have breakfast. As for Osiris, since he didn't send those messages to her directly, she didn't really need to deal with it. Just as breakfast was ready, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was Horace, Melinda hummed and opened the door, only to lock eyes with Osiris. She tried to close the door, but it was too late. Chapter 51, Unexpected Visitor. Genevieve, enjoying a paid vacation? How could the remark be so loaded? Filoni huffed, remaining non-committal. Isn't President Foddy equally idle? To your credit, Osiris's gaze turned inward, where Ira was energetically gesturing at him. He raised an eyebrow and continued, with no new products lately, I naturally have more free time. His eyes fell upon the children's watch beside the stove, smiling, Genevieve, you're still playing with children's toys at your age? Not as bad as President Foddy, who wishes to be friends with kids. The two remained in a standoff, neither willing to back down. Eventually, Osiris spoke first, you've come all this way, won't you invite me in for a moment? President Foddy certainly understands the principle of hospitality, she muttered sarcastically. Osiris nodded, indeed, as guests should be welcomed. Are you not welcoming me? Do I look like I am? Filoni silently complained but felt it necessary to force a smile and let him in. Suddenly, Ira became elated, guiding Osiris to sit on the sofa. The scene was oddly harmonious. Filoni watched them coldly, unable to voice her thoughts. Maybe sometimes fate brought people together, like how her job led her right back to Osiris's company. She sighed, bringing out the breakfast she had prepared. Before she could sit down, the doorbell rang again. Filoni visibly grew irritated. Osiris helpfully stood up to open the door, having ordered breakfast for them earlier. However, it wasn't just food delivery standing outside. There was Horace as well. Osiris? Horace appeared surprised, looking at the delivery recipient name and then at Osiris, his expression turning curious. Uncle. Ira dashed out and hugged Horace's leg. Uncle, where's my new watch? Watch? What watch? Horace asked, puzzled. He received Filoni's sudden text message asking him to come over. Though unaware of what happened, Horace always responded promptly to his sister's requests. Her second message was cut off halfway. So, you wanted me to bring a children's watch for August? Why didn't you specify? He asked exasperatedly. How could she have when Osiris showed up unexpectedly? What a chaotic day. She sighed. Does buying a watch now make any difference? She looked at the delivery person who seemed eager to leave but also stay for gossip. With resolve, she pulled everyone inside and closed the door. Is she upset? Horace glanced between Osiris and Filoni, who sat at the table. Why? Horace grew more confused. Is it because you suddenly came here? Obviously. Osiris kept his mouth shut, knowing that would get him kicked out if he voiced it. Instead, he said firmly, I'm checking on the R&D progress. The room fell silent. Horace looked at Osiris disapprovingly, sitting next to Filoni and patting her shoulder sagely. Sis, listen to me. When choosing a boyfriend, check if he's a workaholic first. Demanding work results at home is illegal. I can help sue him. Sure, Filoni agreed amiably, looking at Osiris with a wry smile. If I haven't done anything, shall we report it? 1 2 3, call the cops, chimed Horace. Osiris. Ultimately, only Filoni and Horace enjoyed her homemade breakfast while Osiris and Ira ate takeaway grudgingly. Ira mumbled through bites, I don't want Uncle Fadi's food, I want Mommy's. Ira snuggled beside Filoni with pleading eyes. Kalbami, can I eat yours? All right. Filoni softened, pushing her plate towards Ira. Watching Ira gobble up, Osiris envied. Noticing Osiris's expression, Filoni remarked, President Fadi, you wouldn't fight a child over food, right? No, he replied stiffly. That's good. After eating, Horace's curiosity hadn't subsided. August, go fetch your homework, I'll check it. Okay. Once alone, Horace probed, what's going on between you two? What? Nothing. They answered simultaneously yet differently. You do have feelings for my sister, don't you? Horace said knowingly. She's competent, a valuable asset to OSHA, which is why I'm interested. Horace, being her brother, knew too much. If he found out everything. In light of this, he'd better avoid offending Horace. My sister has endured much pain. So, I won't allow anyone who might hurt her near her. You may be capable, even saving her a few times, but if you wish to continue this relationship, clean up your messy social circle. Wait. Filoni realized something odd. Was Horace indirectly approving Osiris's intrusion into her life? I will clarify things with the Roxanne family. And regarding my seriousness. Osiris paused, looking at Filoni. Even if I desire it, it depends on her willingness. President Fadi, I prefer focusing on work, especially with August being young and needing my care. Chapter 52, Stirring the Snake in the Grass. In other words, office romances are shameful. Fallon did not want to waste her limited life on love. She had long understood that apart from herself, no one else could be relied upon. Just like her mother. Although she should hate Betty's mother and by extension, Bet, she still pleaded for Betty's sake to maintain the Gu family's reputation. Her entire life was spent never taking a stand for herself. It would be more accurate to say that Fallon pitted her rather than hated her. Horace followed suit and said, office romances are indeed unwise. It looks like I will disappoint you. It's fine. Osiris shook his head ambiguously. I mainly appreciate Ainsley. Since that's the case, I will take my leave now. With that, Osiris got up and left. Horace escorted him to the door, watching until he left before closing the door again. Ira poked her little head out of the room, looking around curiously for a moment before asking, Uncle Fadi has already left? What about your homework? Clearly disappointed, Ira held her notebook to Horace and handed it over. Horace flipped through a few pages casually and asked Fallon, who was standing there in a daze, Lansu, do you really have no feelings for Hamza? What kind of feelings can I have? Fallon shrugged. I said I'm here to settle things. Once they receive their due punishment, I'll take August back to Mom and Dad. Pausing, she continued, I owe them an August, so I need to fulfill my filial duties. As for finding someone new to love. Fallon smiled with an air of acceptance. I don't think it matters much anymore. By the way, have we heard from Cade? Not yet. Horace shook his head, they haven't used the cruise ship since acquiring it, and all the staff who were once on board have disappeared. Fallon looked anxious, could it be that? It won't be, reassured Horace, even if he has great influence, he can't just handle so many people for the sake of Bet. Fadikely, the crew members had false identities, so they haven't been traced yet. Don't worry. We at least have a lead. It shouldn't take too long to find him. Ira didn't understand what they were talking about and blinked, asking, Kalbami, are we going back to Grandpa and Grandma soon? Yeah. Fallon nodded gently, do you miss them? Miss them. Grandpa and Grandma are good to August. August misses them. But, if August goes back, won't we see Uncle Fadi less? Horace laughed, didn't expect August to like Osiris so much. He probably thinks Osiris is handsome and protected him at the restaurant before. Don't worry, he might forget soon enough. No way. Ira spoke sternly, August will never forget Uncle Fadi. Alright, you won't forget. Fallon placated casually, then turned to Horace, Big brother, can you help enroll August in kindergarten? Even though yesterday's problem was handled timely, I'm still worried it might affect August's evaluation. If anything happens because of me and affects Ira's ability to go to kindergarten. Fallon couldn't imagine how guilty she'd feel. Clearly knowing his sister well, Horace nodded in agreement. I'll arrange pickups and drop-offs for you. You slowly get August into kindergarten routine so teachers get used to him. Thank you, big brother. Relieved, Fallon got up and put on her coat. Puzzled, Horace asked, where are you going? There's a data issue at the company that needs handling. Fallon showed her phone with countless messages flashing in the IT group. Workaholic meets workaholic. Who says they aren't well suited? Horace chuckled, unable to help but wonder if Osiris might spark something with his sister. But Iona isn't someone to be messed with. Uncle is worried about Mommy, and so is August. Ira stood in front of Horace with fists on her hips. Let's go find Mommy. Not happening. Horace flatly refused. Stop this nonsense, you should go to kindergarten first. Go. He scooped Ira up and left Fallon's small apartment. By the time Ira was enrolled, it was already evening. Unable to resist Ira's request, Horace reluctantly took him downstairs to wait for Fallon after work. Fortunately, Fallon wasn't officially working today. After sorting a few issues, she received a call from Horace and rushed downstairs. August, come to pick Mommy up? Fallon picked up Ira but felt a sudden chill. Instinctively, she glanced toward the greenery but saw no one. What's wrong? Concerned, Horace asked. Pondering, Fallon handed Ira to Horace. I thought someone was watching us from there. Let me check. Silently approaching, she parted the greenery but found no one. Was it really just her imagination? Being constantly snapped at lately has given her some paranoia. Fallon lowered her eyes, sighing softly. Nothing, maybe I misjudged. Lately, I always feel someone is following us. Horace frowned, maybe it's your sister? She should be busy worrying about herself right now. Horace agreed, nodding. The legal notice had been sent to Bet, and she indeed needed to worry about this matter. If you want, I can arrange for 2 or 3 security personnel to protect you around the clock. That's excessive. Fallon waved her hands. I'm just a regular employee. No need to make me feel like a celebrity. Probably just my imagination. Don't worry, big brother. Fine, Horace nodded, but if anything happens, I'll assign you security personnel without hesitation. Relax, nothing will happen easily. You're worrying too much. Unbeknownst to them, after they left, leaves fell from a tree, and a man with a camera jumped down. Smiling smugly, he dialed a number. $10,000. I've got your photos. Alright, transfer in 10 minutes. Keep quiet afterward. Please ensure you have translated the chapter accurately while maintaining the original tone and style. Adjustments might be needed for better flow or context clarity. Chapter 53, You Were Played. As Freddie left the company, a pink sports car was parked at the entrance. Who had landed another flamboyant girlfriend? He thought, exhaustion barely hidden in his eyes. He had spent the whole day consulting the legal department over Verity's situation, but the outcome wasn't what he hoped for. Divorce would come with an enormous price tag, one that his parents would never agree to, no matter how much they disapproved of Verity. Besides, they had a child. Freddie felt utterly drained. Sustaining a marriage devoid of any genuine emotion was sheer torment for him. Kalbirover, the person he truly cared about, was just within reach. The door of the pink sports car opened before him, and Iona lifted her oversized sunglasses slightly, revealing her delicate face. The cowardly Verity didn't dare make any moves towards Freddie. She hadn't even the courage to follow up on her "Are you there?" message. Reluctantly, Iona asked Verity for Freddie's regular schedule and waited by the company entrance to catch him after work. Get in, she commanded curtly, adding, if you don't want to be on another headline. Freddie pressed his lips together but sat in the passenger seat nonetheless. Miss Roxanne seems quite different from usual. I wonder if President Foddy will know his fiancée's true face behind closed doors. Iona ignored his sarcasm and replied, President Foddy sees what I let him see. As for why I act this way before you, you'll soon find out. Iona led Freddie into a private club, ensuring maximum confidentiality. Curious and skeptical, Freddie wondered what secrets they could possibly share in such a place, or if Iona's behavior itself was the secret. Miss Roxanne, Freddie said, sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed. What news brings you here? It's about the child. Iona observed his reaction as she spoke. Shock washed over Freddie's face. He didn't know Dina had a child. It seems Dina kept something significant from her ex-boyfriend. She became pregnant secretly and had a child. Iona threw a photo of Dina holding a child on the table. The child's face wasn't fully visible, yet it held Freddie's attention as he clenched the picture tightly, greed slowly filling his gaze. So Dina had given birth to his child after all. Did she lose contact with him because of the baby? How wonderful. If Dina already had a child, he could disregard the unborn baby in Verity's womb. His parents would undoubtedly welcome Dina into the Liu family. Is this good news the reason you brought me here today? Freddie exclaimed gratefully. But then, Iona's smirk grew darker as she delivered the blow. No, that's not it. Do you think the child is yours? How old is the child? 5 years old. 5 years. The words echoed in Freddie's mind, excitement rising. 5 years ago, he was on Colby Lawn Island, drunk, and waking up next to Dina. The child must indeed be his. Of course, do you think I'm trying to cause trouble? Trouble? Why would I do that? I wish you luck with Dina. The farther away from Hamza, the better. Her smile turned chilling. Do you know why I say this? Why? Because the child Dina bore isn't yours, it's Hamza's. Iona slammed another photo onto the table, showing Dina with the child clearly. Freddie stared at the child's face, his expression darkening, growing increasingly grim. Too obvious. If no one mentioned it, few might realize who the father was, but once someone pointed out the resemblance between the child and Osiris, it was glaringly apparent. Would Osiris suspect? Iona didn't care anymore. Without Dina, she'd rightfully be Osiris's wife. You base your claim on one dubious photo? Despite his emotions, Freddie remained composed. That night on Colby Lawn Island, Osiris was there too. You have no memory of that night, how can you be sure you slept with Dina? Indeed, Freddie couldn't guarantee anything, he had no recollection of that night. But how could he believe Iona without proof? Evidence is lacking, he continued. Even if you prove Osiris was there, it doesn't mean he was with Dina. What about this? Iona waved a jade pendant Dina had lost in front of him. Does this ring a bell? If Dina believed Freddie was the father, she wouldn't have hesitated to show this to him. True enough, Freddie's expression shifted, and he asked, what is this? So, you've seen it before, Iona gloated. It's a jade pendant from the Fadi family, given to Dina by Osiris after they slept together. Her smile became mocking. Still think you wronged Dina and feel guilty? She knew you weren't the one, yet enjoyed your guilt. From start to finish, you've been played. The chapter maintains its structure, tone, and pacing while accurately translating the text into English. The names are preserved in pinyin for consistency. Chapter 54, Facts are such. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Jacob slammed his fist on the table and stood up. How could it be possible? Indeed, he had no knowledge about the child. But Dina had always been open with him. If the child wasn't his, she would have told him long ago. How could she hide it from him all along? Kalbirover, she had never sought anything from him. I know you find it hard to accept this fact immediately, but facts remain facts, unchangeable even if you deny them, right? Jacob tried to calm himself down, but in this situation, he couldn't. The more he tried to disprove Iona's words, the more details from the past kept surfacing, and soon he recognized his own foolishness. Did Dina really keep things from him? Obviously, the answer was yes. She not only concealed information from him but did so significantly. Even regarding the jade pendant incident, she failed to provide an explanation. Could it be true as Iona said? Had he been deceived by Dina from start to finish? In an instant, Jacob felt drained of all strength. He wished he had never known about this. Lifting his gaze, he looked at Iona and asked, what do you want? I feel quite sympathetic towards you, Iona smiled widely. Marrying a woman you don't love while the one you do love has become someone else's wife. You don't need to speak in riddles or mock me. I admit I'm useless, but you aren't much better off. Rarely upset, Iona raised her eyebrows and replied, indeed, our experiences are similar, which is why I want to collaborate with you. I won't harm Dottie, Jacob said coldly. No matter what happens between us, I will not harm Dottie. If your purpose is that, you will be disappointed. If I say I can help you win Dina back, what would you think? For a moment, Jacob's expression showed surprise. He admitted. His heart raced. His feelings for Dina might originate from guilt, but after the guilt, he had genuinely invested his emotions. Marrying Verity was just a matter of mutual benefit, Jacob wouldn't choose the latter over the former. How can you help me? Simple. To my knowledge, Dina never did a DNA test on her child, nor any paternity confirmation, so she can't ensure the child isn't yours. What you mean is, she might know about her affair with Osiris but cannot confirm she hasn't also been with you. Do you understand? Jacob's eyes lit up almost instantly. If that were true, Dina, indeed, might reunite with him because of the child. Even if there's no relationship between you two now, once things are settled, if you show her more care and offer to compensate for her hardships over the years, she might soften due to the child. So, how about it? I've laid out the conditions. Do you want to collaborate or not? Jacob stared at Iona for a long time before saying, however, your intentions towards Dottie aren't pure. I don't trust that you won't harm her, nor can I cooperate with someone who might hurt her. I'm afraid I must disappoint Miss Roxanne. You won't disappoint me, Iona smirked. If you don't agree, I'll tell Osiris about the child. Even if I can't have him, you'll never return to Dina's side. The Fadis won't let Osiris's child wander outside, but whether Dina enters the family is uncertain. If they only take the child, Dina will hate you forever. And don't think you can compete with Osiris. Blood ties hold absolute legal advantage. Or do you think the Fadis can't pay compensation? What do you plan to do? Jacob didn't want Dina to hate him forever. The distant yet close relationship already tormented him enough. Iona laughed smugly. I'll contact you. I hope our cooperation goes well. A few days later. The new product developed by the technology department had successful results and could officially be launched. Osiris announced a team-building trip for everyone. Everyone except Dina was enthusiastic, and she hurried to leave after packing her belongings. But before reaching the door, Abigail from her group stopped her. Abigail was around the same age as Dina and enthusiastically pulled her, saying, "Sister Man, where are you going? We're having a team-building activity soon." "Just go without me," Dina smiled bitterly. Horace had visitors today and informed Dina beforehand that he wouldn't be free. However, he had arranged for someone to pick up Ira from school. Dina wanted to go home early to prepare dinner for Ira, but the activity disrupted her plans. "You all go ahead. It's a young person's event. I'll be fine." "Sister Man, what are you saying?" Abigail exclaimed. "You're not that old. Don't act like a grumpy elder. Our department members are already older. If you call yourself old, what about the others?" "Right, Sister Man. You're a big contributor here. Without you, we won't feel right either." "That's true, if Sister Man doesn't go, neither will I." Dina looked at everyone helplessly, shook her head, and said, "You really don't have to worry about me. I dislike such activities. Just enjoy yourselves. Later, I'll send red packets in the group chat." As she spoke, she moved past Abigail toward the door, only to bump into Osiris coming to the tech department, accompanied by Iona. Osiris steadied Dina, chuckling, "Genevieve, for an adult, you sure walk unsteadily. President Foddy, why are you here? My company, and places I can't come?" Osiris looked around and clapped. "Our new product has received mostly positive reviews after trials. Production can commence soon. You are all heroes. This team-building trip has no budget constraints. I just want everyone to attend and relax properly. Long live President Foddy. And Genevieve too." Osiris redirected his gaze to Dina. "Being too tense won't inspire creativity." Translation continues following the provided content structure. Chapter 55, Team-Building Invitation. I didn't stay tense for long. Melinda still wanted to refuse, but Iona suddenly stepped forward and hugged Osiris's arm. Melinda stared at the point where their limbs overlapped and sneered inwardly. She recalled a couple of days ago when Osiris confidently told Horace that he would resolve his issues with the Roxanne family. Apparently, this was Osiris's resolution plan. But what did it have to do with her? A princess should marry a prince, while Cinderella and Fat Little Red Riding Hood should seek their own freedom. I think it's better not to. Wouldn't anyone prefer that the leader isn't present during team-building activities? Don't say that, Sister Dottie, Iona said with an innocent smile. To them, you're not just a leader but also their mentor. Osiris says that without you, the tech department would lose its soul. If you don't go, they would surely be even more anxious. And besides, Osiris will be attending this team-building event too. If you say it like that, wouldn't you leave Osiris no excuse to go either? Did Iona suddenly change her nature? Melinda looked at her in confusion. Previously, she would scream as soon as she saw her. Why was she now actively inviting her to participate in the team-building activity? Could it be that she wasn't planning to follow Osiris? How could that be? The way they looked at each other suggested an intense connection. It was easier to believe that Osiris had fallen for Iona than believe otherwise. But faced with the other members of the tech department's request, Melinda reluctantly nodded. Osiris's face relaxed slightly for a moment, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly as he spoke. The team-building location has already been sent to Director Gu. See you tonight. After a brief pause, Osiris added, additionally, we've prepared a small gift for our big contributor, which will be delivered shortly. Then Osiris turned and left the department. Everyone then whispered among themselves, was President Foddy's mouth corner just raised by 3 pixels? Do you think you're reading a dominant CEO novel? Our President Foddy is always serious. But lately, it seems like he's renewing ties with Miss Roxanne. I heard they often dine together at lunch and dinner. It's pretty normal for couples to have meals together, right? Yes, maybe they quarreled before, but it's normal for them to reconcile recently, isn't it? Reconciled? Although Melinda couldn't put her feelings into words, she felt an underlying unease. Before she could understand where the unease came from, she saw Osiris's special assistant approaching with a small evening gown in hand. Ainsley, this is a gift from President Foddy. Abigail's eyes lit up as she blurted out, wow, that's really beautiful. Is this the latest model from that famous brand? I heard many top actresses are queuing up for it. President Foddy actually gave this to you? Even Miss Roxanne hasn't received it, right? That's too expensive, I can't accept it. Melinda rejected it without hesitation. If Osiris couldn't properly refuse Iona, then she didn't need his favor. Unconditional favoritism was a burden to Melinda, one she did not want or need. The intention of President Foddy is that the dress has been tailored to your measurements. If you don't want it, it will be discarded, Yates continued smiling. Someone nearby exclaimed, President Foddy actually knows Senior Man's measurements. Senior Man, you should just accept it. It must have taken President Foddy some effort to choose this. Melinda sighed and nodded, I'll keep the dress. Thank you, President Foddy. As Yates left, Melinda held the dress, feeling somewhat at a loss. Abigail laughed, Senior Man, don't overthink it. It's clear President Fadi wants you to look stunning at today's team-building event. Yes, this is what you deserve. The measurements for the dress might have come from when employee attire was purchased. Don't think too much about it. All right. Melinda smiled bitterly, trying to comfort everyone. Fat Ike President Fadi said, let's all relax tonight. I need to go home first. See you tonight. Melinda needed time to change clothes and arrange things for Ayush. Rushing back home, she found Ayush just returned from kindergarten. He ran over and grabbed onto Melinda's leg, recounting the day's events. Melinda responded half-heartedly while slipping on her outfit. Gradually, Ayush's voice quieted down. When Melinda looked down, she saw Ayush looking at her questioningly. Why are you giving me such a look? Melinda asked with a smile. Kalbami, are you going out to find Jailandi for Ronald? Ayush's statement took Melinda aback momentarily. Raising an eyebrow, she responded, didn't you always ask me to find you a daddy? Why don't you want one now? And no. Ayush's face turned red as he stuttered, not that. I want Uncle Fadi to be my daddy. What attracts you to him? He's good to mommy. Ayush answered seriously, he protects mommy and me. He looks handsome too. At such a young age, he already had a thing for appearances. Melinda chuckled. Ayush continued sternly, in short, the daddy Ronald wants is Uncle Fadi, not someone else. Understood. Melinda readily agreed. Tonight, there's a company event, so I might return late. If you get too sleepy, you can go to bed early without waiting for mommy. Pausing, she added, would you be scared alone at home? Should mommy ask someone to stay with you? No, I'm not a kid anymore. Ayush patted his chest. Will mommy meet Uncle Fadi today? Maybe. Then mommy will definitely be happy, Ayush said firmly. I'll wait at home for mommy and hear about today's story. Melinda felt her heart melt. She laughed lightly, saying, okay, mommy will come back as soon as possible. In the villa complex. By the time Melinda arrived, she was already more than 10 minutes late due to traffic. She walked hurriedly, wishing her heels could spark. Still, she was late. Wow, senior man, you look absolutely stunning today. Someone noticed Melinda and exclaimed, we don't need a spokesperson for our luxury brand if we have senior man here. Don't say that. Professional people should handle professional tasks. Chapter 56, Allergy. The evening dress had a halter neck design, perfectly showcasing Melinda's delicate collarbone. Below the collarbone, a faint red mark was barely visible on her chest, partially covered like a crescent moon. Melinda swept her hair behind her ears with a light laugh and said, I feel like I don't fit in wearing this. No problem, no problem. Everyone had been mesmerized and hurriedly surrounded her. Sis man looks amazing, it's a pride for our lab. The school has its beauties, the class has its flowers, and sis man is our department flower. I think sis man should be our chief flower instead. Melinda looked at them helplessly as they bantered. Indeed, the budget-free team-building event had turned out to be quite lively. After a hearty meal and drinks, the entertainment began, followed by more drinking. When Osiris arrived, everyone was already swaying from intoxication. Only Melinda remained seated at the bar, patiently arranging rooms for them. Osiris felt moved and stepped forward, saying, it's your celebration dinner, you don't need to worry so much. No problem. It's not just my achievement, they're drunk, and I should take care of them. Osiris did not argue but sat beside her, ordering a drink. What I told you last time wasn't a joke. What you're saying now sounds like a joke too, and I believe my brother has explained clearly. Osiris stared at the glass pushed toward him, picked it up, shook it slightly, and continued, it is clear, but I can't discuss work here. Or do you want me to ask if next season's new products will have a breakthrough? They will. Osiris hadn't expected Melinda to answer seriously. Surprised, he turned his head and met her birthmark. Familiar memories flooded back. Osiris stood there stunned. Sure enough, it was her. Sure enough, it was her. Now, he had no doubt that Melinda was the woman he had met on Colby Lawn Island, though he hadn't yet done a formal paternity test with Ira. Osiris swallowed hard, feeling parched. How should he face Melinda? Tell her the truth or guide her to discover it herself and let her initiate the conversation? Mr. Fadi, hasn't anyone told you that staring at a specific part of a woman is impolite? Seemingly in response to Melinda's comment, the bartender handed her a coat. She accepted it, draped it over her shoulders, and adjusted it to cover her exposed skin. Osiris's thoughts were interrupted. He stared at Melinda, some words ready to spill out. Hamza. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by a scream. Turning around, he saw Iona stumbling towards him. She buried her head into his chest, tears streaming down her face. Osiris frowned, pushing her away expressionlessly. But when he saw her face clearly, he stopped. Not only he but even Melinda couldn't help but gasp. Iona's face was covered with large red marks, almost disfigured. Melinda immediately became wary. Could she have defaced herself to smear Melinda in front of Osiris? What happened to Miss Roxanne? Melinda kept calm and asked. Tears flowed endlessly from Iona's eyes. Hamza, take me to the hospital. My face hurts so much. Was there something in the drink that caused an allergy? Osiris knew Iona was allergic to many things and avoided certain foods since childhood. Had it been intentional today? Hamza, I feel really bad. Iona scratched her skin frantically, her breathing becoming rapid. Take her to the hospital. Melinda pushed Osiris. She's having an allergic reaction. If it's severe, it could be fatal. Why are you standing there? Osiris nodded, picking up the barely standing Iona. The others can stay here. I booked the villa for another day, I'll take you back together. No need. Although Melinda didn't know why Iona disliked her, she wouldn't let her suffer. She waved. I've had drinks and can't drive. My brother can pick me up later. A life is more important, go quickly. Okay. Whether Iona had acted intentionally or not, her current state didn't look fake. If left untreated, she would definitely get worse. Without thinking, Osiris rushed out with Iona. Melinda sighed in relief. The bartender pushed Osiris's untouched drink towards her. Ma'am, you're the real star tonight. Of course I am. Melinda raised her glass without messaging Horace. He was busy, she didn't want to trouble him. Besides, the place wasn't remote, she could grab a taxi later after settling everyone. She sipped the wine and returned the coat to the bartender. Thanks for helping me earlier. No wonder you work here. His service was smarter than regular waitstaff. Though Melinda didn't finish her thought, the bartender seemed to understand and nodded. It's also an honor to serve such a beautiful lady. He mixed another drink and pushed it to her. I imagine your story must be fascinating. I don't mean to pry. But if you insist, would this drink suffice for your curiosity? Melinda raised an eyebrow. She wasn't one to share woes. Moreover, she wasn't fond of smooth talkers. Checking her phone, she said, I really want to taste your skill, but I have to apologize today. My child waits for me at home, so I must leave soon. You have a child already? The bartender whistled in surprise. All the more reason to try this. This drink is called Childhood Dream. Though Melinda wanted to leave, she nodded, finished the drink in one gulp, and stood up, only to feel suddenly weak. Her vision blurred. Oh no. Realizing she'd been drugged, she tried to shake it off. Suddenly, her arm was gripped by the bartender. Miss, are you alright? Miss? The bartender supported the unconscious Melinda back to her seat and typed into a chat box. Everything went according to plan. Chapter 57, Taking Advantage of Someone's Weakness. The doctor said it might be due to the leftover residue from mango in the wine glass that caused the allergic reaction. As Osiris entered the hospital room, Iona hastily hid her phone under the pillow. She looked like a wronged child, head bowed low. I'm sorry, did I ruin everything today? I didn't mean to, I never expected there would be. Iona's voice quivered as she began to cry. But when she looked up, she met Osiris's cold stare. She shrank back and forced a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now. Just go see her. Iona seemed to collapse into herself. Go find her. You like her anyway, don't you? Why are you still staying here with me in the hospital? Seeing her state, Osiris's doubts mostly evaporated. Iona wouldn't risk her own life like this. Maybe the jade pendant incident was a misunderstanding? Even if she had done something wrong, out of respect for their family's relationship, Osiris couldn't just leave her alone here. Stop acting up, Osiris said. Since the engagement has been cancelled, you don't need to keep worrying about it. I'll ensure you aren't disgraced at the company. After the 4 finishes, I'll take you home. Osiris had already informed Iona and her family about cancelling the engagement 2 days ago. As compensation, he had offered the Roxanne family half a percentage point in profits. Iona cried uncontrollably, saying she had no other demands except not wanting to lose face at the company. Not wanting to make a fool of herself in front of everyone. Osiris found her tears irritating and reluctantly agreed to perform a show of reconciliation within the company. However, things turned out differently than expected. Iona knew nothing could be undone, but she wasn't sure if Osiris knew about the jade pendant being one she had picked up. She didn't dare to gamble. Thus, she decided to destroy Melinda to resolve everything. Hamza, Iona spoke weakly. Can you please get me some food? I haven't eaten anything today, and after the induced vomiting, my stomach feels awful. I can have someone bring it over. But I'm very hungry right now. Iona pouted. Can't you help a friend just once? This will be the last time. Osiris stood up and left the ward, unaware that Iona's expression changed completely after he left. She dialed a number. Still awake? Jacob's voice was clearly reluctant. Yes. Go to a place. I'll send the address to your phone. Remember the previous warning, delete the chat records afterward, understand? Jacob remained silent for a while before responding, I won't do anything to hurt Dottie. You know what your jealous wife is capable of. If Melinda isn't around to protect you, who knows what she might do. This is also for both of your good, isn't it? Fine, I'll go. Good, see you then. Iona hung up. She didn't care about Verity's well-being. All she wanted was to ruin Melinda's reputation and let Jacob imprison her, so no one would compete for Osiris. As for Verity, she could always threaten her to stay quiet or even offer her an endorsement role if necessary. Iona almost saw Osiris's disappointed expression already. Naturally, it was directed at Melinda. Sick and yet smiling. Osiris walked into the room while Iona was smiling. Her smile froze for a moment before quickly turning upward again. Yes, thinking of Hamza taking care of me makes me happy. I said, this is the last time. Of course, I understand. Iona sipped on the wonton soup, her mind elsewhere. Meanwhile, Osiris messaged Melinda absent-mindedly. Have you returned? The reply came swiftly. Already back. Is Ronald asleep? No reply followed, which indeed sounded like Melinda. Osiris relaxed, glancing at the almost empty 4-bottle. At the villa complex, the valet opened the car door for Jacob as soon as he parked. Mr. Liu, Miss Roxanne has arranged everything. Please follow me. Jacob followed the valet inside, his face stern. Passing by the bar, he paused, sneering, aren't you worried someone might die from drinking such high-proof alcohol? Special guests require special treatment, don't you agree? The valet stopped at a door and respectfully opened it. Mr. Liu, please come in. Doubtful, Jacob entered. Before he could fully grasp the room's layout, he saw Melinda lying on the bed. She wore the same dress, her skin flushed pink, her lips slightly parted, appearing uncomfortable. She resembled a tempting apple or a sharp knife slicing through the thread of his sanity. Now he understood Iona's attitude. His breathing grew heavier as he approached Melinda, inhaling deeply. Dottie, Dottie. Melinda didn't respond, feeling intense heat all over. Something cool pressed against her. Instinctively, she raised her hand and draped it over Jacob's shoulder. The perfume mixed with alcohol thoroughly clouded Jacob's judgment. Wasn't this betrayal and exploitation her fault? He felt guilty for 5 years without having benefited from her. Finding justification in his thoughts, he convinced himself that whatever he did next was rightful. Dottie, you owe me, you know that? Melinda barely registered his words. She didn't even recognize him or anyone else. Shut up. Her mumbling went unnoticed as Jacob leaned closer, almost pressing his face into her neck. Dottie, forgive me, I can't give you up. After today, you won't have to worry anymore. I'll take care of Verity. It doesn't matter if the child isn't mine. We'll have our own, we will, Dottie. Who? Who is it? Chapter 58, Whom are you looking for? Watching Melinda's slightly parted red lips, Tadeo couldn't help but be distracted. He leaned closer to her, preparing to kiss her when a knock at the door interrupted the intimate atmosphere. Annoyed, Tadeo stood up and opened the door. The bartender from earlier was still standing there. Seeing Tadeo's appearance, he seemed to understand what had happened and chuckled softly as he handed over a coat and a room card. Mrs. Instructions. What do you mean? Too conspicuous here. Miss said you should go to the hotel, we can forge call records. You just need to say that you're here to take her away. Do you need any help, sir? No need. Tadeo understood exactly what Iona wanted. Though he didn't want to collude with her, if this could get him Melinda. That way might not be unacceptable after all. Please hurry, Mr. Liu. I've already parked the car in front of the villa. There are IT staff everywhere. Miss Roxanne is worried they'll wake up disoriented and ruin things. And if they discover you here, who knows whose reputation will be tarnished. Tadeo returned to the room, quickly packed up, then carried the unconscious Melinda out. The bartender helped put Melinda into the car and whispered, everything's arranged. Try to expose her face as much as possible. Another paparazzi trick. Tadeo's hand stiffened on the steering wheel. The bartender laughed. Also Mrs. Idea. Without replying, Tadeo stepped on the gas pedal to the max, and the car sped off. Rest well. Outside the Roxanne family villa, Osiris turned to instruct the masked Iona sitting beside him. Since you know your health isn't good, you should be more careful next time before eating anything. Iona smiled bitterly. I really wasn't intentional this time. I'll be more careful next time. Okay. Rinka. Iona paused and continued, you won't keep being mad at me, right? Osiris remained silent, which conveyed his meaning clearly enough. Iona bit her lower lip, looking aggrieved, and slammed the car door shut. Osiris didn't pay attention or offer any comfort, leaving a puff of exhaust behind as he drove away. Coughing for a while, Iona's lips curled into a vicious smile. If you're heartless, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Melinda, if you want to blame someone, blame Osiris. Who told him to only have eyes for you? On the road, Osiris's phone suddenly rang. Thinking it was Iona calling again, he hung up without hesitation. But soon, calls started coming in one after another. Realizing something was wrong, Osiris finally picked up, and a child's voice came through, Uncle Fadi. Ira sounded anxious, almost crying. Uncle Fadi, save me, I'm so scared. Don't cry. Be a brave man and tell Uncle Fadi what happened slowly, Osiris softened his tone. Usually, Ira was smart and cute, never easily shedding tears, even if bullied, just to avoid upsetting Melinda. What had happened today to make him so upset? Uncle Fadi, Mom is missing. She hasn't come back yet, were you guys together? Osiris felt like thunder had struck him. Melinda hadn't gone home. Recalling the message that received no response earlier, something must have gone wrong. Ira wiped his tears and continued, Uncle Fadi, Mom said she was going to play with you guys today, so she dressed up very nicely. They say dressed up people can be in danger. Is Mom in danger? No, Osiris quickly replied. She's not in danger. I promise you that. Stay home and don't open the door for anyone. I'll bring your mom back. Osiris paused and added, no, your uncle may come over later. He has the house key, and you should only open for him. Got it? Can little August complete the mission? Mission guaranteed. Osiris breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon asked, can Uncle Fadi also complete his mission? Of course, mission guaranteed. Ending the call, Osiris knew his task was far more challenging. He had no idea where Melinda was. If she hadn't left the villa, did she lie about being unresponsive, or did someone send that message for her? If she had left, where could she be? Osiris dialed Horace, then blocked him to avoid distractions. Who's this? Hearing the drunken voice, Osiris frowned and asked, where's your minister? Minister? Seeming half asleep, the person struggled to stand. Minister, minister. He shouted, but no one responded. Other colleagues stirred awake, causing chaos. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Osiris asked, is she not here? When did she leave? I think I know. Someone with slurred speech replied, a man took Genevieve away just now. Is that true? You're drunk, how can you see anything? Nonsense. You're the one who's drunk. Drunken people often lost emotional control. Osiris sighed and asked, was she drunk when she left? She couldn't stand straight. Should be drunk. Impossible. With Ira waiting at home, how could she let herself drink too much? The more he thought, the stranger it became. Keep looking and inform me when you find her. Hanging up, Osiris headed back to the villa. Inside, the smell of alcohol filled the air. Ignoring the drunk crowd, he walked straight to the bar and knocked on the counter. Facing him was the bartender who gave Melinda the coat. Where is she? Tadeo's tone was assertive, as if he already knew what the bartender had done. The bartender remained calm, smiling enigmatically. Whom is President Fadi looking for? Chapter 59, Spreading the News. You'd better not pretend to be ignorant here. Osiris's voice suddenly became serious, and an oppressive aura followed. The bartender's expression slightly changed, but his words remained the same. Mr. Fadi, you're looking for someone, but since the number of people for the team-building event hasn't been finalized, it's impossible for me to know everyone. Osiris sat in front of the bartender, his gaze sweeping over him and landing on a bottle of alcohol. Sensing something, the bartender stepped forward to block the label of the bottle. But what good did that do? Osiris had already seen it. Give me a drink. Osiris's half-smile caused the bartender to panic even more. Can't you understand when I ask for a drink? The bartender silently started mixing the drink as Osiris continued. I said, don't pretend to be clueless in front of me. Do you think I don't know anything? Fadi Chaoshu, come here. Among the crowd, a woman's body suddenly stiffened. Everyone turned their attention to Fadi Chaoshu sitting in the corner. With no way to avoid it, she steeled herself and walked up to Osiris. Mr. Fadi? She spoke cautiously, only to receive a mocking laugh in return. Fadi Chaoshu was one of the first batch of employees who had joined the company many years ago, working diligently without ever making mistakes. Though there hadn't been much advancement, she had maintained her position. She believed that despite lacking talent, she had done her best. She thought that after another year or two, she would be promoted to department head. But then Abrielle appeared. Her status began declining from the moment Abrielle became a consultant. Initially, she could still follow Abrielle's thoughts, but soon everything Abrielle researched became incomprehensible to her. After that, she couldn't offer any help and merely assisted colleagues occasionally. She thought Abrielle would leave after finishing this project, but unexpectedly, O Shaw Group offered her a job, which she accepted without hesitation. Abrielle became the new department head, leaving Fadi Chaoshu in an awkward position, too old and too experienced to be just an assistant yet unable to keep up with the new pace. She couldn't stand feeling dispensable. Even though she didn't miss out on the project bonus, watching Abrielle steadily surpass her left her feeling deeply unsatisfied. She felt resentful. How could I accept this? Osiris tapped the table and pushed a glass of alcohol towards her. I know what you want. Drink this, and I'll make you the department head. Shaking, Fadi Chaoshu lifted the glass, about to put it to her lips when Osiris coldly interrupted. You should know what drinking high-concentration alcohol means. Fadi Chaoshu's hand trembled, spilling most of the alcohol. Osiris wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. So, do you know what you've done? His smile was eerie, not reaching his eyes, which made him look both unfamiliar and frightening. Finally unable to bear the pressure, she pleaded, Mr. Fadi, please give me one more chance. Fine, Osiris agreed easily. He placed his phone, which was recording, on the table and said, start talking. I don't want to hear lies. I didn't do anything much, just added some mango juice to the glasses, she confessed. It was Miss Roxanne who told me to do it. She said Abrielle is allergic to mangoes and wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone. So I coated mango juice on all the cups. But Director Gu didn't seem affected. Instead, it was Miss Roxanne. Fadi Xiaoshu was equally puzzled by the turn of events but figured she couldn't be held responsible since she acted on Iona's instructions. Why did you do that? Miss Roxanne said you were getting too close to her, making others jealous. Osiris sneered. What jealousy indeed. He had never realized how many schemes lay beneath Iona's innocent facade. Even using tactics like this, she was really going all out. Go to HR tomorrow to process your resignation. Fadi Xiaoshu panicked immediately. Mr. Fadi, you just said you'd let me off. He retorted coldly, did I not? It's just a resignation. Would you rather I call the police? No, that's not what I meant. Regardless of what you mean, my intentions are clear. If you continue to cause trouble, you'll only embarrass yourself. Turning away, Osiris addressed the bartender, is it your turn now? Shall I have to interrogate you bit by bit? I can tell you, the bartender responded, unwilling to risk losing his job or worse. I was hired by Miss Roxanne to mix a special drink for Ainsley using unique alcohol. That was my first task, and it went smoothly. My second task was to call Mr. Liu here to take the intoxicated Ainsley away, which also went well. Where did they go? I don't know. Miss Roxanne gave me a room card, which I passed to Mr. Liu. It was Iona again. His regret from earlier vanished. Allergies? Such an actress, why didn't she become an entertainer? Abrielle had been taken away by Jacob. Who knew what had happened next? Everything seemed to be under Iona's control. Osiris dialed Iona's number. Surprised and unmasked, she asked, Hamza, why are you calling me now? Are you checking up on me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Osiris ignored her expectations, coldly demanding, where is the hotel? Iona froze for a moment before quickly recovering, feigning confusion and sounding hurt. Hamza, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Osiris sneered, or shall we bring in the police? Maybe talking to them will jog your memory. Had she been found out? Iona felt bewildered. She had just received photos from a private investigator showing Jacob and Abrielle entering the hotel together. How could Osiris possibly know about it before it was publicized? Or had someone tipped him off? With such high alcohol content today, who could be sober enough to notice? Chapter 60, Overtime. Did you hear something, Hamza? Considering our relationship, if you tell me where Melinda is now, I might consider not calling the police. Osiris paused for a moment before continuing, for the sake of your parents. Do you like her that much? Iona suddenly spoke in a tone close to breaking down, you know I only like you. Why do you have to ask about other women? It was irrational and overbearing. Osiris felt increasingly impatient. Enough, Iona. He cut off Iona's words and coldly said, I'll ask you one last time, where is she? Iona had liked Osiris for many years. She had also heard rumors about his tactics. If she didn't tell him where Melinda was, he would probably. Iona bit her lower lip and asked, was I the first person you suspected? Or did someone else tell you something? Hamza. You're stalling. Osiris was unsparing in exposing Iona's delaying tactic, my patience is running out. I hope you don't waste too much of it. I will send you the address. Iona took a deep breath and was about to explain further when the call was disconnected. She froze, clenching her phone tightly with a serious expression. At the same time, Osiris drove to the address Iona sent him. It was a remote hotel not registered under his name, and even the check-in process seemed laughably irregular. Not to mention the front desk surveillance system. Osiris coldly watched as the bellboy searched through the records at the front desk. Frowning, he prepared to urge them on but then heard a scream. The voice, though muffled by intoxication, was still very familiar. There's no need to look further, Osiris said, walking straight to the room from which the scream came. Sir, this is the room key. The bellboy's words stopped mid-sentence as Osiris kicked open the door. The person inside was startled, nearly dropping the woman in front of him. Jacob turned around just as he locked eyes with the enraged Osiris. What happened? Did Iona sell him out? Jacob's face darkened, he tried to pull the blanket over himself. How could Osiris give him this opportunity? He quickly walked up to the two, pulling the blanket over Melinda's body. Sorry, I arrived too late. The familiar scent of pine wrapped around Melinda's senses, and tears finally spilled from her eyes. She had been half asleep when she felt someone trying to tear off her clothes. Mistaking it for a playful act by Ira, she reached out to push him away. Who knew Jacob had grabbed her wrist? Melinda's eyes widened as she struggled back to some clarity, seeing Jacob's ugly face. Jacob. Are you crazy? Jacob's face showed a mixture of amusement and obsession. He ran a hand across her cheek and laughed mockingly. Crazy? Dottie, knowing so much about me, how much I've missed you. I've missed you so much, you're mine and no one can take you away. As he tried to get closer, Melinda used all her strength to push him away. In desperation, she raised her knee, fiercely aiming at his vulnerable spot. This action enraged Jacob even more. Though he wasn't drunk, he acted more intoxicated than ever. Melinda screamed loudly, hoping to attract help. But who would have thought it would be Osiris coming to the rescue? Did everything get recorded? Osiris turned to ask his assistant, following closely behind. The assistant gave a thumbs up and assured, "Don't worry, we only caught Eno Chu on camera, not Ainsley." "Good, let the legal department draft a cease and desist letter." Pausing, Osiris added, "Make sure they work overtime. 5 times the pay." After that, Osiris picked up Melinda. He coldly stared at Jacob on the floor and continued, "Eno Chu, before mimicking others' drunken antics or trying forceful acts, please be aware of your own weight. The legal letter won't go public, but if any photos from tonight leak out, the consequences will be yours." With that, Osiris carried Melinda and left. In the car, Osiris made a call. "In 10 minutes, go to the address I'm sending you." Corbin's complaining voice sounded almost frantic. "Brother, I'm a doctor, not your babysitter. Are you done yet?" Osiris's tone didn't soften at all. "If I say come, you come. My employees get 5 times the pay for overtime. 10 times. Come." Corbin was stunned and whistled admiringly. "You really throw money around. I heard you were serious with Iona. What did you do to her this time? But wouldn't Miss Iona choose such a place? Could it be?" "Shut up, it's not her." Corbin puzzled. "Not her, then who?" "The lady with the child." "Don't ask, just come." Osiris impatiently hung up. Stopping outside Melinda's apartment, he carried her upstairs and knocked on the door. After a long while, the door opened. Horace's eyes were clearly bloodshot. Before Osiris could speak, Horace restrained his anger. "Would it kill you to answer a call?" Osiris realized belatedly that in his haste to find Melinda, he hadn't removed Horace from his blacklist. "What happened to my sister?" Horace felt his veins pulsating with anger. He respected Melinda's decisions. But only if they didn't harm her. Since she started working at Osiris's company, she seemed to have faced constant targeting. "Let her quit your company. If I don't see resignation papers and severance pay tomorrow, I'll consider suing Oshi." Osiris didn't expect this, frowning. "Today's incident wasn't part of your plans?" Horace sneered. "My sister getting hurt wasn't part of my plan either. An injury during a team-building event counts as a work injury. Isn't that enough reason to meet the resignation terms? You should respect her wishes." "I respect her too much, leading to repeated tolerance of Dottie's injuries." Horace's voice grew cold. "If August hadn't noticed something unusual today, what do you think would have happened to my sister?" "Need I elaborate?" Osiris conceded, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Translation continues with maintaining paragraph breaks and structure. Tone, style, and context are kept intact. Chapter 61, Tampered with. Got nothing to say? Horace took Dina from Osiris's hands and carried her back into the room. She hadn't sobered up yet, and as she lay on the bed, her brows were furrowed in discomfort. It wasn't hard to imagine the humiliation she had endured. Horace sighed and turned to leave the room, intending to find something to help Dina sober up. However, Osiris had already squeezed in silently. Iris showed no intention of making contact with him, her little face stern and serious. "I've called for a doctor, he'll be here in a few minutes." Osiris paused before continuing. "I admit I failed to protect her, but have you thought about this? Does Dina need my protection?" Hearing this, Horace was momentarily stunned. He then frowned and said to Ira beside him, "Your mom is back now. Can you go to sleep quietly?" But I want to stay with Mom." Ira lowered her head, sounding aggrieved. "I'm really worried about Mom." "Uncle, can I go stay with Mom?" "All right, go ahead." Horace agreed readily, his aim now only to send Ira away. Relieved, she hurried to her mother's room. Once the door closed, Horace turned to Osiris, his face cold. "She may not need your protection, but does that mean you don't have to protect her?" "Osiris, you owe her." Horace wasn't someone easily deceived. If he wanted to know something, it would never remain hidden from him, especially matters concerning Dina. "That day, you left without any responsibility, and Odessa misunderstood for so many years. If not for this misunderstanding, would Odessa have run into trouble? Do you think by saying she isn't fragile and doesn't need protection, everything can be settled once and for all? How could it be so easy?" For a moment, Osiris was speechless as he looked at Horace. Fortunately, Corbin appeared right then and knocked on the door. "I heard there's a patient. Can you two stop arguing now?" Horace nodded grimly and stepped aside to let Corbin in. "So, it's Lawyer Dev, we meet again." Corbin extended his hand to greet Horace. As a doctor, he often encountered lawyers gathering evidence in hospitals, leading to occasional interactions with Horace. But he didn't expect Osiris to know him too. "We used to be neighbors." Osiris wasn't in the mood to explain much, pointing towards Dina's room instead. "The patient is in there. Had me come over in such a rush. Nothing bad has happened, I hope." With Horace around, Corbin immediately became extra cautious. Joking aside, if a medical accident occurred in front of Horace, his career would likely end there. He didn't want that to happen. "It's nothing serious, just drunk." "Just drunk?" Corbin raised his voice incredulously, looking at Osiris in disbelief. Just because she got drunk, you asked me to come over like a personal servant? Don't ask so many questions, just go. Corbin shrugged, deciding not to argue further, and walked into the room. I know I owe her, but I'm not sure if she even wants to remember what happened back then. After all, it seems she doesn't wish anyone to know about August's existence. Osiris guessed Dina's reluctance to confront him went beyond issues with Iona. Perhaps Iona posed no real threat. Dina's wariness stemmed from an inability to accept the idea of her child having an unexpected father. She was protecting herself. Osiris didn't want to break through her protective shell. Over time, hearts reveal their true nature. He intended to spend time with Dina slowly, eventually hoping she'd let down her guard around him. But given the current situation, he reconsidered whether to tell her what he had uncovered. You can't take away custody of the child. Horace's voice carried a warning. You can't do it, neither can the Foddy family. I won't let the Foddy family know about this yet. Meanwhile, I will try to explain what happened back then to Odessa. Osiris had made up his mind. No matter whether due to misunderstanding or other reasons, he wouldn't allow the misunderstanding between them to continue. I heard you've already done a paternity test? Yes. Osiris wondered, how do you know even this? A bird leaving footprints behind. Maybe because the doctor had arrived and Dina seemed stable, Horace finally calmed down. He sat on the sofa, eyes on Osiris. Lawyers focus on evidence and details. Or maybe I should put it another way, I also have connections in the hospital. You can't hide anything from me. Then you must know she tampered with the results of that paternity test. Of course. Horace nodded. I respect all her choices, including her decision not to tell you about the child. But the condition was that she could ensure her safety. Now things are different. Horace stared at Osiris. I don't know what you're thinking, but Odessa doesn't need your compensation. The best solution I can think of is for you to disappear and stop bothering her. Don't make Uncle Foddy leave. Suddenly, Ira rushed out of the room, blocking Osiris's path. Uncle Foddy is good. August likes Uncle Foddy. And Mom likes Uncle Foddy too. Horace gaped at Ira's righteous expression, unsure how to respond. August, don't cause trouble here. I'm not causing trouble. Ira stood defiantly. Uncle, have you heard of maternal intuition? Ira placed her hand on her chest seriously. If you make Uncle Foddy leave, Mom will be sad. So don't make Uncle Foddy leave. You. Sometimes kids speak the truth, Osiris smiled slightly. Maybe she truly thinks this. Horace rubbed his forehead helplessly. When did you become so persistent? Certain things are crucial to me. Osiris said solemnly, fat-eyed compensation. She drank highly concentrated alcohol, so she might be drowsy and have an upset stomach for a couple of days. I'll leave some medicine, please pay attention to her. Corbin came out of the room at that moment. Thank you. Chapter 61, Manipulated. Got nothing to say? Horace took Dina from Osiris's hands and carried her back inside. She hadn't sobered up yet, frowning tightly as she lay on the bed. It was clear what kind of wrongdoing she had endured just now. Horace sighed, turning to leave the room to find something to help her sober up. However, he was surprised to find that Osiris had silently entered the room without a word. Ira also didn't seem interested in interacting with him at the moment, her little face stern and serious. I've already called the doctor, they should arrive in a few minutes. Osiris paused and continued, I admit I didn't protect her well, but have you ever thought about whether Dina actually needs my protection? Hearing this, Horace was stunned for a moment, then frowned, turning to Ira, your mom is back. Can you go to sleep now? But, I want to stay with Kalbam. Ira hung her head, her tone full of worry. I'm really worried about Kalbam. Uncle, can I stay with her? Sure, go ahead. Horace readily agreed, his goal being to send Ira away for now. Ira felt relieved and hurriedly ran to Dina's room. After the door closed, Horace turned back to Osiris with a cold expression. Just because she doesn't need your protection, does that mean you shouldn't protect her? Osiris, you owe her. Horace was not someone easily deceived. Anything he wanted to know wouldn't remain hidden from him, especially when it came to Dina. At the time, you walked away carelessly, and Dottie has been misunderstood for so many years. If not for this misunderstanding, would Dottie have run into trouble? Do you think you can resolve everything by simply saying she isn't vulnerable and doesn't need protection? There's no such easy solution. Osiris looked at Horace, momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Corbin appeared right then, knocking on the door. I heard there's a patient here. Can you two stop arguing for a bit? Horace nodded grimly, stepping aside to let Corbin in. It's Lawyer Dev. We've met before, Corbin extended his hand to greet Horace. As a doctor, lawyers frequently went to the hospital for evidence, leading to occasional interactions between them. But he didn't expect Osiris to also be acquainted with him. We used to be neighbors, Osiris didn't bother explaining further, pointing toward Dina's room. The patient is in there. Is everything alright? You're in such a hurry to get me here. With Horace around, Corbin immediately became extra cautious. Joking, if any medical malpractice occurred in front of Horace, he'd likely be facing legal trouble. He didn't want his medical career to end this way. No problem, she's just drunk. Just drunk? Corbin raised his voice, looking at Osiris incredulously. You left a message for me just because she's drunk? Do you think I'm that easily summoned? Stop wasting time and go. Corbin shrugged, ceasing his objections and walking into the room. I know I owe her, but I'm unsure if she even wants to recall what happened back then. Besides, it seems she doesn't wish to share the existence of August with anyone. Osiris suspected that Dina's avoidance of him wasn't solely due to Iona. Or perhaps, Iona never posed a threat to her. The reason Dina remained so vigilant was that she couldn't accept her child suddenly having an inexplicable father. She was merely protecting herself. Osiris didn't want to shatter her self-protection. Time reveals all. Osiris originally planned to gradually develop a relationship with Dina, hoping she would eventually lower her guard. However, given the current situation, he had to reconsider revealing what he had uncovered to Dina. You won't take custody of the child. Horace's voice carried a warning tone. You can't, neither can the Fadi family. I won't tell the Fadi family for now, but I'll try to inform Dottie about the events of that year. Osiris had made up his mind. Whether the misunderstanding or other reasons caused their failure to recognize each other, he wouldn't allow the misunderstanding to continue. I heard you did a paternity test once? Yeah, Osiris replied curiously. How do you know this? Nothing leaves a trace, Horace said calmly, finally regaining his composure as Corbin arrived and Dina seemed stable. He sat on the sofa, staring at the flustered Osiris, continuing, we lawyers emphasize evidence and thus pay attention to details. Horace tapped the armrest with a smile. To put it another way, I have connections in the hospital too, and you can't hide anything from me. So, you should know she tampered with that paternity test. Of course. Horace nodded, I respect all her choices, including not wanting you to know about the child. But the condition is that she must ensure her own safety. Now, things are different. Horace stared at Osiris, I don't know what you're thinking, but Dottie doesn't need your compensation. The best solution I can think of is for you to disappear and leave her alone. Don't make Uncle Fadi leave. Ira suddenly burst out of the room, standing in front of Osiris. Uncle Fadi is good, August likes Uncle Fadi, and Kalbami also likes Uncle Fadi. Horace gaped at Ira's righteous expression, momentarily speechless. August, don't cause trouble here. I'm not causing trouble. Ira put her hands on her hips. Uncle, have you heard of mother-child telepathy? Ira covered her chest seriously, if Uncle makes Uncle Fadi leave, Kalbami will be sad. So don't make Uncle Fadi leave. You. Sometimes, what children say is true, Osiris smiled. Maybe she really thinks that. Horace held his head in frustration. When did you become so persistent? Some things are crucial to me. Osiris said seriously, fat-eye compensation. She's fine, consumed high-concentration alcohol. She might be groggy for the next couple of days, and her stomach won't feel good. I'll leave some medicine. Take care of her. Corbin exited the room at this moment. Thank you. This edited translation maintains consistency in character names and adheres closely to the original narrative structure while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 62 Evidence. Take it easy, Lawyer Dev, just go easy on me in the future. Corbin waved his hand, sizing up the peculiar atmosphere between the two. Only when Osiris glanced over impatiently did Corbin reluctantly change the subject. How old are you, little friend? 5 years old. You're not very tall yet. Would you like Uncle to check on that for you? But. Before Ira could finish her sentence, Corbin had already scooped her up. There's no buts about it. Let's get the checkup started. In the living room, only Osiris and Horace remained, facing each other. Horace sighed, let's do it your way. There's one more thing. What? 5 years ago on Colby-Lawn Island, what exactly happened? I tried to look into that day's events, but all the people involved seem to have vanished. A truly drunk person wouldn't be capable of rape. While you aren't a saint, I trust your character. You wouldn't pretend to be drunk and end up with a stranger. The only possibility is that someone drugged both of your drinks. Could it have been Jacob's people? Osiris was aware that someone had drugged his drink. However, since the glasses were randomly picked up, the target might not have been him. At the time, he had urgent matters to attend to and didn't even wake Gabrielle, let alone thoroughly investigate the drinks. Now that Horace mentioned this, there was indeed something questionable. Jacob? Horace was puzzled. But according to my investigation, Jacob drank the same wine as you, meaning it's unlikely he escaped. He might have staged it. Osiris shrugged. To force Gabrielle to accept him, only he didn't expect me to drink the wine instead. That doesn't make sense, Horace shook his head. At the time, we weren't sure how Jacob felt about Wanchua, but if he liked her, he wouldn't have chosen such a risky method. Horace had suspicions about someone else but felt it inappropriate to mention them to Osiris. The situation was still unclear. It was fine discussing things with Gabrielle, but there was no need to involve Osiris in Gu family affairs. He had asked simply to see if Osiris remembered anything else. After all, he was also one of the parties involved. Clearly, whoever orchestrated the whole event had covered their tracks meticulously. I'll help you investigate Colby-Lawn Island. Osiris offered proactively. The Foddy family has business on Colby Lawn Island, maybe we'll find new leads. Don't thank me, as you said, I owe her. Osiris paused, then walked to Ira's door, gently knocking. Corbin, let's go. So soon. Corbin poked his head out suspiciously. Lawyer Dev, he's usually reliable. Maybe he really fancies your sister. Why are you pinching me? Talk too much. Osiris glanced at him, then left Abrielle's apartment. Corbin grumbled and hurried after him. Only when they were in Osiris's car did Corbin speak again. The alcohol content was really high, thankfully it wasn't crude industrial alcohol or she might not have been saved. The water of life. So you've seen what she drank before? Corbin was surprised. That hasn't circulated in the market for 2 years now. The person who got it isn't small time. Do you have any leads? Yeah, Osiris nodded, lips parting to reveal a name, Iona. Corbin nearly dropped his jaw. Really? I heard just the other day that you're serious with Iona. She's acting like the official wife without even entering the Foddy family doors yet. But that's your fault. If you don't want to marry her, just tell her clearly. Osiris gritted his teeth. I already told her long ago, she just can't understand. She is quite obsessive. I once suggested she see a psychiatrist, but she gave me an earful. Osiris slammed on the brakes, almost making Corbin bang his head against the windshield. What did you say? What did I say? Corbin rubbed his head, face full of grievances. Can't you see Iona acts crazy normally? Friendly with you but hostile to others. My advice wasn't to insult her. I really don't know why she got so upset. Psychiatric medication? Osiris sensed something was connecting in his mind. Can psychiatric drugs cause delusions? Osiris paused, adding, for someone without mental illness. Don't take them if you're healthy, Corbin warned. But yes, they can cause confusion and even excessive excitement. It depends on the drug's composition. What are you suspecting? A distorted figure flashed in Osiris's mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly but shook his head. Nothing. I'll drop you off. If Iona really gets medication, I'll tell you. I have connections at the hospital. Do I have to thank you? You should thank me anyway. Iona's phone rang for the 12th time. She glared at the number on the screen, sighed, and irritably grabbed her phone, hitting the answer button. Verity's furious shouts soon reached her ears. Iona, what did you mean by this? Do you know what you did? I know, Iona said. It's just because he's incompetent. At least now, you can go home. Verity was momentarily speechless, grinding her teeth before responding. Do you know what this means? If Jacob reveals everything to the police, do you know what that would mean? What did I do? Iona spoke half smiling, half serious. I invited Abrielle to the team building site and drank a cup of wine. Then, due to mango allergy, I went to the hospital. By the time I got home, Jacob was already at the hotel. I really don't see what difference it makes even if he says everything. Do you think Jacob would have no evidence at all? He certainly has some, Iona replied slyly. He probably has plenty of your evidence. Whether he releases it depends on your taste in men. Iona had confirmed with Jacob that the chat records on his phone had been deleted. Thus, regardless of any investigation, she remained innocent. Chapter 63, Apology Call. Are you crazy? If I come in, do you think you can escape? Iona laughed even louder than before. Who said anything about escaping? I already told you both that you have no evidence. Even if you recorded this call, it would be useless. Suspicion cannot be used as evidence. Stop making a fuss and use your time wisely to figure out how to get Jacob out of jail instead. With that, Iona hung up the phone and blocked the number, leaving Verity fuming on the other end. The next day. When Zaylee woke up, it was already dusk outside. For a moment, she felt disoriented. What time was it now, and what had happened yesterday? She rubbed her aching head and sat up, preparing to get out of bed, but her legs gave way, almost causing her to fall to the ground. She massaged her sore ankles. Just then, the door opened, and Horace looked down at her from above, sighing after a while. You're awake? Older brother, why are you here? If I'm not here, am I supposed to leave you to fend for yourself? Horace snorted coldly, clearly in a bad mood. Zaylee knew she was at fault and stuck out her tongue, teasing him. I know older brother is the best person in the world to me, no one else can match. Cut it out, you've probably told this to plenty of others. I won't be fooled by you. No, I only said this to you. Zaylee protested loudly. Her voice was loud, but it did not summon the familiar small figure. Looking around, Zaylee asked confusedly, where's Bar? Someone went to fetch him. Horace picked up Zaylee and carried her to the sofa, patiently cooking congee for her. You drank tainted alcohol yesterday and will be weak for a couple of days. I've already taken a leave of absence for you. Horace paused and added, a paid leave with work injury compensation which should be in your account soon. Older brother, Zaylee said seriously, if it weren't for you, I don't know how I would live. Don't say such nonsense. I ask you, Lou. Before he could finish, the doorbell rang. Zaylee and Horace exchanged glances, and Horace resignedly walked to the door and opened it. It was Verity. Though Horace had never met her, he had seen her photos during investigations. Now, the real person stood before him, the culprit who left his sister wandering outside. Horace thought he was being quite gentlemanly for not slamming the door in her face. "Ainsley, what brings you here so suddenly?" Horace's tone was cold and stiff. Verity curled her lips into a mocking smile. How long had it been since Zaylee changed men again? Looks like her relationship with Osiris wasn't too deep either. To have her lover stolen by such a person, Verity couldn't understand where Iona got the courage to mock her. But Verity hadn't forgotten her purpose here. Taking a deep breath, she pleaded, "Lanua, I need your help. Please, you must help me." Pushing past Horace, she rushed into the house. Zaylee lazily looked up at her, guessing her intention. Not because Zaylee was clairvoyant, but simply because Verity was easy to read. "She won't agree," Horace said coldly. "Please leave." "Sister. I haven't decided yet, but aren't you supposed to beg properly when asking for help?" Zaylee taunted, "Without proper manners, why would I help you?" Verity bit her lip. She saw through Zaylee's deliberate humiliation. What could she do? Enduring the humiliation, Verity knelt down forcefully. "Sister, please, please help me. Save you and you. For the sake of our past friendship." "Jacob?" Zaylee looked at Horace, bewildered. Horace raised an eyebrow and said, "Stop pretending to be naive. Didn't I tell you yesterday that Jacob was arrested for attempted rape? I've considered taking the case." "Attempted rape? Pretty harsh." Zaylee whistled in amazement. No wonder Verity came to beg now. Jacob must hold significant leverage over her, making it crucial for her to get him out. But why should Zaylee risk herself to save Jacob? "You heard that, right?" Zaylee raised her voice. "He attempted to rape me, and now you're begging me to withdraw the charges? Does that make sense? But you and you acted out of love for you." Zaylee's expression turned cold. "If love means doing this to me, I would have died long ago. He needs to learn some lessons. He's not a child anymore, surely he knows what he should or shouldn't do." "But." "There's no but. Get out now, and I'll consider not taking the case. Jacob might get off with a lighter sentence. If you keep pestering, it might add 10 or 20 years to his sentence. After all, you both have skeletons in your closets." Verity was genuinely frightened. She feared Jacob might expose her and that Zaylee might reveal their past deeds. There seemed to be no way out. Would she really destroy her life so easily? No, it couldn't be. She had to eliminate Zaylee. "Sister, you really won't help you and you?" Zaylee nodded. "Why should I save someone I didn't harm?" Verity staggered up, smiling bitterly. "I see. I hope sister remembers this choice." With that, she ran out. Horace watched her back, frowning. "I suspect she might hire someone to harm you. Be careful these next few days." Turning around, he saw Zaylee struggling to put on clothes. "What are you doing?" "Going to the police station." "See Jacob?" Horace wondered, "I wasn't lying earlier." "I know," Zaylee nodded seriously. "I suspect he was tricked." Chapter 64, Guarantee. Tricked? By whom? Verity or Iona? Does the answer really matter? At least Horace didn't think it was that important. He stared intently at Melinda for a moment before finally speaking. "Are you going to release Jacob?" Melinda's figure stiffened. She shook her head, "Not necessarily." "Why are you so good to him? Could it be that you really?" Jacob and Melinda had a past, even though Melinda often said it wasn't important and she no longer cared. But sometimes, memories linger, neither cold nor hot, staying quietly until they unexpectedly leave a mark when you least expect it. Melinda wasn't immune either. "No, I have no feelings for him. But he seems to think that we should come to a conclusion. I believe now is the best time for that resolution." Pausing for a moment, Melinda continued, "Elder brother, I can handle this myself. You don't need to come with me. I promise, after this, I will never have any more dealings with Jacob." Melinda spoke with determination. Horace rarely saw her like this. But he knew that whenever Melinda showed this expression, she had already made up her mind. The last time he saw this expression was when Melinda decided to stay with the Dev family. "Fine, go ahead." Horace knew that few could change Melinda's mind once she said it. "Whatever happens, elder brother, I'll count on your support. Don't bear everything on your own shoulders. Don't forget, you still have Bar." With an unsteady step, Melinda left the house. The police station where Jacob was detained wasn't far from here, and Melinda arrived without much effort. Osiris seemed to have already spoken with the police there. It didn't take long for Melinda to be led into a mediation room, and soon after, Jacob was brought in. Seeing him, Melinda's eyes widened in surprise. Jacob's face was bruised and swollen, especially his mouth, which looked as if it had been savagely split open. He looked pitiful indeed. She remembered hearing no sounds of Osiris beating Jacob yesterday when she was half asleep. Could it be that the police here assisted in his mistreatment? Melinda glanced around. A nearby officer cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Foddy came by yesterday and said he wanted to speak with the suspect. We stayed out for about 30 minutes. It all made sense now. Melinda understood. The officer continued, do you want us to leave the room again today? No. Melinda shook her head, speaking rationally. I don't have much strength, and if you aren't here, I won't feel safe. Understood. All the officers stayed in the mediation room. Melinda stared at Jacob and asked, you can say whatever you want now. Jacob tried to smile but winced instead, pulling at his wounds and sucking in a breath. A young officer couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Feeling humiliated, Jacob begged, Dottie, please, can you ask them to leave first? Melinda raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Can you wait outside the door for a moment? The officers obliged and left, leaving only Melinda and Jacob in the room. Facing each other, Melinda asked, what else do you have to say to me? Melinda, Jacob gritted his teeth, whether you believe it or not, I never intended to harm you. I believe you. Melinda shrugged indifferently, but whether you intended to or not, you did what you did. Can you deny that? Jacob remained silent. How could one negate actions already taken? He should have known better. Dottie, do you really want to send me to jail? Jacob looked up at Melinda, his eyes pleading and full of longing. Do you know what that means? It means nothing. At most, you'll lose some shares you hold. Melinda sneered, I've already told you to stay away from Verity. You're asking for it and now try to guilt me? You think this has something to do with Verity? Jacob appeared surprised but quickly shook his head, sighing, I know you two don't get along, but this has nothing to do with her. I didn't even believe her words. Forget it. Melinda didn't care whose fault it was anymore. The deed was done, and tracing back wouldn't change anything but possibly impact the outcome. As for the outcome, Melinda believed she could control it. Don't you want to avoid prison? Yes. Jacob reached out, wanting to hold Melinda's hand, but she pulled away. Dottie, think of our past together. Can't you let me off this time? My parents only have me. If something happens to me, they won't. Jacob stopped mid-sentence. Melinda found it funny inside. Won't what? Let her off the hook. At this point, Jacob still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, still trying to manipulate her. I won't let them hurt you. As long as you forgive me, I'll serve you however you want. I also know you have a child, our child. Jacob lied intentionally, hoping to soften Melinda's heart. Their child? Apparently, Jacob still believed that. Quite troublesome. If news of their sparse offspring spread, Lou's family might not let her child alone. Fine, I can withdraw the lawsuit. Hearing this, Jacob was overjoyed. Really? I knew you wouldn't abandon me. But I have a condition. Melinda continued, in the future, my child will have nothing to do with you. You cannot see him or tell anyone about his existence. Can you agree to that? What's wrong with having him acknowledge his roots? Melinda replied coldly, I say it's wrong. Of course, if you prefer to remain here or end up in prison, serving several years, you can consider my visit as a friend's concern. Now, this friend is cutting ties with you. Melinda stood up, ready to leave. Before reaching the door, Jacob called out, wait. Changed your mind? Yeah, I won't appear before the child anymore. Please, withdraw the lawsuit and let me out of here. I won't bother you again. Write a guarantee. Melinda coldly added, I can't trust someone who would do such things just by their word. Chapter 65, Colbum seems to be hiding something. Don't you believe me at all anymore? Tadeo lowered his gaze, looking incredibly hurt. If this had happened earlier, Melinda might have softened her heart and maybe even forgiven Tadeo. But now, she wouldn't. She knew that being soft-hearted towards others would eventually backfire on her. Calmly, she looked at Tadeo in front of her, a touch of ridicule showing on her face. If you refuse to sign the assurance agreement, I will not drop the charges either. Wanting to bear the name of a rapist isn't bad for me. Of course, if you want to drag me down with you, then I can only tell you, it's impossible. If you harm my child, I'll make sure that your days in prison are the best days you've ever had. Now, you decide whether to sign the assurance agreement. Melinda decided not to be soft-hearted again. She wasn't stingy with opportunities for Tadeo. She made him divorce her and keep away from her. But what did Tadeo do? He failed to fulfill any of it. He repeatedly expressed his remorse and desire to make amends, yet his compensation amounted to hurting her again and again. Melinda didn't consider this as compensation, it was just another excuse to harm her. I sign. Tadeo certainly wouldn't let Melinda ruin his life. In fact, he only cared about himself. He felt that Verity, an illegitimate daughter, was unworthy of him, in terms of ability, appearance, figure, and even demeanor. Even after Melinda had given birth, she was still incomparable to Verity. Deep down, Tadeo viewed Melinda as a symbol, only blaming Verity when he couldn't obtain her. Melinda saw through Tadeo's cold and selfish nature long ago. How could she give him any good looks? The police quickly brought over the template of the assurance agreement. Tadeo copied each word carefully until he suddenly raised his head while stamping his fingerprint, staring directly at Melinda and asking, Dottie, can I ask one last question? Melinda paused but nodded. What exactly am I to you? What indeed? Melinda couldn't answer this question. Her relationship with Tadeo began in error. An erroneous start led only to a disastrous ending. If you wish, we could have been friends, once upon a time. Melinda said softly, afterward, if you can keep your promise, we can remain friends. Friends? Tadeo smiled bitterly, lowering his eyes. So it's only friends? That's how you see this relationship? Do we have any relationship? Melinda asked, puzzled. I remember our dating lasted only a few months. So you knew about the child early on? Silence. What did Tadeo know? He hadn't even seen the child's face. When Verity came that day, she hid Ira inside the house. Why did Tadeo still know about the child? It's none of your business. Is it really none of my business, or did you betray me, so you say it's none of my business? Tadeo slammed his hand on the table. Melinda looked up. Though Tadeo was hysterical, it was clear that Melinda controlled everything. Melinda laughed softly and said, how can we talk about betrayal between us? We didn't even begin. Do you mean to say that without that one night of madness, you wouldn't have regarded me as your fiancé? The Gu family was not the only choice for the Liu family. Otherwise, Verity wouldn't be desperately fighting against divorcing Tadeo. Because once Tadeo left her, she would lose everything she had. Even the affection the Gu family showed her was based on using her to tie Tadeo down. If not for a twist of fate, she might have been the one used as a tool for gain. Now, Melinda didn't think Verity was hateful. She wouldn't give up on uncovering the truth. But she admitted that, to some extent, Verity had spared her from calamity. She pocketed the assurance agreement signed by Tadeo and said with a smile, I'll withdraw the lawsuit. Have someone bail you out later. After that, follow what's written in the agreement. Stay away from me and my child. If you can honor your word, I won't continue to make things difficult for you. But if you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Melinda turned and left the mediation room. Handing over the assurance agreement to the police, her phone rang. The policeman nodded understandingly, and Melinda sighed in relief, stepping aside to answer. Mr. Foddy, what's up? Osiris paused for a moment before replying, can you come to the hospital? The hospital? Melinda was surprised. Are you injured? No. Is August injured? Also no. Osiris glanced at Ira sitting beside him, who blinked big eyes at him. A few hours ago. On Horace's recommendation, Osiris picked up Ira from school. Sitting in the back seat, the child suddenly asked, Uncle Foddy, are you actually my dad? Osiris almost crashed into a pole at the sentence. He swerved abruptly and managed to park by the roadside, turning back incredulously to look at Ira. Ira stared at him seriously, making Osiris inexplicably feel guilty. Wait, why should he feel guilty? Why do you say that? Osiris took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Did Kalbam tell you? No. Ira shook his head, saying earnestly, Kalbam says not to disturb you because you're not my dad. But today, the kindergarten teacher taught me a Chinese idiom. What idiom? Desiring to conceal something only makes it more obvious. Ira's expression became even more serious. Every time I ask Kalbam if she wants you to be my dad, she diverts the conversation. But when I mention other dads, Kalbam only laughs and asks me what I like about them. I think Kalbam is hiding something, just like desiring to conceal something. What do you think, Uncle Foddy? What could he think? Osiris sighed inwardly, feeling increasingly uneasy. Chapter 66, Frequently Introducing Men. Did you say you introduced other uncles to your mom as a dad? Osiris asked, frowning and serious. Ira's little mind struggled momentarily to process the pronouns, causing a temporary short circuit. After counting on his fingers for quite some time, he nodded firmly. Kalbam worked so hard, so hard. Even though I was very small back then, I remember she once brought back a wrinkled steamed bun and only ate the crust, giving the inside part all to me. She was often bullied by a Catherine who said Kalbam lured her man. When I asked what lure him meant, Kalbam suddenly hugged me and cried. Although I still don't understand now, that Catherine could bully because she had her own uncle. I thought if Kalbam also had an uncle, it would be great. So I often introduce men to Kalbam. After hearing this, Osiris didn't know what to say at first. He knew the woman had suffered a lot, but he hadn't experienced it or heard the details. Now, having Ira express it so candidly, Osiris felt guilty. It was all his fault, making Dina endure so much hardship over the years. What was he doing, forcing her to rip open old wounds? Seeing Osiris didn't respond, Ira panicked, thinking he didn't want to be his father. He patted Osiris's shoulder anxiously and said, I haven't introduced many uncles to Kalbam. I only brought back one man, and he became my uncle. Although uncle can protect Kalbam, Kalbam said that one day he will have his own wife, and then he won't be able to protect her anymore. Uncle Foddy, you're willing to help protect Kalbam, right? I am willing, but your mom might not be. Ira blinked his eyes and nodded. If I were uncle's child, Kalbam should agree, right? I know Kalbam isn't as strong as she looks, she must need someone to rely on too. I can be Kalbam's support, but teachers say I'm too young. Uncle Foddy, we look alike, right? Indeed, Ira seemed carved in Osiris's image. After much thought, Osiris nodded. All right, let's go to the hospital. He paused, adding, but it may involve drawing blood. Are you scared, August? No. Ira raised his little arm, shaking it vigorously. August is a big tofu boy, never afraid. Osiris still led Ira to the hospital. While waiting for Corbin, he pondered many things. The debt he owed Dina wasn't something that could be repaid in just a day or two. Sometimes, the truth doesn't need evidence to be shattering. Ira was like this. If he really got a paternity test certificate, how should he continue? Approach Dina and demand co-custody of the child? She wouldn't agree. She wouldn't allow anyone to take Ira away from her. At that point, the paternity test could become a constraint, binding Dina against her will. Osiris did not want this situation to happen. And how could he ensure that the paternity test results wouldn't fall into his parents' hands? There was no guarantee. How dare you really bring someone here? Corbin's surprised voice drew the attention of many nearby. Realizing people were looking, Corbin gave Osiris an awkward glance. Understanding, Osiris stood up, taking Ira to Corbin's office. Lowering his voice, Corbin said, "Are you crazy? How many times do you plan to do a paternity test before you give up?" Last time, Osiris had brought a strand of hair, which failed due to lack of follicles. Though seeing Ira yesterday, he did resemble Osiris. But it wasn't necessary to do another test. Call over, Osiris brought Ira directly to the hospital. Osiris frowned. How else would we do it? This time, drawing blood should work, right? It might work, but are you the guardian of the child? Osiris fell silent. Of course, he wasn't. Can you prove you have a blood relationship with him? Why would I need to do a paternity test if I could prove it? Osiris retorted, puzzled. Enough babble, can it be done or not? Of course not. Corbin snapped. You didn't ask the involved party's opinion. How can you come here and do a paternity test without permission? Would you randomly drag a stranger off the street and have the hospital determine their relationship? I agree. Ira raised his hand, surprisingly mature. Osiris went along with it. He agrees. Corbin was speechless for a moment, then wore an expression of exasperation. Don't force me to call the police. Children don't know better, but are you a legal ignoramus? He agreed. Does he even have full civil capacity? His agreement means nothing. Corbin felt like losing his mind. If you want a paternity test, you could have sneaked around. Bringing a child makes it impossible to accommodate you. What do I do then? Osiris clearly had no intention of leaving until the problem was solved. How can I get this paternity test done smoothly? There isn't a complete solution. Corbin sighed, feeling defeated by these two individuals. Unless you bring his guardian. Corbin looked serious. You know who his uncle is. If we don't follow proper procedures, we both could face substantial compensation. Furthermore, doing a paternity test with you and the child isn't fair to her. Since your goal is to make amends, she deserves to know this. Logically, shouldn't Dina be informed? Maybe, indeed. Osiris nodded. I'll call her. But, Uncle Fadi, what if Kalbim doesn't come? Ira asked anxiously. If Kalbim refuses to come, does that mean you can't be my father, and then you won't protect Kalbim? Not at all. Osiris rubbed Ira's head. Even if I'm not your father, I will still protect your mom. Don't worry. Chapter 67, have her come for the test. I didn't expect you to be quite good at soothing children, Corbin said sarcastically. Call her over quickly. She might change her mind after work. Isn't it your shift today? Corbin's face turned cold, and she snorted. You did this on purpose, didn't you? No. Who would believe that? Osiris shrugged and dialed Melinda's number on his phone. Corbin continued to grumble irritably, I'm really unlucky. Clearly, I'm not a doctor responsible for paternity tests, yet you dragged me here like a donkey. Don't forget my overtime pay. Come to the hospital, Dottie. Osiris tried to keep his tone as steady as possible. I want to do a paternity test with my child. Paternity test. Melinda was visibly agitated in an instant. Mr. Fadi, we are merely in a superior-subordinate relationship. You shouldn't cross these boundaries. Osiris remained unperturbed, saying, we are indeed in a superior-subordinate relationship, but back then, we went through those experiences. Melinda, both of us know the truth. There's no point in deceiving each other or lying to ourselves. I don't understand what you're talking about. Melinda's voice grew cold as she continued, if Mr. Fadi refuses to leave my child alone, I will report this to the police. I am currently at the station. Melinda glanced up at the righteous-looking policeman in front of her, feeling slightly reassured. Police station? Osiris was momentarily stunned but soon recovered. You still managed to get him bailed out? No, I came for a guarantee, but Mr. Fadi, aren't you also considering signing a guarantee? To ensure you won't come near my child again? Osiris immediately agreed without a second thought. Yes, I can write it. You. Melinda couldn't believe how agreeable Osiris suddenly became. She gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Fadi, are you playing with me? No, I think I'm being sincere. Do the paternity test. If the child isn't mine, I'll stay away from both of you, even at work. My secretary will handle all communication. Of course, we both know you resist the test because you already believe the child is mine. But I can also sign a guarantee. I won't let anyone take Savannah away from you. Melinda indeed felt a pang of guilt stir within her. There was no other reason. Even at the new kindergarten, some people still whispered that Savannah was a fatherless child. Though few spoke these words aloud, they were enough to leave scars on a child's psyche. Savannah was mature and well-behaved. At a young age, he had learned to hide his troubles. He never showed sadness in front of Melinda, but sometimes, during late-night shifts, she'd overhear his sleep-talking. He wanted a father. Was she being too selfish? Melinda wondered. She had never considered if Osiris truly cared for her but had cruelly denied him the chance to be the child's father. And Twantuan ended up as a fatherless child. Melinda closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Are you sure about what you're saying?" "I've recorded everything." Osiris replied seriously. "As long as you come, I'll send you the recording and sign the guarantee. If I fail to uphold my promise, I will transfer my 40% share in Oshi Group to you." Corbin widened her eyes in shock. Currently, Osiris was the largest shareholder in Oshi Group, even more so than his parents who held only 20%. Transferring his shares to Melinda meant giving the company to her. What power did Melinda hold over Osiris? No need. I'll head over. Please take care of Twantuan. Melinda hung up. The policeman before her asked concernedly, "Miss, you mentioned needing to call the police earlier. Would you like us to accompany you now?" "No, not necessary." Melinda gave an awkward laugh and waved her hand. "Just a personal matter. No need to trouble you." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Corbin frowned and remarked, "If you break the agreement, you'll give him all your shares. Aren't you afraid the child isn't yours, leaving you empty-handed?" Osiris shook his head. "She already knows the child is mine. So, she will come, and she won't want my shares." Corbin marveled, "So, you're trying to get something for nothing?" Osiris shook his head. "Not at all. But no one can take a child away from its mother, it's selfish and cruel. I didn't think you'd become so soft-hearted." Corbin clicked her tongue. "Iona would be surprised if she saw you like this. Maybe she wouldn't have married you. Why bring her up again?" Osiris's expression showed annoyance. Iona's lies were too obvious, and yesterday's fiasco was her own making. Now, Osiris felt nothing but disgust towards her. Seeing this, Corbin stopped teasing him. Still, they waited for Melinda, but instead received Horace's call. "Did you see my sister?" Horace's voice was urgent. "She hasn't returned after going to the police. I contacted them, and she left. She said she would report the issue, so I assume she was contacting you." Osiris. Although she was indeed contacting him, why did reporting it always lead back to him? Osiris couldn't figure it out. "She should be here with me, but..." Osiris paused, frowning. "I don't know why she hasn't come yet, but Twantuan is with me." "Hold on, your sister is calling me, let me answer." Without hesitation, Osiris disconnected Horace's call and answered Melinda's. "You haven't come yet? I can drive over and pick you up. Is this the owner of this number?" Instead of Melinda's voice, a panicked woman's voice came through. "Who's speaking?" "I just happened to pass by, but, she is lying on the ground, looking very bad. I called 120, but they seem busy. So, I thought I could try reaching out to her friends. Can you come pick her up?" Chapter 68, Something Happened. The girl sounded like she was about to cry, but Osiris felt as if a string in his heart had snapped completely. "Stay where you are. Tell me the address, I'll come over now." "Okay, I'm currently at..." After being told the address, Osiris grabbed his coat and was about to leave. Corbin hurriedly followed, instructing a nurse to take care of Ira before quickly catching up to Osiris's car. He knocked on the car window and said, "I'll go with you." "No time for you. You don't even know what happened to her. What if she can't be moved easily? If you bring her back by yourself, wouldn't that be like killing her?" The car door opened, and Osiris's voice was quite impatient. "Don't delay." Really, cold and indifferent, Corbin muttered as he slid into the back seat. The engine roared as the car sped off. Corbin instantly regretted coming along. When they stopped, he felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he'd been punched and everything was spinning. Osiris got out of the car and walked briskly to the girl, saying, "Thank you." "What exactly happened?" "I'm not sure. I've already called the police, they should be here soon. When I arrived, she was lying on the ground, covered in blood." "Don't worry, let me take a look." Corbin squatted down and examined Dina briefly. She was in a deep coma, several ribs were broken, and there were multiple abrasions on her body, quite severe injuries. It seemed to be caused by a car accident. Fortunately, she was still breathing, so there was hope for recovery. Corbin took a deep breath and said, "You wait here for the police. I'll take her back to the hospital." "Just you?" "Yes, I'll call ahead to have a stretcher ready." "I'll go with you." "No." Corbin's expression turned serious. "This was a car accident, but do you see any skid marks?" A normal person wouldn't run over someone or even an animal without breaking and fleeing the scene unless it was intentional, an attempted murder. Osiris finally realized the gravity of the situation. He patted Corbin on the shoulder and said, You must keep her alive." "Of course I will do my best." Corbin brushed Osiris's hand away. But you should also be careful, this could be aimed at anyone. Although Dina and Osiris didn't have a particularly close relationship, they had become more entangled recently. If someone knew this and targeted Osiris, it could mean. I understand. I've handled it as you instructed. What should we do next? Will we really not get caught? Verity's voice trembled as she stood by the seaside, watching the car with a shattered windshield slowly sink into the sea. She couldn't let Jacob go to jail. Otherwise, she would lose everything. She refused to accept that reality and didn't want to be abandoned. So, she needed a settlement agreement. However, if Dina didn't die, the forged agreement would surely be discovered. Just then, CEO who contacted her. He provided an unregistered car and told Verity where Dina was, the police station. Clearly, Verity was determined to ruin Jacob's life. Despite her initial hesitation, she had made up her mind. A ruthless woman should meet a tragic end, she consoled herself. She lay in wait outside the police station, watching Dina hurry away. Without a second thought, she stepped on the gas pedal and rammed into Dina. As the car hit her, Verity did not stop but accelerated. That moment brought her an inexplicable satisfaction, like when she pushed Dina into the sea on the cruise ship. She should die, Verity thought maliciously. Even if she survived, she'd likely end up a vegetable. Serve her right for trying to take everything from her. Verity fled the scene and, following CEO whose instructions, drove the car into the sea. Now, as the car sank deeper, she felt an internal fire that wouldn't extinguish. Mr. Who, she said with a smile. Didn't you tell me not to harm her? Why the sudden change of heart? My business isn't your concern. Obey me, and I won't let you down. Verity thought she detected a sense of relief in his voice upon hearing that Dina was dead. He hated Dina more than she did. Mr. Who, do you have some personal vendetta against Dina? Verity always wanted to hold on to others' weaknesses when seeking help. It gave her leverage to bind them to her cause. But she overlooked something crucial. Throughout this ordeal, she was the only pawn. CEO whose voice cut short, replaced by a veiled warning. Are you this curious? Don't you know curiosity killed the cat? I'm not a cat. Your foolishness surpasses a cat's, CEO who scoffed. Throw your phone into the sea and wait for my call. With that, the call ended. Verity looked at her phone, lost in thought. Was he planning to pin all the blame on her? When the truth came out, he would claim she orchestrated everything. No, she couldn't let him get away with it. After hesitating, she put the phone in her bag. Just then, another phone rang. It was Jacob. Nellie. Jacob's tone softened. I'm at the police station. Please bail me out. All right, I'll be right there. How efficient, she thought joyfully. CEO who worked fast. The evidence suggests it was indeed an attempted murder, said the police officer, having surveyed the area and reviewed the nearby security footage. But it's incredibly stupid not to avoid such obvious cameras. We'll definitely catch the culprit. Can you find the murderer? Don't worry, the officer assured. We'll catch the perpetrator. You shouldn't be too anxious. I'm not anxious. Osiris wasn't anxious. Even if the murderer escaped, it was just a handful of suspects. Chapter 69, Just Friends. If the police couldn't uncover the truth, he would round up everyone involved and question them one by one. There would be a result eventually. As long as Dina could wake up. Osiris regretted letting Dina come to him today. The paternity test could have been done anytime. He could even have driven her to the hospital himself. There were countless ways to avoid this incident, but Osiris missed every single opportunity. He buried his face in his hands, took a deep breath, and then lifted his head. Investigate. What? Check the surveillance footage today. Osiris spoke calmly. The victim is being treated in the hospital. I want to see the perpetrator before she comes out of surgery. The policeman frowned and advised, Mr. Foddy, I understand your feelings, but impulsive actions won't solve problems. Please trust us police officers. I didn't say I would do anything rash. Osiris managed to keep calm on the surface, though it was a struggle. Take me there. Maybe I can provide clues. I have a friend who's a renowned lawyer in the industry. I know the procedures and rules. I won't ruin myself over a murderer. Usha Group was well known in the industry, renowned throughout the entire business circle. The policeman in front of him obviously knew Osiris's reputation. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and led Osiris to the police station to review the footage from the accident site. In the video, Dina was walking down the road when a car suddenly appeared, seemingly deliberately, heading straight for her. By the time she realized something was wrong, it was too late. She ran frantically toward a nearby building, but how could a person outrun a car? She was hit and thrown a distance away. The car didn't stop, nor did the driver get out to check on her. It sped off. Eventually, a young woman came to Dina's side, noticed her injuries, and started calling various departments. Wisely, she also picked up Dina's phone and called Osiris. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. The policeman hadn't seen the footage before, this was his first time. The brazenness of the perpetrator even made him, a police officer, feel uneasy. Not to mention Osiris, as the family member. Sympathetically, the policeman patted Osiris on the shoulder. She was lucky. Many people in such situations wouldn't even get a chance at hospital treatment. Usually, we call this good luck follows the virtuous. She will be fine. Osiris remained silent, then after a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's watch it again." The policeman asked in surprise, "Watch it again?" "Yes." Though the footage wasn't overly detailed, the driver in the driver's seat had a blurred yet familiar silhouette. Normally, we don't support families repeatedly watching the footage. The policeman said sternly, "It's cruel for the family. Play it again." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the policeman. Horace stood at the door, looking exhausted, with another policeman beside him. Clearly, he had rushed to the police station upon learning about the incident. "Are you the victims?" "I'm the victim's brother. Our parents haven't been told yet." Horace paused and continued, "We've worked together before. I'm a lawyer." Horace handed his business card to the policeman, causing the policeman's expression to change instantly. Respectfully, he said, "It's Lawyer Dev. And this gentleman is." Horace glanced at Osiris, speaking coolly, "My sister's friend." "A friend?" The policeman was puzzled. How could a friend look so distressed earlier? But in this world, anything was possible. Nodding doubtfully, the policeman played the footage again. The car isn't owned by the driver, Horace quickly deduced. It's likely a black market or cloned car. Clearly, this was planned. It's not just a hit and run. It's attempted murder. The driver is a woman, Osiris added. Those sunglasses. Osiris hesitated. He had seen that style before. No, more than that, he had bought them. Horace turned to look at Osiris, furrowing his brows. "Hamza, what's wrong?" "I might have a lead," Osiris replied, "but I need to confirm it." The policeman was about to press further but was stopped by Horace. He nodded and let Osiris leave the monitoring room. Dina's accident had shaken Osiris deeply, especially since she had been getting into accidents one after another lately. Yesterday, Osiris had resolved to be honest with Dina. Today, this happened. He would never favor the perpetrator. Outside, Osiris called Iona. Almost immediately, she answered, her sweet voice making him feel sick. "Hamza, why are you calling me today? Where is the birthday gift I gave you last year?" "Birthday gift?" Iona hadn't expected this question. She stammered, "It should still be at home." "Why?" "I'll come over and pick it up." "Why?" Iona sounded confused. "I thought what you gave me belonged to me." "It did before," Osiris replied. "I need to verify something, then I'll return it." Confused, Iona sensed this might involve Dina. Biting her lip, she was about to speak when Osiris interrupted, "No negotiation. I'll be there in half an hour." Okay, I'll find it." What had happened? Iona was baffled but didn't delay. She got up and left the room, saying, "Aunt Damon, please find where Hamza's sunglasses from last year are." "Yes, Mississippi." Iona dismissed the matter until the outcome was unsatisfactory. "Miss, I couldn't find your sunglasses." "How could that be?" Iona remembered those sunglasses not only because they were from Osiris but also because they were a limited edition. Chapter 70, The Barefoot One Has No Fear of the Shoed. She had always regarded that pair of sunglasses as evidence that Osiris cared for her, and she treated them with utmost care. There was no reason why they would suddenly go missing. "Keep looking. I've really searched everywhere. These are all the sunglasses we have." Aunt Damon laid out the sunglasses from the house one by one in front of Iona. Unluckily, 2 or 3 were indeed missing. One of them was the birthday gift Osiris had given her. Iona's expression darkened instantly. She sneered, "It seems there's someone in this house with dirty hands. Call everyone here, I want to see who dares to steal my things." "Miss, forgive me for speaking candidly," Aunt Damon hesitated before saying, "the people here know your temper. Even if someone did take something to sell it, they wouldn't touch what Mr. Foddy gave you, unless someone doesn't know the importance of those items." "What do you mean? Didn't one of your friends stay here for a while?" "At that time, all their expenses were taken care of by you. Whenever you weren't home, she often moved around the place." "Verity?" She almost forgot about her. After using Jacob last time, Iona hadn't planned to keep in touch with Verity. A woman from a modest background, though she knew that Jacob's heart was no longer on her, she still greedily wanted all of him. Although Verity considered herself and Iona both victims, Iona didn't feel the same way. To be honest, she didn't care where Osiris's heart lay. Whether it was Dina or any other woman, it didn't matter as long as Iona got Osiris in the end. If Verity was greedy enough to want Jacob's heart, then she deserved to pay the price. Did she take the sunglasses? Was it intentional, or just an accident? Iona looked at Aunt Damon, who was standing nervously in front of her, and nodded, "I understand. Ask them if anyone took it, and I will confirm with her." Aunt Damon breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the room. Iona dialed Verity's phone number. When the call came through, Verity felt like she was suffocating. She felt like a drowning person, every small disturbance becoming seaweed wrapping around her limbs, dragging her deeper into the water. No. She couldn't let herself drown. She had finally managed to harm Dina and start her better life. How could it end so easily? Your phone is ringing. Jacob emerged from the bathroom, steam still clinging to his body. Perhaps because Verity had bailed him out, he was now nicer to her. Verity stared blankly at Jacob, but he sensed something was off. He frowned and reached for her phone, but Verity abruptly jumped off the sofa and snatched it away. Jacob didn't even get a good look at the caller ID. He asked, puzzled, who is it? It's just an unimportant friend. I'll take the call. Verity was visibly tense, afraid Jacob would notice anything unusual. If it was from the police and Jacob answered, perhaps. Perhaps she would never be forgiven again. She glanced at the caller ID, a familiar name. Iona. Verity's pupils constricted. Jacob knew that part of his arrest involved Iona, but he didn't know that Iona and she had also had an unpleasant deal. She couldn't drag herself into it too. Suddenly, Jacob smiled, that's fine. If you found someone new, I wish you both well. I've thought it over. Since we can hardly live together anymore, it might be best to part ways amicably. I'll talk to Kalbim and Jalen, and I only have one request, stop hurting Dina. I've made it clear that I have no more ties with her. Jacob had misunderstood, but this wasn't necessarily bad. At least he didn't suspect her yet, right? Relieved, Verity nodded absent-mindedly and quickly left the house with her phone. The call from Iona, which had been hung up, rang again. As soon as Verity picked up, she heard Iona's impatient voice. Did you touch my stuff? What stuff? A pair of sunglasses. Iona continued, for limited edition. They went missing after you stayed here. Sunglasses? Verity recalled the items she had thrown into the sea, and indeed, there was a pair of sunglasses among them. But she had randomly picked one from Iona's house without realizing how lucky she had been. Iona had always used her for her own benefit. Now, being barefoot, Verity wasn't afraid of Iona's threats. Yeah, I took it. So what? Give it back. Iona was furious. Why did Verity act so brazenly, as if she was the wrong party? Those were the birthday gift Osiris gave me. If you want something, I can give you something else. Miss, are you giving alms to me? Verity laughed coldly. She had always been treated as inferior by Iona. Even now, though Iona had first sacrificed her by implicating Jacob and leaving her behind, she still had the audacity to ask if Verity had taken her things. What did Iona think she was, a thief or a beggar? On what grounds? Just because she was the beautiful daughter of the Roxanne family, while Verity was merely a bastard child? But Dina wasn't a true daughter of the Gu family. Only Verity was. Verity laughed suddenly. You should thank me instead. What do you mean? Iona asked, frustrated, you stole my stuff, and you want me to thank you? Does that make sense? You should thank me because I solved a big problem for you. Verity continued, as for the sunglasses, they are probably floating somewhere. Where do you expect me to find them? Enough. Iona interrupted. I don't understand what you're thinking, but the sunglasses are important to me. You better send them back soon, otherwise. Otherwise what? Verity realized she wasn't afraid of Iona anymore. If she couldn't escape the blame for murder, neither would Iona. I told you, the sunglasses are gone. Chapter 71, another party involved. In a while, Fading Yun will ask me for my sunglasses. If you keep this attitude, I'll tell him that you stole my sunglasses. Guess what he'll do to you or the Gu family? How laughable. Iona actually thought Osiris came to her just for a pair of broken sunglasses. But they had already traced the sunglasses. Could she really be at ease? However, she no longer had Simeon's contact information. It seemed like she only had the option of a desperate fight. Verity took a deep breath and said, all right, if you speak the truth, once I'm in the police station, I'll expose all your dirty secrets. What are you talking about? I never planned to send you to jail over a pair of broken sunglasses. Although the sunglasses were important, Iona wasn't stupid. They were both holding each other's weaknesses and were bound together by fate. She wasn't so insane as to risk her future just for a pair of sunglasses. But Verity laughed wildly, of course not. But listen, I've solved your big headache. You should thank me. What nonsense. I killed Dina. Thunderstruck. When Iona first heard this news, she thought Verity was playing a very crude joke on her. After all, it wasn't funny and even had an eerie edge to it. Yet, Verity's serious expression suggested this wasn't just a simple joke. She really did it. What was it like to have one's biggest worry suddenly solved? At least Iona didn't think it was a good thing. Especially when it was Verity, with whom she had once done business. Are you crazy? What if I tell Osiris? Go ahead. For once, Verity remained calm. Tell him I killed Dina, and then he'll ask why I have your sunglasses and when we got involved. By then, can you guess how he would treat you? He's already fed up with you, Verity sneered. I bet he won't spare you either. Dina dead, her place in his heart will only grow higher. Trying to compete with a dead person for true feelings is ridiculous. But if you cooperate with me, I won't say anything. Perhaps you still have a chance to become Tamsin. After all, the Fadi family can't possibly expect Osiris to remain unmarried forever, right? Verity made sense. And perhaps there was some logic behind her actions. Now in this relationship, the dominant party was no longer herself. Iona couldn't help but go along with Verity and hide everything. You're a lunatic, you'll dig your own grave eventually. Iona cursed inwardly, hung up, and added, don't say anything. I'll figure something out. Thank you, Miss Roxanne, Verity replied. After hanging up, Iona hesitated before calling Osiris. My sunglasses were stolen. Osiris's tone was doubtful, he clearly didn't believe her. Now Iona understood. As Verity had said, Osiris was here because of Dina. This wasn't the time for jealousy. Iona just wanted to clear her name quickly. It must have been one of the servants. They helped clean the luxury items every day, got greedy, and sold them secretly. I've lost several bags too. Fading Yun, do you need sunglasses? I have several pairs of men's sunglasses. If you need them. No thanks. Osiris coldly interrupted Iona. Even if her excuse was reasonable, Osiris didn't believe coincidences existed. She was guilty, definitely. Where were you today? In the afternoon, I went to your parents' place. Iona was glad she made the right decision earlier. Had she stayed home, she'd be hard-pressed to explain. Sure enough, Osiris asked suspiciously, why did you go there? They aren't feeling well and always say you're too busy to visit. I wanted to keep them company. Iona asked innocently, what's going on? Did something happen? Do you need help? No. Osiris hung up and turned to Horus. It's not her. Horus raised an eyebrow. So sure. I won't cover for her, but she was at my parents' place in the afternoon. If she lied, it would be easy to uncover. Horus nodded. Your parents are okay? Average, Osiris shook his head. I suspect they're faking it to achieve their goal, which you understand better than me. Horus was a year older than Osiris. Both were equally busy with no time for romantic matters. Though the Dev family didn't pressure him to marry, matchmaking candidates kept coming. Horus felt helpless. Osiris's situation might be even worse. But now wasn't the time to discuss hardships. As for the sunglasses, could it really just be coincidence? Unlikely, Osiris shook his head. Yesterday's events involve Iona. Yesterday? Horus frowned. Jacob acted yesterday. How does he connect with Iona? They met once, but I doubt Jacob would collaborate with Iona. There may be another person involved. Horus nodded, voicing what Osiris was thinking. You suspect Verity? Yes, she might have contacted Iona and had access to her sunglasses. Horus wasn't surprised. Verity had harmed Dina before. Was she using the same trick again? But did she have such a detailed plan? Buying a black car could easily be traced, and disposal was complicated. Unless, someone was helping her from behind. Who? Forrest. A name popped into Horus's mind. Forrest had bought the yacht for Verity's scheme. Could it be the same trick? What feud did he have with Dina that warranted her death? Chapter 72, Give Me a Chance. What's wrong? Do you know who it is? Can make a guess. Just as Horus was about to speak, Osiris's phone rang at an inopportune time. He frowned and answered, it was Corbin calling. Ancestor, did you block my number? Corbin's voice mixed with exhaustion and anger. Hurry over. She's out of immediate danger, but when she'll wake up is uncertain. The child has been crying herself to pieces. I'm at the police station. Osiris hesitated. Go, I'll watch over here. Horus interjected comfortingly, if Dottie wakes up, she'll likely want to see you first. You've missed her once, don't miss her again. All right. Hanging up, Osiris rushed to the hospital without delay. Dina lay in the bed, wrapped in bandages and connected to cold, intimidating tubes everywhere. Ira sat obediently by the side, her gaze fixed on Dina, appearing dazed. Only when Osiris entered did she look up at him. Uncle Fadi. Ira had been crying, her voice sticky, and her eyes red and swollen. Kalbami isn't going to wake up anymore, am I never going to have mommy? Osiris caught his breath and glanced instinctively at the monitors beside Dina. Thankfully, despite her weakened vital signs, she was still alive. Perhaps because she didn't receive an answer from Osiris, Ira tried to comfort herself, Kalbami must still be alive. She said she'd stay with August until she grows up and would never leave her. When will mommy come play with August? I promise that no one will ever bully me at kindergarten again. If anyone bullies me, I'll fight back. She couldn't help crying again. August hasn't seen mommy today, when will mommy talk to me? Osiris felt a lump in his throat, unsure if he was angrier or more heartbroken. Whoever hurt Dina hadn't considered the little girl who might lose her mother. He would make sure this person paid, both for Dina and Ira. Osiris took a few steps forward and hugged Ira. She opened her small hands and patted his back as if comforting him. Uncle Fadi, I know you're sad too, right? You're waiting for mommy too, aren't you? Yes. Osiris nodded. I'm also waiting for your mommy to wake up. Right now, she's like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, just sleeping and maybe dreaming sweet dreams. But she'll surely break the curse and wake up. Ira nodded, seemingly understanding. Kalbami told me the stories of Snow White and Sleeping Beauty. They broke their curses because of the prince's kiss. Kalbami is a princess, so wouldn't the prince be Uncle Fadi? Wake the princess with a kiss? Osiris turned his head towards the silent Dina, revealing his first ever hint of hesitation. He dared not approach her. For one, he hadn't asked Dina for her opinion yet. Would she accept him? Would she allow him to kiss her? And secondly, he wasn't a child anymore. Awakened princesses belonged only in fairy tales. No matter how many times he kissed her now, it wouldn't wake her up. Why spoil the fairy tale world for Ira? No. Osiris gently declined. Remember, August, only a prince recognized by the princess can wake her up. Anyone else can only be a knight. Ira nodded forcefully. I understand, I'll be mommy's knight. Standing up, she patted her young chest. I'll protect mommy with my life. Sure. Osiris nodded. I'll help you protect mommy too. No, Ira shook her head seriously. Uncle Fadi, I think you are mommy's prince. Startled, Osiris questioned skeptically, did mommy tell you? No, I just feel that mommy treats you differently than others. You're someone special, just like the prince. Why can't you be the prince? Special, huh? Sadly, he hadn't believed in Dina earlier. If he had investigated her immediately when he suspected her identity, perhaps things would be different now. He bore some responsibility in this mess. Still, could he be the prince they imagined? Well, Osiris didn't want Ira to dwell on this further. It's late. Kalbami's asleep, so shouldn't August sleep too? Yes. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Fadi will take you to kindergarten. If anyone bullies you, point them out to me, and they won't dare do it again. Okay. Relieved, Osiris nodded. Thankfully, Ira was such a reassuring good child. Osiris coaxed Ira to sleep on another bed in the room. As she yawned, she reminded him. Uncle Fadi, a lady in white told me mommy's sleeping is different from regular sleep. You need to be careful, otherwise, mommy might not wake up. Okay, I'll be careful. Thanks, Uncle Fadi. Unable to resist the sleepiness, Ira finally fell asleep. Watching her peaceful face, Osiris smiled faintly. He had missed them for too long. No matter how he made amends, the pain of those 5 years couldn't be healed overnight. But, he needed a chance. Osiris reached out and held Dina's cold hand. Wake up. Osiris whispered tenderly. Give me a chance to make it up to both of you. I've just found you again, are you ready to leave me again? Only the monotonous sound of the medical machines responded. The next morning, as Corbin came to relieve the night shift, he inadvertently visited Dina's room. Indeed, he saw Osiris sitting by the bed, his eyes red from lack of sleep. He sighed, exasperated. You stayed up all night? Yep. It won't help. Injuries like hers usually require significant unconsciousness before recovery. ####Chapter 73, Redemption. I know. Do you? Are you trying to kill yourself too if she doesn't wake up? Corbin spoke without patience. When did you become so devoted to a woman? Did she agree to it? Not yet. Corbin's expression turned rigid, as if he had reached the limits of speechlessness. So, you're still pursuing her? But the child is yours? What nonsense. Corbin felt a subtle pain in his CPU, frustrated by the conversation. He stared helplessly at Osiris and continued, forget it. I won't interfere with your affairs. But you should understand that there's still much you can do. Watching someone who won't wake up for a long time is pointless, got it? Why are you all scaring August then? Who scared him? He said if he didn't watch over Kalbami, she might never wake up again. Corbin froze momentarily before saying with exasperation, he's a kid. Are you one too? He asked a nurse what the monitor does, and she said it helps watch over his mommy. The kid misunderstood. Why are you following his misunderstanding? It's not a misunderstanding. Osiris said wearily, I know, but I want to see her with my own eyes. Maybe she will wake up. You're hopeless. Corbin shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave when he heard a faint rustling behind him. Thinking Osiris had changed his mind, Corbin was about to comment but saw Osiris merely lifting Ira from the bed. What are you doing now? It's time for school, Osiris yawned. He stayed up late yesterday. I'll let him sleep a bit more in the car. Horace said Dev's parents would arrive today, and I'll take care of him for a while. With Dina's condition, it was inevitable to notify the family. Better to inform them proactively so they could mentally prepare rather than discover the truth later. Dev's parents wouldn't be that fragile. Corbin watched in disbelief as Osiris prepared to leave. Reaching out, he pushed both of them back inside. Do you really need to send him to kindergarten? Did you think I didn't know you went to the company this morning? You haven't slept for over 20 hours. Planning to drive and live in the same hospital room as your crush? I'm fine. As Osiris was about to mention he had a driver, Corbin's stern look stopped him cold. After a moment, he said, I promised him yesterday. I don't want to be an adult who breaks promises. Breaking promises is better than being a dead adult. Corbin knew Osiris's obstinate nature. Persuasion was unlikely to change anything. He sighed and offered, I'll go with you. Aren't you also awake all night? Corbin rolled his eyes, so, let's be two reckless drivers. I don't want to die with you. Corbin. Despite this, Corbin insisted on climbing into Osiris's car. Though he declared his presence was to prevent Osiris from driving tired, within 5 minutes, Corbin's snoring filled the entire vehicle. In a sense, it did prevent fatigue driving. Osiris was now contemplating murder. Ira, who had been sleeping in the back seat, opened his eyes in confusion. Uncle Fadi, why is there thunder? Osiris's lips twitched. It's not thunder. Someone's sleeping. Oh, it's Uncle Chu. Uncle Chu is so loud. Osiris glanced at Corbin, wondering how the latter would react when he woke up being called noisy by a child. Did I disturb you? No, it's time for school. Ira leaned against the window, straightening his tousled hair using its reflection. Uncle Fadi, will you really talk to those kids for me? Of course. Ira couldn't help but smile. Osiris felt a bit lighter. Seizing the moment, he asked, why so happy? Is kindergarten life tough for you? Not really, but sometimes they pity me instead of bullying me. I know they think you're different, but I hate that feeling. Osiris nodded understandingly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Don't worry. From today on, they won't treat you like that anymore. With Dina not waking up, he intended to take care of Ira for the next few days. Maybe taking excellent care of Ira would make Dina thank him and struggle to wake up. Wake up soon. Osiris thought to himself. Though less than a day had passed, it felt like a part of his heart was missing, waiting for its owner to return. They arrived at the kindergarten quickly. Osiris helped Ira open the car door, gently lifting him down. Ira hugged Osiris's neck, somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Fadi, do we really have to do this? If you don't like it, I can put you down. Not that I don't like it, just that it has never happened before. If only Uncle Fadi were his real father. Ira rested on Osiris's shoulder, lost in thought. At the kindergarten, Osiris found Ira's classroom. When delivering him to the door, the teacher looked surprised. Are you? Yes. Osiris glanced around, his gaze sweeping over every child's face. He is Fadi. I am August's father. Osiris's words shocked the class into silence. Ira stood there stunned, staring at Osiris, unsure of what to do. Are you August's father? Yes. Osiris nodded and continued, previously due to some issues, I couldn't send August to school. Now I've freed up time and hope no misunderstandings arise because of this. No, please rest assured. There won't be any misunderstandings. The teacher, though puzzled, remained silent. Meanwhile, whispers erupted among the children. He said he's August's dad. Probably acting, maybe Ira invited someone for roleplay. No. I've seen this uncle. He's the Rahim at my dad's company. Oh, how much must Ira pay to get him here? August is so pitiful, we should be nicer to him. I am indeed August's father. Please don't pity or sympathize with him because he once lacked a father. He doesn't need that kind of treatment. Chapter 74, Video. So he really is Bar's father. Does that mean Bar will inherit my father's Rahim's position in the future? Will I have to work for Bar then? No, The noise continued below, but Ira wasn't as embarrassed as before. He gently tugged at Osiris's clothes and whispered into his ear, Uncle Fadi, thank you. Still calling me Uncle Fadi? Osiris smiled at Ira. The boy's face reddened slightly. But he didn't continue speaking for a moment. Osiris had no interest in teasing children. He put Ira down and said, I'll come back to pick you up after school. Get along well with your classmates, okay? I know. Bar will be a good child and not let Kalbim worry. Very good. Osiris encouragingly ruffled Ira's hair, then prepared to leave the kindergarten. Unexpectedly, the teacher rushed over a few steps and hesitantly spoke, Mr. Fadi, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? The teacher pondered for a moment and took out her phone. On the screen was a video clip. It was the video of Melinda being knocked down. Others might not know this is Bar's mother. I paid attention to the online public opinion at the time, so I remember Ainsley. Did she really get hurt? Osiris thought for a while and nodded. Yes, it's indeed her, but she will be fine. That's good. Bar is still so young, losing his mother would be too pitiful. Osiris remained noncommittal but continued to inquire, when did this video come out? I saw it last night. Last night. Osiris frowned, sensing something was amiss. Last night, right after he checked the surveillance. Kalbirover, Horace had been there all along. If it wasn't him doing it intentionally, who leaked the video and why? Could it be, to force the murderer to show themselves? Who would benefit from this? Osiris felt the gravity of the situation. He solemnly said, please don't spread this matter further. I understand. For Bar's sake, I won't say anything either. But I can't guarantee that other parents won't see the video and think about Bar's mother. Osiris nodded. I understand. We'll do our best, just like you. With that, he left the kindergarten without lingering any longer. Back in the car, Osiris pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Corbin was startled awake from his sleep. Confused, he turned his head and saw Osiris looking extremely angry. Corbin rubbed his eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Is it really necessary? Just because I fell asleep in your car, you don't need to be so mad, right?" The video of Jia Ge got leaked. Corbin, still groggy, didn't understand for a moment before asking, "What?" The footage where Dottie was hit was leaked online last night. How could that happen? The police wouldn't do that. Didn't you say Horace had been watching the scene closely, ensuring nothing would go wrong? The situation isn't clear yet. Osiris abruptly stopped the car and ordered, "Get out." Huh? Corbin turned around and realized they were already downstairs at his house. Touched, he looked back at Osiris. "In such a tense situation, you still remembered to take me home. Rest assured, brother will do my best to save your love interest. You're not qualified for that." Osiris, expressionless, insisted, "Get out. I have things to do." "Not so fast." Corbin quickly grabbed Osiris's keys. "Do you really think you've gone mad? How long has it been since you slept?" "I'm not tired." Corbin cursed under his breath as he yanked the car keys from Osiris. "It's not about being tired or not. Drowsy driving hurts everyone. You wouldn't want to lose your life after finally rescuing her, right? You're jinxing me." "Sorry, I'm a materialist." Osiris tried to grab the keys back, but Corbin refused. As they struggled, Corbin eventually dialed Horace's number. 20 minutes later, Horace's car appeared. Osiris couldn't help but comment, "He stayed up all night at the police station, so isn't he drowsy too?" Just as he spoke, the rear window of the car slowly lowered, revealing Horace's side profile. He turned to look at Osiris, hesitating to speak. "Don't worry, I have a driver. Not going to break the law. Get in." "Osiris. Was it you?" "No." The first thing Osiris did after getting in the car was to straightforwardly ask about the video. Horace answered bluntly. "Are you too exhausted to think clearly? She's my sister. Why would I release a video that offers no benefits to her? Isn't it also harmless? In fact, it's harmful." Horace frowned and explained, "I've handled similar cases before. After the video came out, many people knew Dottie was the chief technology officer at Oshi, responsible for the product launch next quarter. Now, with her injured, what will happen to the next quarter's products? She has already completed them. People don't know that." Horace confidently added, "If the outcome is excellent, when Dottie returns to Oshi, there will be much talk. If it doesn't perform well, the company will be criticized. They may think everything relies on Melinda to ensure quality. This isn't beneficial for her, you, or Oshi." "Targeting me?" Osiris quickly caught the key point in Horace's words. Horace nodded and continued, clearly. "If something happened to Dottie, could it also be targeting me?" "That's unlikely." Horace shook his head, denying. "An accident is one thing, releasing the video is another. If someone wanted to affect Oshi, wouldn't it be easier to target you directly?" Osiris. Sometimes he found Horace's words too venomous. "In any case, you should be careful during this period." "Sorry," Osiris nodded. "This should only involve her and me, but now you're worried too. I don't mind trouble, but if Dottie doesn't wake up, I won't forgive you." The car stopped outside the hospital. Horace stared at Osiris, his eyes weary. "My parents feel the same." Translation note asterisk in translating the chapter, I aim to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English expressions. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 75, Hesitation. For listening to Horace's tone, it seemed the parents of the Dev family were already annoyed with the hospital. Osiris felt an inexplicable sense of tension arise in his heart. He stood beside the car, hesitant and uncertain. Horace saw him like this and suddenly laughed, saying, "What are you standing there for? Constant hesitation won't bring good results." "But there's nothing to hesitate about. Even a less-than-perfect wife needs to meet her in-laws eventually. If you want to continue with Dottie, you'll have to face her parents sooner or later." Osiris felt guilty within. When he had abandoned Melinda back then, he never imagined he would be the cause of her current condition. He felt ashamed. How could he face Melinda's parents? "I think I won't go up," Osiris finally said after much deliberation. "Your parents probably won't be too happy to see me." Horace's smile froze. He stared at Osiris for a long time before suddenly stepping forward and landing a punch on Osiris's face. Passing nurses and patients couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Due to fatigue from lack of rest, Osiris was dazed from exhaustion and tumbled to the ground from the sudden attack. "Osiris." Horace's voice was icy cold. "I thought you were different from 5 years ago, finally ready to act like a man. Since you still lack the courage, then get lost and don't show your face to Dottie again. I won't let her go back to Oshi either." Horace declared the end of their relationship icily. "If you can't protect her, don't come disturbing her anymore." "Can't protect her?" Osiris felt he wasn't like that before. He didn't feel like that even now. Only regarding Melinda, he always hesitated, afraid of hurting her and afraid she might push him away. Hesitation only led to more indecision, and Osiris seemed to have fallen into this vicious cycle without any way out. He stood up from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and said calmly, "Let's go up. If you retreat this time, it won't be just a punch next time," Horace warned. "I understand." Osiris chuckled. One must face it eventually. She dared to run away with a child for so long by herself. As the root cause, how can I not have the courage to confess? "At least you're being a man," Horace grunted but didn't say more as he and Osiris returned to the ward together. Upon entering, they saw Dev's father and mother sitting beside Melinda's bed, looking at her tenderly, their eyes filled with love and concern. "Kalbam, didn't I tell you to rest? You flew all night and should take care of yourself." Horace helped his mother lie down on another bed. She shook her head and patted Horace's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "I want to see Dottie more. She always appears suddenly and leaves suddenly. I wonder if she'll wake up this time. Sister has a strong fate, she survived falling into the sea, so these injuries can't stop her, can they? Don't worry, everything will be fine. We'll take her home when she wakes up. I can't bear to see my daughter suffer here." Dev's father added, "We trusted you to protect her back then. Is this how you protected her?" "Sorry, I indeed overlooked things. It's my fault." Though Osiris felt out of place, he knew the whole story best. Only now did Dev's parents notice another person in the room. Dev's mother looked closely and finally recognized who was in front of her. "Hamza, why are you here?" She tried to smile. "Sorry, I was worried about my daughter just now and didn't notice you." "When did you meet Dottie?" "You came to visit her?" He is Dottie's superior and has been pursuing her recently," Horace explained for Osiris. Dev's father instantly changed his expression. "You have good taste, but our Dottie isn't that easy to pursue." "I know. I'll try my best." "Oh right, leaving those aside," Dev's mother paused. "Do you know who hurt Dottie?" "Not yet. The police are investigating, but suspects are few, so results should come soon. Make sure whoever did this isn't spared lightly." At the Liu residence, Verity gripped her phone tightly, almost piercing through it with her gaze. Why did this video appear online? Who released it? Nellie. Jacob's voice called out from nearby, suspiciously. "You seem off today. What happened?" Nothing. Verity hid her phone behind her back anxiously. Jacob had just returned from the police station. For the reputation of the Liu family, his parents had temporarily kept him from returning to work, making him stay at home. Ironically, this gave them some chance to mend their strained relationship. Verity wanted to seize this opportunity to win Jacob's heart, but the video's appearance made her nervous. "Nothing?" Jacob felt even more puzzled. "You were clearly looking at your phone, and your expression was bad. I've said it before, if you have someone you like, pursue them. I won't stop you." You, why do you always say that?" "I've told you many times, no matter what happens, I only love you." Despite the heartfelt declaration, Jacob felt it weighed heavily on him. He turned his head, not answering Verity. "Maybe we misunderstood each other before. I did do a lot wrong, but, starting now, I'm just your woman. My sister doesn't love you, I do. Can't you feel my sincerity?" Verity grabbed Jacob's hand and placed it on her chest. Sometimes, even she wasn't sure about her feelings for Jacob. If it was mere manipulation, she wouldn't need to please him like this. But if not, true feelings shouldn't involve so many complications. As his hand rested on her soft chest, Jacob couldn't help feeling distracted. A slight smile crept onto his lips. "Go take a shower." "But there's a baby inside me. I'll be gentle." Chapter 76, Both Perish. There was no child. But Freddie's willingness to accept her was genuine. Even if this was because he now knew he had been completely abandoned by Melinda. But what did it matter? Freddie no longer belonged to Melinda, he belonged to her. That was enough. She floated into the bathroom, washing herself thoroughly from head to toe, even changing into newly bought undergarments. Her beautiful figure, partially concealed by a bathrobe, looked especially mysterious and alluring. Beth stepped gracefully out of the bathroom, but her expression changed abruptly when she saw Freddie holding her phone. Her face went from red to white in an instant. Then, before she could react, she rushed to Freddie's side, snatching her phone from his hand. "How did you?" Beth glared at the phone, where only one message was displayed. "Did you see the video? Do you still like her, the root cause?" The phrase, root cause, nearly shattered Betty's mental defenses. The number wasn't from someone she recognized. Who could it be? Who was watching her? Kalbar terrifying than those 4 words was the link attached to the text message. She opened it with trembling hands, and within seconds, the video loaded. This meant Freddie had already seen the video. "You were wearing that outfit when you came to pick me up." Freddie spoke firmly. "Except for the sunglasses, you were identical to the woman in the video." "Bet, what is going on? Is it really you?" Freddie stared fiercely at the disobedient prey before him, like an enraged lion. As his prey, Bet felt a profound irony. Just moments ago, Freddie had accepted her. Why did seeing a video about Melinda make him revert back to this attitude? "You, listen to me. Bet weakly pleaded. Freddie interrupted impatiently. What's the point of explanations? I only ask you one thing. What did you do to Dottie? Melinda. Melinda. Finally losing control, Bet shoved Freddie. She pushed him onto the sofa with unexpected strength and slapped him across the face. You only ever think about Melinda, don't you? Why does she get so much? Open your eyes. I'm your wife, you're supposed to spend your life with me. She grabbed the collar of Freddie's shirt, gritting her teeth. I did it, so what? Are you going to call the police? Do you think I won't dare? Of course you won't. Bet locked eyes with Freddie, speaking earnestly. Do you know what will happen if you betray me? I'll expose you too, Freddie. Don't think I don't know about your past affairs. You tried to rape Melinda more than once, didn't you? I didn't. Who would believe you? Bet sneered. You think proving the child isn't yours can clear you of everything you did? Melinda is not simple anymore. She has a top lawyer. Watch out or you might end up disgraced and kicked out of the Liu family, never again enjoying your current glory. Are you ready to go down with me? Freddie frowned, but Bet continued to sneer. So what if I am? Enough. Freddie impatiently interrupted. I'll ask you one more time. What happened to Dottie? Do you really think she could survive after being hit like that? It's just a matter of death. Freddie's breath caught. For you, it's just a matter of death? You're terrifying, Bet. Only now do I realize what kind of woman has been lying next to me all these years. Freddie shook off Betty's hand. He wanted to leave to calm down and find out what had happened to Melinda. He wanted to see her alive or dead. But before he reached the door, their front door was slammed open. Police officers stormed in, quickly identifying Bet. Ainsley, you are suspected of intentional murder. Please come with us. They pulled Bet to the ground as she palely protested. I didn't kill anyone. That day, I went to the police station to fetch my husband. Husband, why aren't you saying anything? Freddie coldly watched Bet, seemingly deaf to her words. Is that so? A policeman turned to Freddie, asking, was your wife capable of committing the crime and did she have a motive? Just as Freddie was about to speak, Bet glared at him fiercely. He paused, then said, I'm not sure, I was at the police station. Forget it, you'll also come with us for questioning. Take them both. As they were taken away by the police, Osiris stood nearby, watching silently. Bet as the culprit didn't surprise him. What surprised him was why Iona was involved with Bet. Lost in thought, Osiris's phone buzzed. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Kalbin. Osiris, how long has it been since you last came home? Even though Jalen handed over the company to you, you don't need to be this devoted. Osiris couldn't laugh. He just wanted to end the useless conversation. I'll come back when I finish. You always say that. I gave birth to you, can't I understand you? The reason you haven't come back is because I keep setting you up with girls. This time, I promise I won't talk about your marriage. What did Iona tell you? There you go mentioning her. Just as she said, it seems you two are well suited. Indeed. Osiris sighed, the engagement has been cancelled. Tell her not to delude herself. Goodbye, I'll be back when I'm done. Hanging up, Tamsin's expression froze. After a while, she said indignantly, fat little rascal, you're hanging up on me now? Auntie, Osiris has been really busy lately. Don't blame him. Iona smiled, hugging Tamsin's arm. I heard an employee of his company was in a car accident, and he's been very concerned. But it's just an employee, why should he care so much? Chapter 77 Mutual Betrayal. I also said that, but Fading Yun always tells me that employee is different. So. But it doesn't matter, Fading Yun knows his limits and won't do anything out of line. Tamsin sneered and tapped Zhu Kaylee's forehead. You're too trusting of men. How many good men are there? However, ultimately, no matter how many women he may be reckless with in his life, he will only marry one woman. It's up to you whether you want to tolerate his recklessness. Before Iona could respond, Tamsin continued, he's my son, and I know best how he behaves. Even if he gets momentarily captivated by someone, it likely won't last long. Besides, no matter how good she might be, she can never match our Kaylee's obedience and understanding. Iona smiled with a slight pout. Auntie, you're flattering me. Actually, there are many things where I don't measure up to her, but fortunately, Fading Yun is always willing to help me. Forget it, let's not talk about these unpleasant matters. Auntie, shall we go out for a stroll? Although Fallon's affair had nothing to do with her, Verity had implicated her. One day, it might lead to an embarrassing situation for her. So these days, Iona visited Tamsin every chance she got, either drinking tea, shopping, or getting pampered at a beauty salon. She filled all her time so she would have alibis if ever accused. Meanwhile, back at the police station, Verity was struggling to answer the policeman's questions. Wasn't it you driving the car? The harsh light from the fluorescent lamp blinded Verity. She couldn't keep her eyes open or put on an innocent face. No, it wasn't me. Don't lie. The policeman slammed the desk, making a frightening noise. Startled, Verity shrank back, her voice trembling more. How can you say that? Why accuse me of hitting my own sister? I don't know why you think that. How many people knew about her poor relationship with Fallon? Her parents wouldn't stand idly by and watch her ruin herself. Jacob wouldn't betray her for the sake of his future either. Logically, she should be safe. Why fear? But the policeman snorted coldly. Don't think we don't know you see your sister as a rival because her husband adores her. Jacob had confessed. He chose to sacrifice her reputation rather than his career. He has no right to judge me. Verity suddenly lashed out. He wanted to rape Fallon too, why didn't you arrest him? The two policemen exchanged glances before responding seriously. If it's true, we would certainly arrest him. Right now, we're asking if you harmed your sister. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. The evidence is clear. If you continue to deny it, no one can help you in court. Verity looked up in surprise. Did she mishear? Did they mean someone would help her? She asked cautiously, if I confess or provide information, will it give me a better chance? You committed murder, which can't be escaped. But if you make a contribution, it might reduce your punishment. As for a lawyer, you can find one yourself or ask the court to appoint one. I have something to tell you. After taking a deep breath, Verity made up her mind. It wasn't me who wanted to kill anyone, she said solemnly. Someone hired me to kill Fallon. I had no idea where to get the fake license plate car, it was all according to his instructions. From the moment she saw the video, Verity knew it spelled trouble. Iona was unreliable and could only help deflect attention from Osiris. Sending the video wouldn't benefit Iona at all. Other than Forrest, she couldn't think of anyone else who knew. Since she was now dispensable, why should she continue to protect Forrest? He even told me to crash the car into the sea after hitting someone, to destroy evidence. Haven't you found the car yet? I can take you to where I left it. Ainsley, speaking in the police station must be backed by evidence. The policeman tapped the desk. You claim you were hired, meaning someone paid for this hit, right? Yes. Then, what evidence do you have, such as bank transfers or chat records? Verity sighed with relief. Fortunately, she hadn't followed orders to throw her phone into the sea. I have evidence, she exclaimed eagerly. I have a backup phone with all our chat logs, still at home. I can take you to find it. Unnecessary. The policeman turned to his colleague. Did you hear that? She admitted guilt. What? Clearly confused, Verity saw another policeman close his notebook and sigh, always like this. Didn't he know it's hard to forge interrogation records? The money was enough, a bit of effort isn't bad. Since she provided some useful info, handle it as you see fit. I'll get the phone first. The backup phone was already off when Forrest noticed it was still moving. He was aware Verity would doubt his intentions after sensing this failure. The policeman smiled. Sorry Ainsley, maybe it seemed a little odd, but Hua always disliked traitors. So, cooperation ended. You can't do this. You can't. Didn't you mention the phone? It was you who took it, then Hua sent the video as punishment. As for this. The policeman tapped the nearby camera. My apologies, it wasn't turned on just now. Would Ainsley cooperate again? For the compensation, I'll bring your family to hire a decent lawyer, perhaps reducing a few years. Chapter 78, Pawn. Are you playing with me? Verity finally realized the severity of the situation. She tried to stand up by pounding on the table, but her hands were tightly restrained, leaving no room for resistance. The policeman smiled as he placed his hand on her shoulder and said with a gentle chuckle, Don't be so nervous. We are the police and won't harm you. However, it's your duty to cooperate with us, right? I didn't intentionally kill anyone. Didn't you see someone else was involved? My phone has evidence that. Verity's words abruptly stopped as the policeman's demeanor suddenly changed. He asked, What's on your phone? My phone. She couldn't tell him. He worked for Forrest, who had already exploited her and now wished to clear all evidence before letting her fend for herself. If she told this policeman about the message she received, she might really have no way out. My phone is at home. If I give you my phone, can you let me go? It can prove that I didn't intentionally kill anyone. The policeman's expression gradually softened. That's not for us to decide. The policeman turned on the camera, aimed it at Verity, and began questioning. Were you the one who killed Dina? No, someone hired me. Were you the one who killed Dina? The question was repeated over and over. Verity was utterly exhausted, her mouth parched and tongue dry. She knew what they were doing, waiting for her to break down mentally before moving on to the next step. As long as she didn't give them the answer they wanted, this torment would never end. It was me. I ran over Dina with my car. Very good, it would have been better if you'd said that earlier. One after another, questions were thrown at Verity. She answered each of them calmly, like a pre-programmed machine. Only when another policeman returned did this ordeal finally come to an end. You've got the phone, and you haven't finished yet? We're almost done. She cooperated quite well. As a reward, let her see her parents once, they said, glancing at each other and laughing. Their gazes upon Verity made her feel like a helpless and pitiful rabbit. As the door closed, Verity's heart sank to the bottom. Whether Jacob had betrayed her or not no longer mattered. These people knew her secrets, and Forrest's power was far greater than she had imagined. Suddenly, Verity laughed bitterly. Maybe it's not so bad, she muttered to herself. Indeed, she had been tortured, but if Dina wanted to oppose such people, she wouldn't fare much better either. Unless they joined forces, how ironic. How ridiculous. Once the person who most desired Dina's death, now she was contemplating collaborating with her. Verity mockingly thought she was indeed going backwards in life, a failure. Usha Group. Osiris hadn't visited the R&D department in a long time. Although the department wasn't making significant mistakes, the finishing touches on their work were progressing slowly. His special assistant had reported this issue several times before Osiris finally found time to visit. Why did I say this set of data should be revised again? Can't you make it more precise? Can you all be more careful? Instead of any response, a casual objection came. The data is already as precise as possible. If we keep changing it, we might damage the original effect. It's not worth the risk. Yeah, Sister Odessa already approved the sample. What needs to be changed? The first voice spoke again. What do you mean? I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. You keep mentioning Sister Dina. Can't you work without her? Sister Odessa only suffered an injury. Her research level before her injury surpassed us by a large margin, so of course, we use her data as a benchmark. Can't she be wrong? Osiris frowned. He didn't recall there being such an arrogant person in the R&D department before. Did this person join after Dina, or had they always been there, waiting to assert themselves after her injury? He turned to the special assistant and asked, who is she? She's a new recruit to replace Fadi Chaoshu, named Teresa. Teresa. Osiris nodded and walked in. Stop for a moment. Boss Fadi. Seeing Osiris, the original members of the R&D department were visibly excited, as if they saw a life raft while stranded or a savior amidst despair. Teresa clearly wasn't easy to deal with. Osiris looked at Teresa, who wore the white coat typical of the R&D department but clearly dressed up underneath it, even wearing high heels. The company never specified dress codes, but Teresa's flamboyance was unprecedented in the department. She looked more like she was attending a beauty pageant than working. Osiris always had little patience for such people. I heard you discussing the new product for this quarter. Yes, Teresa nodded, raising her chin slightly and handing the document to Osiris. I think some data meet standards but don't reach maximum effectiveness. Customers buying this quarter's new products might complain if the effects aren't as good as the previous ones, potentially affecting our reputation. But Sister Odessa said haste makes waste. This formula is the most scientific. Adjusting it might imbalance the functions, impacting its effectiveness even more. Teresa shot a glare at the speaker, refraining from direct insults due to Osiris's presence. How many tests has she conducted? Sister Odessa didn't agree to send the product for external testing. It was tested internally, and the feedback was positive. As far as I know, short-term use doesn't show full effects. It's likely that the last batch's effect is still ongoing. Her experiment wasn't rigorous enough, and the sample size was inadequate. I don't approve of this product, so I want to change the formula. Teresa, where's your resume? Chapter 79, Attitude of Fadimu. Resume? Teresa looked at Osiris suspiciously, then chuckled. I've already started work, and my resume is with HR. Is there something wrong, Mr. Fadi? Are you worried about the photo on my resume? Rest assured, I'm much better in person than in photos. You misunderstand. Osiris sneered. I just doubt that your R&D skills are far below your marketing skills. Maybe HR didn't check your applied position carefully? Teresa didn't expect such disrespect from Osiris and her smile froze. Osiris continued, there's no need to change the new product formula. The accounts do seem insufficient, but if safety isn't ensured, we won't distribute samples. Her data has no issues and could even impact this era. If you want to replace her, first create something as good. Or don't casually alter someone else's formula. But since you speak so well, why not present the new product next week? He hoped to scare her off, but she unexpectedly accepted the challenge. Alright, Mr. Fadi, rest assured I'll take this presentation seriously. Osiris frowned, ignoring her response and changing the subject. I know you're concerned about Director Gu's health, but she hopes you can finish this product. Everyone's hard work will be rewarded with a bonus. Long live Mr. Fadi. In the cheering crowd, Osiris gave Teresa a meaningful look. She stood like a styled model, quietly watching him. Osiris turned and left. After he was gone, Teresa threw the file to the ground in anger. Everyone jumped, but none dared ask what happened, each busying themselves elsewhere. Melinda, I must see what makes you so special. In the office, Osiris stared at Teresa's impeccable resume. Despite its perfection, Osiris remained unsatisfied. His assistant nervously interjected, Sir, although Director Gu is outstanding, Miss Tang isn't an ordinary person either. Perhaps her opinion is reasonable. Reasonable? Osiris countered, if it were reasonable, why does her work history show significant gaps due to errors? The resume wasn't the only document he had. He found more information. The exact reason was unknown, but one thing was clear, Teresa made serious mistakes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been noted for life. Was she hired by mistake or intentionally? Any changes in HR lately? A new employee was hired from a poor family, who studied in a top university and performed well in interviews, filling a vacancy. After a pause, Yates added, she was one of those who interviewed Miss Tang for the technical department. Understood. Osiris nodded, tapping his fingers on the desk. Keep a close eye on both people in these departments to avoid any trouble. Why would there be trouble? The biggest trouble is you never coming home to see this old woman. Fadi's mother burst into the room. Osiris signaled his assistant to leave. Kalbam, why did you come? Even as he asked, Osiris glanced at the person behind his mother, Iona. Kaylee, like a scared rabbit, shrank back apologetically. Hamza, sorry, I tried stopping her, but... Her apologies seemed forced. Seeing Osiris grow colder, Fadi's mother quickly said, fine, I came to see you kindly, and scaring Kaylee doesn't help. Pulling Kaylee forward, the jade bracelet on her wrist caught Osiris's attention. It was his mother's wedding token, traditionally passed to daughters-in-law. His mother once cherished this deeply. Osiris knew what this meant. But before he could respond, Kaylee pulled her sleeve over the bracelet, looking embarrassed. Colby there, I told you, Hamza doesn't intend to marry now. Planning behind his back is disrespectful. Nonsense. Fadi's mother coldly said, he's my son, I know his intentions. Hamza, remember how old you are? You've established a career, maybe it's time for a family. Remember what you promised me and your father? I haven't forgotten, but... Nothing. 5 years ago, Kaylee was the one, she feared you'd feel guilty, so she didn't tell you. How ungrateful. Is that true, Iona? Osiris turned, eyes cold. Kaylee wore the jade pendant belonging to Melinda, which grated on Osiris's nerves. Were you the one in Culberland 5 years ago? Enough. Fadi's mother impatiently interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. Kaylee is a friend since childhood, and knows honesty. These days, she visits us when you don't. If you keep scaring her, don't blame us for not having you as a son. Come home for dinner this week. Chapter 80, as long as she doesn't wake up. After a tirade, Tamsin left with one last remark before hurrying off. The room was now left with only Zhu Kaylee and Osiris. He had intended to ask Zhu Kaylee if she knew Gu Nelly anyway. Osiris folded his arms and watched Zhu Kaylee leisurely before him. Before long, Zhu Kaylee's forehead broke out in cold sweat. A guilty person couldn't hide their lies. Often, they would desperately hope for the other party's belief, thereby revealing more details. Osiris, I really didn't know why Colby there suddenly came here today. The bracelet, I can take it off for you if you're unhappy. That's not necessary, if I gave it to you, you keep it. Osiris sneered, but if you want to take off the jade pendant, I think I wouldn't stop you. Zhu Kaylee, of course, wouldn't remove the jade pendant. Removing it would imply that she did something wrong and obtained this jade pendant. Even though Osiris still suspected her, he had no evidence. As long as Lily never woke up or didn't know that there was someone like her on the same flight, she absolutely couldn't identify her as the thief of the jade pendant. In other words, if Lily never woke up, her secret would never be exposed. At least at that moment, a particularly terrifying idea flashed through Zhu Kaylee's mind. Osiris, I know you have issues with me, but... I truly didn't mean to harm your parents. It was them who asked me to spend more time with them. If you don't wish for me to continue, then I won't. Nonsense arguments stirred up intense disgust in Osiris towards Zhu Kaylee. Suppressing his emotions, he finally spoke in the most composed tone possible. It doesn't matter anyway since I will never marry you. If you insist on wasting effort by trying to do my filial duties, perhaps I should be grateful. Now, leave my office. Zhu Kaylee stood at the door like a child who had done something wrong, looking pitiful. Passers-by colleagues inevitably noticed Zhu Kaylee's strange demeanor and asked, Kaylee, why are you standing here alone? Isn't President Fadi inside the office? Why don't you go in? Zhu Kaylee laughed bitterly and said, there's nothing much. I had an argument with Osiris just now, so I'm reflecting on it here. Letting you reflect alone here. President Fadi went too far. He doesn't understand the art of cherishing women at all. Don't say such things. I understand. Osiris must have good intentions. He wants me to stand firmly in the Fadi family after marrying into it. Though Zhu Kaylee said this, she didn't truly believe it. She tapped her forehead lightly, saying regretfully, come to think of it, it's my fault. I'm not too young, yet I've achieved nothing and can't learn anything. No wonder Osiris. Forget these unpleasant words. Miss Zhu, what nonsense. How are you inferior to that woman? That's right. President Fadi has keen eyes, he will definitely see who is better. President Fadi will definitely marry you, we're rooting for you. Zhu Kaylee looked at them gratefully and said, thank you for your concern. Let me treat you to coffee. But my phone is still in the office, please wait a moment. Afterward, Zhu Kaylee knocked on the door and said, Osiris, are you still angry? Osiris wasn't deaf. He heard everything that happened outside clearly. If Zhu Kaylee continued to cause trouble, the one who would suffer a bad reputation tomorrow in the company would be Lily. Frowning, he opened the door and dragged Zhu Kaylee in, lowering his voice. Do you find this amusing? I am no worse than her. Whatever method she uses to lure you, I can do too, as long as you're willing to open your eyes and look at me. Zhu Kaylee reached for her clothes but was interrupted by Osiris's cold voice. Enough. She would never act like you, behaving shamelessly in front of me. A prolonged silence followed. After a while, Zhu Kaylee chuckled coldly. She never acts shamefully in front of you? Then you think it was merely coincidental that she appeared in front of you, and being saved by you was also a coincidence? All those events were coincidences? Wake up, Osiris. There's no such thing as many coincidences in the world. What you consider coincidental must be premeditated. Her motive, wasn't it to marry you? What she can do, I can do too. Zhu Kaylee never thought her conditions were worse than Lily's, but Osiris's gaze clearly told her otherwise. They were different. Where exactly were they different? Zhu Kaylee bit her lower lip, tears almost spilling over. You can't abandon our feelings from all these years for some random woman. Osiris replied coldly, you've been deliberately attaching yourself since childhood despite my numerous rejections, which you ignored. I could overlook what you did in the past, but don't appear before me again. Pausing, Osiris continued, 5 years ago, did you forge your ticket? You were caught, and you couldn't have been to Kalbra Island. You detest sea breezes, finding their smell nauseating. Zhu Kaylee, even your own lies aren't consistent. Until when are you going to lie to me? Zhu Kaylee's face turned deathly pale. She was found out. Her meticulously constructed trap ceased to exist. Embarrassed like a child suddenly rushed onto a crowded stage, except this time, no one could come to her rescue. You'll regret this. With that, Zhu Kaylee ran out the door. The colleagues exchanged glances but dared not provoke Osiris, staying silent. The jade pendant lay beside the door, untouched. Osiris hesitated for a long time before picking it up. It remained spotless, showing how cherished it was by Lily. Even during the toughest days, she hadn't considered discarding it. How did Zhu Kaylee get this jade pendant? Forget it. He would worry about it after returning it to its rightful owner. Osiris composed himself and returned to the hospital. Lily had been in a near-comatose state for nearly half a month. Osiris arrived promptly every day to wait by her bedside. Chapter 81, The Culprit. Fading Yun, you're here again? As Osiris just pushed open the door to the ward, he heard Megan's gentle voice. You've been visiting Dottie frequently lately. Aren't you worried about disturbing your daily work? Not at all. Osiris lowered his gaze and walked to the bedside. Ira, upon seeing him, hurriedly ran into his arms. He held Ira on his lap, asking her about recent events at kindergarten. Since the last incident, there had been no further bullying at the kindergarten, which reassured Osiris greatly. Horace hadn't told Mike and Megan about what happened between Osiris and Melinda. Osiris felt that this was, in a way, protective for him. If they knew about his past with Melinda, they probably wouldn't let him anywhere near her. Dottie is a very good girl, but she has endured a lot of hardships. Megan suddenly spoke up, pausing for a moment before continuing. When we found her, she was as guarded as a little hedgehog, always on edge and never letting down her guard. It took us a long time to get her to open up to us. Maybe because of August, she isn't interested in men at all. You are quite familiar with her, so it proves that she doesn't have any aversion to you. But I heard from Horace that your family has already arranged a marriage for you? Uncle Fadi. Ira looked up with wide eyes and asked, can't you be my dad? Is it because you have another auntie, so you can't marry my mom and become my dad? But... Auntie. Osiris interrupted Ira. There were things Horace hadn't told them, and Osiris couldn't bring himself to say it either. If Melinda didn't regain any interest in him after waking up, he would leave them enough money to live comfortably for life and take the secret to his grave. As for the engagement, I have already terminated it with the Roxanne family. They still try to contest it, but I won't back down. But I think whether Dottie likes someone should be left to her decision. If she rejects me, I will not pursue her. This edit ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The term is better translated as pursue in this context to maintain fluency. What are you saying now, pretending to be noble? An inharmonious voice sounded from the doorway. Osiris turned around in confusion, only to see Horace dragging Jacob by the collar into the room. Jacob. Osiris's eyes darkened instantly. Melinda was hit by Verity, but could Jacob be trusted either? Birds of a feather flock together, they might have been colluding long ago. Horace, let me go. Can't I visit the hospital? What kind of rule is this? Jacob tried to struggle free, but in vain. Horace sneered, if I remember correctly, you signed an agreement with Dottie, promising never to approach her or Ira again. Did you forget? Even if I did, according to the terms of the agreement, I should sue you right now. No, don't. Jacob finally showed fear, shrinking his neck and looking increasingly guilty. He dared not meet Horace's gaze, much less Melinda's parents. Previously, Jacob wasn't aware of the situation between Melinda and the Gu family. He only learned of it recently. I'm just worried about Dottie and wanted to sneak in to see her. Do you need me to remind you? I've seen you loitering around the hospital several times. This time, you even got close to the ward, so I brought you in out of frustration. Horace snorted coldly. I want to ask you, wasn't Dottie's condition caused by you and your kind? Do you dare to come here without fearing a beating? Jacob's expression wavered, and he eventually sighed deeply. I know I wronged Dottie, but her injury has nothing to do with me. Taking a deep breath, Jacob continued, I never expected Verity would do something like that. I still care for Dottie. I want. Enough. Megan interrupted the pointless argument. Jacob, right? We heard your name when Dottie was receiving psychological counseling. You hurt her and shouldn't appear in front of her. Please leave. Auntie, I didn't know. The ignorance is bliss argument is never acceptable in front of victims. It's secondary harm. If you came to confess, please leave. Dottie has moved past her trauma, and we don't want her to suffer again. Not wanting her to suffer? But who caused the suffering? Jacob admitted he wasn't a large-hearted person. Why should he be mercilessly thrown out while Osiris could calmly sit by Melinda's bed, even holding Ira in his arms? You say you don't want to cause Dottie secondary harm, so you won't let me appear, but I tell you, the one who really hurt Dottie wasn't me, it was him. Jacob pointed fiercely at Osiris. Horace tried to intervene, but it was too late. Mike and Megan frowned at Osiris, not intervening. Seeing this, Horace tried to push him out of the ward, but Megan spoke again. Since he insists on lying, let's hear how he defames others. Let him speak. Jacob laughed smugly. You should know how children are made, right? In Colby Lawn Island, Melinda drank someone else's alcohol, got disoriented, and it wasn't me who went to the room, but him. Pointing at Osiris, the latter did not refute but covered Ira's ears. Ira looked at everyone in confusion, clearly not understanding what they were talking about. Mike and Megan's expressions changed, staring at Jacob and asking, how do you know that? He has always wanted a paternity test with August. Have the results come back yet? Don't you dare show them. Ask your beloved son if that's true. Chapter 82, each encounter ends in a clash. Horace, what's really going on? Is what he says true? Mike and Megan's expressions turned particularly grim, and their gazes at Osiris were filled with doubt. Horace remained silent. He had not intended to tell the elderly couple about this matter. After all, the decision should be made by Melinda herself, not by others making a choice for her. However, it was clear that the elderly couple blamed everything on Horace. Osiris felt that one must take responsibility for one's actions. After a moment of silence, he said, it's true. You, scoundrel. Megan suddenly burst into tears. We thought you genuinely cared for Dottie and came to look after her out of love. We do not accept your insincere apologies. If not for you, how could Dottie have suffered so much all these years? I know I owe her, but now is not the time to talk about this. Osiris interjected, Jacob, we both know who the child's father is. If that's the case, why are you still here? If you think the agreement isn't enough, I don't mind sending you back in again, just in time to keep your wife company. If anyone didn't deserve to stay with Melinda, perhaps Osiris's name would be among those listed, but Jacob's as well. Jacob clearly wanted to drag Osiris down with him, but Osiris refused to comply. He stood up, handing over Ira to Mike and Megan for the moment, then walked beside Jacob, lowering his voice. If you have any sense left, you should leave right now. Otherwise, we can take a trip to the police station together. How does that sound? Jacob swallowed hard, his expression visibly filled with fear. But quickly regaining composure, he straightened his back, saying, don't think that scaring me will get you what you want. I wasn't raised by you to be scared of you. A fist landed swiftly on Jacob's face, followed by gasps from around. Megan frowned, saying, Horace, separate them. Don't make such a scene in front of Dottie. Horace had been thinking the same, hastily pulling Osiris up and whispering, don't end up in the police station. Dottie's parents will eventually learn about this. It's better to let them vent before Dottie wakes up, so they won't have to persuade her later. Osiris clearly understood where Horace was coming from, stopping coldly and staring at the grounded Jacob. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Do you think I care to see you either? If it weren't for Dottie. Do you think Dottie will ever forgive you? Horace's tone held a threat. Perhaps you did nothing wrong in the past, but the harm you've caused her has always been real. It's perfectly normal for her to detest you, isn't it? But if you truly wish to leave a dignified past in her heart, it's best you never show your face again, Jacob. We have no interest in targeting you, understand? Jacob bit his lip, fearing their numbers outnumbered him. Reluctantly, he left the ward. After he was gone, Osiris also prepared to leave. Feeling exposed, he couldn't bear to stay in front of Mike and Megan. Unexpectedly, Mike stopped him. Hamza, wait. He halted, and Mike led him outside. My wife and I are planning to return soon. There's still a lot to handle at the company. Osiris looked down, nodding. Aren't you waiting for Dottie to wake up? Haven't you heard that grandchildren have their own destinies? Dottie has always been a sensible and independent child. We initially wanted her to stay with us, leading a worry-free life, but she refused. She said she has things she must do and something she loves. So she brought her child and came here alone. Mike paused, continuing, she probably never expected to meet you here. But doesn't this prove there's still a connection between you two? Don't waste it. If Dottie can't continue accepting you, she'll tell you. Osiris understood. Mike meant they agreed to let him stay, by Melinda's side. But did he even have the right? Because of his departure, Dottie spoke just now. Horace pushed open the door, looking excited. Although she hasn't woken up, she did say a few words. What did she say? Something like, a jade pendant. Was it the jade pendant Dottie used to carry often? Jade pendant. Osiris's face changed abruptly. You mean Dottie often carried a jade pendant? Yes, she always said it was important, related to her and August. Horace seemed to realize something, asking curiously, is it yours? It's mine. When was the last time she had it? I'm not sure. Horace shook his head. Since I saw Dottie again, she didn't seem to wear it anymore. It must have been lost recently. No wonder he hadn't seen it with Iona before. Is this it? Osiris carefully took out the jade pendant. Horace nodded, yes, that's the one. Had I known it belonged to you, I should have forced you to apologize to her back then. I regret it too. Osiris gazed at Melinda lying in the bed, his tone suddenly gentle. Actually, I always felt that Dottie and I had some connection before. I just believed someone else's words and misunderstood her. I will apologize. Don't overthink it. You weren't intentional, and Dottie can surely understand. Before Horace could finish, Mike interrupted. Horace, stop talking. Come here, I need to say something. Horace nodded, leaving Osiris, Melinda, and Ira alone in the room. Osiris returned to the bedside, gently holding Melinda's hand. He said nothing, only gazing deeply at her. Ira tugged at Osiris's sleeve, smiling brightly at him. Uncle Fadi, I heard everything. Osiris paused, ruffling Ira's hair. Don't overthink it. Don't listen to him. Chapter 83, The Jade Pendant's Truth. But I know that you are actually my father. Ira obstinately held onto Osiris, her eyes revealing a serious expression. I may be just a kid, but I understand everything. I know how hard Kalbam has worked, and I also know Jalen didn't intentionally abandon us. Osiris looked at Ira and felt a pang of tenderness. You really want me to be your father? Because if you were my dad, Kalbam would be very happy. Ira scrambled to express what she wanted to say. Kalbam wouldn't have to work so hard, and she wouldn't keep having nightmares every night. Nightmares? This was the first time Osiris had heard about these nightmares. It made sense, given the Dev family's emphasis on privacy. Even Horace wouldn't enter Cher's room while she slept. Only Ira, who once shared a room with her, knew how often she tossed and turned and wept in the night. Upon waking, she'd wipe away her tears and become the unyielding Cher once more. Osiris suddenly felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. He had missed too much. Kalbam said she dreams of the sea, so I never mentioned the beach or large ships around her. Large ships? A cruise ship, perhaps. Osiris continued thinking. No wonder Cher had seemed strange when he invited her to the cruise celebration banquet. There must have been something else she hadn't told him. He would ask her, or Horace, when she woke up. Kalbam also said. Kalbam hasn't said anything. If you speak any further, Kalbam won't be able to face it. A weak voice interrupted their conversation. Osiris froze, quickly standing up and staring incredulously at Cher lying on the bed. She opened her eyes with difficulty, immediately letting go of Osiris's hand to reach for Ira. Ira obediently moved closer, putting her face near Cher's palm. Kalbam, August missed you. Next time, don't sleep so long. Cher chuckled. Sorry, Kalbam was wrong. I promise not to do it again. Alright, this time August will forgive you, but no more next times. Ira's earnest little face made Cher laugh despite herself. But as she laughed, the pain in her wounds flared up. Her face contorted briefly before she managed to regain composure. August. Cher paused, then asked, have you been eating well lately? Osiris left them to find a nurse, not wanting to disturb their reunion. Ira lifted her shirt to reveal her tiny belly. Kalbam, check. Not bad, Cher murmured, biting back tears. She had promised herself never to cry in front of Ira again, regardless of her feelings. Please don't talk too much, I'll conduct an examination now. Nurses and doctors entered, examining Cher for nearly an hour. Finally, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The patient's vital signs are stable, and her recovery rate is good. With luck, she could be discharged within half a month. The doctor nodded, appearing much more relaxed than before. She truly is blessed. I've seen many patients in similar conditions, but none have recovered as well as her. He patted Osiris's shoulder. Corbin wasn't wrong. What did he say? Huh? The doctor adjusted his glasses. He said you hadn't eaten or drunk anything, praying for her quick recovery. Of course, I don't recommend such behavior, it's unhealthy. Osiris was speechless. He hadn't seen Corbin in a while, but this didn't justify spreading rumors. Since Cher was awake, it was time to settle accounts. Bite my tongue, Osiris said with a smirk. He wasn't wrong. When he's admitted, I'll treat him the same way. Does he have any illnesses? Not yet, but who knows in a few days. Make sure you're his attending doctor then. Oh. The doctor nodded bewilderedly, leaving the ward. On his way out, he realized his clinic might not accept ordinary cases like this. Inside the room, Osiris looked at Cher intensely. Ira's eyes sparkled eagerly. Cher sighed. She knew they wouldn't let the matter rest until it was resolved. August, go find Uncle. I need to talk to him. Can't August listen? Seeing Ira's pitiful look, Cher felt a pang of sympathy. But this conversation wasn't meant for her child to hear. Be a good boy and wait outside for a moment. We'll finish soon. Okay, August will be good. Ira left the room, visible through the transparent glass door. Cher breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Osiris. What do you want to say? Why didn't you tell me sooner about what happened on Colbiran Island? Do you know who I am? Cher's response carried distance and caution. Osiris had good intentions, but good intentions don't always translate into positive outcomes. Osiris remained silent, realizing his own shortcomings. He had mentioned Colbiran Island numerous times but never sincerely pursued the topic. What right did he have to question Cher? Osiris sighed and handed her the jade pendant. I got it back for you. When did you lose it? It always belonged to you. You can take it back now. Osiris insisted on hanging it around her neck. Once I gave you this jade pendant, it belongs to you. No one can take it from you. I just want to know how Iona obtained it. Maybe on the plane, Cher responded, trying to recall. August wasn't feeling well during the flight, and I was busy taking care of him, so I might have missed it. Chapter 84, The Answer. The plane ticket. It was the same ticket. Indeed. Iona had indeed purchased the same flight ticket. Their itineraries were nearly identical, and it was possible that the jade pendant was stolen during that time. Kaylee had always been close to her mother, so it was perfectly normal for her to know that the jade pendant was a symbol of the Fadi family. She must have stolen the pendant to claim her identity from back then. However, she didn't know what had happened back then, leading to many inconsistencies. He himself only recognized the jade pendant, not the person. How ironic. Osiris felt like slapping himself. Sorry, on Kalbra Island, I didn't mean to bully you. I was delirious at the time and don't even remember how I got into your room. Melinda stared coldly at Osiris and said, Brother Dev said one can't do something like that when they're delirious. Osiris. Has he tried? Melinda blushed. How could he have? Horace's integrity was well known. He avoided women, and in his years of work, there wasn't a single scandal. Competitors had dug into his life for years but found nothing. Even the private detectives hired by jealous rivals ended up apologizing to Horace. How would he know if he hadn't tried? Osiris insisted Horace couldn't prove what happened that night. Seeing Melinda about to argue, he quickly changed his expression. But regardless of why, I truly hurt you, and I should apologize. As for August, when you agreed to a paternity test, did that mean you still cared for me inside? Did she still care? Melinda stared at him. The dark circles under Osiris's eyes were clear. He had been waiting here for her for a long time. But as Melinda withdrew her gaze, she suddenly noticed Ira was no longer at the door. Her mind buzzed with panic, making it hard to hear anything else Osiris said. Until Osiris noticed her distraction, gripping her shoulders anxiously. Dottie, what's wrong? Why this look? August, where's August? Wasn't he just fine, waiting outside? Osiris turned around and finally realized the severity of the situation. For Melinda, Ira was one of the few lights in her life, someone she could never abandon. Seeing Melinda preparing to pull out her four, Osiris hurriedly stopped her, speaking as calmly as he could. I'll find him. Stay here. But I know you're worried and don't fully trust me. I admit I made mistakes, but remember, I'm also August's father. If there were two people who least wanted anything to happen to Ira, it would be Melinda and Osiris. Melinda nodded and allowed Osiris to go search. Osiris almost rushed out the door but found no sign of any child in the hallway. He asked several nurses but got no useful answers. Finally, a doctor passing by asked suspiciously, Mr. Fadi, are you looking for the child who was just in the room? Where is he? Osiris sounded almost menacing, without realizing it. Startled, the doctor stuttered. A tall woman saw him alone at the door and led him away. It looked like they knew each other. A tall woman? Who could it be? One name came to Osiris's mind. Iona. How dare she? Osiris clenched his teeth and called Iona. Her phone rang nearby, and Osiris followed the sound to see her smugly watching him. Funny? Osiris spoke coldly, filled with impatience. Iona, realizing she was exposed, dropped her innocent act and sneered, what's funny, what's not? Not far away, Ira sat on a bench eating a lollipop, occasionally glancing their way. You actually lay hands on a child? Osiris looked disappointedly at Iona, sneering, getting worse every day, huh? A child? She tilted her head, continuing, yes, he is a child, unremarkable except because of you. Your parents probably love this child very much. Osiris's face darkened further, while Iona's smile grew more triumphant. Now you react like this. When you embarrassed me in the company, did you think of what consequences I'd face? Stop this. Osiris warned, leave now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise, I can call the police and report you for attempting to kidnap a child. Go ahead. Iona seemed sure Osiris wouldn't call the police. See who comes to the police station after you report me, my family or yours. Don't you understand, I can make this child our shared secret. Every word from Iona churned Osiris's stomach. Disgustingly vile. He had never realized Iona was such a schemer. Perhaps because he had never taken her seriously before. What do you want? Osiris asked coldly. Speak all at once. I want you to marry me, a union between the Roxanne and Fadi families, known throughout the city. If you do this, I promise I won't reveal anything about the child. Impossible. Osiris refused without hesitation. You'd refuse even if I asked 100 times. All for Melinda. Does she deserve you? Whether Dottie deserves me has nothing to do with you. But whether you deserve me, I can give you an answer. Please continue to ensure the tone, style, and paragraph structure match the original text while maintaining fluency and coherence. ####Chapter 85, I want a chance. You're not worthy. These 3 words, uttered coldly by Osiris, stabbed straight into Iona's heart like a needle. All her past efforts seemed to turn into nothing but a barren wasteland, or perhaps the most laughable joke. What should she do? Should she keep pressing Osiris on why he thought she wasn't worthy? That would only make this already absurd situation even more ridiculous. Iona stared at Osiris, her obstinate gaze barely hidden. She hadn't always been so fixated on marrying anyone other than Osiris. Now, she couldn't accept losing to a woman with a child. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your uncle and aunt about the child? Osiris laughed derisively. That would be great, it saves me the trouble of explaining to them. Osiris, do you really think she can easily enter your family? You are the CEO of Osha Group. Raised in luxury, pampered from childhood, do you think all of this comes without a price? Iona's eyes reddened. You can't possibly marry the woman you love smoothly. It might be better to forget her early on. Do you know Verity? Osiris interrupted Iona. You two are exactly alike, yet you mock her for being unable to capture a man's heart? Osiris sneered. Deep down, you fear becoming like her, thinking that by cursing Verity, you can avoid such an outcome. Who's truly naive here? No matter what means Verity used, she at least won Jacob. But Osiris was certain he would never betray Dina. The feelings that began out of obligation had taken root and now deeply buried in his heart. Even if Dina rejected him again, he would wait for her right where he stood. Iona was visibly infuriated. Staring at Osiris, she spat angrily, you'd better hope I don't get another chance to catch that kid. Otherwise, you'll regret saying this today. Iona. Osiris could no longer hold back. Showing your true colors before me has no effect. But I guarantee, if you continue this behavior, any issue involving August will result in the entire business community shaking, starting with your family's company. I mean what I say. With that, Osiris turned away, picking up Ira and walking toward the ward. He couldn't resist patting her plump bottom, pretending to be stern. Didn't your mom teach you not to eat or take anything from strangers? Are you really that hungry? But she's not a stranger, Auntie. Ira said, I've met this aunt before, and she helped break up fights before. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Note, the word is an adverb in Chinese that describes no manner in which Ira is speaking, i.e., grievously or with a sense of injustice. In English, it's more natural to express this as, her voice carried a hint of grievance or similar. For better fluency, I've slightly adjusted the translation. Ira said, I've met this aunt before, and she helped break up fights before. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Osiris recalled that Ira indeed met Iona last time when she hadn't revealed her true colors, likely mistaking her as a friend. However, even though you've met her, you're not close to her, right? Don't eat from someone you're not familiar with, otherwise, your mom will be very upset if you get lost. Ira nodded, somewhat understanding. Then she seriously added, but if Kalbim knows it's Fadi Uncle's friend who took me away, she'll definitely be angry at Fadi Uncle too. Osiris paused. Was he being threatened by a little kid? So, you don't betray me, and I don't betray you, okay? Ira extended a small finger, asking Osiris to pinky swear. He felt a stir in his heart, ready to respond when Dina's voice came from the ward. August, is that you? Ira immediately jumped down from Osiris's arms and ran to Dina. Kalbim is looking for me? Where have you been? Dina raised her hand but didn't hit Ira. Instead, she gently rubbed her head. Do you know how worried I was? Fat like a heavy stone that could drop on Dina's head at any moment, it finally landed. Or rather, hovered over Osiris's head as he hesitated in the doorway. He hadn't rehearsed with Ira. Would this kid betray him at the crucial moment? I'm sorry, Kalbim. Ira hugged Dina's hand. I didn't see Uncle on the corridor, and I wanted to find him but couldn't. Fadi Uncle said Uncle hasn't returned yet, so he brought me back first. Relieved, Osiris exhaled. Although Dina seemed skeptical, telling her about Iona targeting Ira was unwise. Before he could speak, Ira added, Kalbam, when are you going to let Fadi Uncle be my dad? Dina glanced at Osiris, who looked unusually flustered, quite different from his usual aloof demeanor. Unable to hold back a smile, she asked, you really like him as your dad? Of course. Because of Fadi Uncle, they no longer pity me in kindergarten. I feel like I'm finally one of them. Dina was momentarily stunned. Although there was no bullying in the new kindergarten, excessive sympathy could still be a form of oppression. Osiris noticed this before she did. Also, Fadi Uncle has picked me up from school every day recently and stayed with me in the evenings. Kalbam, I've checked, Fadi Uncle is qualified to be a dad. Dina couldn't help but laugh. Is he really that good? He is, Ira and Osiris said simultaneously. Osiris continued, maybe not before, but Odessa, give me a chance to atone. You said you weren't intentional that year. You were also deceived, which doesn't count as atonement. But I will expose the real culprit behind what happened back then. Pausing, Osiris added, the point isn't about atoning but getting a chance. Odessa, please give me a chance. I'll compensate you, I promise. Looking into Osiris's eyes, seeing only her reflection, Dina's heart softened. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Translation notes. Character names have been transcribed using pinyin. Effort was made to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text. Chapter 86, Accepting a Declaration. What? Leigh Fedinian stood up, his dark gaze fixed intently on Melinda. Though her face still had a hint of pallor, her smile was particularly bright. I said, I agree. Melinda knew very well what she felt for Leigh Fedinian. Ever since their first meeting, it was fated that they would have emotional entanglements. Now, Melinda had put down her guard and decided to follow her heart once more. She wanted to give it a try. If Leigh Fedinian could remain this way with Ira, then it would prove that her decision was indeed the right one. Melinda chuckled softly and said, you don't have to be so happy. Haven't you been staying by my side all these days just waiting for me to make this decision? No, Leigh Fedinian replied firmly. Not for this. Then what for? Because, Leigh Fedinian paused for a moment, ultimately sighing and deciding to tell the truth, because I wanted to apologize for the past. Even though you've forgiven me, I find it hard to forgive myself. Leigh Fedinian held Melinda's hand and continued, but now everything is over. You've agreed, and you can't change your mind easily. Of course, I always keep my word. Leigh Fedinian chuckled, as if suddenly remembering something, and added, your parents have also been here taking care of you for a long time. They were about to leave. Do you want me to invite them to come see you? After all, the fact that you've woken up is important to them too. Leigh Fedinian knew the Dev family had been searching for their lost daughter for a long time. Although they didn't make a huge fuss, there were years when Isabel cried every day. Brooks brought back many girls of similar age to comfort her, but eventually, those girls were all sent to other families because Isabel did not want anyone to take her daughter's place. Now that they found her again and heard about Melinda's injuries, if they don't hear about her regaining consciousness immediately, they might worry even longer. I thought they already knew. Melinda nodded and continued, I want to call them. Okay. Leigh Fedinian dialed Brooks's video call, which was quickly answered. Jalen? Melinda spoke, her voice already trembling. The other end remained silent for a while before the camera began to spin wildly as Isabel appeared on screen, her eyes red from crying. Dottie, you're awake. You finally woke up. Can you imagine how worried your mother has been? Melinda nodded sincerely and gently, I know, sorry Kalbam, for making you worry. Good girl, you're awake, that's all that matters. Isabel almost broke into tears but didn't forget to instruct Horace, cancel our flight tickets, and let's head back to the hospital. Horace, who diligently served as a driver for the elderly couple, couldn't help but smile, looks like you'll drop everything as soon as your sister wakes up. Well, of course. Your sister has been sick for so long. I should go back and cook some soup to nourish her. Isabel slapped her thigh hard and was about to ask Horace to change the destination when Melinda hurriedly interrupted, Kalbam, look at those dark circles under your eyes. Go rest first. I'm fine, and Hamza will take care of me. Hamza? Isabel's smile froze, that boy, he has some conscience, but not much. He wronged you and even became your Rahim to exploit you. Fedisson, even if you want to forgive him, don't do it so easily, okay? Kalbam. Young people, you never listen to the elders, do you? Melinda glanced at Leigh Fedinian in front of her. Leigh Fedinian helplessly nodded, and Isabel seemed to realize something and tentatively asked, wait, why is this Hamza's account? Have you forgiven him? Kalbam. Melinda sighed deeply and seriously, actually, I think we shouldn't blame everything on Hamza. Someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, and both of us were victims. And now, he has apologized, and I want to give him a chance. Besides, August needs a father. As long as you've made up your mind, Isabel didn't say more, although she wasn't fully satisfied with Leigh Fedinian. But Leigh's family and theirs were somewhat familiar with each other. Leigh Fedinian's character wouldn't be problematic, and he did seem responsible. Maybe it's better for Dottie to date him? Dating is fine, but marriage shouldn't be rushed. Isabel warned, men don't cherish things they get too easily. Your dad is a case in point. Alright, I got it. Call him, Jalen, please go home and rest. Don't worry about me. We'll see each other tomorrow. Melinda paused and added, and thank you. There's no need for thanks among family. See you tomorrow, and I'll make you some soup. After the call ended, Melinda put down her phone, feeling a bit choked up. Is this what family feels like? Melinda suddenly asked, apart from them, who else came to see me? Your company colleagues just held a new product launch and are currently busy. But they have been holding on to your position. Besides, the kindergarten has been covering for you. Is there anyone else you hope to see? I can inform them. Melinda shook her head, lowering her eyes and giving a bitter laugh. Who else would come to see her? Illness had softened her heart, making her forget that they no longer considered her part of the family. What nurturing for over 20 years. Once they learned she wasn't related by blood, they might even demand compensation for the past 2 decades. What was she hoping for? Never mind. Pausing, she asked again, how's Sheila? She's still in the police station, trial not yet started, but with your brother's involvement, intentional harm is inevitable. She'll spend most of her life in prison. As for Jacob. Leigh Fedinian's eyes darkened as he looked at Melinda. You're not still harboring feelings for your ex-boyfriend, are you? Chapter 87 Unforgettable Past Affection. Unforgettable past affection for Jacob? Dina's face lit up with laughter, as if she had just heard a joke. Her disappointment vanished instantly. She cupped Yunlei Fadishan's face in her hands and teased, so, are you jealous now? Not yet, but I will be soon if you don't explain. Don't be jealous, it's sour and tastes bad. Anthony shouted from between them, Uncle Fadi doesn't get to eat, and Kalbami doesn't either. That's not the kind of jealousy. Dina sighed, nearly forgetting that little Anthony was still there. Realizing he had witnessed her earlier behavior, she blushed. So, what is it? Anthony asked, puzzled, that uncle earlier was bad. The uncle earlier? Jacob came by, Silas explained, he's been frequently loitering around your hospital room recently. He was caught by Horace today. You've moved on from him, but he still can't forget you. Dina scoffed, feeling goosebumps all over. I never thought he was so devoted before. But since he chose to team up with Verity, I won't show any mercy either. As for the unforgettable past affection? Impossible. What does unforgettable past affection mean? Dina covered Anthony's ears suddenly. My good baby, we don't listen to such words. At the police station. Verity finally saw her parents arrive. They sat across from her, looking stern and serious. Jalen, Kalbam. Zoe turned away, showing clear disdain. She seemed eager to sever ties with Verity. Back then, when Gu Argyle claimed Verity's mother was dead and that his daughter wasn't really his, the Gu family needed a legitimate child, so they had to accept Verity back. Who knew that after failing to kill Dina initially, she would attempt it again, ultimately landing herself in the police station. What was the point of recognizing her as their daughter now? Kalbirova. Why aren't you speaking? Are you angry at me? Indeed, I acted impulsively, but you can't just let me stay in prison forever, right? You brought this upon yourself, who else to blame? Zoe glanced around restlessly and said impatiently, the Liu family has instructed you to sign the divorce papers quickly. Kalbam. Verity looked incredulously at Zoe, why should I get divorced? You said, without the Liu family, our family would. Jacob said that if you sign the divorce papers, previous cooperation will continue, otherwise, he'll cut off everything. Gu Argyle stared coldly at Verity, you know what you've done. The Liu family is already being generous. Don't hesitate, sign it quickly. The divorce agreement was pushed in front of Verity. She gritted her teeth, unable to write anything on the white paper. Gu Argyle, growing impatient, grabbed her hand to sign it. Suddenly, Verity became furious, stood up, and tore the agreement into pieces. Paper shreds rained down around them like a white snowstorm. Verity's chest heaved violently, reflecting her unrest. Do you intend to force me to death? Verity screamed. Gu Argyle remained silent, but Zoe retorted, you're just as vicious as your mother, still clinging to you, without considering if you even deserve him. We've considered your welfare. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here at all. Verity laughed coldly, don't think I don't know that you're no better than her. You must envy my mother for getting Nolan you wanted. And you. Verity glared hatefully at Gu Argyle, not only did you cheat, but multiple times. My mother had me to threaten you, though I didn't realize how heartless you were. Bringing me back was only because you knew Dina isn't your biological child. You don't want the family scandal exposed, which is why my illegitimate status was erased. If you don't help me this time, I won't sign the divorce papers and will expose every single scandal one by one. Do you really think I'm helpless here? Gu Argyle and Zoe looked grim. Whether or not Verity would expose the scandals, they couldn't get the divorce papers signed, leaving them at Jacob's mercy, and by extension, the entire Gu family. After exchanging glances, they relented slightly. What do you want? All I want is for Dina to drop the charges. You're insane. Zoe exclaimed, even if she drops the charges, you'll still serve time. I know the difference between a few years and many, Verity spat bitterly. Go talk to her, persuade her to agree. Why should I empathize with you when you aren't doing everything for me? Verity didn't expect this outcome when calling them. But perhaps it was for the best. This way, she could fight desperately for what was rightfully hers. They owed her, compensation was the least they could offer. Enough. Gu Argyle finally snapped, flushed with anger, but eventually sighed, we agree, but you must sign the divorce papers. To go bother Odessa for a lowlife like her? Zoe felt somewhat sorry. Odessa has lived with us for over 20 years. You know her better than anyone, how could she possibly relent? Fine, she's been with us for years, shouldn't she repay our kindness? What else can we do? Gu Argyle stared at Verity, laying down conditions. Regardless of whether we succeed or fail, you must sign the divorce papers. Any lingering feelings between you are over, understand? And wait until she wakes up to see her. Until then, keep your mouth shut. After you leave prison, you will no longer be part of the Gu family. Go wherever you wish. Chapter 88, Unashamed. Have you really decided to treat me so heartlessly? Verity asked as if still hoping for some mercy. However, she only received a cold response. She no longer held any hope in these two people. After they left, she smashed everything breakable in the room. Verity couldn't understand why she was never as fortunate as Dina. Her appearance and background were not much different from Dina's. So why did Dina get what she wanted effortlessly while she always fell short? She vowed to make Dina pay. But now, Forrest had abandoned her and even tried to silence her. The Gu family also deserted her. But that was fine. She was free and unburdened. Why should Dina contest with her? The next day, Dev's parents arrived at the hospital early in the morning. Dev's mother pushed aside Osiris and sat beside Dina's bed. She gently blew on the chicken soup in the lunchbox before feeding it to Dina. Dina sipped it and smiled. Kalbam, your cooking is truly delicious. Good. I've barely been in the kitchen for half my life. Yesterday, both Horace and I overate. This is the best bowl just to show off in front of you. Dev's father mercilessly exposed Dev's mother's lie, drawing an eye roll from her. Dina couldn't help but laugh, and Ira hopped over beside them. I want to taste Grandma's soup too. Can August have a sip? Sure. Grandma will feed you. Just as Dev's mother fed Ira the soup, there was a knock on the ward door. Horace puzzled. Isn't it too early for a checkup? No. Osiris looked uneasy, fearing it might be Iona causing trouble again. He spoke first. The nurse already came by and said she's recovering well. Oh. Horace knew that Dina being new here didn't have many friends. Everyone who was supposed to visit had already done so. It seems like they're looking for you. I'll see. Osiris opened the door, only to find unfamiliar faces. Who are you? Gu's parents exchanged glances. They had seen pictures of Osiris but never expected to encounter him here. It seemed that Verity wasn't wrong. Dina indeed had some connection with him. Gu's mother hurriedly smiled. We've come to see Dottie. Can we come in? Who? Horace saw that Osiris hadn't returned after a while and peeked out, his eyes showing disdain. Ah, it's you too. Are you here to beg Dottie for mercy because you got a court summons? They turned out to be from the Gu family. Osiris said coldly, Odessa hasn't fully recovered. Please go back. No, not that, Gu's mother nervously replied. We asked the nurse, and she said Dottie has woken up and is in good spirits. We genuinely want to see her. Visit? Horace sneered. Don't mind me speaking bluntly, but where were you when Dottie was unconscious? Now that it's almost time for your precious daughter to face court, you come visiting Dottie. Fat Ike Weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. What do you want? Gu's parents felt humiliated as Osiris gave them the cold shoulder. Let's go. His meaning is clear. You don't deserve to see Odessa. Gu's father gritted his teeth. We raised her for years. Now that she's ill, you won't let us see her. If you try to guilt-trip her into helping, you're sadly mistaken. Horace lost patience. Need I say more? Leave now. Brother. Dina suddenly spoke. If they won't leave, let them in. After all, accounts haven't been settled yet. She had thought about whether they would come. After all, her injuries were caused by their daughter. On principle, they should have visited her earlier. But they didn't. Now, since she no longer needed them, they suddenly appeared eager to visit. Anyone would find it highly ironic. But Gu's mother acted oblivious, forcing a smile and approaching Dina, asking, Odessa, how are you feeling? Is your wound still painful? What did the doctor say? Dina lifted her head, eyes icy, as if viewing a complete stranger. Facing such a look, Gu's mother felt guilty rather than angry. Why are you really here? Skip the pretense and just say it. Pausing, Dina continued, Brother, take August outside. I don't want him seeing these bad people. All right. Horace left without refusal, carrying August out of the ward. Dina added, still can't think of anything to say. Need me to help you? Odessa, I know you hate us, but... Gu's mother's voice faltered. After all, we are mother and daughter. Last time I was sick, you came to visit, right? Yes, when you were ill, I visited. When I was ill? Dina mocked, if not for pleading on behalf of your daughter, you wouldn't have visited me, right? That's enough. What kind of talk is this? Gu's father impatiently interrupted, she's our daughter, too, your sister. You needn't be so petty, especially given our lack of blood ties after raising you for so long. You're endless. Dev's mother finally snapped, pulling Gu's mother away and hugging Dina protectively, glaring fiercely at them. You keep saying you raised Odessa and expect gratitude. Would you have treated her this way if you'd known her true identity from the start? Your daughter has already cost Odessa one life once, and no one faced punishment. Dev's mother grew angrier, wanting to scold them openly. My daughter has already paid her debt. If you continue, watch your mouths. Gu's mother, unsure how to retort, turned to Dina. Won't you help call them this last time? I promise it will be the last. Chapter 89, Impossible to Forgive. This last time, do you really believe that yourself? Dina glared at her mother, who instantly lost all confidence, not even daring to meet Dina's eyes. She looked like a frightened quail, as if she could be sent to the frying pan by Dina at any moment. I won't forgive her, nor can I ever forgive her, and it's the same for you. Dina continued, this isn't the first time she has tried to kill me. I haven't even settled accounts with her for the last incident. Now you want me to forgive her again. What about next time? If she really kills me next time, why don't you all come down to accompany me? Dina sneered, if that's what you want, I might consider it. You can decide yourselves. If you want me to forgive Verity so badly, you can jump off this building right now to show your sincerity. She knew they wouldn't jump. Their selfishness was something even Verity would find astonishing. Compared to their own interests, Verity's interests were negligible. She had been utterly foolish to think they might have genuine feelings for her. Looking at their expressions, Dina knew the answer in her heart. It seems you aren't planning on letting me let her go. Please leave then. I don't want to see you two either. Ransnow, is there really no room for compromise? Zoe hesitated, you know, your mother has always treated you as her own child. Since it concerns the Gu family, you. Does Verity have money? Dina suddenly asked, catching both of them off guard. Zoe didn't understand her sudden question. She hasn't had any work recently, so she probably only has the money Jacob gave her. Why do you ask? No reason, just thinking that when the court announces the verdict, my medical expenses will likely be counted against Verity. As her immediate family, if she can't pay, the authorities will forcibly execute assets under your names. Dina shrugged, hope you're prepared for that. How can you be so heartless? Dina had nearly died, and her medical bills were astronomical. To make them pay was essentially stripping them of everything. Staring at her mother's changing expression, Dina's eyes filled with mockery. What's wrong? The attacker should bear the cost. Even if I withdrew the lawsuit, the expenses would still be enforced. If you insist on helping Verity, why not pay up now? Maybe I'll forgive her if I see your sincerity. The Gu family could afford it, but after spending, Dina could guess what state the family would be in. How could they abandon their current life to save Verity? They left the ward feigning regret, while Megan sat by Dina's bed, shedding tears of sorrow. Ransnow. After all these years of suffering at their hands, and despite being their child, they treat you. Even if not biological, 20 years of living together should have meant something. Even an ill pet should be taken care of properly. They never considered Dina part of the family. Dina took it calmly, patting Megan's back. Don't worry, call them. I'm fine. They aren't worthy of my filial piety, are they? Right. Megan nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will never let them off. Neither will your brother. I know. Dina laughed softly. I won't cry another tear over those unworthy people. I'm only your daughter now. Good to hear. Megan hugged her, her voice full of sadness. Hamza turned his head and exchanged a glance with Horace at the door. A silent understanding seemed to pass between them. At the police station, Verity was once again brought to the visitation room. Expecting her parents, she felt triumphant until realizing it wasn't them but Horace and Hamza. Seeing Hamza stunned her. She suddenly remembered him from years ago on Colby Lawn Island. It's you. You've met me before? Hamza was intrigued but dismissed it, as his identity was public knowledge. Dina had also investigated his company, OS Group. Who instructed you? Horace's tone was cold. I don't think you're meticulous. If not for the Gu family in Forest buying the entire cruise ship, the plan would have been exposed long ago. Verity pursed her lips and finally spoke. Did you come just to say this? If so, I cannot provide information. Horace wasn't surprised by her reaction. As long as there are people, words will spread. Do you know why no one else knows about that incident? Why? Not because you were smart, but because everyone on the cruise, including the staff, except for you conspirators, was silenced by Forrest. Verity stood up abruptly, staring at them in disbelief. Her face turned pale, more terrified than when she realized Forrest was in the police station. All dead? So, that's why it never came out? Originally, whether or not she threw away Forrest's phone, she would have met the same fate. It wasn't greed that doomed her, it was Forrest, who never intended to let anyone knowing his secrets live. What should she do now, with his men inside and even more outside? Why did you come here? Tell us what you know, Hamza said coldly. About Colby Lawn Island, the cruise, Forrest, everything. In exchange, we'll extend your sentence to the maximum. You know Forrest's reach is long, but which place is safer, inside or outside, doesn't need our explanation. Chapter 90, Target. Even if I tell you, what can it do? Verity nearly broke down, saying, he will kill me, he will definitely kill me. Our goal is to deal with him. Osiris spoke coldly. They had already investigated when Forrest first made contact with Verity. After the incident at Kalbairai Island, they contacted each other for the first time. Back then, Verity desperately wanted to harm Dina, and Forrest assured her that as long as she could act, he would clean up the mess for her. It seemed he had indeed followed through on his promise. In the years that followed, since Dina didn't appear, there was no further contact between Forrest and Verity until Dina reappeared. It looked like everything stemmed from Verity's jealousy and fear driving her to harm Dina, leading to renewed contact between them. But in fact, the plane crash had hidden details that were yet to be revealed, but clearly involved Forrest. Dina's delayed appearance at the airport and their unexpected meeting were all part of Forrest's plan. What secret did Dina possess that garnered such attention from Forrest? Neither party knew, perhaps there were clues here from Verity. Who knew that Verity's expression changed unpredictably for a while before she cautiously said, you guarantee you can handle him, and let me live a normal life. Whether you can live normally depends on your behavior in prison. Osiris tapped the table and continued, we separate business from personal. You help us, and we won't hesitate. If you don't, it only means waiting to die in prison. Osiris was right. If Forrest could reach into the police station, wouldn't he have informants in prison too? Not necessarily unlikely. Verity took a deep breath and said, I can tell you, Forrest. The time is almost up. The door to the visitation hall opened, and a policeman walked in smiling, saying, hope you finished discussing things. We haven't. Verity, about to cry, said, let me talk to them a little more. They agreed to save me. Sorry, ma'am, it's intentional murder. Even if they want to save you, it might not exempt you from imprisonment. Hope you all remain rational, otherwise, it's unfair to the victim, isn't it? The policeman clearly had an agenda. He heard every word just now, working for Forrest. Verity knew she couldn't escape being tormented. She looked pleadingly at Osiris and Horus, but they seemed used to this. What does that mean? It means nothing. Osiris laughed, what you've said is enough. Forrest wouldn't be foolish enough to let Verity expose everything. Verity wouldn't know deeper secrets anyway. As for what she mentioned earlier, they had already found out. Since Verity tried to make things difficult for Dina through her parents, they would show her true misery. Osiris turned to Horus and asked, everything ready? Yeah, no need to worry about the trial, my lawyers can handle it. Focus on Forrest. I don't think he's after Odessa. I understand what you mean. You suspect he's targeting me? Horus nodded, too coincidental. I suspect it's because he knows the child in Odessa's belly is yours. Osiris's expression grew colder, and after a moment, he coldly snorted, if he has the guts, I wouldn't mind a showdown. If not, I won't hesitate to drag him out from wherever he hides. I promise, I won't let Odessa relive the past 5 years. Alright, hope you stick to your word. Bitch. Facing the few people, terror was etched on Verity's face. She cried, it's not like that, I didn't intend to say anything, they forced me. Do you think anyone believes what you say now? A few men approached Verity with sinister smiles, full of lewdness, indifference, and ridicule. Traitors can't control their mouths. Since that's the case, don't blame us for helping you control it. Don't. Verity's screams didn't garner sympathy but instead provoked a swarm of attacks. Repeated torment left Verity drained, thrown into a corner like a broken doll. Shouldn't we finish her off? Someone asked the leader, who only raised an eyebrow and replied, back to the police station first. The Rahim hasn't given orders, let's not act rashly. Saying that, he kicked the helpless Verity, leaving a red bruise. Get up. Remember today's lesson. If you dare speak again, we'll sew your mouth shut and cut out your tongue. Understand? Verity nodded in terror. Satisfied, they took her back to the police station, only to find 2 letters waiting for her. One was a divorce agreement signed by Jacob. The other was a severance of parental rights. Zoe had no parent-child relationship with her, and Gu Argyle could transfer all property to Zoe, leaving her abandoned. Tears streamed down Verity's face. She couldn't understand which step led to such a tragic end. But in front of those people watching her playfully, she had to sign her name on the documents. After signing, Verity felt completely abandoned by the world. Desolate and unable to cry, she had no one to complain to. Is she still useful? Don't know. No order to take care of her. Perhaps, a bit useful? Isn't the Rahim's target that woman? Chapter 91, Both Work and Interest. Who knows, it's no use for us to inquire about such matters. We should just focus on doing our own jobs properly. You're right. Filoni stayed in the hospital for over a month before finally making a complete recovery. When she was leaving the hospital, Osiris, worried about her, insisted on giving her another comprehensive medical checkup. Only after confirming that there were no issues did he take Filoni back home. Do you want to move in with me directly? Osiris took Filoni back to her apartment. During this period, to take care of Ira, he had temporarily let Ira stay at his place. Meanwhile, the apartment, due to long-term vacancy, was covered in dust. Filoni shook her head and said, I still prefer living here with August. What do you think, August? I like Uncle Fadi's house. Ira, who had been thoroughly charmed by Osiris, answered with bright eyes, let's go to Uncle Fadi's house, Kalbam. Please. Filoni hadn't expected that her son would no longer be on her side. She pretended to be angry, squatted down, and sternly asked, August, if you keep acting like this, I will get angry. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Ira anxiously looked at Filoni and then glanced up at Osiris, as if he was struggling to decide whose words to follow. Seeing this, Filoni chuckled softly, then ruffled Ira's hair and said, I was teasing you, I'm not angry. Why do you want to go to Uncle Fadi's house? Because Uncle Fadi's house has many toys, huge toy cars, a big mechanical castle that can fit August inside, and more. Ira seemed to suddenly recall something and quickly covered his mouth. Filoni looked at Ira thoughtfully, then abruptly turned her gaze to Osiris with a half-smile. It seems you fed August things he shouldn't have eaten. She had wondered why Ira had become so lively in the hospital, refusing to eat properly yet gaining weight. Turns out Osiris had been secretly feeding him snacks all along. He started bribing August even before she left the hospital. After she returned, he intensified his efforts. No, I disagree with August staying with you. Filoni firmly stated, I don't plan to move out yet, and besides, cohabitation isn't necessary during dating, right? That's true. Osiris readily agreed, however, cohabitation isn't unacceptable. I know what you're concerned about. My house is not an old family home, and my parents won't come there or even know about August's existence. If you're worried, I can ensure they never find out. If Mr. and Tamsin knew about Ira, they would likely try every means to make him acknowledge his roots, and it would be uncertain if Filoni could keep him by her side. Osiris understood Filoni's concerns and didn't want to pressure her. If you still feel unsafe, it's fine to stay here. Why was he being so accommodating today? Filoni couldn't help but wonder, but Osiris continued, your leave is approved until next Kalban day. Rest well these 2 days. And, if you don't want to stay in the technical department or don't want to go to the company, let me know anytime. I thought you already knew that scientific research is my passion, not just work. Oh, she perfectly meets my conditions. I chose she, not because of you. These words sound quite heartless. Osiris shrugged, from now on, if the lab needs anything, just tell me. No need to go through the approval process. I'll handle it. Aren't you afraid I might embezzle money and pocket it all? Isn't it just moving money from one hand to another? Osiris added, if you want to swindle my money, I wouldn't mind. When did CEO Fadi become so love-struck? Filoni smiled at Osiris. He didn't deny it but said, rest well today. I'll be going now. Once Osiris left, Filoni finally relaxed. Seeing Ira squatting in the corner, looking aggrieved, she shook her head and asked, August, do you want toys? Kalbami will take you out to buy some, okay? Ira looked up at Filoni in surprise, then nodded vigorously, okay. But you must promise mommy not to eat snacks before meals. If you don't eat properly, your toys will be taken away. Understand? Yes, mommy. Good boy. Filoni indeed hadn't been out for a long time. Ira, sitting in the back seat, waved his arms excitedly. Filoni felt warmth filling her heart. She knew Ira was a very understanding child, always hiding his bad emotions from her. But demanding that a kindergarten kid be understanding was absurd. Fortunately, now she had Osiris. Together, they could protect Ira. Maybe Ira could live like a protected child. Filoni parked the car at the underground mall and took Ira to the toy section. As he joyfully picked out toys, Filoni quietly watched him. Suddenly, a voice joined them, so you are August's mom. I've heard a lot about you, and finally, I get to meet you. Filoni turned around, confused, to see a finely dressed woman. By her side stood a girl around August's age. Aya scanned Filoni, then deliberately asked, why did you come alone? Where's the father? Argyle? Filoni suddenly recalled Osiris telling her that to prevent August from being bullied, he had declared August's father at the kindergarten. Filoni laughed lightly and replied, he's at home. I brought August to buy toys. Are you here for the same reason? No, my daughter doesn't like toys, the woman smiled, continuing, I just came to greet you. Let's go. Kalbami, is this auntie lying? Don't talk nonsense. One more word, and you'll get a spanking. Chapter 91, Work and Interest. Who knows, it's no use for us to inquire about such matters. We should just focus on doing our own jobs. That's true. Dina stayed in the hospital for over a month before she finally fully recovered. When leaving the hospital, Osiris was worried and insisted on giving her a full-body checkup to ensure there were no issues before taking Dina back home. Do you want to move in with me directly? Osiris took Dina back to the apartment. During this period, he had let Ira temporarily live at his place to take care of her. The apartment, having been unoccupied for a long time, was covered with a thick layer of dust. Dina shook her head and said, I still prefer living here with August. What do you think, August? I like Uncle Fadi's house. Ira was completely won over by Osiris. His eyes sparkled as he pleaded, can we go stay at Uncle Fadi's house? Please, Kalbim. Dina didn't expect Ira to side with Osiris. She pretended to be angry, squatting down and frowning, August, if you keep this up, I'll be really mad. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Ira looked anxiously at Dina and then glanced at Osiris, seemingly struggling to decide whom to listen to. Dina chuckled, then ruffled Ira's hair, just teasing you, I'm not angry. Why do you want to stay at Uncle Fadi's house? Because Uncle Fadi's house has many toys, big cars, a mechanical castle big enough for August, and more. Suddenly, Ira seemed to remember something and clapped a hand over his mouth. Dina looked thoughtfully at Ira, then suddenly turned to look at Osiris with a half-smile. It looks like you've been feeding August a lot of snacks he shouldn't eat? She wondered why Ira had gained weight so suddenly while in the hospital, skipping meals but still being lively. It turns out Osiris had been sneaking him snacks. You bribed August even before I was discharged? You've only intensified your efforts since my discharge, haven't you? No, I don't agree to August staying at your place. Dina was firm, I don't want to move yet, besides, we don't have to cohabit just because we're dating, right? That's true. Osiris conceded easily, however, cohabitation isn't unacceptable. I understand what you're worried about. My house isn't an old family home, and my parents won't visit there. They wouldn't know about August either. If you're concerned, I can keep it from them forever. If Mr. and Tamsin knew about Ira, they might try to bring him into the family fold, which would make it uncertain if Dina could continue raising him. Osiris understood Dina's concerns and wasn't going to pressure her. He added, of course, if you still feel unsafe, staying here is fine too. Why is he so agreeable this time? Dina was puzzled, but Osiris continued, I've already approved your leave until next Kalban day. Rest well these 2 days. And if you don't want to work in the R&D department or come to the office, let me know anytime. I thought you already knew that research is my passion, not just my job. Oshi meets my needs perfectly. I chose Oshi not because of you. That sounds rather heartless. Osiris shrugged and continued, in the future, if the lab lacks anything, just tell me. I'll handle it without needing approval processes. Aren't you afraid I might embezzle money? It's just moving funds from one pocket to another. Osiris smiled, if you want to swindle my money, I'd happily let you. When did Boss Fadi become so love-struck? Dina laughed. Osiris didn't deny it and simply said, rest well today, I'm off now. As Osiris left, Dina finally relaxed. Seeing Ira sitting in the corner looking pitiful, she couldn't help but shake her head, August, are you after those toys? Want Kalbim to buy some for you? Ira looked up at Dina excitedly and nodded vigorously, yes. But you must promise not to eat snacks before meals and eat properly, or all your toys will be confiscated. Understand? Yes, Kalbim. Good boy. Dina hadn't been out for a long time. Ira, sitting in the back seat, was thrilled, making Dina feel warmth in her heart. She knew Ira was a very sensible child, never bringing any bad emotions to her. Yet expecting a kindergarten-aged child to be so mature was absurd. Fortunately, she now had Osiris, and together, they could protect Ira, perhaps allowing him to grow up more like a protected child. Parking at the underground mall, Dina brought Ira to the toy section where he happily picked out toys while she watched quietly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, so you're August's mother. I've heard about you many times. Nice to finally meet you. Dina turned, seeing an elegantly dressed woman accompanied by a girl about August's age. Aya scanned Dina and deliberately asked, why are you here alone? Where's the child's father? Child's father? Dina remembered Osiris telling her he announced the father's identity at the kindergarten to protect Ira. Dina smiled lightly, he's at home. I brought August out to buy toys. You're here for the same reason? No, my daughter doesn't like toys. Aya smiled and continued, I just wanted to greet you. Let's go. Kalbim, is that lady lying? Don't speak nonsense, or I'll spank you. Note, minor adjustments made for natural English flow and clarity. Chapter 92, The Creepy Woman. They say a child is a mirror of their parents. If the parents haven't said such things themselves, how could a child randomly say them? Anything concerning Ira was never trivial to Melinda. She suddenly spoke up, hold on a moment. Although you claim to have heard of me long ago and are meeting me for the first time, I haven't met you yet. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Aya froze in her steps, gave an awkward laugh, and replied, look at my forgetfulness, I forgot you hadn't been to kindergarten before. I saw photos online. Stella, greet your aunt. I don't want to. Stella clung tightly to the woman's leg and complained, I don't want to greet the mom of big liars and cheaters. Didn't you say I shouldn't play with children who lie? When did I ever say that? Aya's expression turned flustered as she tried to cover Stella's mouth but was too late. Although Melinda didn't understand the full story, she knew Ira's character well. He would never lie to strangers. When he lied to her, it was only to hide that he was being bullied. This woman must be scheming something. Melinda asked, since you told your child not to play with those who lie, why lie in front of her? She squatted down, looked into Stella's eyes, and smiled. Tell Auntie why you call August a liar, okay? Stella's eyes were timid, filled with some fear. She held on to her mother's clothes and refused to speak. Aya wanted to leave quickly and laughed nervously. It's just a misunderstanding. Kids talk without filters, so there's no need to get so worked up. This mother, I never allow August to lie. If he does, I'll discipline him until he learns. Would you treat your daughter like this? Aya clearly looked embarrassed. Just as she was about to say disciplining kids isn't good, her daughter had already fallen for Melinda's trick. Children this age can be innocent or mischievous. For instance, if a child gets beaten by a parent one day, they might want someone else to be beaten the next for fairness. Upon hearing that Melinda might punish Ira, her eyes lit up with surprise. Auntie, let me tell you, Stella began, and Melinda pulled her closer, preventing her mother from covering Stella's mouth again. Usually at kindergarten, August says his dad is great, but some kids know August's father, and they say he isn't married. How can August exist if his parents aren't married? So August lies, and Auntie lies too. And my mom also says August's dad is just to save face. August doesn't even have a real dad. Melinda's expression grew colder. In front of the child, she merely stroked the top of Stella's head and said, "You misunderstood. A child's birth doesn't depend on a marriage certificate. What are you telling my child?" Aya pulled Stella away, frantic. How do you raise a child? Don't talk to her like that. You. Before she could finish, Ira, having eaten well recently and resembling a sturdy calf, pushed her over, landing her on the ground. He glared at her angrily. Don't talk about my mom like that. You. Aya was furious, staring fiercely at Ira. Melinda sighed and shielded Ira behind her. A sales assistant rushed over, trying to stop the commotion. Ladies, what's going on? Fighting here is dangerous. Please. My apologies, Melinda retorted sarcastically. Children often don't think much. As a mother yourself, you wouldn't hold it against a child, right? You did that on purpose. Melinda blinked innocently. On purpose? Did I fail to help you up? Sorry, I must have forgotten. Extending her hand, the woman hesitated, fearing another humiliation. But before she could decide, Melinda said, Are you really upset? Let me apologize on behalf of the child. Why are you being so difficult? It's just a bump, and you're already apologizing so sincerely. Indeed, as a mother, shouldn't you be less petty? What if your child bumps into someone later? Some adults, what will the kids become? Never mind. As onlookers continued gossiping, Melinda kept her hand extended. Aya found herself trapped, unable to accept or refuse. After a while, she finally muttered through gritted teeth, It's fine. As she reached out to pull Melinda, the latter withdrew her hand and said, Really sorry, let me apologize properly. Bow deeply, Melinda made the woman miss her hand, embarrassing her further as people started commenting more loudly. Why push a child like that? Just record it. No, please don't record it. Melinda interrupted, We do have our disagreements, but the children are innocent. As mothers, we should protect them. Then, she turned and helped the woman up, whispering, I won't allow anyone to bully my child, especially in front of me. Understood. Let me help you bandage your injuries, Melinda offered, holding one hand of Ira and the other of the woman. You seem hurt. No need to worry the children. In the rest area, people praised Melinda's kindness and dispersed. With a cold expression, Melinda remarked, Even a child understands the power of rumors. Do you not? Sorry, I did mention you at home, but I didn't expect Stella. Note, this chapter showcases a complex interaction where Melinda skillfully handles a confrontation while protecting her child, demonstrating both wisdom and wit. Chapter 93 Protection of one's own child. Those things you mentioned are not important anymore. Dina paused, then said, But I want to know who leaked the news that we were not married? Although Osiris was prominent among the parents at the kindergarten, he wasn't well known enough for everyone to be aware of his marital status. The only person in Dina's view who cared so much about whether Osiris was married or not, was one individual. Aya hesitated for a while before she spoke. I can share her WeChat with you. I believed her because her husband works at Usha Group. Previously, the head of Usha Group's legal department's child bullied Bar and refused to acknowledge it until he was fired. Dina looked up at the woman. What do you think the reason was? She was not someone who liked to bully others. Sometimes, however, if she did not use all available resources to protect Bar, some people would not respect him, thinking his good nature meant he could be manipulated easily. Dina would not allow such things to happen again. Aya stared blankly for a long time, then lowered her head muttering, It seems I underestimated the gravity of the situation. What happened today? What happened today? I won't hold today's incident against you, but I hope you will discipline your daughter. If I hear the same talk next time, don't blame me for not warning you first. Do you understand? Aya nodded and held her child tighter. Seeing this, Dina let it go, taking Bar by the hand to leave the rest area. Bar, holding Dina's hand, suddenly asked, Kalbami, am I causing trouble for you? No, why would you ask that? Bar turned away, a bit aggrieved, because, it feels like from childhood onwards, people always argued with Mommy over Bar's issues. Bar doesn't want Mommy to argue with those people. Mommy is sad when she wins, and also sad when she loses. Bar doesn't want Mommy to be sad. Bar raised his eyes as if reminiscing about the past. Back then, he had just learned to walk, unsteady on his feet, spending most days cradled in Dina's arms. He would cry loudly when hungry or cold, and Dina lived with him in a small, dirty corner. Every night, Dina would gently tell him stories. Bar no longer remembered those stories clearly. For listening to Kalbami's voice made him feel safe. To Bar, Dina was his savior, someone he wanted to protect forever. Lifting his small arms, unable to reach Dina, he cried once more. Someone kicked the door of their room, which barely stood thanks to a table propping it up. With a powerful kick, the door collapsed. Dina just managed to shield Bar in her arms. Terrified, he started crying again. Dina's tears seemed to fall on Bar's back. He vaguely heard an ominous man with a bad attitude and a foul smell stare at Dina. Damn it, make this little brat stop crying, or else. He's too young, crying is normal, Dina defended, holding Bar tightly. You're not young either. You should have kids and understand. Once my salary comes, I'll buy you something as compensation. Compensation? Janice laughed cruelly. With how you look and with a kid, what kind of work are you doing? Show me your work. Get out. Dina growled, I'm talking civilly with you, not to be insulted. Insulted? Then let me show you what real insults look like. Bar didn't know what was happening, only that he felt dizzy, unsure where he was thrown. He wanted to say Kalbami worked very hard, doing exhausting jobs, sometimes struggling even to straighten her back. She cleaned many places but was nearly out of strength to clean their own home. The person arguing with Kalbami was a bad person, not understanding her and yet attacking her with vicious words. Bar thought of many things but realized he could only wait in the corner for Dina to pick him up again. When Dina finally picked him up, her face was bruised, and blood dripped down her body. She rested her chin on Bar's head, saying sorry. But what was there for Dina to apologize for? Bar was the one who owed her, causing arguments and harm to her. Not knowing how to console her, he bit his lips until they bled, never crying despite his flushed face. Yet many people still argued with Dina, over him. Once, someone opened their door when she wasn't home. A gentle woman scooped him up. She said she would take him back. He cried again, and the woman explained that staying here would make his mother's life harder. Hearing this, Bar stopped struggling. But why did he see Mommy running after them? Bar learned that day people could win a race against cars. Bar was again in Dina's arms as she screamed at those people to leave. They scolded her for being ungrateful. That wasn't right. Bar wrapped his arms around her neck, Kalbami, you're the best. Bar rarely spoke but saw Dina cry with joy. They walked on the road for a long time before Dina asked if he wanted a better life. Bar didn't know what that meant but knew Mommy would never harm him. Whatever Mommy said must be the best thing in the world. He nodded, noticing something strange in her expression. Did he say something wrong? Bar mumbled in confusion. Dina shook her head, I'm happy for you, Bar. You will have a better life. Chapter 94, there shouldn't be any mishaps. Would someone pay a price for living a better life? Ira felt that he might have paid a price. Because the mother he loved didn't come home, instead, it was a middle-aged couple. Someone negotiated with them, and Ira heard it clearly. This child is truly pitiful. No one knows which man's child he is. From a young age, he was taken all over by a woman, and they didn't have much money. They barely had food to eat. Yesterday we found another family to adopt him, but this woman was unreasonable. She had already taken the child away but then forcibly took him back. Today, I don't know what changed her mind. Finally, she realized she couldn't provide him a good life, so she let you take him away. Janice sighed and continued, both of them are pitiful. If possible, I hope you could leave her some money. After all, she raised the child alone for so many years, it's really not easy. Okay. The couple agreed and then took the child away. As Ira sat in the car, he suddenly understood something. He might never see his mother again. His mom would be sad. She must be heartbroken. Would she chase after him like yesterday? She would be very, very tired. Ira wasn't sure if he wanted to see Dina chasing the car again, but he still leaned on the back seat to look behind. The streets were crowded with all sorts of vehicles. Some cars looked like the toy ones his mother bought him, and some were models he'd never seen before. But there was only the stream of vehicles, no sign of his mother. Fat little darling, what's your name? Can you tell Grandma? The middle-aged woman smiled gently, wanting to touch Ira. Ira didn't look at her but mumbled indistinctly, August. August? The middle-aged woman was somewhat surprised and then laughed, that must just be a nickname, right? It's kind of strange for a boy. Let's give you a new name, shall we? Ira wasn't clear about what changing his name meant, but he faintly sensed that without his current name, he might lose any connection to his mother. Ira started crying again. And this time, he cried loudly. His cries might attract troublemakers, and then his mother would appear like a hero to rescue him. But the couple in front didn't seem to be bad people. Aya held Ira in her arms, gently patting his back and apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. We won't change your name. Your name is a gift from your mother. Now, your mother wants you to live a good life, so she let you come with us. Your mother is a very good person. Don't forget or hate her, okay? Ira suddenly regretted. If he hadn't said he wanted to live a better life yesterday, could he still be with his mother now? Why did he say it? Ira cried even louder until his tears soaked through the woman's clothes, and finally, he fell asleep out of exhaustion. He was brought to a very large house, with a bed unlike anything he had slept on before, clean and tidy clothes, and delicious food he had never tasted. He was curious about everything, but he couldn't be happy. If his mother could also eat this food, she would surely be very happy. Where did this child come from? A sudden male voice startled Ira. Based on his understanding, men near his mother were always ill-intentioned. They had loud voices, smelled awful, and tried to harm his mother. Ira instantly became alert, eyeing Nolan warily. But Nolan was well-dressed in a suit, his eyes filled with confusion. He turned to the couple and asked, "You two secretly had a child and expect me to help raise a brother at my age? Don't talk nonsense." The couple didn't get angry, just chuckled. Don't you think his eyes look like your sister's? Even though many years have passed. You said you wouldn't adopt a child so as not to overshadow your sister's place. So we treated him as a grandson since you're too old to find a girlfriend. When can we have our own grandchildren? Just in case, we brought this little guy back. Horace, we don't ask you to be nice to him, just treat him as part of the family. Horace? Ira remembered this name. It sounded good and different from others. This person didn't seem like those threatening ones either, he didn't appear to solve everything with fists. Horace didn't express any clear opinion, just sipped some porridge lightly and asked, what about his parents? We don't know who his father is. His mother raised him alone. We considered bringing his mother here, but she didn't want to, and we also don't wish for anyone to overshadow your sister's position. Horace nodded. If he meets the adoption regulations, I'll get her to sign a contract. Do you have her contact information? Only her address. That works too. Horace's tone was cold but showed no disdain. Ira vaguely understood he was speaking badly of his mother and clung to his bowl of porridge with grievance. No. He murmured softly. Horace didn't hear clearly and asked again, what do you mean, no? Kalbim is a good person. She won't deceive you. She really doesn't want me anymore. Horace laughed lightly and patted his head, relax, we didn't mean that. Your mother is a good person, but even good people have to follow procedures, right? Dev's mother coughed, interrupting Horace, alright, he's so young, don't use your adult ways to talk to kids. August, eat more. August stuffed food into his mouth with effort and muttered again, if you go to find Kalbim, can I go with you? I want to see her, I miss her so much. Horace hesitated, but Dev's mother said, sure, take him along. At his young age, being separated from his mother is bound to make him sad. Horace sighed, you consider if he will be sad, why don't you think about whether it's convenient for me to bring a child? What's inconvenient? If I say it's convenient, it's convenient. Stop talking so much. That's settled. Fine. Horace sighed and reluctantly agreed. Originally, there shouldn't be any mishaps. But fate was unkind. Chapter 95, Past and Destiny. Horace was merely driving normally when he was suddenly rear-ended. The driver who caused the accident was a novice, luckily at a low speed. Yet, in a rare lapse of judgment, Horace hadn't installed a child's seat in the car. Ira collided with the windshield and ended up with a large bump on his forehead. Worried about the possibility of a concussion, Horace rushed Ira to the hospital for checks, even neglecting to hold the other party accountable for the traffic incident. Test after test was ordered. Having never taken care of a child before, Horace was now holding a pile of reports but habitually sent Ira off for more examinations. While waiting, out of professional habit, he began reviewing the test sheets. A familiar blood type caught his eye, a very rare one. It was so familiar because it had always been written on his own health checkup reports since childhood, coincidentally shared by his parents. They even got together due to their matching blood types. Of course, Horace knew that his parents' meeting was an accident, but, maintaining professional ethics, he couldn't help doubting if there were really so many coincidences in this world. Similar eyes, identical blood type, Horace had no choice but to wonder if he might have made a mistake one night when he was not fully aware. No, he knew he hadn't. But this child's appearance did make him feel suspicious. He called his parents and had them come to the hospital. Just as he was considering whether or not to get a paternity test with Ira, his phone rang. Brooks? Our appointment time has passed. If you don't plan to come today, I'll be going to work. How could he have forgotten? Horace felt annoyed. He brought Ira intending to finalize the adoption agreement, yet an accident happened, making him forget about Dina completely. I apologize, it's my negligence. Right now, I'm busy and can't make it. I'll transfer you your lost wage compensation for today. No, it's unnecessary, Dina quickly interjected. I've taken leave today, and evening work hasn't started yet, so there's no need for compensation. Next time if there's an opportunity, we can set another date. No, this is specifically for your lost wages tonight. Horace turned and saw his agitated parents approaching. He continued, I'm sorry. On my way here, we had a small accident, and August got slightly hurt. He's currently at the hospital, so, if it's convenient for you, you can visit him. I can. Absolutely. Dina's voice suddenly rose, evidently anxious. Horace continued, I will give you the lost wage compensation. You can return home first, I'll come pick you up. No, I can just go there myself. People walk slower than cars, Ms. Gu. Dina remained silent, ultimately agreeing and giving her address again. She repeatedly instructed Horace to hurry and not leave Ira alone at the hospital. Just as Horace's parents were about to start nagging, he interrupted them. I want the child's mother to come over. I'll go pick her up, and there's something else. I'll tell you upon returning. You're such a grown man, yet you can't take care of a kid? Though extremely upset, Dev's mother didn't continue arguing, seeing that Horace had important matters to attend to. Thus, he managed to leave the hospital. When he arrived at Dina's so-called home, he struggled to accept the structure before him. It was less a house and more a filthy, dilapidated sewer beneath the surface, divided into cramped, shabby rooms. Conditions here were worse than in prison. A woman had lived here with her child for 2 to 3 years. Horace felt perhaps his imagination wasn't adequate. It was hard to picture what life was like here. Stepping inside this building, a nearby man leered at him. Who are you, dressed so nicely? Horace brushed dust off his suit. I'm here to find someone. Do they deserve you looking for them? Nolan chuckled nastily. Got it, you must be looking for her. Rich people like this kind of thing, huh? Pointing to the farthest room, he added, that woman lives in the farthest corner. Plenty of garbage outside her door, but rent's cheap, under $100 a month. Is it because her kid was taken away that you came? Not exactly, Horace coldly cut in. If you say things without proof, spreading rumors could lead to legal responsibility. Have you considered that? Janice abruptly stopped speaking, incredulously staring at Horace before silently cursing and walking away. Encountering a psycho like that, these days someone would still defend a random woman. Horace didn't linger, remembering his purpose. Reaching the innermost room, he finally understood what nowhere to stand meant. Wrinkling his brow, he knocked, and soon a head peeked out. Surprised, Dina asked, why did you come inside? Isn't this the address you gave me? A brief look of embarrassment flashed across Dina's face. I did give you the address, thinking you'd call if you couldn't find my room. I did call. Horace had Dina's contact long ago, yet earlier in the car, several calls went unanswered. He thought she might blow him off. Fortunately, he decided to try anyway. Standing taller than Dina, Horace observed the entire room through her side. The space barely accommodated a bed. Clothes were stacked in a corner, clearly washed daily. Dina, though plainly dressed, maintained cleanliness despite malnourishment, revealing a striking beauty. Horace questioned skeptically, with 3 jobs, do you really have to live in such conditions? Before Dina could respond, Horace's phone rang. Chapter 96, Recognition. Horace. Dev's mother's voice was urgent. August is in poor health. He has myocarditis and a host of other ailments. Fortunately, this car accident happened, otherwise, if they resurfaced suddenly in the future, it might be too late. Have you found the child's mother? Can you bring her over as well? She must have spent a lot of money on the child's medical treatments over the years. Now that we're taking him away, we should at least repay her. Horace finally understood why Melinda had been living there. It was an endless cycle. Poor living conditions and lack of nutrition naturally led to illness. But spending all their money on treatment only alleviated the symptoms temporarily, never solving the root cause. However, this was the stubbornness of a mother, doing the best she could. Horace had no right to criticize Melinda for it. He sighed and said, go pack your things. I'll take you to see him. All right. Melinda nodded, went back inside, and picked up a small toy car from the corner of the room. Just taking this? Horace was puzzled and furrowed his brow. Melinda seemed to remember something and then pulled out a thin envelope which she handed to Horace. Holding the envelope, he asked, can I open it? Yes. Horace complied and opened it, revealing several $100 bills. Counting, it didn't amount to more than $1,000. Feeling embarrassed, Melinda admitted, sorry, I really don't have much money. The person who contacted your parents earlier worked at my factory. He didn't know about August's condition. So, I wasn't trying to hide anything deliberately, but I didn't have your contact information. Melinda's head dropped lower and her voice trembled, looking at you, it seems you aren't short of money, but after all, I did deceive you first. This money is just compensation. As for medical expenses, I will repay you slowly over time. Horace couldn't describe how he felt. He regretted what he'd said earlier. I'm sorry for doubting you. Melinda breathed a sigh of relief, shook her head, and said, it's understandable. They got into Horace's car. Only then did Melinda pull out her phone from her pocket. Catching sight of it from the corner of his eye, Horace noticed it was worn out, with the back cover wrapped in layer upon layer of tape. Seeming to notice Horace's glance, Melinda chuckled and said, "I found it. Sometimes, I think I do a pretty good job scavenging. But it seems to be out of battery now. I missed your call earlier, I'm so sorry. I'll get you a new one." Melinda waved her hands hurriedly. "I won't accept your things. If you truly feel sorry for me, can you help pay for August's current medical expenses?" Horace sighed and turned to look at her. "You don't need to pretend any longer. You never wanted anyone's pity." Melinda paused and gradually lowered her gaze. "You don't want pity. You just want to save your child. There's no need to act so humbly. We plan to raise the child well. We'll reimburse you for the medical expenses you've incurred. The phone is to help you stay in better touch with him. Melinda, I don't know why you wanted to give the child away, but we never intended for him to forget his mother. The adoption agreement isn't meant to sever ties completely, it's a guarantee. Do you understand?" Melinda hadn't expected Horace to see through her so clearly. She nodded stiffly and cautiously asked, "So, I misunderstood earlier." "Yes." Horace nodded reluctantly. "My parents are overly kind-hearted people. When I was little, I had a sister who went missing, and ever since, they've been very keen on good deeds. If not for the fact they didn't want to adopt a girl to replace my sister, you might have become part of our family long ago. However, we will provide you with some financial compensation. You won't need to bear the burden of the child's medical expenses anymore and can live a bit better. I know you're wary of us, but we won't make things difficult for you." Melinda nodded, finally breathing a sigh of relief, lowering her guard. "Thank you. Don't mention it. It seems like you haven't slept well for a long time. That place isn't suitable for living. For today, you can rest at the hospital. As for work..." Horace wasn't sure if he should continue. He always felt that Melinda wasn't just an ordinary, pitiable woman with a child. It wasn't intentional discrimination. He had investigated her current situation. Her low wages were because she insisted on getting paid daily for every job, probably to ensure food and medicine for Ira. People living in such conditions mostly ate meal by meal without many skills, forced into arduous labor. Melinda didn't quite fit in. "These jobs aren't beneficial to you. If you need it, I can find you a job related to your expertise. With some money on hand, you should be able to maintain a living." Melinda warily remarked, "Brooks, you've probably heard the saying, no ulterior motives come without pretense. Of course, I'm not suggesting you have hidden intentions. However, you seem too kind to me. Don't you think?" Horace turned his head away. "Forget it then." "No, that's not what I meant." Melinda followed Horace, and together they arrived at Ira's ward. Upon seeing Melinda, Dev's parents froze in shock. Melinda also felt taken aback. A familiar feeling washed over her, as if she had known these two people for a long time. "Why you are..." Dev's mother stammered, then rushed to Melinda's side. Grabbing onto Melinda's shirt, she looked at Horace in confusion. Horace reacted quickly, embracing his mother and said hurriedly, "Calm, even if August has a congenital disease, you don't need to be so excited. Are you blind, boy? She looks almost exactly like me when I was younger." Whose child are you? What does your parents do?" Dev's mother broke free from Horace's grasp, walked in front of Melinda, and gently said, let me see, my dear." Melinda frowned, hesitated, then nodded. They went to the bathroom, and she carefully pulled down her shirt. A red birthmark appeared before Dev's mother's eyes. ##### Chapter 97, Never thought of giving up. The person she had been searching for all along was now standing right in front of her. Dev's mother couldn't describe how she felt at this moment. Should she embrace Melinda and ask her how she had survived these years, or should she first compensate her bit by bit for the hardships she had endured? Dev's mother hugged Melinda tightly and asked, "Where are your parents?" _parents_. Melinda's pupils constricted. She, too, wondered where her parents were. After being pushed off the cruise ship by Verity, it seemed they didn't care whether she was alive or not. The marriage alliance with the Liu family proceeded as planned, just with a different bride. No one seemed to care what happened to the former Ainsley, as the Gu family kept avoiding the issue, leaving it unresolved. She seemed to have been abandoned by everyone overnight. In the beginning, Melinda would occasionally buy newspapers, hoping to find a missing person notice about herself. But there was none. Later, she stopped buying them because it was a waste of money. 3 yuan could buy her a full meal, and the baby in her womb still needed to grow. She couldn't be selfish and let this child never see the light of day. Then, just when she thought she would forget about having parents, Dev's mother brought it up again. "I am not your daughter, I think you must be mistaken." Melinda stiffly refused the woman in front of her. Although Horace had told her that these people had never given up on finding her, sometimes not trusting others was a way to protect oneself. However, Melinda underestimated the persistence of a mother who had been searching for her child for years. Dev's mother pulled Melinda closer and said, "I am certain you are my child. Even if you aren't, I'm willing to take you in. You and August can stay with us, you'll be my daughter, and August will be my grandson." Melinda had never been treated so sincerely before. She turned away, struggling slightly. I know you lost a daughter, and Brooks has already told me. But I really am not your lost daughter. I don't want to take her place, so, please try to calm down. How can I stay calm? Dev's mother suddenly burst into tears. You are clearly my daughter. Is there something you can't say? Because of your parents? I will make up for it, but you can't deny being my daughter. You are. The two people outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Melinda stood in front of Dev's mother, buttoning up her blouse one by one. Horace didn't want to look, but his gaze inevitably swept over her. He exclaimed in shock, "You have a birthmark?" Melinda nodded, her tone somewhat cold. There are too many people in the world with birthmarks. Just because someone has one doesn't mean they're your daughter. But, actually, August's blood type matches ours. Melinda fell silent. She knew her blood type was unusual. From a young age, she had known this fact. So, the Gu family once asked if she was their biological child. Thankfully, the doctor explained that it was possible for blood types to change due to rare genetic mutations. It was a rare case and wouldn't be inherited. But August having the same blood type made Melinda doubt her identity. Same blood type, same birthmark, even similar looks. I think it's understandable for my mother to believe you're her real daughter. So what? Melinda retorted. If I belong to your family, what do you plan to do? I don't think my current life is unbearable. I don't need your sympathy. I just came to check on my child, and if he's fine, I'll leave. Is that enough? Horace remained silent, while Dev's mother seemed to want to say more but was stopped by Horace. That's enough. Go see him. Melinda had lived in such circumstances for so long that she had forgotten what her former privileged life looked like. To protect herself and Ira, she had evolved into a hedgehog, sharp and defensive. Instead of confronting her directly, maybe opening up to her might make her more receptive. August. Melinda spoke stiffly. She had never thought about this moment until now, feeling suddenly awkward. She had abandoned him. Did she even have the right to stand in front of Ira again? Melinda took a step back, pursing her lips to leave. Anyway. The Devs were wealthy and wouldn't mistreat August. Maybe August had already forgotten about her. What did her appearance now mean? Calby me. Ira shyly called out. Calby me. Melinda softened, and August finally cried, August doesn't want a good life. August made Mommy angry, so Mommy didn't come to see August? No. Melinda rushed to Ira, stroking his head. You didn't make me angry. You're doing well now. Why didn't you want to see me then? Ira whimpered, Calby me, take me home. If a good life means eating delicious food and not those colorful bitter candies, I can live without it. Melinda paused, hugging August tighter. If Mommy wants you to have a good life, what would you do? I'll listen to Mommy. Ira clung to her for a long time, finally falling asleep. Melinda gently laid him down. She walked to the door, looking at Dev's mother hesitantly. Can we still do a DNA test? What? Can we still do it? Melinda's voice was stiff. I am the child's mother. I understand how worried you'd be if August went missing. She sighed and continued, even though I don't think I'm your daughter, if I refuse the DNA test, you might keep thinking about this. It's better to have a result. Have you really decided? Yes. Melinda nodded. I also hope that, no matter the result, you can treat August well. He is my only child. Translation provided by AI Einar. Chapter 98, Never Blamed. We fully understand. Rest assured, no matter what the outcome is, we will adopt Bar and ensure he gets proper medical treatment. Megan didn't expect Melinda to agree, so she beamed with joy and added, and you, if you need a place to stay, you can stay at home as well. After all, Bar needs his mother around. Melinda nodded but looked hesitant towards Horace. She knew that Mike and Colby there were overly kind-hearted, so the promises from such people might not guarantee their children would trust her. Unexpectedly, Horace also nodded and said with a smile, since they want you to stay, then you should stay. Anyway, I'm usually busy with work and rarely come back. It's nice to have someone help look after my parents. Melinda couldn't say much more and only nodded, accepting their offer. Although it was late, Horace still found a friend in the hospital and had a DNA test done overnight. While waiting for the results, Melinda sat by Gubar's bedside. Horace walked up to her and said, if you were so reluctant, why did you? I didn't want him to leave me, nor did I want him to suffer by staying with me. Horace fell silent, realizing all mothers might experience such dilemmas. Just like his own mother who initially thought, as long as her daughter lived happily, finding her wasn't paramount. But without her, how could one guarantee her happiness? Horace comforted her, don't overthink this. We'll keep our promise. I know you're good people, but the better you are, the more I feel I owe him because his good life came from me abandoning him. Do you know who the child's father is? Megan had instructed him not to bring up painful memories for Melinda, yet Horace believed confronting reality was the only way for her to move forward. Melinda sighed and replied, I do. She pulled out a jade pendant from her chest and handed it to Horace. Do you recognize this? Horace glanced at it, returning it to Melinda. I don't recognize it, but I can tell you, this jade pendant isn't just worth millions. It may even be priceless. Melinda's eyes widened in surprise. She knew anyone who went to Colby Lawn Island was wealthy or influential, but giving away a pendant worth millions casually, how rich could this person be? Was this given to you by the child's father? Melinda nodded and thought, yes. But even without identifying the owner of the jade, I already know who it is. Jacob. Could he really be that wealthy? Then why did he show no reaction to the jade pendant? Horace was puzzled. Even though the jade pendant is priceless, if you're willing, you could sell it somewhere and easily get a few million. If they had a few million, their life wouldn't be as dire as it was now. Melinda shook her head and smiled. Actually, I've thought about selling it. But I also think perhaps I can save it for Bar when he grows up. I don't have much to give him right now. If we hadn't adopted Bar, how did you plan to solve his household registration problem? He's about to start school. Melinda paused and sighed. I don't know. What else could I do except take it one step at a time? But you're actually not as helpless as you seem. There's always a way out. When Bar grows up, I'll have more energy to focus on my own affairs. Your own affairs? Yes. Melinda didn't think her matters could be settled easily. While she wasn't afraid of others targeting her, she wouldn't let them do so either. She would seek revenge for every wrong. Melinda looked at Horace and continued, you ask so many questions, but I don't intend to accept your help. I understand. Horace nodded in understanding but asked, if, hypothetically, you were my sister, would you share your experiences with me? Are you a lawyer? Melinda interrupted. Confused, Horace nodded. Did Kalbim and Jalen tell you? I think my profession might help me find my sister and support her. In that case, did you handle any cases related to Verity? No. Horace shook his head. I've heard the name, so I'm sure I didn't handle any cases involving her. Do you have any disputes with her? Yes, Melinda nodded. It could be considered a dispute involving someone's life. In that case, I suggest you report it to the police, Horace advised earnestly. Though some literary works portray police as incompetent, they do provide significant assistance in ensuring personal safety. Melinda laughed unexpectedly. I didn't think you'd be so professional. One must love what one does. Horace paused. Sometimes I wonder if our family has been driven by the desire to find a sister. Our parents' business grew bigger to quickly find her. I chose to be a lawyer partly for that reason. Melinda was silent, softly asking, do you blame her? Why would we blame her? Horace countered. She never forced us to do anything. She left when she was too young to understand. We only wanted to find her and put in the effort, and now the result is here, just not what we expected. Melinda was taken aback by his words. Horace was surprisingly open-minded. If I were really part of your family, it wouldn't be so bad. So do I. Horace paused again, continuing, however, if you are truly my sister, I hope you can depend on me more. With years of legal education, helping outsiders rather than my own family would feel like a waste. Alright, if I were your sister, I would definitely trouble you wholeheartedly. Just then, Megan burst into the room, excitedly announcing, the results are in, she is our daughter. Dottie, is your name Dottie? Tears streaming down her face, Megan embraced Melinda tightly, sobbing, Dottie, Mom finally found you. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? The reunion was both heartwarming and tearful, marking a new chapter for Melinda and the Dev family. Chapter 99, Promise. Call me. Ira's voice snapped Melinda back to her senses. She looked down at him and then chuckled, lifting him from the ground. August, you must never say things like that again. I don't enjoy arguing with others, but if they provoke me, I have to retaliate. Not only for August, but also for myself. Do you understand? The past is over. Melinda had never considered herself trapped in her memories. Yet, she still hoped Ira could grow up without any worries, regardless of who his biological parents were. So, Mommy, can I get another little dinosaur? I think one is too lonely. Ira waved the dinosaur in his hand, his face beaming with excitement. Melinda smiled and gently tapped his nose. Sure, but not today. Let's take this one home for tonight. Tomorrow is a rest day, we'll ask the dinosaur if it wants to live with us. If it agrees, we'll bring another one home, okay? Okay. Ira agreed excitedly. Melinda sighed helplessly, letting go of her bad mood. After bringing Ira back, she played with him for a while before putting him to bed. But when she woke up, there was an unexpected visitor in the living room. Melinda stared at the uninvited guest, her lips pursed tightly. Osiris innocently said, Dottie, don't look at me like that. I don't want to look at you like this, but could you tell me what you're preparing to do here this early morning? Osiris hadn't come alone, he'd brought a group of people who seemed ready to renovate their home. Hearing the noise, Ira rushed out of the room, eyes wide in surprise. Uncle Fadi, what are you doing? Are you giving August a new home? No. Osiris snapped his fingers, and several men carried a massive mechanical castle into the house. Osiris pointed to a room, and they stormed in. Melinda thought she must be dreaming. This must be an illusion. Yes, it had to be. Melinda wanted to pinch her philtrum, but Osiris stopped her. While you were in the hospital, I bought August many toys so he wouldn't be too sad. Osiris paused and continued, Keeping those toys at my place isn't very useful. Since you didn't want to move in, I thought it might cheer August up if I brought them here. August did seem happy. But she wasn't sure how she felt about it. Her lips twitched as she noticed more items nearby, clearly not toys but household necessities. She pointed at them and asked in confusion, "What are these?" "My necessities," Osiris answered confidently. "What? Are you surprised?" "Shouldn't I be?" Melinda felt not only surprised but also screaming inside. Had Osiris lost his mind? Why would he bring all this in so early? Melinda took a deep breath, striving to stay calm. "So, what exactly do you plan to do? I thought you understood clearly." Osiris looked earnestly at Melinda. "I want to live together with you too. Since you won't come to me, I decided to come to you. I didn't invite you to. But I want to." Osiris stubbornly insisted, "Dottie, I know you want to take things slow. I won't bother you. Look, I even brought." He snapped his fingers again, and soon, a pack of camping gear was brought in. "I brought tents and sleeping bags." Melinda. Melinda took a deep breath, thinking her agreement to Osiris's proposal might have been made under some brain injury. Why did he have such audacity to enter her home like this? Luckily, Osiris quickly understood her meaning. "If you really don't want me staying in your home, it's fine. I can camp on your rooftop." Rooftop camping with wind and sun exposure, how would Osiris endure that? Kalbirover, what would people think if they saw? Melinda felt dizzy, feeling as if she was witnessing a divine miracle. "Why do you insist on moving in?" Melinda puzzled. "I don't understand. We're just dating. Non-cohabitation dating is still dating, right?" "To me, yes, but..." Osiris looked solemn. "Dottie, I'm worried about you." "Worried about me?" "Yes." The situation involving Forrest remained unclear. Though his presence could attract Forrest's attention to Melinda, leaving her exposed. However, could she truly feel safe otherwise? The answer was clearly no. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, he chose to stay by her side, to support and protect her. "Horace told me your home's code." Afraid Melinda would refuse, Osiris hurriedly added, "See? Even your brother approves of my helping you. So don't misinterpret it." "Don't what?" "Don't be ungrateful. You know that's not what I mean." Osiris hastily clarified, "I'm saying you don't need to worry. If I ever harm you, Horace will never let me off." Melinda sighed. She knew refusing him would be futile. Osiris was a person with boundaries but also obstinate. If he believed staying with her was necessary, he'd do it. "You can stay, but..." She hesitated. "You must stay in the tent." Her apartment wasn't large. Initially, she chose it for its proximity to the kindergarten. Unintentionally, it ended up being near a different kindergarten. Relocating now would be too troublesome, so she stayed put. Finding another room for Osiris was out of the question, especially since he had just turned the other room into a toy castle for Ira. Sometimes, Melinda genuinely believed Osiris did things deliberately. "I promise to follow our agreements. Before you agree, I won't do anything inappropriate," Osiris assured her. Chapter 100, Perfect Control. "Who asked you to take such an oath?" Osiris nodded sincerely, acknowledging his mistake. "Then you tell me what oath I should take, and I will take it." Dina was unusually at a loss for words. She looked at Osiris for a while before sighing, "Do as you wish. I said I'd take August out for a stroll today." "August?" "Kalbim, Dinosaur said he's not comfortable living here, so we shouldn't bring his friends back." Dina. Children are easily distracted by toys. And clearly, Osiris knew how to handle children well. The renovation took up most of the day. By evening, Horace also came over. He had already sent his parents to the airport. Seeing the crowded conditions in Dina's house, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Your speed is impressive. You moved in the same afternoon after getting the code this morning?" "There's no choice. If I'm not quick enough, I might not even be able to protect the one I love," Dina said, feeling a headache coming on. "So why did you both come to my place?" "Odessa, listen to me." Horace spoke earnestly. "I know many things can now be considered settled, including Verity's imprisonment, but remember the Simeon I mentioned earlier? He has news?" "No, but there are people connected to him within the police department." Dina's expression tightened. She initially thought that Simeon was just a benefactor brought in by Verity to help smooth things over. Now, it seemed more complicated than that. With someone reaching into the police station, it was no wonder Verity could so boldly push her into the sea. What does he want? To rescue Verity? Horace shook his head, precisely because he doesn't intend to save Verity. "I feel your current situation is dangerous. Simeon wants Verity dead." When we visited Verity, we didn't get any information about Simeon before she was taken away.